From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel.
Lux presents Hollywood, the Robin Hood of the Reign of Terror. That was The Scarlet Pimpernel, whose daring defiance, whose colorful romance we bring you tonight with Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. Madame Hilda Grenier, formerly royal dresser to Queen Mary of England, is our special guest, while our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before our producer takes over the program, let me remind you that Lux helps you get longer wear out of your stockings. It helps them stay nice and elastic, so they give under strain instead of popping runs. Yes, Lux cuts way down on runs. So give your stockings regular Lux care. Buy Lux Flakes in the large size box for greater economy. Our producer takes over the program. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. They call it the poor man's weather glass, this little crimson flower that lends a splash of color to English waysides and closes up its petals in warning whenever there's a storm approaching. They also call it the Scarlet Pimpernel. And by the mark of this flower only, the mysterious hero of our play, Sir Percy Blakeney, signed his daring exploits. As a play, the Scarlet Pimpernel was performed over 5,000 times, and it's perhaps the most popular screen characterization of the celebrated star who reenacts the title role for Lux listeners tonight, Mr. Leslie Howard. All the acclaim the stage and screen can bring a star has been won by Mr. Howard. He may continue his career as an actor, but should his present plans materialize, he'll also join the ranks of film producers, which I hope he does. Olivia de Havilland, who's been away from our stage too long, is the brown-haired, brown-eyed heroine of Warner Brothers' new production, Dodge City, in which she plays opposite Errol Flynn. She's co-starred tonight as Marguerite, and Dennis Green plays Chauvelin. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater, I want to take a moment before raising our curtain to thank all of you for your support. Thousands of you have written, telling us that you show your appreciation by regularly purchasing our product. With this kind of cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, you can depend upon hearing Hollywood's brightest stars on our program every Monday night. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel. Paris, in the year 1793. The French Revolution is over, but the reign of terror casts its gruesome shadow across the city. Every day, the citizens of Paris watch an endless procession of death. Crude wooden carts, laden with the nobles of France, on their last journey through the streets, a journey to the guillotine. Into this maelstrom comes one man to stem the rising tide of French blood. An Englishman, known only as the Scarlet Pimpernel, the object of every nobleman's prayer and every revolutionist's curse. He works silently, mysteriously, and successfully. In his native England, they speak of him with bated breath.
Scarlet Pimpernel. He's the only hope the French nobles have.
The Scarlet Pimpernel? Does anyone know who he is?
No, madam, but I must confess I feel quite proud when I remember that he is an English...
They say he's always in disguise.
Oh, he's an actor, that man. He speaks French like a Frenchman, they say. And I've heard he can assume 100 disguises in an hour's time. An old hag, a peddler, a captain of the guard. You never know in what dress the Scarlet Pimpernel will strike.
And now the Scarlet Pimpernel is about to strike again. Into a barber's shop in Paris comes an old man in the black robes of a priest. The French barber greets him jovially.
Good morning, Father. You wish to be shaved this morning?
Yes, if you please, Barber.
Sit down. Have you come from the square, Father? The guillotine is busy again today, eh?
I don't know. I didn't stop.
No? Well, it is always the same. The drums roll, the knife falls, and another aristocrat parts company with his head.
Yes, very monotonous.
And so clumsy. That great, ugly machine. When all they need is a sharp razor like this, a quick grip, and flick.
Oh, please, Please, don't flick quite so close to my throat. I only want a shave.
You? You are all right, Father. But I wish they'd give me a few aristocrats to shave. Can you not see me dealing with the Scarlet Pimpernel?
The what?
The Scarlet Pimpernel, haven't you heard?
No.
There is a band of Englishmen helping these cursed aristocrats out of the country. Their chief is the only man who ever cheated Madame Guilty. He is known by the title of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
And who is he?
Ah, that is the mystery.
The mystery, of course, yes.
But there will be heads falling today in spite of him. Some very famous heads, Father.
Yes?
We checked off the names last night. The Duc de Tours, the Comte de Terray, the Nijon, the Comte de Tournay and his wife and daughter.
The Tournay? Are you sure, the Tournay?
But certainly I am sure. They were taken to prison over a month ago. Why, Father? You are not a friend of theirs?
A friend? No, no, no. No, it isn't safe to know any nobles these days.
Hmm? Oh, good, very good.
You wish to see the former Comte de Tournay, is that so, Father?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Very well, Father. They haven't long now. You'll find the former Comte de Tournay in that room over there.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Are you the Comte de Tournay?
Yes. I suppose you have come to offer me the last rites, Father.
In a manner of speaking. If you will just look at this passage I have marked in the book, your spirits will be uplifted.
I am not afraid to die, Father.
Even so, it is sometimes better to live, my son.
To live? What do you...
Read there, in the book.
But there is nothing on the page except a red mark.
Look carefully.
It is a flower. A Scarlet Pimpernel. Father, are you the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Be careful, it will do you no good to know. Just listen to me. Before you start on your journey to the guillotine, they will bring your wife and daughter to you. You will ride in the same tumbril. On the way, there will be an accident. The wheel of the tumbril will come off. There will be a commotion. The soldiers guarding the cart will be jostled by the crowd, all carefully arranged for. Look sharp, then. An old hag will drive past in a wagon. There will be a place to hide in the back large enough for 3 people. The old hag will drive you through the city gates. If all goes well, you'll be safe in England in 3 days.
God bless you. Whoever you are, God bless you.
Well, what is it? Good evening. Have you a crust of bread for an old lady?
No, I'm sorry. Here, take these.
Thank you, monsieur. Thank you.
Good night.
Oh, wait. Isn't this the home of Monsieur Armand Saint-Just?
Yes, I am Armand Saint-Just. What do you want?
I want to come in, Armand.
Merci. Quickly. Good Lord, merci.
How are you, Armand?
I'm afraid I will always be startled at these disguises of yours. Last time I saw you, you were a priest.
Now I'm an old hag. Here, help me out of these clothes. I feel silly.
Did you get to the Tournays out of the city?
I got the girl and the countess. What happened to de Tournay? He wasn't in the tumbril.
I know. He was remanded the last minute.
Why?
Because Robespierre wants to see him. And Robespierre wants to see him because the ambassador of the French Republic has come over from London.
Chauvelin? Here in Paris?
Yes. All in your honor, Percy. Your work is becoming even more dangerous than it was.
Our work, Armand. Well, let's hope Chauvelin will go back to England, knowing less than ever. I'll be going back myself for a few days. Then we must lay our plans to free the Tournay.
Percy, aren't you risking too much? Why do you persist in this mad sport?
Why do you?
Why? Because I'm a Frenchman. This is my country. You are English. You are Sir Percy Blakeney, an English baronet with a lovely home and a charming wife.
Even if she is your sister.
My sister or not, I'd still say Marguerite is charming. Or perhaps you don't think so any longer.
Why do you say that? Has she said anything to you?
She hinted at it in her last letter. She said you changed, Percy.
Did she? Well, I have changed. I'm rarely at home now, and when I am, I play the fop. I'm insipid, vain, silly. I think only of the latest fashions in clothes, the latest court gossip. But all for good reason, Armand.
The greater fool I am in England, the safer I'll be in France.
But you could tell Marguerite.
No.
Just so she would understand.
I said no, and don't you tell her. Armand, you asked me why I live over here in the shadow of the guillotine while heads fall one after another. I can save only a few, I know that. The rest have to die. People I know and love. Innocent people, kindly people. Herded together like sheep and butchered like cattle.
But what has it to do with you?
Armand, do you remember the case of the Saint-Cyr family?
I think so. You were one of the first families to go to the guillotine.
Yes, because they were betrayed, Armand. Before their execution, they told me who it was who had betrayed them. It was Marguerite.
My sister.
My wife.
It was a lie.
I wish I could believe that, but I can't. I watched that execution, Armand. The Marquis, his wife, his son. And it was my wife who put them there.
So that's why you stopped loving her. What a tragedy.
Stopped? I shall love her till I die. That's the tragedy.
And it's to make up for what she did to them that you are risk your own life, week after week, to rescue the others.
Oh, don't be so heroic, Armand. I got a smack in the eye and took refuge in sport. And what a sport. By gad, I think I shall give up fox hunting this winter.
Percy, don't joke about it.
I have to. It's the only thing that can save me. Well, I'm off for England in the morning, Armand. My love to Monsieur Chauvelin, if you should see him.
Gad, Percy, but it's good to have you at home again.
So far, so good, Fuchs. I've still got my head.
You should hear them talk about you in London. You're the greatest mystery of the age.
Yes, well, I hope no one solves me just yet. But tell me about Marguerite. Has she been well?
As well as a neglected wife can be.
What has she been doing?
Having her portrait painted, mostly. Rumney's been there every day.
And our friend, Monsieur Chauvelin?
French ambassador. What will he be doing at your house?
Oh, one never knows, Fuchs. One never knows. Well, England again. I shall have to become the fop once more. The London dandy, who has been at Bath for the past 10 days taking the cure. And sink me, I'm not cured yet. I shall have to go back to Bath again.
Lady Blakeney. Lady Blakeney, please. I can't paint you unless you sit quite still.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rumney, but we were just talking of this man they call the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Oh.
He must be quite wonderful, Marguerite. So they say. But it's maddening to think that somewhere there is a man as marvelous as that, and we never see him. He's of no use to us whatever.
Lady Blakeney.
Yes, Sprinkler.
Sir Percy, milady. He's just returned.
Percy.
Good day, ladies. So charmed to see you here. Have you been taking good care of my lovely wife, your servant, ladies? Marguerite, my dear, your slave.
Percy, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
So few things are surprising in this world, my dear. I should like to be one of them. And how are you, Rumney? And how is the portrait progressing?
You may see for yourself, Sir Percy.
Yes, the eyes are wrong, aren't they? And is the nose all right? You know, I rather think you've missed the mouth altogether. Yes, you have, Rumney. Otherwise, of course, it's the image of her.
I think that will be enough for today.
Poor Mr. Romney. You're tired, and so am I.
Tired. Zoons, I too. You know, dear ladies, I've just been to Bath to be cured of the fatigue. And now I'm so fatigued by the cure that I really think I shall have to go back to Bath again to be cured of the fatigue.
Marguerite, my dear, we must be going.
Yes,
goodbye,
goodbye,
my dear.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Your servant, ladies, your servant.
Well, Percy, what do you think of my portrait?
It's clever. But there's something lacking.
What?
I don't know. There's a look in the eyes. He's lost it.
Perhaps I've lost it. Perhaps it was happiness.
Good gad, my dear, how you could be unhappy, I can't imagine.
Can't you? Percy, can't you?
No, cursed if I can. Why, you're the most courted woman in town.
By whom?
By everybody.
Except you.
Oh, but my dear, I'm your husband.
Months after we were married, we were still happy. And then came this estrangement. Heaven knows it's not of my making.
Can you honestly say that?
Can you honestly deny that you've changed? So changed that I scarcely know you. You're never with me now. You're always away on some pretext or other. I'm always alone.
My dear, the fashionable belief today is that one makes one's own life. I'm trying to make mine. You must try to make yours. Now I must leave you for a while. There's to be a fight for a prize out in the countryside. Mendoza versus Jackson. Quite a battle.
Percy, you've only just come home. Do you have to leave right now?
My dear, the prince himself invited me. I'm trying to make my own life, Martin.
I see. Goodbye, Percy.
Mendoza's groggy. He's done for.
Don't you believe it, Your Highness. He's foxing. You wait until the 30th round.
I'll wager 100 guineas he won't last 2 more rounds.
Done. Come on, Mendoza.
Come on, Jackson.
Percy.
Folks, sit down.
Percy, I've got to speak to you at once.
Pardon me, Your Highness. Well, folks?
Percy, it's Chauvelin. He's returned to England.
Chauvelin? Where is he?
He's...
Well, come on, folks. Come on, man. Where is he?
He's at your house, Percy.
At my house? Order my carriage. I'm leaving at once.
I would advise you to tell me, Lady Blakeney. You are French. You know these nobles who have escaped. You must know who it was who helped them.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Chauvelin, but I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You tricked me once into giving you information about the Marquis de Saint-Cyr. And I shall never forgive myself.
I'm sick of this sentimental twaddle about the poor, persecuted aristocrats. Have you forgotten what they did to the defenseless peasantry for centuries? What this very Saint-Cyr did to you?
No, I have not. But I'm no spy.
Then that is your last word?
Absolutely.
I wonder. Oh, by the way, how is your brother, Armand?
Yes, very well, I hope.
I hope so, too. But yesterday he was arrested.
Arrested?
At Boulogne.
What for?
As a traitor to his country.
Traitor? Oh, you're lying, Chauvelin, trying to trick me again.
I have the proof of his guilt in my pocket. A note he once wrote to the Scarlet Pimpernel. This scrap of paper will certainly send your brother to the guillotine. Unless, of course, you care to redeem it. Bring me the name of the Pimpernel, and this is yours.
But even if I wanted to, I don't know it.
Find it.
How can I, if you can't with an army of spies?
Because you go everywhere and know everyone in his circle. That much I do know. And this also, that he will be among the guests tomorrow night at the Granville Ball.
So will half the world. The thing's impossible.
To a clever woman whose brother's life is at stake, nothing's impossible. Well?
Do you swear to give me that paper?
The moment I catch the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Zoons, that name again.
Percy.
I've heard nothing else all day. At the club, at the fight, and now here. I protest the fellow's a public nuisance. Oh, I beg your pardon, my dear. Do I intrude?
No. This is an old acquaintance, Monsieur Chauvelin, the French ambassador. My husband.
Charmed, delighted, enchanted. The devilish clever race, the French. How they speak that unspeakable language of theirs defeats me.
You flattered us, Sir Percy.
No. You've got the cleverest heads in the world. The only trouble is you all go to pieces round the neck.
Round the neck?
Yes. Now look at your cravat. Sink me, what a mess. Now, if you'd really like to know how to tie a cravat, I'll tell you. But it isn't easy, you know. It takes all my brains.
Yes, I'm sure it would.
Yeah, of course it would. Now, you see, look here. First of all, the thing goes twice round the neck. And then the front folds back to allow the back to come to the front. Otherwise, of course, the front would be all behind as it was before, you see.
Percy, what are you talking about?
You don't follow me, my dear. It's exactly what I say. It takes brains, doesn't it, Mr. Chauvelin?
One can see that.
Yes, of course one can.
Well,
yes.
Good day, Lady
No,
Blakeney.
don't go, no. I want you to hear my verse about that Pimpernel fellow. You'll love it, Chauvelin. Now, listen here. They seek him here, they seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in... that dim, elusive Pimpernel.
Delightful.
Yes, I wrote it, you know. It's clever, huh?
Yes,
Huh?
especially that line, those Frenchies seek him everywhere.
Oh, yes. I like that, too, yes. Because, you see, I hear that they do. And that gives the line sort of a something. That gives it a sort of a something. If I make myself clear.
Yes, clear as crystal.
Yeah.
Good day, my dear Sir Percy.
Bonjour, Monsieur, as the French say. Bonjour, Monsieur. Oh, it was a magnificent fight this afternoon, my dear. Gad, I wish you could have been there. What's the matter, my dear?
Percy, who is this Scarlet Pimpernel?
Pimpernel? Gad, Marguerite, how should I know? What's your interest in the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Oh, no more than any other woman's. We'd all like to know who he is.
Yeah, so would your friend Chauvelin, I'll wager.
What makes you say that?
Well, isn't that what he's here for? Didn't he tell you?
Why should he?
Why not? Mind you, the man's clever, but a fellow who can't even tie his own cravat isn't likely to put a noose round the Pimpernel's neck, is he?
Oh, Percy, can't you ever rise above trivialities?
Can't rise above anything more than 3 syllables, my dear. Never could.
You were a man once. A man a woman could look up to. Could turn to in trouble. And now, I wouldn't know where to begin.
Could you begin by telling me what the trouble is?
What's the use? We don't speak the same language. We did once. But I don't think we ever will again.
Really? Well, perhaps you're right, my dear.
You have just heard Act One of The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. During our brief intermission, let's see what the Brownings are doing.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh.
Christmas spirit. That's Midge and Dot and 10-year-old Bobby practicing for the community sing. And here comes Mother, home from a shopping tour.
Hello, youngsters.
Hiya, Santa Claus. What's these? Look at the packages.
Oh, what a day. Here's your ribbon and wrapping paper, Midge.
Thanks, Mother. And did you get the,
Yes, here it is, Midge.
Zowie, what's that?
Now, Bobby, no fair peeking.
Well, gee, can't I just feel it?
Nick, you keep away. Mother, did you get the stockings?
Yes, here they are, Dot.
Who are they for, Dot? Mary Lou. She's always running out of them. Running out is right. Gosh, did she pop a runner in chemistry today? Gee, it's something awful, the runs she gets. And snaky seams, too.
I'm a snake wriggling through the grass.
Oh, Bobby. Oh, I know. Why, what? Why, look, Dot, you could wrap a box of Lux Flakes in with Mary Lou's stocking. Oh, I bet she'd love to know about Lux.
I'm sure she would, dear. Lux cuts way down on runs.
Gee, and we could write a little card like this. Luxy stockings, fine and sheer, to help cut down on runs, old dear. Well, I think that's swell.
Now, that was mighty helpful of Midge, thinking of Lux Flakes for Mary Lou. In a month's time, I bet Mary Lou will be very grateful to Midge, for she'll be glad to get the special help Lux Flakes gives. You see, Lux saves the elasticity in stockings, so they give under strain instead of breaking into runs so often. If you haven't tried Lux for your own stockings, you'll find it's great, the way it cuts down on runs and helps stockings wear longer and fit better. Buy Lux Flakes tomorrow in the large size package for extra thrift. Now, Mr. DeMille and Act Two of our play. We continue with The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. The search continues. The search for the cursed, elusive Pimpernel. Forced by Chauvelin to lend her assistance, Marguerite attends Lord Grenville's ball. As she enters the crystal and marble room, she glances nervously around, wondering which of the guests is the Scarlet Pimpernel, never suspecting her own husband, the vain and foolish Sir Percy Blakeney. Chauvelin appears suddenly at her side.
Well, Lady Blakeney?
I've learned nothing yet.
I only want to know who one person is. If you don't tell me, you know the alternative. The guillotine for your brother.
Monsieur Chauvelin, you can't do this. What if I can't find the Scarlet Pimpernel?
My dear lady, the Pimpernel is under this roof, at this moment, among your friends. Your move, my lady. And good luck.
I beg pardon, Sir Percy.
Yes, my man?
Sir Andrew Ffoulkes wishes to speak to you.
Of course. Delighted. Good evening, Ffoulkes.
Good evening, sir.
Well, what is it?
Hastings has just arrived from France.
Any news?
The very worst. The king is doomed. He'll go to the guillotine any day.
Where is Hastings?
He's dancing. Shall I get him?
No, wait. I'll send him a note. Come over here to the desk. It wouldn't do for me to be seen with Hastings. I want you to give him this. Make certain no one sees you. I'm telling him to come to the library at midnight. You better come, too.
Very well.
Here, slip this note in the cuff of Hastings' coat. Then don't speak to him for the rest of the evening.
Ah, Lady Blakeney. Won't you take pity on a lonely compatriot?
Monsieur Chauvelin, are you asking me to dance with you?
Not with me. With Lord Hastings, madame.
Why?
He has a note in his cuff. It was just put there by Sir Andrew Fulks. I want you to get it for me.
Oh, but listen,
Get
Chauvelin.
it. Hurry, please. It might be important. Come in, please. Well, Lady Blakeney, did you get that note from Hastings?
No,
You didn't?
I couldn't. I think he suspected me. I pretended to turn my ankle. He helped me upstairs, and then while I was sitting there, he read the note and burned it. Then he left.
He burned the note?
Yes, but not entirely. Some of the pieces were left. The note began...
Go on, quickly.
It said, "Start tomorrow myself," and the last sentence was, "Will be in the library at midnight."
Thank you. Thank you, Lady Blakeney. And now, if your labors have tired you, you are quite at liberty to go home.
Thank you. I will.
Are you certain of this, Fulks?
Quite certain. Hastings burned the note, Percy, as you've always ordered us to. Then he went back to the room, and she was reading what was left of it.
And she went Chauvelin?
Yes. You know what that means, Percy. It means that Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel will be in the library at 12 o'clock.
Perhaps. And perhaps he will.
Is this the library?
Yes, Monsieur Chauvelin.
Have you seen anyone go in or come out of this room in the last few minutes?
No, sir.
Who is that on the sofa?
Oh, I don't know, Monsieur. He must be asleep.
Well, please wake him up and ask him to leave. I have an important engagement here.
It's Percy Blakeney, sir.
Blakeney, that fool. Wake him up and ask him if he'll have the decency to go home and sleep in his own bed.
Yes, sir. Sir Percy. Sir Percy.
What is it? What is it? Is there no peace for the weary? What ails you, man?
The French ambassador, Sir Percy. He would like to have the library to himself.
The French ambassador? Ah, Monsieur Chauvelin.
I am sorry to disturb you, Sir Percy, but I have an important engagement here.
Really, Gad, there's not a comfortable sofa anywhere else in the house. I've tried them all. Sit down, Monsieur. What time is this gentleman to appear?
He's a little late. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him alone.
No, not at all, not at all. By the way, what do ambassadors talk about in libraries at midnight? It must be very fatiguing. Are you afraid England is going to declare war on France?
That does not concern me at the moment.
Is that so? Your revolution now. Now, there's a great bore. How's it going? Do you think you'll win?
We have won, sir.
Oh, you have, I see. Yes. Have I been asleep that long?
I hate to hurry you, Sir Percy, but I'm afraid your presence here is keeping my friend from entering.
Oh, he can come in. Is he outside? Oh, come in, do, sir. Please don't stand on ceremony.
I hardly think that will persuade him.
Ah, this must be a very secret meeting. I have it. I'll wager you're expecting that Scarlet Pimpernel. Is that it?
Sir Percy, you're becoming insufferable.
Oh, Monsieur Chauvelin, you would not deprive me. Let me hide behind a curtain. Anything. Just let me be the first in London to glimpse that mystery man. Well, I'll be the most popular man at the club.
It is too late now. He has been warned.
Oh, then I shall miss him. Oh, sink me. Well, good night, Monsieur. Better luck next time. Good night. You've packed my things?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Good. See that Sir Andrew Fulks receives this note, will you?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, Marguerite, what are you doing up at this hour? That's all, Brinker.
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, my dear?
Percy, it's about Armand. He's in the most terrible danger. They've arrested him in Boulogne.
How do you know?
Chauvelin told me.
When?
Yesterday.
Why didn't you tell me when I asked you?
Well, I don't know. He threatened me.
Why are you telling me now?
Because I thought you might do something for Armand. You have influence at court.
Didn't you ask your friend Chauvelin for help?
He promised me that, but I don't trust him.
He promised you the life of your brother. What did you give him in exchange?
What? Oh, Percy, what has happened to you? Why do you hate me?
Why did you denounce the Marquis de Saint-Cyr?
Oh, so that's it. Why did you never ask me what the Marquis de Saint-Cyr did to me?
You didn't even know him.
No, I didn't even know him. But I knew his son. I was only 17 when he asked me to marry him. His father heard about it and had me arrested and sent to Saint-Lazare. Do you know what Saint-Lazare is? Do you know the sort of women that are sent there? I would have killed myself only...
Only what?
The revolution came, the 14th of July, and I was free.
Free to denounce the Marquis. Free to send 2 innocent people to the guillotine. It was your information, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And yet, I still ask myself, am I really guilty of their death? The Marquis plotted with Austria. I told a friend, a man whom I thought a friend. He denounced him. The terror did the rest.
Who was that friend? Chauvelin? Yes. He promised you your brother's life. What price did you pay for it? What price did you pay for it?
A horrible one. I betrayed the Scarlet Pimpernel.
How?
Fuchs gave a scrap of paper to Lord Hastings. I read it and told Chauvelin that the Pimpernel would be in the library at midnight. Oh, what am I to do, Percy? How can I warn him?
Warn him? Against what?
Against the danger that threatens him if he goes back to France.
My dear, if he's the kind of lunatic I take him to be, your warning won't help him.
But he might be going to his death.
Well, that's all the fellow lives for. Besides, he doesn't know that you're in love with him.
In love with him? I admire his heroism, but I don't love him.
Oh, but you do, only you don't know it.
Oh.
I didn't know it myself until a moment ago. You know, it's a dangerous game, falling in love with a phantom, my dear. For all you know, he may be a married man who's deeply in love with his wife.
Never.
Why not?
Would any man who is in love with his wife leave her continually to face death? Would you?
Me? Marguerite, I. Zoons, I'm much more romantic than you think. In a case like that, I wouldn't leave you, not even to go to my tailor's.
The horses are ready, sir.
Thank you, Brinker.
Are you going away?
Yes, didn't I tell you? Important business in town in the morning. Goodbye, my dear.
Your tailors, I suppose.
Not only my tailors, but also my bootmakers. And incidentally, I want to see what my influence is worth at court. For that little matter of your brother, perhaps I can help.
Oh, Percy, if you could, I'd love you all my life.
Gad, I must remember that, my dear. Goodbye.
Milady?
What is it, Brinker?
It's very late, milady.
I suppose you want me to leave this room. I've never been here quite alone, have I?
I know, milady.
I've hardly even noticed the furniture. Is that portrait of Sir Percy's one of Romney's?
Yes, milady. A very fine one, too.
He's a great believer in detail, isn't he? Look at that ring on Sir Percy's finger. You'd think it was... Brinker.
Yes, milady?
Have you ever noticed that ring?
Why, no. It's a seal ring, milady.
Look closely. That flower, engraved on the stone. What is it, Brinker?
Why, bless my soul. It's a scarlet pimpernel.
My lady.
Well?
A letter to be delivered into your ladyship's hands.
From Sir Percy?
No, madam. From His Excellency, the French ambassador.
Give it to me. My lady, I have at last discovered the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel. I hope to catch him tomorrow, and true to my word... Brinker!
Yes, milady?
Order my carriage at once. I must see Sir Andrew Fuchs.
Lady Blakeney. What's happened?
Sir Andrew, there's no time to waste in talking. Just listen to me. Your leader and friend, the Scarlet Pimpernel, he's my husband.
How do you know that, milady?
Don't ask me any questions now. He's in danger. Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel and Percy Blakeney are one and the same.
How did Chauvelin come to know?
Through me.
Ah.
Yes. I betrayed him. Never mind how. Just tell me this. Has Percy left for Boulogne?
Yes.
To save my brother?
And to Tournai.
What is their meeting place at Boulogne?
Why? Do you want to betray him again, milady?
Oh, look at me. Do I look like a woman who wants to send her husband to his death? I want to find Percy, to warn him, to save him, or die with him.
I'll go with you.
Can you bring your friends?
10 of them. The rest of them are in France. Percy has forbidden us to go over. It'll be the first time we've ever disobeyed him.
I'll save Percy if I have to kill Chauvelin. And if he goes to the guillotine, I'll go with him.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've dropped the curtain on the second act of The Scarlet Pimpernel. It goes up again shortly when Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland bring us Act 3. During this short intermission, we hear from our special guest and Mr. DeMille. In addition to being foremost authority on the period of tonight's play, Madame Hilda Grenier, like our drama, has been intimately concerned with English nobility all her life. For many years, she had the title of Royal Dresser to Queen Mary and has been on duty at every imaginable royal function from baptisms to coronations. Her background makes her one of Hollywood's most valued technical advisors. If there's a more proper introduction for an ex-royal dresser, Madame Grenier, please enlighten us.
It was infinitely better, Mr. DeMille, than my first introduction to royalty. Princess Charlotte of Germany had granted me an interview. Entering her salon, I tripped on a rug and went flying along the highly polished floor like a sailboat in the wind. When I dared to open my eyes, there I was at the feet of the princess. She laughed, picked me up, gave me my first lesson in poise. And now, sir, I can tell you a little about royalty, a little about the Scarlet Pimpernel. Which would you like first?
Well, we'd like to know a little more about you. Suppose you tell us what a royal dresser is.
In addition to direct supervision over Queen Mary's wardrobe, my duties included the care of her jewels, orders, decorations, messages, and other personal activities. I suppose my greatest responsibility was to see that everything Her Majesty wore was absolutely correct, right down to her umbrellas.
Her umbrellas?
Indeed. Each one in her tremendous collection was named after the person who gave it to her. She'd simply ask me to bring her Lord Chesterfield, or Papa, or the Emperor, or Dolly. But far more famous than her umbrella collection is her priceless array of antique furniture. Many of her most treasured pieces originally came to England with aristocrats escaped from France at the time of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
What mementos do you have, Madame Grenier, of your days in the palace?
Several cherished gifts from both the late King George and Her Majesty. I was also given a pair of silk stockings worn by Marie Antoinette, who was the guillotine's most celebrated victim. Handmade, they have a texture like gossamer. Of course, Mr. DeMille, I wouldn't dream of wearing them, as you can well imagine. But just from showing them to my friends, they became soiled, and I finally had to make a courageous decision. I had to wash them. But I did the job myself, and Lux. With Lux, they came out perfectly. Mm-hmm. Lux, incidentally, was used in Buckingham Palace during all the years I served Her Majesty.
That's a real tribute. Looking back over those years, what stands out most conspicuously in your host of regal recollections?
And not the pomp and glory, Mr. DeMille, but the little human traits of Her Majesty. I remember how, as Princess of Wales, she wept because she had to leave her little baby, Prince John, for an official visit to India. How, coming home from a new musical show, she would whistle tunes from the play, just as you and I. And I well recall how she'd carefully tear off bits of unused papers from letters and save them for memoranda. She was and is a wonderful woman. Now the word I promised about the play. It may be a surprise to most Americans to learn he actually existed, Sir Percy Blakeney, called the Scarlet Pimpernel. To this day, his descendants are well known in England. As portrayed so excellently by Mr. Howard, he was vain and foppish, but underneath it all, courageous, almost to the point of being foolhardy. Was the Scarlet Pimpernel ever caught? Well, suppose we all listen to the third act of the play and find out. Okay.
You've entertained us royally, Madame Grenier. The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard in the title role and Olivia de Havilland as Marguerite, with Dennis Green as Chauvelin. Armed with the knowledge that her husband is the Scarlet Pimpernel, Marguerite takes ship for France to be with him in his hour of danger. With Sir Andrew Fuchs, she stands on deck as their boat plows its way across the English Channel. Just ahead lies the coast of France, a few flickering lights in the darkness.
You'd better go below, Lady Blakeney. We'll be coming in soon.
What was the name of that inn, the one you told me of?
The Lion d'Or. Sir Percy's headquarters on this coast.
And he'll be there at 10 o'clock. You're certain?
If all goes well, he'll be there.
But Chauvelin knows that Percy is the Pimpernel. What if he goes there, too?
We can only hope that he won't. If Percy can escape this time, he'll never go back again.
Never again.
If he can free de Tournai and Armand, his mission is over.
His mission that I drove him to. Sir Andrew, will we be there in time?
I think so. Ah, there are the lights now.
Lights?
Yes, the signal. You see the window of that house off there to the left? That's the Lion d'Or. See the lights swinging back and forth? That means it's safe. Up and down means danger. You want to turn back now? I can't go with you, Lady Blakeney.
Don't worry. I shall be all right. He has been risking his life every day for me. I can risk mine once for him.
Who's there?
A message.
Well?
Is this the Lion d'Or?
Yes, madame, but...
Let me in, please.
Madame, what do you want here? This is no place for one of your sort.
I'm the sort that pays well, Citizen Brogard.
For what?
For a seat by the fire. I'll wait here for a friend of mine and yours.
What should I know of your friend?
You signaled to him before. You must be expecting him. What time? What time, please?
10 o'clock. Madame, do you know him?
Yes, I know him. Who is that?
I do not know at this time.
Where can I hide?
Up those stairs, to the room on your left. Hurry.
Open here. Open.
One moment.
Citizen Brogard?
Yes?
Under arrest. Take him, Sergeant.
What for?
Betraying the Republic, helping the enemies of France, smuggling aristocrats out of the country.
That's a lie.
You've got one chance. Take it, or I'll hang you now from your own sign. Your leader's coming here tonight, isn't he? Isn't he?
Yes.
What time?
He ordered his boat to be off the point at 10 o'clock.
But he'll call here first for his passengers, won't he?
He might.
Might. You look pretty swinging in the wind. How does he know it's safe? What is the signal? Sergeant, ask him what the signal is. A twist of the arm will help him to remember. Speak up.
Don't. I'll tell. A lantern in the attic window, waved up and down for danger. Across the window, when all is clear.
Thank you, citizen. Sergeant, you may take Citizen Brogard.
Oh, God, let him see the signal. Let him see it. Up and...
Put down that light, Lady Blakeney.
Chauvelin.
We meet again. Permit me, madame, but you were giving these signals incorrectly. Up and down means danger. That will drive the Pimpernel away. You must move the lights back and forth across the window. So. Now he will come to us.
Chauvelin, listen to me. He's my husband.
A fact that you neglected to mention a few days ago.
You've got to let him go. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you any information you can, but you've got to let him go free.
Don't be a fool. You've no more information to give. Even if you had, do you suppose I'd sacrifice my meeting with the Scarlet Pimpernel for it?
Chauvelin.
Well?
Coach, monsieur, is pulling up at the door.
Our friend is early. I'll let him in myself. Sergeant, you shall have the privilege of watching over the Republic's most charming prisoner for the rest of the
Brogard.
Don't move, Sir Percy. Stand where you are.
Monsieur Chauvelin. Well, this is a surprise.
Yes, I thought it would be.
Yes, a very pleasant one, too. How nice of you to wait up for me.
The time for laughing is past, Sir Percy. I've followed you for a year. Your energy, your ingenuity, your audacity have been quite admirable. But now, the game is over.
Because all the trumps are in your hand, eh?
Precisely. This house is surrounded by my soldiers. I have only to raise my voice.
Yes, of course, I see your point, yes. But suppose I could reach the door. The night is black. The sea is mine. I make a dash.
You won't.
Oh, of course I won't. I don't need to, because... You see, one of my friends might shoot you from behind, hidden in that clock.
What?
Come now, Chauvelin. You know that clock is too small to house a man. But there's still one other avenue of escape, one we could take together. In this pipe there is an ember, and in that cask behind me there is gunpowder. If I drop this ember here, I fly straight to heaven, and of course you know where you fly to.
Get away from that barrel.
Why, it isn't gunpowder. I merely wanted to see you turn pale. Come in the window, Fulks. You're a welcome sight. I would raise my hands if I were you, Chauvelin.
Another trick. I don't turn this time.
I don't think you'd better.
Why, you...
Now, you see, Fulks tricks us both. He must have sensed that you and I would meet here. Now, Chauvelin, I've had a delightful visit with you. In the meantime, my friends Armand Saint-Just and de Tournay are safely aboard my ship. And in a moment, if you'll excuse us, Fulks and I will join them.
You'll never get beyond that door.
You'll need the password, Percy.
Yes, the password. Yes. Well, Monsieur, do we have to use force?
Not at all, Sir Percy. The password is, the channel is free.
Thank you. Fulks, give me your pistol. You get onto the ship. I'll take care of our friend here and join you in a minute.
Very good.
You know, that was quite sensible of you, Monsieur Chauvelin, to give us the password. Huh?
Not at all, Sir Percy. You may go because I know you'll come back of your own free will.
You overestimate the charm of your society.
I told you once the time for jesting was over. I have all the trumps in my hand. In that room upstairs, there is a woman under arrest who has forfeited her life by aiding the enemies of the Republic.
What woman?
Your wife, Sir Percy, who loves you very much.
Marguerite.
Is the game up, Sir Percy? Is this the last adventure?
All right, I give up, Chauvelin. What next?
There is a firing squad outside.
And my wife?
The Revolutionary Tribunal.
That means death.
It would have meant my death if I had not caught you. But don't be alarmed, Sir Percy. I don't want your wife's life. She's free the moment you die.
I offer you a pact. If you promise to say nothing to her, if you'll send her onto my ship immediately, I'll walk up in front of your firing squad.
I accept. Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur?
Bring the lady downstairs, please. You must be very fond of your wife, Sir Percy.
Yes, I am. Is that so strange?
Not at all. A charming woman.
Percy.
Marguerite.
Percy, I came to help you as soon as I knew. I wanted to give my life to save you. And now, oh, forgive me, Percy.
You came to help me. Chauvelin didn't bring you?
No, I came with Sir Andrew.
Oh, Marguerite.
What are they going to do to you? Tell me.
Well, I'm in no danger, my dear.
What? No, you're lying. I know. He's going to kill you. I can see it in his eyes. Oh, Percy, don't leave me. I want to die with you. Oh.
Marguerite. She's fainted.
Some water, perhaps.
No. Our parting would be too cruel now, even for you. Take her while she's still unconscious. Goodbye, my sweet. It's good to know that you love me a little.
Sergeant, carry her to Sir Percy's boat. The boat is to sail the minute Sir Percy dies. The lady is free when you hear the firing squad.
Yes, monsieur.
Well, she's gone, monsieur. Now, are you quite ready?
Yes. By the way, do you like poetry, Monsieur Chauvelin?
That dim, delusive Pimpernel?
No. I mean poetry. This other Eden, demi-paradise, this fortress built by nature for herself against infection and the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, this blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. I forget the rest.
Irish party. Oh. Round musk.
The firing squad. They're waiting.
Will you come and see me die, monsieur?
No, thank you, no. I shall remain here. I shall picture the scene in my own way.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, make it as horrible as possible. Yes. Good night, monsieur.
Good night.
Oh.
Present.
Prevent.
Fire.
Ah.
That damned elusive Pimpernel.
I'm so sorry, monsieur.
Blakeney.
Yes, you see, I've come back for my hat. It's such a cursed good hat, you know.
You.
Oh, no. Don't look at me like that. Sink me if you don't think I'm my own ghost.
Duroc.
Oh, you mean the captain of your firing squad? I'm afraid it'll be an hour or so before poor Captain Duroc will be able to resume his duties. I regret that I struck him rather violently. Come in, gentlemen. This is my firing squad. Allow me to present Sir Andrew Fulks,
Yes.
Lord Hastings,
Yes.
Lord Belville, and all the rest of them. But, of course, you know all about them.
Your firing squad?
Yes, you see, those men you hired, excellent men, all of them, but oddly enough, they can't resist a drink of wine. Oh, they'll recover. It was just a mild drug, you know. But for the moment, they're all sleeping very soundly. And now, since the volley of shots has freed Lady Blakeney, I must make haste to join her. Good night.
By heaven,
Chauvelin. You know, I think a cooling off is what you need. Fulks, raise that trapdoor there. You'll find it very cool below, Monsieur Chauvelin, and you will have ample time to think things over. Bonsoir, monsieur. Vive la France. Long live the king.
You're here. They told me.
Yes. Marguerite, my darling, I'm here. We're on our way to England. That's all you have to know.
Are we free now? Really free?
I'm free, my sweet. But you... You know, Chauvelin said that you would not be free until the moment I die.
Darling.
And I won't let it be a moment sooner.
We take leave of the Scarlet Pimpernel. You know, hearing the Brownings get all excited over Christmas reminds me of something, and I'd like to tell you about it before Mr. DeMille comes back with our stars. I want to tell you a very snappy way to trim your Christmas tree. All you need is your old friend Lux Flakes. Now listen. Pour a large box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl and add 2 scant cups of lukewarm water. Whip it up with an egg beater. Gosh, it's wonderful the suds you get. A big pan full of fine white suds that look like whipped cream in the bowl and like real snow on the Christmas tree. Now, take handfuls of the suds and spread them with your fingers all along the branches of your Christmas tree. If you want an even more glittering effect, while the suds are still moist, sprinkle the tree with artificial Christmas snow, the kind you get in the stores. Boy, what an effect you get. Your tree looks as though it had been out in a real, honest-to-goodness snowstorm. It certainly is pretty, all sparkling and everything. And you know, this is one way to help your tree last longer, because the Lux suds cling to the needles and keep them from drying out and falling off too soon. Want me to repeat the recipe? A large-sized box of Lux Flakes, 2 scant cups of lukewarm water, whipped with an egg beater. That's all. Be sure to get the large-sized box of Lux so you can make plenty of snow. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Our stars drop their roles. Lady Marguerite is again Olivia de Havilland, and the Scarlet Pimpernel becomes Leslie Howard.
Well, it was every bit as enjoyable bringing this play to the air, Mr. DeMille, as it was bringing it to the screen. As Madame Grenier told us, the Scarlet Pimpernel really actually existed. I confess I didn't know that until I was making the picture, because surely no character seemed more a piece of elaborate fiction. So naturally, when someone sent me a note and said he belonged to Sir Percy's family, I wondered whether one of my friends had thought up the gag, you know. It was slightly embarrassing not long after when a Mr. Blakeney, a descendant of the original Scarlet Pimpernel, introduced himself to me.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Howard, I heard you say something on this program about turning motion picture director. Earlier tonight, Mr. DeMille added the word producer after your name. Apparently, you're really going into the picture business in all its branches.
Oh, you scare me, Olivia. As a matter of fact, we expect to produce certain pictures in England, but just to be sure that our efforts will appeal to our American audiences, we're going to write our first story right here in Hollywood. It'll be the first time, I believe, that this has been done by an English unit.
Well, there's no reason why the tie that binds the nations can't be made of celluloid. Mr. Haviland, you've been out of Hollywood a long time, filming Dodge Cities. Any adventures on location?
Well, I'm the Dodge City Dodger. I've been dodging kidnappers.
Not kidnappers?
Yes, kidnappers.
Really?
Let me tell you. We were on location near Modesto in the prairie country, and a very fine place, I thought, for a nice, quiet walk. But it seems that 2 very tough-looking gentlemen also decided to take a nice, quiet walk and follow me. And after a couple of miles, they were still right on my heels. There wasn't another soul around, and the only building in sight was a farmhouse. And when I made a dash for that, the 2 men dashed after me. I reached the farmhouse, found it was abandoned, and decided to face it out. I walked right up to the men, demanded what they wanted, and looked them straight in the eye. One of them took something out of his pocket. I didn't dare look. I was too sure it was a 6-shooter. Just as I was about to faint, the man poked it under my nose and said, "We sure would like your autograph, Mr. Haviland." Believe me, gentlemen, I signed. Well, Mr. DeMille, I hate to say goodnight, but I guess it's time to. Thank you for another grand evening.
Yes, with an added thank you to all who worked with us in the cast. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Mr. Howard. Good night, Olivia.
There's a great show awaiting you here next Monday night. Listen for Mr. DeMille's announcement of it shortly. Heard in the Scarlet Pimpernel were Dennis Green as Monsieur Chauvelin, Walter Kingsford as Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, Vernon Steele as Romney, Ramsay Hill as Armand St. Dieu, Reginald Sheffield as Count de Tournay, Eric Snowden as the Prince of Wales, Gerald Cornell as innkeeper, Keith Kenneth as Brinker, Lou Merrill as a barber, George Pembroke as Lord Hastings, John Toty as a voice, Dave Roberts as a guard, and Geraldine Peck, Ethel Sykes, Coral Colebrook, and Betty Sutter as ladies of the court. Mr. Haviland's current film is the Warner Brothers comedy Hard to Get. Mr. Howard is co-director of the new picture Pygmalion. Our musical director, Louis Silvers, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Kentucky. We want to remind you that this is the time to help the 1938 drive to fight tuberculosis. Help make the world safer. Purchase your supply of anti-tuberculosis Christmas seals now. Use them on all your Christmas mail. Show that you are helping, too, to fight the dread disease. Buy seals for Christmas, and you buy health for the new year. Mr. DeMille.
It carries a punch like a prize-fighter's fist, the play you'll hear next Monday night. Kid Galahad. An exciting drama of the squared circle. It's the story of a manager, the boy he picks to win the title, and the women who love this naive thunderbolt called Kid Galahad. The same 2 stars you saw in the picture bring the play to our stage. Edward G. Robinson and Wayne Morris, and with them, Miss Joan Bennett and Andrea Leeds. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Kid Galahad, starring Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett, with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds. And as the evening's special guest, the former heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Dempsey. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds in Kid Galahad.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our play, based on the original story by Francis Wallace, is the drama of a boxer's manager and of the two girls who love the boxer. Starring are Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds. While between the acts, we'll hear two of the most spectacular champions the ring has ever known, Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney. Louis Silvers conducts our music. We present the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I think the good St. Nicholas must have dropped the Lux Radio Theater one of its Christmas gifts a little early. Because tonight we have Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, Wayne Morris, and Andrea Leeds in that invigorating saga of flying fists, Kid Galahad. Mr. Robinson is a collector and a fight fan. He's collected the choicest adjectives of the critics for years, while his favorite collections nowadays are his pipes, his first editions, some magnificent paintings, and the remarks of his young son. His enthusiasm for boxing gives him the background for his polished portrayal of a fighter's manager, the role he played on the screen in Kid Galahad, and repeats tonight as Nick Donati. Nick's particular friend in the play is called Fluff. Out of the play, she's called Joan Bennett, and one of Hollywood's loveliest ladies. Her 5 feet 3 inches are topped by blue eyes and blonde hair, and her constant companion is a spaniel named Lux, believe it or not. Mr. Wayne Morris, you may recall, exploded on the Hollywood horizon like a charge of dynamite when he slipped his fist into a pair of boxing gloves and became Kid Galahad on the screen. Among Wayne's ancestors was King Olaf of Norway, who lived some 10 centuries ago, while Abraham Lincoln, Jefferson Davis, and Zachary Taylor figure in his American background. Tonight he plays Kid Galahad. Andrea Leeds is the beautiful Butte, Montana girl who spent her younger years in Mexico and came to Los Angeles originally when an outlaw galloped up to her father's lonely ranch and informed him that Andrea would be missing unless 150,000 pesos were paid in 24 hours. Her father saved his daughter and the money by flying her here. Andrea, born Antoinette, becomes Marie in our play. And that's the dramatic menu for our pre-Christmas feast. The curtain rises and the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds in Kid Galahad. It's the main event at the Miami Fight Club. Chuck McGraw versus Danny Burke. 10 rounds to a decision. The two young heavyweights stand toe-to-toe in the center of the ring, the thud of their punches echoing dully above the roar of the crowd. In Danny Burke's corner, Nick Donati, the fighter's manager, glares savagely up into the ring. In vain, he signals Burke to slow down and stop carrying the fight. Then he turns to the trainer with a snarl of fury.
He saw that signal. He's seen all of them. When did he start thinking he could outslug McGraw?
I don't know what's happened to him, Nick. Maybe he's dazed.
Oh, dazed nothing. He's had his orders for weeks. Look at him in there. Hey, what are you trying to pull? Stay away from him. Do you hear me? Burke, use that left. Slow down. Oh, well, there's your answer. Fighting his own fight. When he wakes up, tell him he's through.
You can't mean that, Nick.
I mean it plenty. Where's Fluff?
8.
Oh, Fluff.
Here, Nick.
Come on, let's get out of here.
We can swim right after that splash.
Oh, wait, you're crazy to dump him, Nick. You're throwing away $1 million. He's still good for the title.
Well, it wouldn't make any difference to me if he were the champ now. When a guy I handle starts thinking he has the brains and stops taking orders from me, he's out.
Oh, but Nick,
No use arguing, Silver. We'll see you later at the hotel. Well, what happens now? I suppose we start looking around for another fighter.
Yeah.
It's sort of getting to be a routine, Nick.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Every time you bring a guy up above his own level, he gets thinking he knows it all and gets laid flat on a piece of gold leaf.
Well, that's flat.
Well, someday I'm going to find a guy that can go the whole distance and listen to orders all the way. I'm going to make him a champ.
That is, unless that choice bunch of gangsters in McGraw's corner make McGraw the champ.
No, don't worry. They won't stop me.
That gun of Turkey Morgan's will stop anything, Nick.
I get gray-headed when you tangle with him.
Now, forget it. If Burke had listened to me, he'd have been champion, Morgan or no Morgan.
Nicky, did it ever occur to you that maybe Burke didn't want to be champion?
Where'd you get that idea?
He's fallen for a girl. Maybe he wants to quit and get married.
How do you know?
Just watching him develop the symptoms.
I didn't notice anything.
You don't see a lot of things, Nick. You get so wrapped up in the game, you forget that people are human and have feelings.
Well, there isn't any room for feelings in this racket. Fighter's a machine, not a violin player. Hey, maybe I forget you once in a while. Or do I?
Yes, quite often.
Yeah, I'm a mug for treating you that way, Fluff.
That's right.
Am I in the doghouse?
No.
Well, I am thinking about it. You're swell, Fluff. And I know all you do for me, even if I don't say it. You put up with a lot keeping me in line.
It's like riding herd on a skyrocket. I'm happy now.
So am I. Just you keep slapping my ears down.
I will. I just wasn't close enough tonight.
What, when I can that palooka?
That's right.
Oh, forget it. How much dough do we lose?
17,300.
How much have we got left?
1,800.
1,800. Well, might as well shoot that on a party and start over.
Don't we always?
Where's that bellhop? Anybody seen a bellhop around here?
There he is, Nick.
Oh, well, about time.
Mr. Donati?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Donati. What'd you come up on, the freight elevator?
Oh, I got here as soon as I could, sir.
Oh, and you were around here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'll bet you're the Mahuskas with the dames.
The what, sir?
Well, never mind, skip it. What's your name?
Ward Giesenberry.
What? Ward Hey, everybody, listen to this. Go on now, tell him your name, kid.
Ward Giesenberry.
How about letting him do some work?
Well, all right. All right, Gooseberry, start mixing drinks. You'll find the stuff in the other room.
Yes, sir.
Come on, kid, I'll show you. Over this way. Start off with 2 gin rickeys, a gin sling, 4 scotch, and... What's the matter with you?
Well, I don't know how to mix those fancy drinks.
Fancy? Are you kidding?
No, ma'am.
Don't you drink?
No, ma'am.
You don't smoke either, I suppose.
No, I don't.
I didn't know there were any of your kind left. Why didn't you tell Nick you couldn't mix them?
Well, they told me that he'd get me fired if I didn't give good service. Now, if you'd just show me how, I'll be able to do it.
Well, the general idea is to mix rye with ginger ale, scotch with soda, and gin with anything.
I see. How much do you use of each?
With that crowd, it doesn't make any difference. Come on, I'll help you.
Yeah. What's going on in here?
I've started the education of a nice boy, Nick.
Yeah? Well, let the hotel educate him. That's what they're paid for.
Well, it's my fault, Mr. Donati.
Nobody asked you to sound off. Come on, get those drinks going.
Yes, sir.
Jealous, Nick?
Yeah. Am I behind the 8 ball?
No, but someday that temper is going to throw you for a loss.
Oh, no, not while you're around to flag you down.
That's the trouble. I might not be around sometime.
Now, thinking of Morgan's mob again, huh?
Oh, a lot of things.
Hey, what did you worry about before you met me?
Oh, I give up. Nick, you're such a fool.
Well, I sort of like you, too. Oh, Nick. Oh, come on in, Silver. What's up?
Say, I just found out why Burke went haywire last night.
Yeah, what?
Well, he got 25 grand to double-cross you and take a dive.
Who paid him?
Turkey Morgan. He was afraid of Burke's long-range fighting, and he wasn't taking any chances. Burke got the dough on a train.
Yeah?
Nick, what are you going to do?
And I'm going to pay that punch-strung gunman off.
You're going to get yourself filled full of holes.
You think I'm going to let him get away with a double cross?
You drive me crazy. Are you always going to throw the whole works out of the window because that temper of yours breaks out in a rash? Don't let him know. Sit back and keep him off guard. You can outsmart him out of his shirt.
I wouldn't start anything with him now, boss. He just come in.
What, Morgan here?
Yeah, him and McGraw with a couple of blondes.
Take it easy, Nick, for my sake.
Okay. I'll go and make him feel at home.
Well, hello, Nick.
How are you, Morgan?
Thought we'd drop in and tell you we were sorry you and your fighter busted up.
Yeah? Well, I'm glad you came. More the merrier.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, McGraw.
Glad to see me, Nick?
Hi, certainly. No hard feelings because you polished off my fighter? If all your scraps were as easy as that one, you'll be champion yet.
Is that a crack?
Now, why would it be a crack?
Quit sounding off, Chuck. This is a party.
Why, certainly. Go on now. Make yourself at home.
Hello there, Lammy Pie.
Will you have a drink, miss?
Look, girls, he blushes.
Who's that guy over there?
Oh, him? Just the bellhop. Hey, looks as if your blonde might be going for him, Morgan.
Yeah? I'll see you later.
Come on, Mr. Gooseberry, dance with me.
I'm sorry, miss. I don't dance.
What do you do?
Not much of anything, I guess.
Oh, but you're awful cute.
Hey, you. Come here.
What's the matter, Morgan?
Did you call me, sir?
Yeah, I called you. Yeah, that's pretty high-class monkey suit you got on, kid. But the pants are kind of long for a Boy Scout. Maybe we ought to cut them down a little bit, huh?
Oh, look at that. Right off at the knees. Boy, that Morgan's a riot.
Wait a minute, Morgan. Why don't you leave the kid alone? He wasn't doing anything to you.
Keep out of this, you. Don't you push her.
What?
Why, you dainty... And if you touch her again, I'll...
Yeah, what is this? What goes on here?
It's all right, Nick. McGraw made a little pass at me, and the kid nailed him, that's all.
That's all.
Where is the young murderer? I'm sorry, Mr. Donati.
Come on, get out of here. You caused enough trouble.
Well, I only wanted
Go
to...
on, now, beat it. I said beat it.
Yes, sir.
Nick, are you going to make that kid have to pay for a ruined uniform?
Now, forget it.
All right. If you won't pay for it, I will.
Hey, what's the idea, Nick? Trying to frame my fighter into breaking his hands?
Now, I never saw that bellhop before. McGraw hadn't been drinking, that kid never would have got one started.
I'll fix him up.
What, and get yourself thrown in the can? Now, wait a minute. I got a better idea.
A lot of people don't like your cute
Now, I'm
ideas.
talking to McGraw. Why don't you let your brother take it out of his hide in the ring?
It's okay with me, just so he gets a paste.
What's the matter, Nick? Sore because Fluff took out after him?
Yeah.
Yeah. What makes you think you can get him to fight McGraw's brother?
Well, did you ever see a bellhop that didn't want to be a fighter? I'll speak to him in the morning. Now, stand over there, kid, and let's get a good look at you. Hey, where did you learn to punch like that?
We had sort of a boxing club. You know, the fellows that worked in the different farms.
Oh, yeah. Well, how would you like to be a fighter?
Why, I never thought much about it.
Now, let me do the thinking. You know who you stiffened last night?
Yeah, fighter, I guess, but I didn't know what I was doing.
Boy, I'll say you didn't. You flattened the next heavyweight champion of the world.
He was drunk, though.
Oh, yes, but the main thing is you dropped him with one punch. You got dynamite in that right, kid, and it's worth plenty of dough.
Hello, Galahad.
Hello, miss.
Hello, Nick.
Now, what is this Galahad business?
It means clean of heart. He was a knight in armor who used to go around rescuing ladies.
Yeah? Well, must have been an interesting racket. Say, what are you working here for, Gooseberry?
Well, it's the best job I could get, sir. I want to earn enough money to buy a farm.
Farm? Now, you string with me, and in a year you'll have enough to buy 10 farms. Why, with me behind you, you'll go places. Now, how about it?
I don't know. Oh, I'd like to earn the money, all right, but...
Nick, if you're going to the racetrack with McFarland, you'd better stop fighting and talking fight and get underway. He's waiting for you in the lobby.
I've kept him waiting plenty of times.
That was when you had a fighter.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Always keeping the count, aren't you? Well, now, think it over, kid. If you want to fight, I'll drop you in a soft spot on Tuesday's card against some preliminary boy. You know, kind of a tryout. If you don't like it, you can quit $100 to the good, so what have you got to lose, huh? Well, meet you here for dinner, Fluff. And no more of that education stuff.
So he wants you to be a fighter.
Yeah. You think I should take a chance?
Do you?
Oh, I don't know. It sounds good. If I could make enough money to buy a farm, I think I could stand a few pokes in the nose.
I guess you're big enough to take them.
Then you think I should, huh?
No, I don't, Galahad. You got mixed up in this on account of me, and the least I can do is to tell you what you're walking into. You'll get thrown in the middle of a rotten life that'll knock those clean-cut illusions of yours higher than a kite. And what's still sweeter, you'll be in the middle of a war between Nick and that gangster Morgan. He'd as soon kill Nick or you or me as take a drink. You're too decent to get mixed up in that kind of life.
Well, it hasn't hurt you any.
Thanks, Galahad. I got in it a long time ago. Nick's one of the grandest fellows in the world when he likes someone. He's been swell to me.
Oh, but don't you see, if he likes me, I'd probably get along all right, too. It wouldn't hurt to try for a while anyway.
Well, at least I've got it off my chest. Maybe I'm feeling a little too Girl Scouty today, huh?
Would you come and see my first fight?
Yes. Seems I'm always ringside for the first fight and the last. Thought he'd do it, Nick. You shouldn't have sent him in there.
Now, listen, he came out okay, didn't he? He won, didn't he? You aren't any more surprised than I am.
What? You mean you sent him in hoping he'd get licked?
Now, forget it. We've got to work fast. We've got to get that kid out of Miami.
Why?
Now, look, honey, that was Chuck McGraw's brother he knocked out. Get it? Why, if Morgan and McGraw get hold of him, they'll kill him. That kid's dynamite. He's got the makings of a champion. Now, you've got to get him out of here. Grab a train from New York and keep him there. I'll be up next week.
Nick, we can't leave you holding the bag like this. Morgan will say you crossed him up. We've got to stay and prove that you didn't.
What? Get that kid knocked off? Now, forget it. I'm going to make him heavyweight champion of the world. Now, go on now. I'm going around Stoloff Morgan. Open up. It's Nick Donati.
Hello, Nick.
Hiya, Buzz. Morgan here?
Yeah, he's waiting for you.
Oh, good.
Come on in, Nick.
Yeah, here you're waiting for me, boys.
Where's the bellhop?
Isn't that funny? I was just looking for him myself. Must have been afraid of you guys and taken the powder.
Yeah. Did you sign him up before the fight, Nick?
What? Use Mac's brother for his first knockout to give him a big publicity break? Oh, no, not me. That would have been double-crossing you.
When did you double-cross your mother last?
Come here, you.
Keep your hands
No
off.
one in this game mentions my family. See, I keep them out of it. Now, remember that.
Okay.
Trying to crawl out from under, Nick?
No. When I start paying you back, it won't be on sand. I'll take a fall out of your champion.
Paying me back for what?
Handing Burke $25,000 to dive. When I have to get it that way, I'll quit the game.
You may quit sooner than that if that kid was signed up.
Well, why don't you ask him?
Yeah. Maybe we will.
Swell. Well, I'm sorry to leave you boys, but I've got an important date. See you around New York, maybe. So long.
Nick, over here.
Fluff. Hello, Fluff. Well, how are you?
Gee, I'm glad to see you. I thought my wire would bring you to New York on the run.
Why? I didn't get any wire. Say, I heard Morgan flew up here.
Yes, he was waiting right here for us with a gun and a contract.
Oh, yeah? What happened?
Ward knocked him cold. One punch.
He did? What a guy.
Wouldn't have been so funny if we hadn't got him out of town.
Oh, yeah, maybe. But we can bring him back. Say, I know how to handcuff Morgan in this town. Oh, Redcap, take that bag.
Yes, sir.
Nick,
Yeah?
why don't you stop before you get started?
On what?
The kid. There's plenty of mugs you can turn into fighters. Why don't you send him back home where he belongs?
Now, listen, I'm going to knock Morgan and McGraw off their perch if it's the last thing I do. I got the right guy to use, and I'm going to use him.
Even if it wrecks him?
Oh, forget it, will you? Once he started, he'd lead it out. Where is he?
At your mother's farm.
What? The farm? What are you trying to pull?
Nothing, Nick. I just figured it was the best spot. There's just your mother
You
there.
know I keep my sister away from mugs to lead this kind of life.
But Marie's at the convent.
No, she's been home for 2 months.
Oh, I didn't know, honest.
All right, forget it. Got the car here?
It's right outside.
All right, I'll be using it.
What are you going to do,
Well, what do you think I'm going to do? I'm going up to the farm, get that guy out of there.
And I suppose she isn't interested in you.
What'd you say, Marie?
Well, that girl you're always talking about.
Oh, you mean Louise.
I thought you said her name was Fluff.
Oh, that's what they call her, but her name's really Louise. She told me coming up on the train.
I see. You certainly have a way with women. Even Mother thinks you're wonderful.
Now, look, Marie, did you come out here to gather eggs or start another argument?
Am I annoying you?
Yes.
You'd probably have a much better time with Louise.
Now, look, Marie, I think you've got the wrong idea about Louise.
Oh, maybe you have.
Well, no matter what you say or anybody else says, I think she's swell.
And what makes you think so?
Well, she's helped me a lot and given me some good advice.
Oh, a big sister, too. How sweet.
With a mother like yours, I don't know how you could turn out the way you have.
Oh, you don't like me?
I think you're a spoiled brat. Now, will you get out of here and leave me alone?
Of course, Mr. Giesenberry. Goodbye.
Hey, Marie.
Nicky.
Hello, Marie.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, how have you been?
Just fine.
Where's Mom?
In the kitchen.
Hey, it's growing up, Bambina. You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
That's not very often.
I know. You finished the convent, huh?
Oh, yes, Nick. And why didn't you come for graduation? You promised you
Yes,
would.
I know. You see, I was busy with a fight. Where's the kid?
Your fighter? Oh, he's out in the barn.
Oh. Hey, tell me, do you like him?
Not in the least.
Oh, that's good. Now, you remember what I told you, huh? Now, I don't want you ever getting mixed up with mugs.
You can take him away any time you want to.
I'm going to right now. Hey, Gooseberry.
Hello, Mr. Donati.
Well, get your stuff together. We're going back to town.
Swell.
Hey, I bet Mom's cooking, huh? I'm going in and surprise her. Come on.
Huh? I'll stay out here, Nick.
What's the matter? Why won't you?
Well, I don't want to be there when he goes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good, too. Well, I'll see you next time I'm up, huh?
Of course. Goodbye, Nicky.
Well, so long, Bambina. Take good care of yourself, yeah? Huh?
I will.
It certainly was nice up here, Mr. Donati. I like farms. Oh, I kept them conditioned, too, you know, swinging those bales of hay and everything. Anything wrong?
Not with me.
Oh. Well, I just thought that... Well, anyway, it was great. I hated to say goodbye to your mother. She was swell to me, and so was Marie.
Well, you better forget about them both from now on.
Why?
I don't like people hanging around them, especially guys in the racket.
Oh. All right, if that's the way you want it.
Yeah, that's the way I want it. From now on, you keep your mind on fighting. Stick with me and do as I say, and we'll get along fine. Cross me up and... Well, it may not be so hot. Understand?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. It's up to you, kid.
Curtain falls on Act One of Kid Galahad. During our brief intermission, we present from New York City a guest who not only has played leading dramatic roles in Broadway successes such as Julius Caesar and Shoemaker's Holiday last season, but whose sympathetic portrayal has made her the beloved star of that very popular radio daytime serial, Big Sister, which is heard over most of these stations each weekday morning. I refer, of course, to Miss Alice Frost. Miss Frost now gives her impressions of a young mother who, at the end of a long day, accompanied by her small son, Junior, is shopping in a department store.
No, Junior, you may not pull Santa Claus whiskers. Why? Because Santa Claus doesn't like you to pull his whiskers. Oh, wait till we get home and you can pull Grandpa's. Oh, I want 6 cakes of Lux toilet soap, please. Junior, come back here. Yes, 6 cakes, please. Who, Junior? Where? Oh, no, that's not Cousin Lily. Cousin Lily always wears black. Because poor Uncle Charlie went on a long, long journey. No, not to Newark, dear. He went to heaven. Junior, you mustn't point. No, that lady isn't freckled. She just doesn't have a nice complexion. Oh, shh, it's a friend of Mother's. Oh, hello, Eleanor. Merry Christmas. Junior, say Merry Christmas to Mrs. Edwards. I'm buying myself a Christmas present, Eleanor. Lux toilet soap. I always use it. Yes, just like the Screen Stars. It has active lather, you know. Junior, don't undo that package. I use it for bath soap, too. It leaves your skin so nice and fragrant. Quiet, Junior. It's none of your business why Mrs. Edwards doesn't use Lux soap. Oh, here's my package. Well, goodbye, Eleanor. We'll run along now. Oh... No, Junior, you can't have those for Christmas. Yes, of course they're pretty, but only ladies wear those. Shh. Yes, of course, Mother does. No, Junior, you may not run the elevator. No, Junior, no!
Thank you, Alice Frost. No matter how busy they are, clever women never forget Lux toilet soap for their complexions. For complexions are important, and it pays to be careful of them. Now, Mr. DeMille. Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds return for round 2 of Kid Galahad. Several weeks have passed. After a period of intensive training, Ward is ready for his New York debut. In the office of the Boxing Commission, Nick Donati faces a crowd of reporters.
Oh, there's your build-up, boys. Galahad, clean of heart. Gallant rescuer of ladies, but no woman in his life. The strength of 10 men, because no dame could get close enough to give him a haircut. Roman gladiator, Spot.
What do you mean, Roman gladiator?
Well, what was he, a Greek?
He was an English knight of the Round Table.
Yeah? Oh, well, what's the difference? Swell bill of goods in any language. Gentlemen of the press, I give you Kid Galahad.
Kid Galahad knocks out Mullins. Kid Galahad KOs Gorelli. Kid Galahad 9th straight win. Kid Galahad mobbed by women at theater. Look at that press book, Silver. It's getting so thick I can't turn the pages.
Yeah. You spend a lot of time cutting out the kids' notices, don't you?
It gives me something to do.
Where's Nick, do you know?
Search me. Probably in a huddle with O'Brien and his manager. They've been in his hair trying to get an early fight. Silver, could O'Brien beat Ward now?
Why, his grandmother could beat him if he had one. And if she could stand on her feet.
What's happened to him?
Oh, I don't know. He's been off his feet for a week.
Oh, he isn't hurt. Maybe he's homesick.
Well, he acts more like he's in love and not getting anywhere. Hey, have you been seeing much of him lately?
Me? Oh, he wouldn't fall in love with me.
Don't you kid yourself, Fluff. They don't come any better than you. Well, tell Nick to call me when he gets the phone. hotel, will you?
I will.
Hey!
Oh, sorry, Silver.
Well, that's okay. How you feeling, kid?
Oh, pretty good. Say, I'm sorry I walked out on you this morning. I'll snap out of it.
Sure. I'll see you at the gym.
Hello, Louise.
Hello, Ward.
Looks like Nick's doing all right with his papers.
A little more of his doing all right, and we'll have to enlarge the office. I see that the women lost control again.
The theater business? Yeah, it wasn't much fun.
Oh, you're just suffering from an acute case of publicity. Silver says it's got you down.
No, it isn't that. I came up to talk to you about it, Louise. You know, ever since we met in Florida, you've kind of always told me where I stood.
Yes? What is it, Ward? Go on.
Well, there's no use talking to Nick about it, and I guess you're the only one to tell me. It's about that time I went up to Mrs. Donati's farm.
Oh.
I met Marie up there, his sister.
Yes?
Well, I haven't seen her since. Nick told me to keep away from her, and I guess he's got to say about his own family. But I've never been able to forget her. I'm in love with her, Louise, and you know how Nick feels about that.
Does she love you?
I don't know. Maybe not. But I'd like to see her again. If I did, it would be the first time I ever double-crossed Nick, and, well, I owe everything I have to him. What do you think?
I'd go to see her, Ward. Nick hasn't any right to take away people's happiness, and you've been on the level with him all the way.
Oh, well, that's swell. Oh, I'm glad you think it's okay. I'll go up and see her tomorrow.
Sure. Good luck, Ward.
If I can find the same happiness that you and Nick have, that's all the luck I want. You've been swell, Louise. Thanks.
Oh, Flop. Hey, Flop, where are you?
Here, Nick.
Oh, well, dig out a party dress and get it on. We're in for a celebration. You'll find fight signed and sealed. Oh, boy, did I give those cute guys a muscling. 45% and stall them until October. We won't have to meet McGraw till next year. Hey, what are you doing? What's that grip for? You packing?
Yes.
What's the idea?
I'm leaving, Nick.
Leaving? What do you mean, a trip? Where?
Not a trip. I'm quitting, Nick. I'm washed up.
What are you talking about, quitting? After all we've been through? We're sitting on top of the world. Hey, what's the matter with you anyway? Have you gone crazy?
No, not crazy. I've never lied to you, Nick, and I'm not going to now. I'm in love.
What?
Like a dizzy fool, I've fallen in love. That finishes us, Nick. I'm licked, and I want to get away.
Who is he?
Ward.
The kid? Why? Has he been crossing me up with you? I'll break it.
No, Nick, listen. He hasn't done anything. He doesn't know anything about it. I've never even told him. He's square with you. He always will.
Oh, you're lying. He fell for you the first time you saw you in Florida. You two started this coming up on the train.
Nick, that isn't true, and you know it. Nick, they've been swell years. Let's not spoil them now. It's the breaks, and we can't beat them. You or me either.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you've gone a long way together.
And you've been swell. I'll never forget that, Nick. No matter where I am.
What are you going to do?
Go back to work for Tony. He's opening up a new nightclub downtown.
Singing?
Yes.
Will you be at the fight?
No. Well, I guess that's all. Goodbye, Nick.
See you around, Fluff.
If ever I can help.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks.
Stay on that table, kid, till we get them hands taped.
Sure.
Shut that door, somebody.
Yeah. Hey, how's that? Too tight?
No, swell. What's the matter, Nick?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Whatever's eating you. This is the first time I've gone into a fight feeling you're not behind me.
Ah, you've got the jumps, that's all.
No, now, look, Nick, you've had something against me for the last couple of weeks. Now, why don't you get it off your chest?
All right. Did you and Fluff ever think you were in love with each other?
Louise?
Yeah.
Certainly not. Where'd you get that idea?
Well, you left town the day after she walked out.
You think I had anything to do with her leaving?
Well, wasn't she with you?
No, she wasn't. She isn't that type. She's been a swell friend, and that's all.
Where'd you go?
Well, I drove up to the country. I didn't even know she'd gone until I got back.
Okay. Forget it and keep your mind on tonight. I'll be in there back.
Brian leads with the right, but it's short. He's a very tired boy right now. Galahad steps in with a short left. He follows through with a beautiful right cross. That takes O'Brien right down to the toes. Another right, a left, a right. O'Brien's down on one knee. Galahad's over in the neutral corner now. The referee steps in and, wait a minute. It's all over, folks. He's holding up Galahad
a minute, fellas. Now, here's the whole story. You can quote me. The fight tonight was only a long-range workout. We're getting the kid into shape.
We don't want that stuff, Nick.
What's the matter?
What about the fight with McGraw?
McGraw?
Sure, Morgan wants to give you a fight for the championship next month.
Who said he does?
He did. We just saw him outside. What are you saying, Nick?
Yeah, come on.
Open
Now,
up.
wait, will you? Now, you're out of luck, boys. There'll be no signing until next year.
Come
Now,
on,
keep quiet, will you? Now, you guys are just as wise to Morgan's frame-up as I am. He knows that as soon as Galahad has reached his peak, he'll take McGraw. They're trying to knock him off now.
Sure, but they're going to have the mob yelling for another match. You better let us print something.
Okay. Now, let me see. Tell him that Nick Donati appeals to the sportsmanship of the American public for fair play. To wait and give Kid Galahad a chance. Why, Chuck right now is in the class by himself. Galahad's just a kid, and needs a lot of work and training before meeting such a magnificent fighter as the champion. That ought to hold him. But I'm sorry, boys, but that's it. Fight with McGraw. Pretty smart. The kid won't be in McGraw's class for another year yet. Growing murderers. Where's the kid, Silver?
I don't know. He beat it right after he got dressed.
Beat it? Where to?
Well, he didn't say. Some guy come in and slipped him a note, and he scrambled into his pants like a fireman.
Yeah? Well, get on his tail. Find out what he is and yank him back to the hotel. Who does he think he is running out on me? Go on now. Get him.
Okay, on my way, Nick.
Oh, gee, this is swell, Marie. When I got your note, I almost keeled over. How'd you get here?
Mother let me come down.
Did you see the fight?
Oh, yes. Are you hurt?
No.
Oh, you were wonderful, Ward.
Yeah? You think differently about fighting now, huh?
I guess so.
Well, listen, let's go someplace where we can talk.
Well, I just wanted to see you. I've got to take the 12:30 train back.
Oh, no, Marie. I'll drive you home. You've never been here before. Let's take a look around.
All right. Ward, I wanted to ask you something.
Sure, what, Marie?
Was it true when you said that Louise told you to come up to the farm that time?
That's right.
I was wrong about her, I guess. I'd like to meet her, Ward.
Well, sure, she's singing at Tony's. I'll take you there. Come on. There she is. See, she's coming over this way.
Oh, she's lovely, isn't she?
Yeah. Louise. Hey, Louise.
Hello, Ward. I saw you come in. You're Nick's sister, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I've known your brother a long time.
Will you sit with us, Louise?
Oh, I'd love to. Does Nick know you're in New York?
No, don't tell him, will you?
Oh, I should say not. Well, Wood, I hear you made short work of O'Brien.
Yeah. Marie saw her first fight tonight.
Did you enjoy it, Marie?
A lot, but I was worried.
The next thing she wanted to do was meet you.
Oh, I'm glad.
Are you? A few months ago, I didn't think I'd like you. But I do. Very much.
Same with me. You know, don't you?
Yes.
Know what?
Oh, you wouldn't understand.
There he is, the heel. Come on, lay off. Let me alone.
Ward, those two men.
It's all right, Marie. Ward, it's McGraw and Morgan. Maybe you better get out of here.
Get out? Why?
Listen, you don't want any trouble. Get out now.
Hello, Mr. Galahad.
Hello, McGraw.
I hear you yelling, Mr. Galahad.
Yeah?
Ward, please.
Trying to crawl out of a fight, huh? Stand up, Yella. Take a load of it now.
McGraw, I've had enough of you.
Ward.
Get him apart! Get him!
Go! You'd better leave now, Ward. It's awfully late. You really shouldn't have brought me home.
That's all right, honey.
Ward, when we came out of that place, there was a photographer standing there.
What of it?
Well, I think he got our pictures.
Oh, don't worry about it, Marie. I'll see what I can do, though. Maybe if I can get to one of the boys, I can...
Ward, look. It's Nick. Oh, Ward.
You're here, huh?
I brought Marie home, Nick.
Not satisfied with messing yourselves up in New York. Have to come out here and maul each other.
Don't say that.
Nick, if you followed us out here...
I haven't done enough for you two. You have to sneak around my back to double-cross me.
There's no double-crossing,
I told
Nick.
you to stay away from her.
He's not going to stay away from me, Nicky.
You might as well get us straight, Nick. Marie and I are in love.
Oh, love. What does she know about love? She's a kid. She's too young.
Oh, you don't know anything about
You're
me.
going to stay away from guys.
I'll do as I like. What business is it of yours? You're never here. You've never lived at home, chasing around everywhere. You do anything you want.
Well, the way I live hasn't got anything to do with it. You're different.
I'm not different. I have as much right to be happy as you. If you think you're going to keep me cooped up and run my life, you're crazy. We love each other, Nicky. You can't keep us apart. You haven't any reason
No?
to.
Well, how do I know what's been going on between you two? Sneaking into the city. How many times you been there with him, huh? I've tried to keep you decent. Kept you away from guys, sent you to a convent, and where do you end up? Going to nightclubs and getting yourself smeared all over the front pages of the smut sheets like a common rat.
Oh, don't. Oh, Ward, you shouldn't have done that.
Stand back, Marie. I'm sorry I hit you, Nick, but you can't call her that whether she's your sister or not. I owe you a lot. I've always obeyed your orders in the ring, and I'll keep on obeying them. But outside the ring, you're not going to get away with pushing me around. Or Marie either. I'm sorry, Nick. Honest I am.
What's the dope, Nick?
You going to give us a story, Nick? All right. Shut up now.
What's the idea of all the phones, Nick?
I said that when you guys hear this announcement, you'd all want to get to a phone fast. Well, here it is. I'll take you Morgan's been shooting off his face trying to get Kid Galahad into an early match.
Oh, yeah, Nick, we know that. Sure, but you said the kid wasn't ready.
Oh, did I? Well, I've changed my mind. Galahad fights McGraw next month.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've heard Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds in the second act of Kid Galahad. In a few moments, they'll bring us Act 3. And now, in our intermission, Mr. DeMille is about to introduce the evening's special guests. But first, a special tip to the men in our audience. Have you found out what a fine bath soap Lux toilet soap makes? Gives instant lather, the rich, quick lather a man likes. An active lather that removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt from the pores. Leaves skin really clean. Leaves you feeling great. And now, Mr. DeMille.
One rainy night in September 1926, 102,000 people watched Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney fight for the heavyweight championship of the world. Just a year later, 104,000 people saw another Dempsey-Tunney battle. These records have not yet been surpassed. Most experts predict they never will be. Tonight we have the exciting pleasure of hearing two men who held with high honor that championship on which Kid Galahad has set his heart. Jack Dempsey, who is in Buffalo, and Gene Tunney, who is in New York City. To your microphones, gentlemen, and come out talking.
This is Gene Tunney in New York, and just to make sure that Mr. DeMille isn't fooling us, I'll ask Jack Dempsey to come in from Buffalo right away. Did you hear the bell, Jack?
Coming up, Gene.
I understand you've got a very promising fighter up there in Buffalo, Jack.
Yes, Gene. I'm handling a boy named Bill Boyd, who's got a fight here tonight, and he looks like a comer. And speaking of comers, if that boy Wayne Morris, who's playing the part of Kid Galahad in the Lux Radio Theater here tonight, ever wants to give up movie acting and become a fighter, I certainly wish he'd let me know.
Is he that good, Jack?
Well, Gene, I've seen him in person, and I've seen his pictures, and I think he's got a great future in the ring, that is, if he wants it. He's got a good natural style, a good left hand, and he's fast on his feet. Makes me feel homesick for the old times.
Yes, it does seem a long time ago that we were in there punching ourselves. Incidentally, Jack, I'd like to tell you that you're a much pleasanter fellow on the sending end of a microphone than on the sending end of a left hook. And I'm speaking from experience.
You know, Gene, every once in a while, just to see how it feels, I throw a left hook at myself, the kind that you would throw at me, except that I make it a soft one and step out of the way real fast.
Fleetness of foot, Jack, was ever more desirable for the gladiator.
Is that from Shakespeare, Gene?
No, Jack. The way Shakespeare said it was, to duck or not to duck. That is the question.
I like it better your way.
Well, Jack, when anybody gives me the edge on Shakespeare, I'll take it. Just between two ex-champions, when did you get the biggest kick out of boxing?
Gene, I got a kick out of it all the time, but I guess the biggest thrill was that 2 or 3 seconds waiting for the bell to start a fight, any fight. After the referee gave his instructions in the center of the ring, turning around, walking back to my corner, and waiting for the bell.
Oh, boy, I know that feeling.
I never heard a sound in those few seconds, Gene. I never saw anything but the fellow who was across the ring from me, and I guess he wasn't seeing anything but me. That was the big thrill for me. Now, what do you miss the most, Gene?
Well, Jack, I'll tell you what I miss the least. It's those left hooks to the solar plexus and those rights behind the ear. Also, those meals you got when you were training for a big fight and the trainer thought you were a few pounds overweight. After 8 or 9 miles of road work, a round apiece with 4 or 5 sparring partners, a session with the light and heavy bags. After all that, there's nothing like a nice thin lamb chop and a large helping of spinach to make a heavyweight prospect cry like a baby. And then the trainer says it's healthy.
But it's still spinach.
But 10 or 15 years later, I still remember how hungry I was.
Gene, there's one thing I'd like to say to you now. 11 years after the second Dempsey-Tunney fight, when I lost, I'm glad I lost to a square shooter, a great fighter like you, and that's from the heart.
Jack, thanks a great deal. Coming from probably the greatest champion of them all, that means a lot to me. And I know you'll join with me, Jack, in what I'm about to say. To any young listeners, let me say that if you want to be an athlete, a champion tennis player, a baseball player, football player, wrestler, or boxer, the way to start is by developing a strong, healthy body, and that comes from temperate habits. Don't try to do any of these things strenuously unless you've laid the foundation.
I certainly agree, Gene, and I don't think that any boy should take on sports without his parents' or doctor's advice. Take it easy. In the fight game, we call it bringing a boy along slowly.
That's right, Jack. Now to Mr. DeMille and the makers of Lux Soap for this opportunity to speak publicly with you. And it's been a very pleasant interlude. Let me say good night, Jack. And I want to say good night to a great champion.
And to Gene Tunney, I also say good night, champ.
And we say champions both. We leave Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney, and once again in Hollywood, with Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett, Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds, we ring the bell for round 3 of Kid Galahad. In cold rage, Nick Donati has laid his plans. Bent on revenge, he's scheduled the championship fight for the following month, knowing that Ward is not ready. In his office, Nick is seated at the desk. He leans back, looking up calmly at Ward and Silver.
What'd you start this for, Nick? To pay me back for socking you?
No, forget the other night. Personal brawls have nothing to do with the fight game.
But you wanted to hold off till next year.
Yeah, until I find out how much McGraw's been drinking. This feud breaking in the papers is good for $1 million gate.
Oh. I had an idea you wanted to get rid of me.
Now, look, if I wanted to get rid of you, I'd just drop you cold. I'm giving you a chance now, a big one.
Yeah, but what's the idea of telling the papers you're going to send the kid in slugging?
Because that's what he's going to do. McGraw's right for it. You can punch better than he can, kid, and you're in perfect shape.
Well, I don't like to argue with you, Nick.
Now, you're not going to, or I get someone else to train him. Now, look, I never did you wrong yet, did I, kid?
No. No, you haven't, Nick.
All right, we signed this afternoon. Meet you there at 2. Hello? Hello, Barney. This is Nick. How are the odds going? Yeah, okay, well. Hold off. Yeah, hold off until the night, just before the fight, and then plunk it. Well, you know how. I'll call you later. Come in, Morgan.
Yeah. They told me you're still going to send the kid in slugging.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good way to lose.
Sure.
I just learned you're betting $50,000 undercover on McGraw to win.
That's right.
What are you trying to do, pull another fast one?
Now, when I want to take the title from you guys, I won't spend $50,000 to do it. I'm dumping my fighter. The more McGraw cracks him up, the better I'll like him.
Oh, the old wheeze that he double-crossed you, huh?
No, you saw it in the papers.
Yeah, your sister, huh?
Now, you asked me. Take it or leave it.
Okay. I'll take it.
Certainly. Now be smart, Morgan. Like me.
Yeah, I will. Hello, Bill. Turkey Morgan. Bet another $150,000 on McGraw to win. No, I'm not crazy. Donati's backing it. He better win.
He will.
If he doesn't, you won't be around to talk about it. Thanks for the tip.
For the heavyweight championship of the world. In his corner, at 199 pounds, Kid Galahad. And in his
Please, I'm scared.
He'll be all right, don't worry. At the longest, it'll be over in an hour.
I know, but I'm still afraid that Nicky will try to get back at him some way.
Not while there's a chance of taking that title from McGraw and Morgan.
Oh, I don't know. I'm glad it's his last fight.
Whose?
Ward's. He's going to quit after this.
Does Nick know that?
No.
The first fight and the last.
What did you say?
Nothing. I just remembered something.
All right, kid. You know your orders. We expect you to go slow and feel him out. Will you get him coming out of his corner and give him the works?
Oh, you're wrong, Nick. He can go the distance. McGraw's in better shape than you think.
I know what I'm doing. Go in there swinging, you hear? And keep on swinging. Now, go on.
Galahad came out of his corner like a shot out of a cannon. They meet in the center of the ring. Galahad lets go with a long right that was dressed to kill, but McGraw backs up and shoots a light left. Galahad leads with another long right and a left and a right, but they're all wild. And he takes a hard right jolt to the chin that really hurt. Galahad's making the fight again, plowing in there with everything he's got. Leads again with a long right, and he takes a stiff jolt to the side of the head that swings him clear around. McGraw lets go with the right cross, and Galahad's down. He's down on his knees in the center of the ring. The referee's starting his count, and it's 4, 5, 6, and he's up again now and hanging on. He's hanging on, folks, and it looks like a bad night ahead for Galahad.
Round 1 to McGraw.
Round 2, McGraw.
Round 3, McGraw. Round 4, McGraw.
McGraw.
Go on now. Go on. Stay in there. Keep swinging. Keep swinging.
Nick, it's crazy. McGraw's killing him. It's murder, Nick.
Oh, shut up. Get out of here.
You can't do it, Nick.
Huh? So what do you want here?
You can't go on with it.
I know what I'm doing.
We know what you're doing, too. You're murdering that kid because of him and Marie. You're tossing him to Morgan and those dirty wolves to satisfy a grudge. You let that rotten temper throw you off the deep end just like I said it would. Selling out that kid's trust and loyalty. And he's up there fighting his heart out for you, keeping faith with you, because you helped him. And you told me once that someday you'd find a fellow that could go the whole distance and listen to orders all the way. You were going to make him champ.
Please, Nick. Please. Don't do this to him because he loves me. You can't keep me a kid always. I've got a right to love to get married. Oh, I love him, Nicky. Can't you understand? I'll always love him. I'll always be that way, and you can't change it. Oh, please, Nicky, please don't let him get hurt anymore.
Okay. Go on, get back to your
All
seat.
right,
You'll be all right. Go on now. Oh, Silver.
Yeah?
Have 20 cops ready to get us back in the ring to our dressing room.
Okay.
Oh, Barney, come here.
Yeah, Nick.
Get outside and try to cover our bets. 50 grand on Galahad.
Have you gone nuts?
I tell you, get as much extra down on him as you can.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me have your rod.
Yeah, here you are. You may need it.
Well, thanks. Beat it. All right, get him on. Get him down over here. Now, quick. Hey, kid. Kid, how do you feel?
Oh, I don't know.
Come on now. Wake up.
What round is it?
8th coming up.
I thought we just got started.
That's better. Now, what day is it, kid?
Tuesday?
Know me?
Yeah, Nick.
That's it. Now, look, we're changing now. understand? I shot his bolt. He's on his heels and breathing through his mouth. Now, stall. Stay away from him. Run him off his feet. Rest up, understand?
Sure.
Now, that's the boy. Now, go to it, kid.
8th round, McGraw.
9th round even.
10th round, Galahad. 11th, even.
12th, Galahad. It's a whole new fight, folks. A complete change of pace. Galahad's boxing. He's shooting him at long range, staying away, counterpunching. He's making McGraw force the fight. And now he's in there again with that left. 1, 2, 3, 4 left to McGraw's head. McGraw's groggy. He tries to come into a clinch, but Galahad keeps him away. Again that left and now a right, and McGraw's staggering. He's out on his feet, and now he's down. He's down over there in the neutral corner, and he's trying to pull himself up on the ropes, but he can't make it. He'll never make it. It's 7, 8, 9, 10, and he's out. Kid Galahad is the new champ.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are back in Galahad's dressing room where you're about to hear Nick Donati, Kid Galahad's manager, who coached him through to the championship. All right, Nick, come on in.
Thanks. Hello, folks. Well, we had a great fight here tonight. Maybe you thought the kid was in bad shape, Willie, but we knew what we were doing. You see how it worked out. You know, I've worked for years with one hope, to manage the heavyweight champion of the world, and Kid Galahad crashed through tonight and handed it to me. He's a great fighter, and I'm proud of him. That's all, Mike.
Thank you, Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, we return you now to Harry Spears.
Where's the kid and Silver?
They're both in the shower room, Mr. Nick.
Okay, clear out this place. Don't let anybody in. Oh, kid. Silver.
Right here, Nick. Come on in and join them.
Watch it, Nick.
And keep your hands where they are.
He was waiting for us when to come in.
Yeah? Yeah, better put up that rod. Put that rod away before it hurts you, Morgan.
Don't worry, it won't be me that gets hurt. Just a couple of double-crossing rats.
You can't take it out on Silver. He hasn't done anything.
Shut up! I've been aching to fill you full of slugs, Nick.
Come on, now, use your head, Morgan. You won't get away with it in here. There's cops all over the place. I'll square it with you.
Yeah, like you always have. Starting to crawl, huh?
Anything you say. Settle it with me any way you want it, but leave these two out.
So they can put the tag on me, oh no.
Now, look, you're too used to a machine gun, Morgan. You might miss somebody with that Roscoe. Now, if we rush you...
I'm saving you to last, you cheap two-tiny rat. Oh!
Oh. You see? See, Morgan? You shouldn't have thrown away that machine gun.
Nick, you all right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, Nick. Silver, get a doctor, will you? He's bleeding bad. Don't stand there. Hurry up, will you? Get a doctor.
Nick, it's me. Me and Fluff.
Hello, kid.
We got an ambulance coming, Nick. You're going to be all right.
Oh, no. No, he wasn't that bad a shot.
Oh, you've got to get well, Nick. For all of us.
You know, I was wrong, Marie, about the kid. I guess I've been wrong about a lot of things. Swell guy. You two keep on being in love. Being happy.
Oh, all right, Nick.
Fluff. Am I out of the doghouse?
Yes, Nick. Oh, I shouldn't have gone away.
Oh, well, it's just the breaks. Forget it, Fluff. You were always swell. The kid put up a great fight, didn't he? Took you and me a long time, but we did what we set out to do. We got a champ.
Kid Galahad hangs up his gloves. Our play is over. But out of their corners for a final round of personalities come Joan Bennett, Wayne Morris, Andrea Leeds, and Edward G. Robinson.
Well, here I am. Quick comeback for a gent who's just taking a slug between the slats, don't you think, huh?
I wish you'd save all your quick comebacks for the Lux Radio Theater. This is the first time you've come back here in nearly 2 years. I was beginning to think you didn't like us anymore.
Well, now, you've got me all wrong, Mr. DeMille. It's just that I can't listen to your show and be here, too.
Now that you've put Mr. Robinson on your program, Mr. DeMille, wouldn't it be nice if he let you act on his?
Oh, does Eddie have a program?
What? Oh, yes. We have a little weekly chit-chat on the air lanes.
What do they call the program? Now, don't tell me. Don't tell me. It's Hamlet. Little Hamlet. Or is it Small Village?
I don't suppose you're trying to say Big Town.
Of course not. Everybody knows that's Steve Wilson's show.
Oh, I see. Wise guy, huh? Hey, champ.
Yeah, Nick.
Come, will you take this fellow out, will you, and slap his ears down?
Okay, Nick.
Just a minute, gentlemen. I was only trying to prove that I can act.
Do you think you can be a tough guy? What I think Mr. Robinson needs, Mr. DeMille, is a good heavy.
Oh, it's no use for him to even try, Andrea. His name's all wrong.
Sure it is. Whoever heard of a gorilla called Cecil?
Well, I could be the first, Cecil the Turbulent Torpedo.
Oh. Cecil the Turbulent. Oh, no, that's terrible. Oh, no, that'll never do. I got the name for you, pal. You're Benny the Bomber. The first chance I get, I'll let you be a big-town big shot.
There you are, Mr. DeMille. I guess I put that little deal over in a hurry.
Oh, now, just a minute, Wayne. It was Miss Bennett who started all this.
Oh, why shouldn't I help Mr. DeMille? He's a good friend of mine. Seriously, I'm indebted to Mr. DeMille on several scores. First of all, I like to listen to the Lux Radio Theater, and besides that, I like Lux soap. I've been using it, Mr. DeMille, since the days when the Bennett sisters had their little theater in the backyard.
I certainly agree with you, Joan. I'm a Lux fan, too.
And now, Mr. DeMille, this Bennett sister will say goodnight.
Yeah, me too. I got to get to bed early.
That's right, Wayne. Come to think of it, you're a prize fighter in Broadway Cavalier, your next picture, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right, and I have to keep in training.
Oh, in case you need a manager, Wayne, look me up. Well, so long, Benny DeMille. I'll be seeing you.
So long, Eddie. I mean, Steve Wilson.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Bennett, Miss Leeds, Mr. Morris. Let's have a return match soon.
Don't miss the important announcement Mr. DeMille brings you in a moment about our special Christmas program next Monday. In Kid Galahad, you heard Cy Kendall as Turkey Morgan, Edwin Max as Chuck McGraw, Chester Clute as Silver, Ross Forrester as Buzz, Frank Nelson as radio announcer, and Joe Cunningham as a reporter. Mr. Robinson's new Warner Brothers picture is Brother Orchid. Joan Bennett is seen shortly in the Walter Wanger production, Trade Winds, and Andrea Leeds is a Samuel Goldwyn star. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Thanks for Everything. Kid Galahad was screened by Warner Brothers, who will soon release an epic of wartime aviation, Dawn Patrol. Mr. DeMille.
The motion picture that created the greatest sensation of 1938 comes to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. All the characters will be here. Snow White and Doc, grumpy and sneezy, happy, bashful, and sleepy, the wicked queen and the handsome prince, and that close-mouthed little gentleman known as Dopey. This is our Christmas present to you. A classic of folk tales with all the charm that made the film one of the grandest achievements in the history of the screen. And our guest of honor will be the man who made that great picture possible, Mr. Walt Disney. Before we meet again, old Father Time will have led us to the joys of the year's happiest day, Christmas. You and I may be far apart, but in the week to come, there's a day when distance is suddenly without meaning. Here in the Lux Radio Theater, we feel a bond of sympathy and friendship between you and ourselves, a sentiment we hope is shared by all of you. For in this Christmas season, we feel the full strength of those ties. I can't deny the pleasure that comes to me as producer of this theater, but infinitely more, I treasure the thought that I can come to your homes as a friend. You're not strangers, but my neighbors, and bring me Christmas in its truest and happiest form. With deep gratitude, I wish you all the blessings and happiness of the season. And joining me in these greetings are the staff of the Lux Radio Theater and our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood and wishing you all a Merry, Merry Christmas.
Be sure and tune in next Monday night to Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And now may I give you a parting thought apropos of Christmas. You've got to think of trimming that tree of yours pretty soon. Why don't you do something really different this year? Something that'll start all your friends talking about how original you are. Here's an idea that will make a really beautiful tree decoration. First, get a large box of Lux Flakes. Yes, that's right, Lux Flakes. Pour them into a big bowl or dishpan, add 2 scant cups of lukewarm water, and then whip up the mixture with an egg beater. In a few moments, you have a pan full of Snow White suds that stand up like stiffly whipped cream. Now that's what you decorate your tree with, those thick white suds. Take them in handfuls and spread them with your fingers along the branches of your tree. Go on doing it till the tree is covered with suds. Now, if you want your tree to sparkle a whole lot, take some of that artificial Christmas snow you can buy in the stores and sprinkle it all over the suds while they're still moist. And there's your tree, all white and glistening as though it had been caught in a real snowstorm. Why don't you try it? It's so easy anyone can do it, and it's inexpensive, too. And another thing, this kind of decoration makes your tree last longer. You see, the suds cling to the needles so they don't dry quickly and fall off. And, of course, suds last, too. They stay attractive throughout the holiday season. Now, remember, all you need is a large box of Lux Flakes and 2 scant cups of lukewarm water to whip up a big bowl full of snow. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's a fast-moving romance comedy we bring you tonight, the love story of 2 reporters. The boy who thinks that journalism is purely a man's profession, and the girl who won't say yes till she shows him that he's wrong. Starred are Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard with Roscoe Carnes. And as special guest, you'll hear that ace news gatherer, Mr. Floyd Gibbons. Louis Silvers is our musical director. Just a word now before our producer takes over. We are grateful to all of you for your loyalty to Lux Flakes. It is your purchases of our product that makes it possible for us to carry on with this program. And Lux can help you carry on with the many household tasks you have every day. Its rich, pure suds make short work of dirt, yet leave your hands soft and smooth. Yes, Lux gives you double help. It gets rid of dirt fast and protects your hands, too. Yet you pay so little for this extra help. A little goes so far, makes such fine, rich suds. Lux is thrifty. Keep a large box of Lux Flakes in the bathroom and in the kitchen. Another in the laundry. And now, your host and producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Front page women are not new in history. There was, for example, that fabulous creature, Anne Royal, who wrote a column signed Paul Pry. Finding John Quincy Adams bathing in the Potomac, she sat on his clothes, which he left on the bank, until the embarrassed Mr. Adams gave her the most extraordinary interview ever granted by a president of the United States. The front page woman of my boyhood was that darling of the press, Nellie Bly. She aroused international attention when, in 1889, armed with 2 knapsacks, a toothbrush, flannel underwear, a cap, ulster, and stopwatch, she dashed around the globe on behalf of the New York world in the then incredible time of 72 days. Songs, games, and a racehorse were quickly named after her. And I still have a dim recollection of that beautiful reporter, Nora Donnelly, called the Tut-Tut Girl. On the day Admiral Dewey returned from Manila, Nora boarded his ship for an interview. Rushing up to the Admiral, she waved an American flag in his face and promptly burst into tears. Whereupon the Admiral remarked, "Tut-tut, little girl, don't cry." That gave Nora her new name. Tonight's front page woman, Paulette Goddard, is a star after only 3 pictures, her latest being the Selznick International film, The Young in Heart. Born on Long Island, Miss Goddard is a former Ziegfeld Follies beauty and is heard tonight as Ellen Garfield. Hollywood knows Fred McMurray as the man who said no. In the days when he was a $5 a day extra, working in a mob scene, the director singled him out from 100 others and offered Fred what to every extra is the opportunity of a lifetime, the chance to speak a line. But Fred was frightened, turned down the offer, and went happily on at $5 a day until Paramount featured him. He stars soon in the new picture Cafe Society, and tonight he's Kurt Devlin. One of the screen's most reliable comedians, that perennial favorite, Roscoe Carnes, is heard as a news photographer who answers to the name of Toots. And so we go to press as the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes. The reporter's room at North Prison. At a long table running halfway round the wall, a dozen telephones stand ready for service. They're silent now, but soon the wires will be screaming news as a woman pays the supreme penalty for murder. The reporters converse in hushed tones, nervous as the hour approaches. In a corner of the room, a lone girl reporter waits quietly. She's outwardly calm, but her heart thumps wildly. From the doorway comes Kurt Devlin of the Daily Express.
Hiya, fellas. How is everyone on this festive occasion?
Hard guy, huh?
Just had a talk with the warden. It won't be long now.
Well, that suits me.
I hate these affairs.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
How are you, Mr. Devlin?
What? Well, I'm a so-and-so.
That's what I always thought.
What are you doing here, Garfield?
Well, I'm covering the story for the Star.
You mean to say
Have a
Spike
sandwich?
Kiley handed you this assignment?
I asked for it.
You asked for it?
Well, why not? It's a big story, isn't it?
Oh, look, Tidbit, an electrocution is no place for you.
Why not? I'm a reporter.
No, you're not. You're just a sweet little kid whose family let her read too many newspaper novels. Now take my advice and
Oh,
get out.
shut up. You think you're so cute, don't you? It's a wonder you don't talk baby talk.
All right, all right. By the way, I don't suppose you've attended one of these high-tension parties before, have you?
Well, there's always got to be a first time.
Yeah, but somehow it always seems a little worse when they burn a woman.
Well, why make an exception because she's a woman?
Sure. Well, it ought to be quite an experience for you if your knees hold out.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Devlin. You know, I'm really grown up now. Sometimes I even cross the street without taking the policeman's hand.
Yeah?
Yes.
Listen, little Miss Front Page, it's okay for you to chase fires and ambulances, but this is different. It does something to you. It chews you up inside. Look at those guys. They've seen them before, and they're really tough. Don't go through it, kid. You don't have to. I'll cover for you.
No, not for me you won't. I was sent here to see it, and I'm going to.
Oh, come on. Let me get you out of here. I'll write your whole story for you.
No, I can take it if you can.
Okay, Tidbit.
Here's the warden, fellas.
Well, what do you say, Warden?
All right, boys. You can go in now.
Well, it's time for the slow music. Helen, how do you feel?
Well, I'm fine.
Well, come on, then. You wanted to join the parade, and I'll keep step. Oh, honey, let me cover for you. No one will ever know.
No, I'm going myself. I'll write my own story. Oh.
Ellen! Hey, Nick. Mac, give me a hand here. Little Miss Front Page just pulled a feint. How you doing, honey?
Oh, I guess I'm all right now. Where are we?
Almost back to town. It's all over, and you're all covered. I phoned a story in for you.
Oh, Kurt, I'm so ashamed. Thanks.
No, that's all right. Ellen.
Uh-huh.
If you were me, would you ask me if I loved you?
Uh-huh.
Do you? Sort of?
Not sort of. Lots of.
Yeah? I know a guy that's married. He likes it.
How about his wife?
And she wishes the guy were twins, so she could commit bigamy and be twice as happy.
What do you suppose it would be like, Kurt?
Heaven with all the modern conveniences. Gee, Ellen, why not? All this stuff about being a newspaper woman, that's kid stuff. You don't have to work.
No, but... Well, I just want to prove to you that I can be as good a reporter as the next fellow.
Oh, stop it. Look, we could get one of those studio apartments with a fireplace and... What do you say, hon?
Oh, you make it sound nice, Kurt.
Hey, wait a minute. The paper's on the street.
Guys in chair. Here you are,
Hey, boy, give me the Express.
Yes, sir.
Let me have the star, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep the change, kid.
Thanks. Here you are. Get your paper. Read all about it.
Hey, here we are, honey. Listen. By Kurt Devlin, Express staff correspondent, North Prison, November 10th. With a song on her lips, Mabel Gay, Broadway's female Boniface, walked to the electric chair last night to expiate the murder of dapper Rudy Spain. Ah, boy, that's beautiful.
Kurt Devlin, you're a rat.
Sure. What?
Well, you're a low, sneaking, vile, despicable...
What are you talking about?
I'll show you what I'm talking about. Listen to this. By Ellen Garfield, star correspondent, North Prison, November 10th. With a song on her lips, Mabel Gay, Broadway's famous female Boniface, walked to the chair last night to expiate the murder
Why,
of
it's
Dapper...
the same story.
You covered me, didn't you? Oh, yes, you covered me beautifully. Well, you sent them the same thing, word for word.
But I told him to rewrite it. Ellen, honey, I
You
didn't...
double-crossed me.
What do you mean I double-crossed you? Do you think this is going to do me any good? They'll can me. Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here before I slap your face in.
Well, how are you going to get home?
Well, the subways are still running.
Yeah, but not to where you can go as far as I'm concerned. Goodbye.
Hey, Kurt,
What do you want?
are you going to eat that sandwich?
What do you care?
Well, if you ain't, I will. No sense letting all that mustard go to waste.
Oh, go ahead, take it.
Thanks. Say, what are you beefing about? You ain't been fired. Not yet, anyway. Boy, that was a swell story you two had. I looked at the Express, and I looked at the Star, and I thought I was seeing double.
Oh, get out of here, will you, Toots? Go on, take some pictures.
Pictures of what? Oh, I get it. You want me to beat it, huh?
Smart guy.
Okay. Kurt Devlin, the sourpuss of the Press Cafe. I'll get a picture of you like this someday, and you won't know you from a lemon.
Hello, Kurt.
Ellen. Oh, hello. Thought you'd be out of the newspaper business and taking a course in domestic science by this time.
Kurt, I found out you really did try to cover me last night.
Oh, you did?
I'm sorry, Kurt. I should have believed you, I know, but do you think I'm a sort of a rat?
Well, no. Just a little mousy, that's all. Did they give you your notice?
No, but I got a piece of our Mr. John's mind, and it was certainly no present that a gentleman should give a lady. What about you?
Oh, Hartley was really quite pleasant about it. All he said was that he'd appreciate it if I could arrange a suicide pact with you.
Well, I guess we're both in the doghouse.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I've been in the doghouse for so long I'm commencing to bark at strangers.
Well, I'm not so worried about you. It's myself I'm worried about.
2 more weeks and you'll be back covering the Dahlia shows.
Are you going to start that again?
Sure. Why don't you marry me? I'd make a swell husband even if I am a reporter. I don't write novels and newspaper plays, and I take off my hat in the house. Perfect.
Well, don't forget that I'm a newspaper woman, too.
And don't forget that women make pretty rotten newspaper men.
Oh, is that so? Listen, I'm as good a reporter as any man, and I can prove it.
Pecans.
And what's more, I'll make you admit it.
Almonds.
And I wouldn't marry you for anything in the world.
Walnuts, both English and black.
Why, you... What's that?
That? Why, that's the fire alarm bell, remember? They keep it here for the convenience of ambitious reporters who like to chase the engines.
Yes, I do seem to recollect that. Thank you, anyway.
Hey, Kurt, you hear that? That's a 3 alarm.
Well, now, what do you know? Toots has learned to count. Congratulations, Toots.
Well, ain't we going to cover it? It's at the Granger Arms, that snooty apartment joint. I ought to get some pictures, maybe.
Take your time. I'm having a talk with Miss Front Page.
Well, the interview's ended, Mr. Devlin. I'm going to that fire.
Fine. If it starts to burn out, put some kindling on it and keep it going till I get there, will you?
You're so smart. Good day, Mr. Devlin.
Hurry up and maybe they'll let you ride on the hook and ladder.
Get back here, you. Get back. Stay behind the fire lines. Go on now.
But, officer, I tell you, I'm a reporter from the Star. This press card says so.
Now, I'm not going to risk letting any woman through the fire lines. I don't care if it says you're a billy goat. You can't get through.
Well, I'll be a billy goat if I want to.
Oh, no, you won't. If you're going to be a goat at all, you'll be a nanny goat in black.
Officer.
Huh?
Officer, tell me, could you get me a cab?
A cab? Oh, am I the doorman?
Will you please do as I say? I've got Mr. Stone here.
Oh?
He's been overcome by the smoke.
Oh, Mr. Stone? Oh, yes, sir. Let a car through here.
How are you, officer?
Oh, Mr. Stone, what are you doing here, sir?
Showing remarkably good sense by leaving a burning building, that's all.
Oh.
Officer, Mr. Stone is very shaky. Would you hurry that cab?
Oh, sure. I'll have it in a jiffy. Hey, cab.
Stone, are you all right? I don't know. Did she get out of the apartment all right? I think so. She slipped out the back way. No one saw her. Find her. Tell her I'm sorry. It was all my fault.
Here's your cab, Mr. Stone.
Thanks. Go ahead, driver. I'll tell you where to go.
Now, young lady, are you still here?
Yes, officer, I'm still here. And would you mind moving over just a little bit? You know, I can't see through a person.
Oh, yes, you can.
Oh, no, I can't.
You can see through me uncle. He's a skeleton.
Morning, Spike.
Good morning, Miss Garfield. And where have you been?
And why don't you go back?
Oh, what's the matter, Spike? Didn't you like my story of the fire?
Oh, that was literature. The hungry flames greedily licked the paint from the building. I don't think my goose pimples will ever go down from that line. I'll bet we've given 1 million readers duck bumps. Yep, you got everything there was to get. Everything except the story. If you want to get the real thing, take a look at this copy of the Express.
Marvin Stone disappears after fire. Broadway producer missing after apartment house fire by Kurt Devlin. Spike, how do you suppose he got that?
By being a newspaper man, Chickadee. There are 200 fires in this town every day, but only one Marvin Stone. You know, to me, you're just another dame that missed her calling. You ought to write poems on birthday cards.
Go on, give it to me. I have it coming, but... Stone. There was a stone at the fire. Spike, I think I've got a scoop.
You couldn't scoop the insides out of a cantaloupe.
Give me 24 hours. I think I've got something.
Yeah, I think so, too. Sleeping sickness.
Will you hand me that phone?
Huh?
Just 24 hours, Spike. Just let me start out by finding where that cab took him.
Took who?
Stone, Marvin Stone. Hello? Brown and white cab? This is the Daily Star. Listen. One of your men picked up 2 men at the Granger Arms last night about 9:30. One of them was sick. Dark coat, gray fedora hat. We want to know where the driver took him. All right, I'll hang on. They're checking.
Well, who was the other man?
I don't know. I heard Stone mention a woman, too.
Well, what woman?
I don't know.
No, I didn't expect you would.
Oh, please, Spike, give me a break.
A break? You've had your breaks. One more and you'll break the whole newspaper.
Hello? Yes? Oh, I see. Thank you.
Well?
This is it, Spike. The driver took Stone to the Plaza Hospital.
Plaza Hospital? I'll get a man over there right away.
Oh, no, you don't, Spike. You've got a woman, and she's on her way now.
Plaza Hospital. One moment. Hello, Plaza Hospital. I'll see if he's in.
Miss, will you please tell me?
Go ahead, please. I did tell you. There's no one here by the name of Stone.
Well, look. Was there anybody admitted about 10 o'clock last night? A man?
Well, James Craig at 9:45.
Well, that's it. I want to see him, please.
You aren't family, are you?
Family? Oh, no,
Well, then you can't see him. Mr. Craig died a half an hour ago.
Died? Died of what?
Well, I'm not supposed to tell, but it was a stab wound.
Stab wound? Are you sure of that?
Well, that's what Miss Ohms said. She was the nurse in surgery.
Miss Ohms, get her here for me, will you please? Give me 2 minutes with her, and I'll make her famous.
Oh.
Yes, and you, too. Hurry up.
Here we are. The Star makes another beat. Marvin Stone dead of stab wounds. Entered hospital under an alias by Ellen Garfield.
Lucky little Ellen.
Marvin Q. Stone, theatrical producer, was found dead of a stab wound in the abdomen. That's the stomach, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, yeah. In the Plaza Hotel last night, search is being made for an unknown man and an unseen, unknown woman referred to as she by the mystery man in Stone. In an overheard conversation... Overheard conversation? I'll bet she overheard it herself. Oh, to think of you being beaten by a dame.
Yeah. She pinned a rose on me, all right. I got a hand of that.
Pardon me, isn't your name Devlin?
Well, how are you? Mood of my delight? What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing. Just wondered if you'd been reading the Star lately.
Yeah, there was an interesting article by Lydia Pinkham in your last edition. Oh, you mean your yarn. Oh, you just had a lucky break, that's all. You stumbled over something and it turned out to be a corpse.
Really? You know, I think I hear a noise like the sound of crunched sour grapes.
Listen, you haven't got a story. All you've got is a lead. The real story is digging up the unknown man and the unseen she and the guy who did the foul deed. That's where I come in my quiet way.
If I don't beat you to it.
All right. If I turn up this murderer, will you give in and marry me?
Kurt, are you proposing?
Sounded like that to me.
Shut up, Toots. Will you or won't you?
Maybe. If you find the murderer.
It's the deal. Read all about it, honey, in the Daily Express.
The curtain falls on Act One of Front Page Woman, starring Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard, with Roscoe Carnes. In our short intermission, before going into Act Two, let's turn to our friends, the Brownings. It's late afternoon, and 16-year-old Dot, home from school, finds her mother in the kitchen.
Mother, may I make some fudge for the crowd tonight?
Why, Dot, I'm right in the middle of getting supper, but...
Oh, please, Mother. I'll wash all the dishes.
Well, perhaps.
Whoopsie! Did I hear fudge? Dibs on licking the pan, Dot.
Pan lickers or pan washers, Bobby?
Aw, shucks. There's too much washing up round this house all the time.
Aw, but you wouldn't mind, would you, Bobby? It's easy.
Well, you should know. You're the demon dishwasher around here. Gosh, I never saw anybody liked washing dishes the way you do.
Well, gee, it's easy. With Lux Flakes, there's nothing to it.
You're right, Dot. Dishes are easier with Lux. Easy on your hands, too.
Yeah, and Archie Smith said...
Bobby, you hush up.
Well, anyhow, Archie Smith did
Bobby,
say...
please.
Bobby, you better run along and play.
Well, shucks. Archie Smith did say, your hands are like rose petals.
Well, people will always say nice things about Dot's hands, and yours, too, if you depend on gentle Lux for your dishes. These fine, pure flakes help hands stay lovely. In fact, Lux is so mild, beauty experts advise it for dishwashing. Lux contains no harmful alkali to dry the natural oils in your skin and make your hands rough and red. And it's inexpensive beauty care, too. You need just a dash of Lux to give you a fine, big panful of real beauty suds that protect your hands and make speedy work of your dishes. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Buy Lux Flakes tomorrow for your own dishes, and be sure to get the large size box for extra economy. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Front Page Woman, starring Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard, with Roscoe Carnes. It's the following day. In the office of the Daily Express, Kurt and Toots are hot on the trail of the mystery woman. The desk in front of them is piled high with clippings from the newspaper file. Clippings of the murdered Marvin Stone. Toots is furiously writing names on a pad. As he comes to the end of the long list, he looks at Kurt in despair.
Oh, the mystery woman.
Boy, she is a mystery.
Yeah. As far as I can make out, this guy Stone has kept company with every dame in the world except Whistler's mother.
Yeah. Look at this list. You can interview the Follies line for 10 years back and be only half through his address book.
Never mind. You got them all down?
Yeah.
Well, come on, let's go.
Oh, Kurt, we ain't going to look up all these dames, are we?
You think I'm crazy?
I wish you hadn't asked me that.
Well, the first dame we're going to look up never twirled a toe at the bald heads in the first row of the Follies. We're going to see the nurse who was present at the death of the late lamented and punctured Mr. Stone.
Say, wait a minute. Are we on the expense account?
Sure, Sap.
Okay. Hello? This is Toots. Call me a taxi cab. Yeah, never mind the old gang.
Well. So
So this is the room where Marvin Stone breathed his last.
Yes, it is, Mr. Devlin, but I'm afraid I can't help you. There aren't any details at all, and he never regained consciousness. The body's been taken to the morgue.
Are his clothes still here?
Yes, but I'm afraid they won't give you any clues. Police took everything out of the pockets.
Nothing has less personality than a vacant suit, but I'd like to take a look at it, if I may.
Well, it's not regulations.
Oh, come on now, beautiful. What do you care about those old regulations, huh?
Very well. It's in the closet. This is the suit he was wearing.
Beautiful piece of material, ain't it?
You'd toast marshmallows on the candles around a coffin. Do you mind if I examine it a little more closely?
Not at all.
Perfume. Have a sniff, Toots.
It smells like foolish gardenium. Say, Kurt, what's perfume doing on a guy's suit?
That's what I'd like to know. By the way, Toots, why don't you take a picture of the little lady in white here?
Huh?
Make a good human interest story. You know, the modern Florence Nightingale.
Oh, now, really?
Well, that's an idea. Now, don't pose, honey. Just try to look like a cross between an angel and an ambulance going to a wreck.
Oh, but I look too awful.
You look very retrogradey to me. Hold it.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Nightingale.
All right, Toots, we're in a hurry. Goodbye, miss, and thanks.
Goodbye.
Hey, Kurt, what was the mush about taking her face? We can't use her picture.
Shut up. I just wanted you to keep her busy while I was cutting myself a slice of suit.
Stone suit?
Yeah, stone suit. I took myself a small piece of lapel smelling of foolish gardenia.
Okay, so what?
Let's find out who used to clean Mr. Stone's clothes. I think I've got an idea.
Clean his suit? Well, for years I cleaned the suits.
Fine. Do you happen to remember this piece of material?
Material? Say, this is a good piece of goods. Sure, that's off of Mr. Stone's suit. A double-breasted. I cleaned it the day Mr. Stone was killed.
Yeah? What time did you deliver it to him?
Well, the same night at 8 o'clock. Personally, I delivered it.
8 o'clock, huh? The fire was at 9.
Sure. Are you a detective?
I'm beginning to think so. Much obliged. Come on, Toots.
Say, would you be violating a confidence if you told me what we're doing?
We're smelling out a murderer. What we need now is a perfume shop, some place with class. What we need, Mr. Chenard, is an educated smeller like yours. Just take a whiff of this cloth and tell me what you can about the perfume.
It's very fine, expensive perfume. Not a standard brand. An individual creation. Very feminine.
Did you blend it?
Oh, no, but whoever did is a fine parfumeur. It's heavy without being soggy. It has a distinct personality.
In other words, the perfume might have been blended to reflect the personality of the woman wearing it?
Oh, undoubtedly.
What sort of woman?
Well, naturally, I couldn't be certain, but I definitely know it is the kind of perfume I would blend for a dark, decidedly Latin type.
Latin type, huh? Thanks, Mr. Chenard. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your poking your nose into my business.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
Toots, my good man.
Yeah, what do you want, Brains?
We're going hunting for Latin. I tell you, I've got it, Toots. When Stone was stabbed, the mysterious woman was with him.
All right, Sherlock, I'll bite. How do you know she was?
Simple, Watson. The suit was delivered to Stone at 8 o'clock. The tailor said so.
Yeah?
It couldn't have come from the cleaner smelling of perfume.
No.
Therefore, the perfume must have permeated his clothes between 8 and 9. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He was stabbed between 8 and 9, so the woman was with him. Still right?
Yeah, you're right. Now, the Latin type was with him when he was knifed, so we go looking for Latins.
Yes.
So we've seen a dame on our list named Conchita Renal.
Check.
A dame named Marcelli.
Mm-hmm.
A dame named DiCosta.
Mm-hmm.
And a dame named Volini.
Right.
And where are we?
We're on our way to the Gaiety Theater, my friend, to see a name named Inez Cordoza.
So I says, I'll get my chance if I have to break the leading lady's leg myself.
Yeah, that's the way I feel sometimes. Gee.
Hello.
Hey, what's the idea of breaking in on our rehearsal?
Oh, I'm sorry. Could either of you two lovelies tell me if Miss Inez Cordoza is around?
Inez? No, she quit the show about a month ago.
Oh, she did, huh?
Uh-huh.
Where is she now?
She moved. I know that because I called her up this morning to get the dirt on her boyfriend being murdered, and they said she left.
Mr. Marvin Stone was her playmate, huh?
Say, what are you, a detective?
With dainty little feet like mine?
No, sister, I'm a reporter, and if you help me out, I'll pay off with some good publicity.
Well, my name's May LaRue. M-A-E.
M-A-A. Take that down, Toots.
I got it.
Mine's Olive Wilson.
Fine. Now, what do you know about our Inez?
Oh, I don't know so much, except that Stone was pretty crazy about her.
Oh, she went for him, too. That is until Mr. Coulter came along.
Coulter?
You know, Maitland Coulter, the big shot polo player. And what Stone burned up.
Yeah. Tried to take a poke at Coulter one night right outside the stage door.
Yeah, it was disgusting. They both led with their right.
Mm-hmm. The next day she quit the show, and nobody's seen her since.
Hey, this is wonderful. I'll bet you're the girls that, the kind of showgirls that write novels and sculpt statues on the side.
How'd you know?
You have minds.
Huh.
By the way, did Inez leave any dresses or handkerchiefs around?
No, she took everything. Inez was that way.
Oh, she left a slip hanging on my rack in the dressing room. But I don't see what good that'd do you.
Get it for me, will you?
Okay.
Yep. Leave it to babyface Inez to get publicity like this. You know, if I thought for a minute that I'd get splashed all over the front page, I'd slip a little cyanide to Butch.
Who's Butch?
Oh, that's my boyfriend.
What's the matter? Don't you like him?
Yeah, sure I like him. He's swell, but a girl has to think of her career.
Now, there's a girl with a brain, Toots.
I'll bet she has a Ph.D.
Who told you?
Here's the slip.
Oh, do you mind giving it to me?
Of course not.
Thanks. Perfume, huh?
Hey, Toots.
What?
That's the perfume, the same as on the coat. Toots, the unseen she is Inez Cardoza.
Yeah, try photographing an unseen she.
Hello. Hello, Mac. This is Kurt. Hold the first edition for a stop press and get a picture of Inez Cardoza and Maitland Coulter out of the files. And send them down to me at police headquarters. I'm waiting there now. Have I got something? Listen, I've got a story that'd curl the hair on an eggplant. Hey, Sergeant, is the lieutenant still busy?
Yep. He'll see you in a minute.
Hello, Sleuth.
Well, how's the future Mrs. Kurt Devlin?
Fine. And the disappointed bridegroom?
Aimless, just aimless. How you doing?
Up a tree and no coconuts. Just got some routine stuff from the lieutenant.
Anything to pick up your ears about?
Not much. They found a loaded automatic in Stone's apartment, but no knife. The gun had never been fired.
Gun, huh? What happened to the knife that did the deed?
That's what the lieutenant would like to know.
Yeah, I'll bet. Any signs of a struggle?
Yes, and the Negro houseman says a man asked the number of Stone's apartment and went up about 8:30. And just before the fire broke out, neighbors complained of loud voices.
Add that up, and what do you get?
A question mark. I suppose you've made some startling discoveries.
No. In fact, it looks as though you're going to have to marry me out of love and not defeat.
Maybe I will when you admit I'm as good a newspaper man as you.
Oh, come on, Ellen. Let's call it a draw right now and never talk about it anymore, huh?
Look, I made a bet with you on this Stone case. If you back out, you're a welcher.
Okay. How about having dinner with me tonight? I'll meet you at the Roma about 7.
Dutch?
Oh, let me take you for once, will you? I'm commencing to feel like a Dutch uncle.
You're commencing to talk like one. See you at Roma's.
Okay.
The lieutenant will see you now, Devlin.
Oh, thanks, Sarge. Oh, and by the way, you'd better notify the homicide squad. Tell them to dig up a guy named Maitland Coulter and a Latin lovely named Inez Cardoza. I've got a hunch the lieutenant will want to make a couple of arrests. Hello, Roma.
Ah, Mr. Devlin. The lady is waiting for you over here.
Hello, honey. Do you think I'd never get here?
Oh, I didn't mind waiting for you. Sit down.
Thanks. Gee, I like you.
I'm sort of fond of you, too. Don't know why, except you remind me of an Irish Terrier I had once.
Smart dogs, Irish Terriers.
Well, this one wasn't. He bit me.
All of which shows us Irish Terriers will just stand so much. Which reminds me to tell you, you're through playing newspaper. You're going to get off that sheet and marry me.
That's right. When you admit I'm as good a reporter as you.
Listen, I'm tired of humoring you and trying to save your face. You're not a reporter, and you never will be. You're just another dame getting in the way around a newspaper office. In fact, you don't even know when you've been taken to the cleaners.
So that's what you think, is it?
Yeah. Here, take a look at the Express. Go on, read it.
Coulter and woman implicated in Stone murder. Maitland Coulter, wealthy polo player and Inez Cardoza showgirl, were definitely identified by an Express representative as the mystery man and the unseen she who were in Stone's apartment the night he was stabbed. Why...
Sure, look. Coulter was arrested in his luxurious bachelor quarters at the exclusive town apartments at 6 o'clock this evening, but refused to make any statement. Police are searching for Inez Cardoza, who has disappeared, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. Well?
All right. You win. Good night, Kurt.
Hey, where are you going?
You forgot to find Inez Cardoza. I suppose I've got to do it for you. So long.
Oh, 2 women who are what goiters out of science, a pain in the neck.
Give me Spike.
Hello, Spike. This is Ellen Garfield. Spike, I've got a lead on Inez Cardoza. I found out where Devlin picked up his stuff. He went down to the Gaiety and pumped the girls. Well, I did too, and I've got Cardoza's slip. Yes, but it has a laundry mark on it. What do you mean, what good is it? Don't you know human nature? People don't change their laundries. Now, all I have to do is to find out which laundry it is, who the mark belongs to, and then wait for someone to call for some clean shirts. I'll tailor home, and 10 to 1, I'll find Inez Cardoza.
All right, 20 to 1. Goodbye, Spike.
There's another laundry, miss.
Thanks. Wait for me, will you?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, miss. What can I do for you?
I've been to every laundry in town. Maybe you can help me. I'd like to know if this is your laundry mark.
Yeah, let me see. Oh, yes. This is one of our marks.
It is?
Uh-huh.
I'm from the Star on the Marvin Stone case. Can you tell me whose mark it is?
Well, not the name, miss. But there's a gentleman who calls for laundry with this mark. In fact, I have a package for him now on a rush job.
Today?
Well, yes. He said he'd be here just about... Oh, pardon me, please.
You got my laundry?
Yes, sir. Right here, sir.
How much?
$1.50. Thank you, sir. Good day.
Good day.
Oh, miss.
Yes?
That man, he's the one. He just took the package with the same mark as you showed me.
He did? Say, where does he live? Do you know?
Well, no, miss, I don't. But I might be able to find out.
Well, never mind. I'll follow him. Thanks very much. Oh, hello.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Inez Cardoza.
Come in.
Oh, thanks.
Sit down. You followed me from that laundry, didn't you?
Well, no, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did. I saw you there.
Robert.
Come here, Inez.
Inez. So you're Inez Cardoza.
Robert, what does she want? Who is she?
She's a dirty little fly
You're
cop.
crazy.
Sis.
I'm no cop.
Shut up. Sis, go in the other room.
No. Robert, don't. Give me that gun.
Get away from me. Go on, do as I tell you.
Wait, listen. You've got me all wrong.
No, I haven't. I got you dead to rights, sister. So if you know what's good for you, you'll sit tight and keep your clapper shut, or you'll be going back to headquarters on a slab.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've just completed Act Two of Front Page Woman. Fred McMurray, Paulette Goddard, and Roscoe Carnes are heard soon in the third act. Now it's intermission time, and time for Mr. DeMille to introduce the evening's special guest. But before he does, just a word about our product. Lux is the world's largest selling package soap for fine fabrics. And here's why. Lux contains no harmful alkali. It's so mild, so pure, it's safe for anything that's safe in water alone. A little goes so far. Makes such fine, rich suds. Lux is thrifty. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We've just been hearing about the adventures of a front-page woman. Right now, we're going to hear from a man whose stories have been printed on page one many times, with date lines from Paris, London, Berlin, Shanghai, Madrid, and 100 other cities around the globe. If I were to tell you the story of Floyd Gibbons in one sentence, I should say that he was there when it happened, because for many years he's shown an astonishing ability to get to the scene just in time for a big news break. I can't see all the way to New York, but I know exactly how Floyd Gibbons looks as he waits in a New York studio. He's a brawny, strapping fellow with a red face and bristly hair, sitting before a microphone with his hat hanging precariously on the back of his head. He's full of nervous energy. When he talks, his fist flies out, driving home his words. Over one eye is that familiar white patch, a relic of 1918 and Belleau Wood. Speaking to you now from New York is the headline hunter, Floyd Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and hello, everybody. Here in New York, I've been listening to Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman. Now, that's a play about my kind of people, newspaper men and newspaper women. We make fun of ourselves, but we do our darndest to outwit each other on the job. For many years now, I've been, trying to figure out just what it is that changes a normal, happy, everyday sort of a person into a newspaper man or woman, and by golly, I still don't know. One day, some 20 years ago, I stood in a boxcar down in Mexico talking to Pancho Villa, the revolutionary leader. I was just a kid, and I threw questions at him one after another. I was so dumb, I didn't know that nobody dared question Pancho that way. Pancho got sore as a boil on the neck. He snarled at me in Spanish, "What do you want to come down here for, gringo? You have a nice soft bed at home." Well, sir, I couldn't think of the answer to then, and I still can't. But I stuck it out with Villa and his army, and I saw plenty happen during that frightful war, including a 300-mile retreat, which I think I led. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here tonight. The newspaper reporter tries his doggonest to be there when it happens because the best and most truthful report of any happening is that of the personal eyewitness who can honestly say, "I saw it. I was there when it happened." He has to keep in mind the importance of the main event, but must not overlook the apparently unimportant little facts that prove the truth of the story. I was on the 19,000-ton liner Laconia when it was torpedoed and sunk in mid-Atlantic. We were carrying a huge cargo of explosives. The thing I remember most is what a Canadian aviator named Dugan said when the torpedo hit us. 3 of us were sitting in the smoking room listening to a phonograph playing Poor Butterfly. Dugan passed a pack of cigarettes and offered a light. He was the 3rd man on the match. A few seconds later, the ship gave a sudden lurch. The deck began to slant, and the foghorn began to blow the signal of distress. That was when Dugan became one of my candidates for immortality. He blew some smoke out of the side of his mouth and said, that was a lousy torpedo. It didn't even blow up the munitions. Well, sir, the boat sank, but we got away all right and were picked up by a patrol boat without wireless the next morning. It took us so long to reach the Irish coast that American newspapers thought we were lost. The boss printed my obituary in the papers, and oh boy, was his face red when he got a 4,000-word cable story on the sinking of the Laconia from me the next morning. Of course, my clothing, trunk, and typewriter and everything went down with the ship, and they also went down on the old swindle sheet. I mean the expense account. It isn't just ability to write that makes good reporters like these kids, Ellen Garfield and Kurt Devlin, in the play tonight. One of the best writers I know is my pal Westbrook Pegler. But Peg would still be a great reporter if he couldn't write a grammatical sentence. When King George V died, Pegler and I were covering the story of the funeral in London. Newspaper men had to stand in line like the tens of thousands of mourning subjects of the late king, a line that stretched out for 4 miles, moving slowly forward in the rain. It looked as though it would take us 10 or 12 hours to reach Westminster Hall, the place where the body was lying in state. Peg found a fellow who had a little sympathy for us when he found we were newspaper men, and he slipped us through the back door of Westminster Hall. That's just across the street from the Abbey. And Peg beat the other correspondents by several hours. It cost us $8 bob each to get in. That's $2, you know. That was the first and last time I ever got into a royal funeral by the back door. There was nothing irreverent in our act, but it really was crashing the gate. A newspaper man does get around to a lot of places, and incidentally, Cecil B. DeMille, so does that product of yours. I've run into Lux Flakes all over the world. I've seen it in store windows from Shanghai to London. How do you do it, Mr. DeMille? And now, good night.
How do we do it? You've got to be good, Floyd. You've got to be good. That goes whether you're a reporter or a flake of soap. Good night, and our thanks to you, Floyd Gibbons. And happy headline hunting. We're back in Hollywood and ready to star Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard in the 3rd act of Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes. A few minutes have passed. Ellen, worried but calm, gazes steadily at the revolver which Robert Cardoza holds pointed at her head. Then she smiles quietly.
You wouldn't really use that gun on me, would you?
You never can tell, fly cop.
But I'm not a fly cop. I tell you, I'm a reporter.
Robert, maybe she is a reporter.
Miss Cardoza, believe me. I'm the only one who knows you're here. I want to get your side of the story because every day you don't tell the story, the public gets more and more convinced that you're guilty.
But I'm not guilty.
Well, then tell the world you're not.
Stop trying to peddle that phony chatter, or I'll fold you
Well,
up.
I'm only trying to help her.
Shut up and sit down. Listen, Inez, you're leaving here tonight. Go inside and start packing.
All right. But, Robert...
Get inside.
All right. Nice place you have here, Mr. Cardoza. You know, if you'd listen to me,
I said
maybe...
shut up.
All right. May I smoke?
Some cigarettes on the table.
Thanks. My brand, too. Lucky Ellen Garfield.
Now, where are you going? Get away from that window.
It's awfully stuffy here.
I thought you wanted to smoke.
I do.
Yeah, you better come back in. Sit down.
Listen,
What are you doing? Look out!
The curtains are on fire.
Oh, rotten
Well, put it out. Do something. We'll be burned to death. Oh, you'll never get it off that way. Pull the curtains down. Jump on them. We'll be burned.
There, it's out. I ought to bust you in two.
I wouldn't if I were you.
You? Where'd you get that gun?
Thanks, Mr. Cardoza, for putting out the fire, and thanks for putting your gun down when you did. Now, Mr. Cardoza, you wouldn't believe me when I said I was trying to help your sister, so I'll have to prove it to you. Call Miss Cardoza, please. We're going to see the DA.
Now, Miss Cardoza, I want you to tell your story and tell it as straight as you can. Not only to help me, but to save yourself.
Go on, Inez. The DA doesn't bite.
Well, I went to Mr. Stone's apartment for dinner. When I arrived, Mr. Calder was there and Stone was sick. Calder wanted to call a doctor, but Stone wouldn't let him. He said it was nothing, and, well, I thought he'd been drinking too much. We got to arguing. Stone struck Calder. I got frightened and ran out of the apartment. That's all I know, everything, I swear.
Well, why did you hide out?
I was afraid Calder might be drawn in. I didn't want to testify against him. I love him, but he's innocent, I tell you, innocent. You've got to let him go.
Please, Miss Cardoza, no hysterics. You can go now. We've assigned a matron to stay with you until Calder comes to trial.
Go on, Inez. They won't hurt you.
Thank you so much for everything. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Miss Garfield, congratulations. You did a splendid job finding Cardoza.
Oh, nothing at all.
Hello. Said you wanted to see me here.
That's right, Devlin. I want to thank you for what you've done on the Stone case.
I think Miss Garfield's done fairly well herself.
Well, thanks, Kurt. Well, I guess Calder's your man, all right. Looks open and shut.
Open and shut? Hardly. Where's Exhibit A? A man who brings a gun to commit a murder doesn't bring a knife, too. A man who thinks to take a knife wouldn't forget and leave his gun in the middle of the floor. To build a case, we've got to have Exhibit A, the instrument with which the murder was committed. The knife hasn't been found.
Well, how can they find it? They've searched Stone's apartment from stem to stern.
Sure. But what that search lacked was the Devlin touch. Leave it to old Slewfoot, folks. I'm practically there now. Brandishing the knife.
Oh, sure. I clean up apartment for Mr. Stone. Every day I clean with vacuum. Ooh.
You did a very good job, too.
I cleaned up after murder.
You sure did.
Pipe down, Toots. Now, look, I wonder if you'd be a good boy and let me see your vacuum cleaner.
I go get. Ooh.
Say, what do you expect to find in that Bronx bagpipe?
I don't know, but our little Chinese friend Swing Out here says he cleaned up the mess in the living room with it, so we might as well take a chance.
Say, Mug, you get more and more elementary all the time.
Here, vacuum cleaner.
Well, thanks. And now let's see what's in the vacuum bag. Here, just make yourself useful. Help me dump out the dirt.
Oh, I wish I'd never loaned you that Philo Vance book.
Wow, look at the sand. Sand? How do you suppose that got here?
Maybe Swing Out cleaned the spinach with it.
Oh, wait a minute. Sand. What's in that big vase standing over there by the door? Well, what's in it?
Sand.
Sand. Sand.
Oh, you see, you sound like delirium tremens lost in the Sahara. It's an ash urn. They're always full
of sand. Yeah. Here, give me a hand with this. We're going to dump it.
Maybe you'd like to put up a few beach umbrellas.
Come on, help me here. Let's see. Cigar, cigarette butts, cork, cigarette packages.
So you know you could get a job in the nightclub doing that act. Cigars, cigarette butts, cigars.
All right, wise guy, look at this. Here it is.
Oh, for the love of Mike. The knife.
Yeah, the knife. And this little instrument, my friend, is going to give the DA a thrill and Mr. Calder the shock of his life.
Hi, Kurt. Hi, Toots.
Hey, hide that knife, Toots. Well, look who's here.
Oh, I felt a great need for you, Kurt, and I knew you'd be here.
Mm-hmm.
What a mess. I see you've been looking around. Find anything?
Me? Oh, no, such luck. There's a knife in this room. It'd take Lady Macbeth to see it.
Well, too bad, Kurt.
Yeah, certainly is a shame.
Extra, Calder indicted. Express finds Stone murder knife. Kurt Devlin finds knife.
Paper extra. Call the trial near's end. Call the trial near's end. Get
Then, ladies and gentlemen, the knife was found in an ash receptacle. Why? Because this is what happened. There was a quarrel. Calder drew his revolver. In a struggle, Stone knocked it from his hand to the floor. Then Calder snatched the paper knife from the table and plunged it into the man he hated, committing the crime for which he came.
Murder, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Premeditated murder. A crime of which the people demand you find him guilty in the first degree. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state rests.
Ellen.
What do you want, double-crosser?
Say, we've got plenty of time to hang around the courthouse. You better stick with me. I really got something this time. I'll cut you in.
No, thanks. You might slip and cut my throat again.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it. Hey, Toots, wait for me.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Listen, Toots, I've got an idea.
I'm sick of your big ideas. I hang out with you, and I never get a chance to take any pictures.
Toots, come with me to the superintendent's office. Everybody's gone out for air but the jury.
Well, what do you want in the super's office?
Keys, Toots. One key to be exact. The key to the broom closet.
Listen, I can't take no pictures in a broom closet.
Oh, shut up, will you? I've been studying the plans of this courthouse, and I find the broom closet's got a double door. One opens into the hall, and the other opens into the jury room. And I, my friend, am going to listen at the keyhole.
I get it. You scoop the verdict.
Brilliant. Come on, Toots.
Here's the key.
All right, hurry up. Open the closet. If we're too late, I'll kill you.
What do you mean? You spent 4 hours getting the key.
Come on, open it up.
It's dark in here.
Close the door.
It smells like old mops.
Shut up. Listen.
We'll vote once more. And this time, Mr. Harrow, I hope you see the light and vote guilty.
I'll vote the way I like.
It's 11 to 1.
Holy
Shut up.
Roll once more. Smith. Guilty. Vance.
Guilty.
Noyes.
Guilty.
Adamson.
Guilty.
Norris. Guilty. Phillips.
Guilty.
Barkley. Guilty. Warburg.
Guilty.
Stacy.
Guilty.
Jarowski. Guilty. 10 for guilty, and my vote makes 11. And now, Mr. Harrow, how do you vote?
I vote the way I please. It's guilty.
Guilty. Coulter's guilty.
What a scoop. Better hurry and phone that news in.
Yeah, that's where I'm going now. But look, Toots, the judge is out to dinner. That means the jury will have to wait in the outer room. You get in the jury room when they leave and mark the ballots not guilty.
Not guilty? What for? The jury just said he was guilty.
Yeah, I know, but will you do as I tell you? Mark all the ballots not guilty and leave them lying on the table. I'm manufacturing a news beat for Little Miss Front Page.
You mean she scoops the verdict and it's the wrong one?
Right. She'll be hanging around the press room with the rest of the boys. I'll go and tip her off. Now remember, not guilty.
Sorry, Spike. No news yet. Signed your dead and dying Garfield.
Hey, Garfield.
What do you want?
Come closer. I know a secret.
What secret?
You'd better hurry to the jury room through the broom closet.
Through the broom closet with what?
With the key. Toots is there, and he's got the key. Go find Toots if you want to scoop.
I'd like to believe that.
Listen, go in there and read the ballots. I know the verdict, but you wouldn't believe me. Go in there and see for yourself.
All right. Thanks, Kurt.
It's nothing.
Extra, get your express. Colder guilty.
Extra, get your star. Cola not guilty.
Extra, Colder guilty.
Extra, Cola's not guilty.
He is so.
He is not.
Extra, extra. Order in the court.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
The defendant will rise and face the jury. What is your verdict, gentlemen?
We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Bailiff.
Yes, Your Honor.
That reporter Devlin knew the verdict before it was brought to court. I want to see him in my chambers at once.
Hello, Spike. Spike, I steered you wrong. Yes, Coulter's guilty. Yes, guilty. Signed your loving but fired Garfield.
Hey, Garfield, what's the matter? What are you crying about?
Oh, I'm washed up to it. I don't need Spike Carley to tell me I haven't got a job.
Oh, gee, tough luck, kid. I'm sorry.
You're not as sorry as I am. Oh, I'm going over to the Press Cafe and drown my sorrows.
Well, you can console yourself, honey. The judge just put Devlin in the can.
As for you, Devlin, you look swell behind bars. You can rot in jail. I wash my hands of the entire matter.
But, Lester, you're my editor. For heaven's sake, get me out of here.
No, and don't call me Lester. You brought this down on yourself. The Express disclaims all responsibility.
All right, the turnkey's gone. Now what?
Fine, great stuff, kid. Congrats. You did a great job. Don't worry, we'll spring you. So long.
So long.
Hello, Kurt.
Well, look who's here. What's the charge on you?
Nothing. I've been fired, that's all. I'm through, washed up.
Oh, I'm sorry I tripped you up in that yarn, but
After all, you should have known better than to fall for that.
You don't have to rub it in, Kurt. I know when I'm late. Well, I guess you're right. No job for a woman.
Sure. Women make bad newspapermen.
But not too bad, you lug. Look
Huh?
at what's in this copy of the Star. Start memorizing this one.
I killed Stone. Inez Cardoza, showgirl fiancée of Coulter, confesses fatal stabbing by Ellen Garfield. Say, where did you get
You
the
know,
story?
Kurt, you see, I had a hunch about that girl from the very beginning. I met her at the press cafe after the verdict. She was all set to break down, so I broke her down. She told me how it happened. When Coulter drew his gun, Stone grabbed it. Inez said that he'd have killed Coulter if she hadn't grabbed up that knife in desperation and let him have it.
Yeah, but the fingerprints, those were Coulter's prints on that knife.
Yes, but Inez was in evening dress. She had on long white gloves. And the minute she stabbed Stone, Coulter grabbed the knife out of her hands.
Well, for the love of Mike. That's the way to work. That's being a good newspaper man.
Do you mean that?
I hate to say it, but I do.
Well, that's all I wanted to hear.
Give in, darling. I do.
Oh, darling.
Nice clinch, folks. You can cut out that silly stuff now. I've got the picture.
So ends Front Page Woman, starring Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard with Roscoe Carnes. Our stars will be back in a few seconds for a personal interview. But right now, here's something I bet is news to a lot of housewives. Did you ever stop to think how much walking you do every day in the course of your housework and shopping trips? Well, I can tell you, it's nearly 8 miles every day. Yes, and that comes to 3,000 miles a year. Why, that's the distance across the United States. And you get more exercise than that, too. What with all the kneeling and stretching and stooping you do around the house. Think what that does to your stockings. They're apt to get runs if they aren't nice and elastic. Elasticity, you know, helps your stockings give under strain instead of breaking into runs. Now, let me tell you a way you can help your stockings wear longer. Every night, when you take them off, give them a quick dip in a basin full of rich Lux suds. Lux Flakes save stocking elasticity and cut way down on runs. Soaps with harmful alkali or rubbing with cake soap weakens elasticity. Gentle Lux has no harmful alkali. It's safe for anything safe in water alone. So give all your nice things this special care to help them stay new-looking longer. Your underthings and nightgowns, your washable dresses, and all the little accessories that make or mar your appearance. And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And for even greater thrift, buy Lux Flakes in the large size box. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Now for a 3-star final. A short session with tonight's headline makers. Here's Fred McMurray, and here also is the new star, whose brief but brilliant record is holding the attention today of every Hollywood studio.
CB, perhaps not every studio, but I know what you mean, and I want to say it's darn white of you, and I hardly know what else to say.
Well, then suppose we skip it, Roscoe, until I finished introducing Paulette Goddard.
Huh? Oh, excuse me.
It's all right, Roscoe. And thank you, Mr. DeMille. But let me stay in character as a reporter for just another moment, because I'm sure it's news to many Lux listeners that you're making this broadcast from a stretcher.
Oh, not just this broadcast, Paulette. It's a picture, too.
What was the disaster that swept you off your feet, Mr. DeMille?
Just a little accident on the set, Miss Goddard. But it has its advantages. The cast of Union Pacific felt so sorry for me today, directing from a stretcher, that they accomplished 2 days' work in one. With results like that, I'm seriously considering remaining in this perambulator till the picture's finished.
Once I fell for a stunt something like that, Mr. DeMille, it seemed he just couldn't play a scene the way the director wanted it. So finally, we drove him into such a fit of rage that he snatched his watch from his pocket and smashed it to bits on the floor. There was a dead silence as we watched him get down on his hands and knees and pick up the pieces. Tears streamed down his face as he told us that the watch was his most prized possession. His father had given it to him years before. Nothing had meant quite as much to him. The cast felt pretty bad about it, and finally the director dried his tears and we went back to work. This time, of course, we played the scene perfectly, and he sent us out for lunch. As I was going out the door, an electrician stopped me and Said, don't let it get you, Fred. He whispered, with just $1 watch, I've seen him pull that stunt a dozen times, and it's never missed yet.
Yes, now I can tell you another time that Fred failed to live up to expectations, Mr. DeMille. When he was born, his folks were hoping he'd be a girl.
Well, what's wrong with that? Mine were hoping for a boy. That's why I'm Paulette, the feminine version of Paul.
Yes, but they were going to call Fred Rose because he was born on St. Rose Day. Can you picture McMurray with a horticultural handle like that?
You take it easy, Mr. Carnes. Fred spent the last 6 weeks learning to box.
Yeah. After being called upon to sock somebody in almost every picture he's made, they've finally given him a pair of 8-ounce gloves and turned him into a professional slugger. Do you like the idea, Fred?
I like it, but it has a couple of good drawbacks. The first was that I'd planned to take a hunting trip, and I had to forget all about that and take boxing lessons. And the second drawback is the plaid suit I've got to wear. It's got checks bigger than the first prize of the Irish sweepstakes. But as I always say, that's the movies for you. So long, CB.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. And many thanks for this chance to appear on a program which I listen to with so much enjoyment.
Yes, me too. And I hope, Mr. DeMille, that you don't have to take it lying down much longer.
Thank you, Lester. Scarlett, Mr. McMurray. Report here soon again.
There's an outstanding dramatic event awaiting you here next Monday night. Listen for Mr. DeMille's announcement of it in just a moment. Assisting tonight's stars were Inez Seabury as Olive Wilson, Margaret Brayton as May LaRue, Lindsay McHarry as Officer Holohan, John Fee as Maitland Coulter, Lee Millar as Marvin Stone, Lou Merrill as Spike Kiley, Ralph Sedan as Robert Chenard, Abe Reynolds as a tailor, Frank Nelson as Robert Cordoza, Mary Jane Carnes as Inez Cordoza, Ted Osborne as District Attorney, Edward Marr as Laundryman, David Starling as a Chinese cleaning boy, Harry Humphrey as Judge, Joe Franz as Bailiff, Elizabeth Wilbur as a nurse, Eleanor Harriet as telephone operator, Sidney Newman as taxi driver, Ross Forrester as Warburton, James Eagles as newsboy, and James Robbins as a reporter. Our musical director, Louis Silvers, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. He was in charge of music for their new picture, Jesse James. Front Page Woman was produced on the screen by Warner Brothers Studio. Here is Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the anniversary of his first appearance on the air in drama, Mr. George Arliss returns to the Lux Radio Theater. This beloved artist will be heard in our adaptation of one of his most popular screen triumphs, the dramatic story of an uncrowned king of France, Cardinal Richelieu. Our play is the story of one of the world's greatest statesmen, a man who matched his wit and life against the intrigues of the nobility that France might be united. Supporting Mr. Arliss, you'll hear an all-star cast featuring Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents one of the world's greatest actors, George Arliss in Cardinal Richelieu, with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our Lux Radio Theater presentation of Front Page Woman has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those fine, gentle soap flakes used in the wardrobe departments of all the leading studios here in Hollywood and by housewives everywhere. Join us again next week. Be part of the large audience that gathers each Monday to enjoy an hour of dramatic entertainment and a chance to meet Hollywood and its famous people. This is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you all good night on behalf of our guests, our cast, and the staff of the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents George Arliss in Cardinal Richelieu, with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill.
Lux presents Hollywood. This is the drama of a man who struggled against enormous odds of force and hatred to bring dignity and greatness to the flag of France. Our play stars George Arliss with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. And our guest between the acts is Edward P. Lambert, outstanding Hollywood authority on history and costumes. Our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the world's largest selling package soap for fine fabrics. Lux is so mild, so pure, it's safe for anything safe in water alone. If you Lux your things regularly, your lingerie, stockings, sweaters, and dainty blouses and dresses, you help them stay new-looking longer. And a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. Now, your host and producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. During America's cradle days, at about the time that Englishmen were planting tobacco and the sovereignty of King James in Virginia, and the Dutch were buying the island of Manhattan at far less than a penny an acre, there spread across every corner of France the shadow of a mighty man, a man named Richelieu. In his youth, Richelieu had worn the plated helmet of a soldier. Later, the red cap, which proclaimed him a cardinal of the church. Though he never wore a crown, no king ever sat more securely on the throne of France than he, or brought it greater glory. It's the drama of his career that we're about to bring you, with one of drama's most distinguished interpreters, Mr. George Arliss, in the role of the cardinal he portrayed so vividly on the screen. Mr. Arliss comes to us tonight in the company of the girl with the nice arms, for those are the words he used in dedicating his autobiography to her. She's better known as his charming wife, Florence Arliss, whom we'll hear as Marie de Medici. Making his first Lux appearance is the romantic Cesar Romero in the part of André Dupont. Heather Angel, lovely leading lady in a score of films, is Lenore. Montague Love is heard as King Louis XIII. And Douglas Dumbrill, one of the screen's more able specialists in villainy, is Baradar. Now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents George Arliss in Cardinal Richelieu. France in the early years of the 17th century was the last stronghold of ancient feudalism. The country was divided into vast domains, ruled over by independent lords. Then in 1628, Louis XIII began to gain authority over his nobles, a rise of power brought about by the strength and purpose of one man, the Minister of State, whose name was on everyone's lips.
Richelieu, Cardinal Richelieu.
He's the savior of France.
Richelieu will bring us unity.
He'll bring us peace. May heaven bless him.
Richelieu.
But Richelieu made enemies as well as friends. The nobles, jealous of their lost privileges, gained the ear of Marie de Medici, the king's mother. Through the influence of Anne, Louis's wife, who is no friend of Richelieu, Marie has been granted audience in His Majesty's private apartment. With her comes Count Baradar, a bitter enemy of Richelieu. The king, annoyed at the interruption, turns angrily to Queen Anne.
I must say, Anne, you've selected a strange moment to press this matter. My doctors have ordered me absolute quiet, a fact which you, my wife, seem to entirely disregard.
I do not disregard it, Louis. But your mother has a message of the greatest importance. I think you should hear her.
Well, what is it now, Mother?
You have persistently refused to see me. While Richelieu is by your side, you will listen to no one, not even your mother.
You know you hate me, really.
I hate Richelieu, this impudent churchman who works daily to make a king's crown out of his cardinal's hat.
Oh, ridiculous. You exaggerate, Mother.
I wonder if she does. You seem incapable of ruling without his eminence.
You'll hold your tongue. I rule as I see fit.
You don't seem to realize that we are facing civil war, Louis.
Civil war? Are you mad?
Do you think that powerful nobles like Normandy and Lorraine are going to forfeit the lands they've held for hundreds of years?
They'll do as I say.
And if they refuse?
Then we'll crush them.
Exactly. Civil war.
I'll not sign any order for Richelieu's dismissal. The subject is closed.
Very well. Baradar.
Yes, Your Highness?
My son has refused our petition. You may tell the lords their case is hopeless.
Baradar, are you in this, too?
Your Majesty, I confess I was. But now I question the wisdom of dismissing Cardinal Richelieu.
After all, he is the most popular man in France.
What's that? You forget yourself, Baradar. The king is the most popular man in France.
If you say so, sire.
If you are, Louis, why do the Cardinal's morning's receptions attract all the nobility of the court? Why is his palace thronged and yours practically deserted?
Palace? A churchman? Palaces should belong to royalty.
You forget he is now as wealthy as you. His new palace is far more regal than yours.
Is this true, Baradar?
Must I speak, sire?
I order you. Richelieu's palace. Have you seen it?
It is quite spacious. About twice the size of your palace here. They say the gold plate is the finest of its kind. The porcelain brought overland from the east.
That will be enough. I think I understand, Count Baradar. You and all the others. You're jealous of Richelieu's power.
Sire, you know you have my allegiance. If it seems good to you to take my small domains for the benefit of France, I surrender willingly. I don't question your Majesty's right. All I do ask is why the lands were taken from some nobles and not from others.
What do you mean? The edict applied to all the feudal lords.
Except the Duke of Normandy, sire. At least it would seem so. For Normandy still has his lands and his armies, while ours have been confiscated to the crown.
Are you suggesting that Richelieu has favored the Duke of Normandy?
I suggest nothing, sire. I merely point out that Normandy's domains are untouched, and that Richelieu has just built himself a palace. A palace so that he and the Capuchin monk Joseph might live their days in splendor. All this magnificence for 2 priests. The money must have come from somewhere, Your Majesty.
Well, Louis, you see...
Be quiet! Let me have that order of dismissal.
Here, Your Majesty.
I shall study this carefully.
You have only to sign here, Louis.
The pen, Your Majesty.
May I be allowed to enter?
Richelieu.
I have a feeling that I am the subject of this absorbing debate.
Secret entrances, eavesdropping. This is intolerable.
Richelieu! Why this sudden and secret return?
I hurried to you on my arrival, knowing your Majesty was sick.
Yes, sick of your presumption and insolence.
I am reassured. I feared it might be worse. Madame is well?
As well as your presence allows.
I have seldom seen Madame look better.
You have ridden with unaccustomed haste, my Lord Cardinal. Your holy office must make great demands on your power.
It does, Count Baradar. And your powers make great demands on my holy office.
Now, have done with this. I've heard serious charges against you, Cardinal.
A minister who does not make enemies is failing in his duty to his king.
Thanks to you, we face a threat of civil war, it seems.
Where do you hear that?
On all sides.
Oh, from Queen Anne on your right, Queen Mary on your left, and my friend Baradar, yes, on all sides.
I understand you've not taken over the Duke of Normandy's lands. Is this true?
Quite true, Your Majesty.
And may I ask why?
I will tell you why. Normandy's lands would constitute a fine addition to Your Majesty's domain. They are rich and broad. But Normandy's armies are greater than yours. Give us time to match his strength, and we'll have his lands merely by threat.
Well, Baradar, does that seem reasonable?
Very reasonable, sire. Your Majesty is to build up a great army so that we may declare war on our own people.
Your Majesty, my sole aim is to make France a great power. These petty kingdoms must be brought under one hand. Not a hand with fingers forever outstretched, but one that can close and become a mailed fist capable of striking back. With a united France, Your Majesty will go down in history as Louis of glorious memory.
That should be worth working for, Baradar.
Your Majesty, no one would be happier than I to see our country with one throne, one monarch, and one palace.
Ah, yes, this palace, Richelieu. Why do you call it a palace?
Because it is a palace, Your Majesty.
I'm not sure that I approve of this display. Gold plate, I hear. Porcelain from the East.
Treasures from the remotest worlds brought to France for the pleasure and profit of France.
Of France? Of Richelieu, I think.
I'm sure Your Majesty will approve the gardens, the terraces.
The avenues of Roman marble.
And glittering fountains.
Your appreciation fills me with pleasure. And when my plans are completed, I trust my palace will be finer than any Your Majesty possesses.
But
Since Your Majesty has showered honors upon me, it has been my desire to make some concrete return to my benefactor. And so I have built a palace that shall outshine that of any monarch in Europe. And I bring your majesty this deed of gift, and beg that you will accept it, with its treasures from east and west, its marbles, its terraces, as a token of love and loyalty from your humble servant.
But, Amo, this is magnanimous.
Your Majesty will permit me to withdraw. This document on your table. This, I am sure, is my formal dismissal from your service. When my work is finished, I beg you to sign it, so that I may retire to some simple home where I may walk in my garden and commune with my God. Until then, I take the liberty of withholding it from your hand.
You may take it, Amo. I fear I was hasty.
I thank your Majesty. If you need me, you will find me at my palace. At your palace. I shall be working there, as always, in the interest of the crown. Your Majesty's a good day. Enemies of the state. Enemies of the state. Take these warrants, Father Joseph. I've signed them. What else is there?
Another Huguenot noble to be arrested on suspicion.
When will they learn, Joseph, that only a united France can be a great France? Who is he?
His name is André de Pont.
Has he had fair and proper warning?
Yes.
First, all means to conciliate, and then all means to crush. Give me the warrant.
England is dangerously friendly towards the Huguenots.
Yes. We must stir up trouble between the English and the Scotch. That will keep England busy. See, Joseph, my map of Europe. The pattern is perfect. With our Swedish mercenaries, we can protect ourselves against Austria, move against Spain. I see no loophole, no vulnerable point anywhere.
Nor do I. Unless we should meet opposition in our own forces.
Yes, true. Some of our noble lords are not too anxious to serve their king. The Count Barada in particular, I'm afraid. I think he'll bear watching, Joseph. Oh, Miss Degree, what do you say? She agrees. It's a pity we can't use Miss Degree, Joseph. She has such beautiful claws. Miss Degree, who put this ribbon on you?
It must have been Lenore.
Lenore. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Joseph, you're my oldest friend, and I need your sound advice. What are we to do with that child?
I hadn't thought. I suppose you'll present her at court?
No. The court's no place for young girls. Now that she's left the convent, she's my responsibility. But we must give her something to amuse her. She's no longer a child, you know.
She's too old for dolls, of course.
Oh, yes. What about a horse?
A horse? Yes.
Now, don't go and get her a charger, Joseph. Just a quiet mare that she can ride with safety. Children who have nothing to occupy them may get into mischief.
Mischief? No, not Lenore.
Yeah, even Lenore. She'll be in her garden. Ask her to see me in my study.
Very well, Armand.
You sent for me, dear guardian.
Lenore, come in, my child. Well, what have you been doing this afternoon?
Nothing of importance. What have you been doing?
Mine is a life of contradictions. I pray for peace and salvation and send men to their death. I flatter kings, amass worldly wealth, and pray God to be merciful, and I make men hate me.
My father loved you. You were smiling when I came in. What were you reading?
My diary. When I was young, I wrote down words of guidance for my own conduct.
Let me see.
I don't recommend them to you or to others. When I came to court, I wrote this. I was 21. Speak as little as possible. Withdraw adroitly without lying when the truth is dangerous. The king loves to be praised. If you have purpose, pursue it. If you believe deeply, act boldly. 21.
If you believe deeply, act boldly.
What would you write for yourself?
Questions, perhaps, without answers.
What questions?
Is it possible to fall in love with someone after seeing them only once?
You shall tell me the answer. Is it possible?
Yes.
Whom have you seen? You've only been out of the convent 3 weeks.
When I was in the convent, the girls used to throw silly notes over the wall to young men. I did it, too. A young officer. He passed again. He was very handsome. And I threw another note. And then one day, he threw back an answer.
Well?
And today I met him.
How often have you met him?
Only once. Today.
And you think you love him?
I'm sure.
His name?
André Dupont.
André Dupont. Does he know that the Cardinal Richelieu is your guardian?
No, he doesn't know about you. He doesn't even know my name.
You're quite sure of that?
Oh, yes. What is it? What's that paper?
André Dupont.
Oh, do you know him?
I've heard of him.
But why do you look so...
Well, Joseph?
His Majesty is here.
His Majesty?
With half the court, I should think.
What does he want?
He says he's come to see his palace.
He wastes no time.
Splendid. Splendid. See those paintings, Baradar. Masterpieces, every one. Richelieu. Armand.
Your Majesty, welcome to your palace.
It is all that you claimed for it, Armand. A magnificent gift.
When does His Majesty take possession?
When it is finished, Count Baradar. Of course, Baradar. When it is finished. Armand, I was thinking... And who is this?
Your Majesty.
Charming. Charming. Who are you, child?
She is the daughter of an old friend and loyal subject who was killed in the service of France. I have made myself responsible.
Yes. Well, my child, we must see you at court on occasion. Would you like that?
If I am permitted, Your Majesty.
I give you permission. You'll bring her, Richelieu?
Of course.
When?
Whenever Your Majesty commands.
Bring her tomorrow. We shall look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
You may leave us now, Lenore.
Yes, Your Eminence. Your Majesty.
Good day, my child.
A lovely creature, Your Majesty.
I have eyes, Baradar. I have eyes. Where has she been, Armand?
Oh, at the convent. She's still a child. Come, Your Majesty. I want you to see the Roman marble.
Yes, presently. A child, you say? You forget how young people grow up. You can't possibly keep her cooped up in this palace of yours?
I think the coop is big enough.
No. I've taken a great interest in her. She should come to court. We must find a husband for her.
Your Majesty's interest touches me deeply.
She should have a title, position. I think the right man might be the Count de Cinq-Mars.
Cinq-Mars?
Have you anything against my choice?
Oh, is Your Majesty asking me to marry the Count?
No, don't be obstinate. He has wealth, a good title.
Does Your Majesty deem it necessary to consult Cinq-Mars?
Cinq-Mars will do as he's told.
Is it possible, sire, that there are other reasons for your interest?
Are you daring to suggest?
Sire, I may accustom myself to the caprices of monarchs, but I will not pander to their vices.
Do you forget that I am still your king?
And I am your cardinal, responsible for your immortal soul.
When my time comes, I'll answer for that. I demand that you bring her to court.
I am sorry.
Will you obey your king?
No, Your Majesty.
Very well. We shall see how far the power of the cardinal will carry without the support of his king.
Well, Joseph?
King's very angry.
Yes. See, Joseph, on what little things the fate of nations depends. A few hours ago, I said there were no loopholes. And now the history of France may be changed by a pretty face. If I could only find some way to keep Lenore out of his reach.
But how? You can't send her away. He'd never forgive you.
Joseph.
Yes?
Joseph, I have an idea. A mad, wonderful idea. Joseph, bring me André Dupont. down. Sit down, Monsieur Dupont.
Your guards arrested me. I demand to know why.
You are arrested as an enemy to France and an enemy to your king.
I am an enemy neither to my king nor my country. But if you think I'll purchase my freedom by allegiance to you, you're mistaken.
You joined with the Dukes of Normandy, Lorraine, and the others that you might defy me.
Haven't we the right to fight for our lands we've held for centuries?
Tell me, who gave your ancestors those lands?
The crown.
If a crown can give, a crown can take away.
It's not the crown who takes them away, but my Lord Cardinal. Every day you gather more power to yourself. Soon you will have the whole of France in the palm of your hand for your own selfish ends.
One moment. You're an officer?
Yes.
You've seen active service?
Yes.
Does your regiment go into battle a mere rabble without authority or guidance?
My regiment is one of the best disciplined in the army.
You exact obedience from your subordinates.
What sort of an officer should I be if I didn't?
And what if they disobeyed you?
I should get rid of them.
And that, my friend, is my method. Why do you quarrel with it?
I was referring to a regiment.
I was referring to the enemies of France. Now, forget your hatred of me for the moment, and let me ask you, why do I take your lands and those of the great feudal lords?
Why?
Because to be strong, we must be united.
We've done well enough for the past few hundred years.
What has stood for a century may be destroyed in a night. England and Austria are arming against us. Our own noble lords are in league with Spain, waiting to help them to march on Paris to crush our country and to place a puppet king on our mighty throne. Have you any pride in your country? Do you want to see France in the ascendant, powerful, glorious, supreme? Or do you want to see a country ravaged by foreign invaders? Unity or defeat?
Armand.
Well?
An important message.
Monsieur Dupont, wait in that room. And think well of what I have said. Well, Joseph?
From the king.
Let me see. Mademoiselle Lenore de Brisac will take up her residence in the palace as lady-in-waiting to Her Majesty the Queen, pending her marriage with the Count de Cinq-Mars. Signed, Louis Rex.
You see, it's hopeless.
Perhaps. Send Lenore to me at once. Go. Monsieur Dupont? Well, what is your answer?
They say you're a devil, that you can twist men around your little finger. It's true. I'm ready to serve you.
Good. Sit down again. You married?
No.
Fortunate. You'll have to marry at once.
Marry?
Patriotism demands sacrifices. For my purpose, it is essential that you should marry at once.
You ask me what I will do for my country and then set me the one task that is impossible.
Impossible? You haven't seen the lady I've chosen.
Nor will I.
Oh, you've a lady already. Very charming, no doubt. But you must get rid of her.
No.
Are you going to let some worthless little creature jeopardize your whole career?
You can do what you like. Commit me to the Bastille as you're about to do, but I won't stoop to this.
Oh, you're a very violent young man. Tell me, this girl you have in mind, have you known her long?
No.
Met her often?
Once.
Huh. Her name?
I don't know.
Here's a man giving up his whole career for a girl whose name he doesn't even know. I give you a minute to change your mind.
No.
Once this order is signed, I shall not recall it. Well?
I've made my decision. Nothing you can do or say will alter it.
Father, Brother Joseph said you...
Lenore, you mustn't disturb me. I have painful business with this young man.
Andre.
You here?
He's a very obstinate man.
But, Father, you won't send him away, please.
Send him away? I've been begging him to marry you for the last 15 minutes. But he refuses.
Andre.
Oh, Lenore.
You seem to be a most impressionable young man. You fall in love with ladies at a moment's notice. I must leave you. Unless you change your mind again, you will both meet me in an hour in my chapel. Joseph, this is my reply to the king. I'll read it to you. To Louis Rex, Your Majesty, Mademoiselle Lenore is honored by His Majesty's appointment as lady-in-waiting to the Queen, but she humbly suggests that the matter may be delayed until her return from her honeymoon with her husband, Andre Dupont. Well,
Ingenious, but dangerous.
True. Let me add something, Joseph. Something pleasant. Yes. If your Majesty desires someone to love, love me, Richelieu.
The curtain falls on the first act of Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss. During this brief intermission before Act Two, we bring you the Browning family. It's late afternoon, and Midge comes bursting in from school.
Mother! Oh, Mother!
Yes, dear?
You've got to do something about Bobby.
Why, Midge, what's the trouble?
Oh, he's incorrigible, Mother.
Oh, no.
But he is. Toady Allen was walking home with me, and along comes Bobby, and... There, that's just what he yelled at me, Mother, right in front of Toady, and I was so embarrassed.
Now, Bobby, that wasn't at all nice.
And it was just because I got a run in my stocking, Mother.
She's always getting runs. Why, they call her Runaway Midge.
Well, after all, I can't help it.
You certainly can, dear. You can do a lot better than you're doing if you'd only use Lux Flakes.
Well, maybe it is my fault. I did forget to use Lux. But anyhow, can't you make Bobby stop talking that way?
The quickest way to stop him, dear, is to cut down on runs. If you just remember to lux your stockings every night, you won't have nearly so much trouble.
Oh, Mother, I will try to remember.
Yes, luxing stockings after every wearing cuts down on runs and saves many embarrassing moments. Lux saves the elasticity that helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. Cake soap rubbing, or soaps with harmful alkali, are likely to weaken elasticity, and then runs come easily. Give your stockings regular Lux care, and all your underthings, too, to keep them fresh and dainty and to help them stay new-looking longer. Lux has no harmful alkali. It's safe for anything safe in water alone. And a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. Buy Lux Flakes in the economical large-size box. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrell. With his ward Lenore safely married to Andre Dupont, Richelieu turned again to affairs of state. By his order, the army of France, commanded by Marshal Lemoyne, stands ready to leave Paris to meet the invading Spaniards at the border. But the Cardinal's enemies have other plans. Secretly in league with the Spanish king, Barada has conspired to keep Lemoyne's forces in Paris, knowing that such a move will mean victory for Spain and the establishment of a weak king on the throne of France.
With the Duke d'Orléans on a throne, we will soon regain our privileges, gentlemen, and our lands.
Agreed, Barada, but first, Spain must be victorious.
They will be. Their forces will advance through Corby and surround Paris.
Unless Lemoyne's army meets them halfway before they reach the walls of Paris.
Have no fear of that. Lemoyne's army will never leave Paris. I will have public opinion stirred to prevent it. Our day, gentlemen, is at hand.
Down with Richelieu! The army in Paris! Protect our home! Down with Richelieu!
In the palace, King Louis stands by a window, listening to the distant cries. On one side is Barada, and on the other, Louis's brother, Gaston, the weak-willed Duke d'Orléans, whom the nobles hope to place on the throne.
Listen to them. They sound half mad.
They're clamoring for something, the pigs. What is it, Barada?
They want protection. You know, sire, what will happen if the army leaves Paris. The people will revolt.
What? Well, why doesn't Richelieu do something? He's the Minister of War.
You'll forgive me, sire, but it's Richelieu's order that is sending the army away from the city.
I will protect my people. Tell Marshal Lemoyne to let the army remain in Paris. Defend Paris to the last. Give the order yourself, Gaston.
I? Oh, yes. I'll give the order with pleasure, brother.
What is it, Mr. Gray? Life too quiet for you here? Like to go to court, eh? Well, a cat may look at a king, but I don't advise it, Mr. Gray.
Marshal Lemoyne, His Eminence is resting.
His Eminence will see me, Father Joseph.
Lemoyne? Why are you here? Why haven't you and your army left Paris?
Stopped. The army's to stay.
By whose orders?
The King's.
Without consulting me.
He believes Paris to be France. He's frightened of the people. If I move out of the troops, he's afraid it means revolution.
If you stay, it means defeat. If the Spanish army reaches Corbie ahead of you, they'll be at the gates of Paris in a week. Whereas if you push on to Corbie...
Cardinal, once I trap them in the hills round Corbie, I have them on my word as a soldier.
It shall be done. Master your men and make for Corbie.
But the King's order.
I am Minister of War. Officially, I have not been consulted. I give you the order to march.
One moment. I'm a soldier, but I'm also a man. I want to keep my head on my shoulders.
And I want to keep my hand on their throat.
I can't disobey an order of the King.
Let me see that order. This forbids you to take the army out of Paris.
That's clear enough.
Lemoyne, if the army is delivered to you outside the walls of Paris, will you lead them then?
Outside? Yes.
The army will meet you outside the walls of Paris by midnight at the East Gate. I'll lead them myself.
I will be there to meet you.
Godspeed to you, and a swift victory.
Armand, Louis will be furious.
I have one consolation, Joseph. He can separate me from only one head.
The insolence of Richelieu. Gets on a horse and marches the army away from Paris in defiance of my orders.
In any other person, it would be regarded as treason.
Treason? What else is it but treason?
Dismiss him, sire.
I will. But, no. Always when he disobeys me, I have a fatal feeling that he may be right.
But, Your Majesty...
That's enough. You may leave, Count Berida.
Very well, sire. Guard.
Count Berida.
Where is Prince Gaston?
With the Queen Mother, my lord. The prince is waiting for you.
No. Surely even Louis won't stand this last insult. This time, Richelieu's gone too far. Berida, well?
The king will do nothing.
Nothing? There's the king for you. His own orders defied, a slap in the face, and he does nothing. I'd have that man's head.
My son, you must calm yourself.
We've failed again. I shall never become king.
Shh, Gaston. You know you were always my favorite. It'll all be in good time.
I shall be king one day, shan't I? You promised it. I shall.
Very soon. Our treaty with Spain. It's almost arranged.
Berida, why don't you do something? This monster, Richelieu, will crush us. Kill him. Haven't we got men enough? I'll kill him myself.
Kill him?
Berida, poor Gaston is mad with rage.
He talks sense in his madness.
Are you mad, too? No one can kill Richelieu. You can't risk it.
We can risk another man. Someone who might kill him, not for political reasons. We'd never be suspected.
But who?
There's a young Huguenot noble here. He's being held prisoner by the king. I'll go and have a talk with him.
Why am I being held here, Berida? Why is there no message from the cardinal?
The cardinal? Andre, don't rely on him.
Why not?
Is it possible you're so blind?
Blind?
My poor Andre. Don't you see that you've been used by Richelieu?
What do you mean?
Doesn't it strike you as curious that he married you in such great haste?
It was to save Lenore from the king.
From the king or for the king?
What? Oh, I don't believe it.
The lady found favor in the eyes of royalty. For appearances, a husband had to be found quickly. The cardinal found you willing, ready to hand.
No man could be such a fiend.
No? Then why doesn't he send you word? Why?
Berida, you must help me.
I will gladly. But you must help yourself, too. Richelieu must die.
My child.
And then they arrested him, Father. He's there now at the palace. They wouldn't let me see him. And it's all through me. Louis is angry because Andre married me.
Not because he married you, but because he protects you.
You will intercede for him.
The king shall set him free or answer to his cardinal.
But when?
Tomorrow, my child. Go to your room, my dear, and try to sleep. Who's there? Who's there, I say? Joseph, is that you? Light the candle, Joseph. Joseph!
It is not Joseph, my lord.
Andre, my son. I thought you were under arrest.
You meant me to be under arrest, but I'm free. I've come here to kill you.
What madness is this?
The fine fool you made of me, my lord. A mock marriage. How sweet and holy your eminence looked. How noble. And all the while you were planning to use her to regain the king's favor.
What are you saying? Who's been pouring this poison into your ears?
They were right. They told me not to wait, but to strike at once.
They. They have made you their tool. Barada again.
Barada's my friend. Lenore is at the palace where you sent her.
They lie. Lenore is here. Let me pass that I may call her.
A trick. She's not here. You want to call your guards.
Then go yourself. Lift the latch of that door and call Lenore. Well, why do you hesitate?
I'm a fool. You'll trick me, I know it. But you tempt me with her name. You know that. Judas.
Call her.
Lenore. It's a trick. I knew it.
Did someone call? Whose voice was that? It's not... Andre!
Lenore.
You see, my son.
Oh, Father. Father, forgive me.
What's that?
The signal. I forgot to give the signal. They're breaking in.
Who?
Barada.
Quick, Lenore. Go back to your room. Stay here.
Yes, Father.
I'll hold them off.
Stay. You stay with me.
But, Father...
Do as I say. Quiet. Now, listen. When they come in, the deed is done. You understand? You've killed me. Strangled me. Keep them off. Don't let them touch me. Now, set the stage. See, I'm in bed. My hand outstretched. So, my beads knotted about my throat.
So, they're coming.
Draw the curtain.
Andre, here, Barada.
Richelieu, where is he?
See for yourself.
Barada, look. The bed.
He was asleep. I strangled him. I left no trace.
Yes. Dead. France is free at last. Well, there's no need to wait now. We can put our plan into action at once. Remove those beads, Andre, and meet us in the courtyard. There's no time to waste.
Hurry, Andre.
Father, you were wonderful.
It was a great effort. I never felt less dead. Andre, the plan they spoke of. What plan?
To depose Louis and place Gaston on the throne.
Ah?
The Queen Mother and the Queen are on their way to the Spanish border tonight.
To visit her brother?
Yes, but in reality they carry a treaty, a private treaty.
A signed treaty?
Yes, signed by Barada, Gaston, and the rest.
Ah, the fools. They put their names on paper, their signatures.
Armand, what is it?
Victory, Joseph. You'll come with me. Quickly, my carriage, my fastest horses. Send gallopers ahead on the route to the Spanish border to warn my men at every village, every tavern, to look out for a royal carriage bearing the Queen and the Queen Mother. At last, their signatures.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. So ends Act Two of Cardinal Richelieu, with George Arliss and our all-star cast. We'll go into Act 3 after the short intermission, during which Mr. DeMille takes us behind Hollywood scenes and introduces our guest of the evening.
Hollywood can boast of many researchers and many costume directors, but as far as I know, Edward P. Lambert is our only expert equally at home in either field. 25 years ago, Mr. Lambert helped in costuming and research for the birth of a nation. His silver anniversary finds him manufacturing costumes for another picture based on the war between the states, Gone with the Wind. Now with Selznick International Studio, this versatile gentleman worked with George Arliss at 20th Century Studio when Cardinal Richelieu was brought to the screen. Our play tells us about Richelieu the statesman. Can you, Mr. Lambert, shed any light on Richelieu the man?
Well, it's interesting to note that this most important man in France was quite proficient on the lute and would play tunes by the hour. His favorite pets were kittens. When they grew up into cats, he'd get a batch of new ones. Richelieu seldom showed it, but scarcely a day went by when he was free of pain. He suffered almost constantly from terrific headaches.
You probably acquired one or two yourself, prying into the court secrets of the time.
But it was worth it to learn such facts as these. King Louis was very fond of cooking, but often his own dishes gave him such indigestion he'd have to leave the table and go to bed. Silk stockings were very fashionable for both men and women, but were so costly that the Queen of France never hesitated to wear ones that had been darned. Here's a beauty treatment of Richelieu's time. To keep skin white, ladies used a mixture with the following ingredients: fowl's flesh, goat's milk, lemons, camphor, borax, white lead, rose water, and essence of bean flour, and newly laid eggs.
Wow. And how did the men look after their looks?
Listen to what the Duke of Buckingham wore at a ball in Paris. A satin suit with a beautiful gold lace collar and embroidered with bands of pearls. A chain of pearls hung 6 times around his neck. A jewel girdle worth 30,000 crowns. And in his ear, a huge diamond which nobody could see because his long curls covered it up. In connection with costumes, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say a word about Lux Flakes. Lux is one of the standbys of my department. Costumes, while they're made originally for one picture, may be worn by other players many times. We've found that regular care with Lux Flakes keeps them in the finest condition possible. They last longer and look better, so I can personally recommend Lux Flakes for regular home use. There will be about 5,000 new costumes in Gone with the Wind, and all the washable ones will soon be introduced to Lux.
What's your biggest problem in manufacturing costumes for Gone with the Wind?
So far, the corn shuck hats. During the war, Southern ladies were so impoverished that they made bonnets of green corn shucks. When it came time to make them for the picture, I discovered that California's crop had all been harvested. After traveling all over the state, we finally found a little Mexican who had planted his crop of corn so late he couldn't get rid of it. He was tickled to death to sell us all the green shucks we needed. And that, sometimes, is how hats and motion pictures are made. Goodbye, Mr. DeMille.
Shucks, Mr. Lambert. Goodbye. We set the scene for the third act of Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrell. Carrying a secret treaty with Spain, Marie de Medici and Queen Anne race madly toward the border, the royal coach swaying and bouncing on the rutted road. A few miles behind, another coach, bearing the arms of Cardinal Richelieu, races in swift pursuit. At all costs, Richelieu must gain possession of the treaty, bearing the signatures of the traitors to the king. Leaning from the window, Richelieu shouts to the coachman.
Coachman!
Yes, my lord.
Tell the outrider to take the horse trail that goes through Florida to Cumia. The innkeeper there is one of my men. Have him make some excuse to delay the Queen's coach.
Very, very good, my lord.
More delay, more delay. Anne, did you notice that rider who came up on the road and then passed on?
Only some lackey asking the way.
And shortly after, there was this delay.
There's nothing mysterious about it. The innkeeper told us the roads are unsafe after the rain. Come in.
Your Majesties, there's Cardinal Richelieu.
Richelieu?
Yes, he requests an audience with you. He says...
See that my regiment of guards is well looked after. Feed them well. Your Majesties.
My Lord Cardinal.
Your Majesties, I'll not waste words. You know why I'm here.
How dare you?
What do you mean by breaking in upon us like
You're
this?
carrying a secret treaty to the King of Spain. I want it.
Your mind sees intrigue in every corner. I have no treaty.
Why fence with me? Where is it?
We have no treaty.
No? Well, I have a warrant for your arrest on a charge of high treason. A warrant signed by the king Unless you surrender the treaty at once, I shall order my guards to enforce it. Give it to me.
I will not.
Then you have it. If your names are not signed to it, why not give it up and save yourselves?
Because I will not betray those whose names are signed.
They are already betrayed. You might as well know that your plot will be blown to the skies. Baradar will be taken prisoner. The Dukes of Normandy, Lorraine, and the others are in full flight. And Gaston, your favorite, may have to face his brother on a charge of regicide.
There's nothing of that in the treaty.
You have the means of proving that. Come now. The treaty is in this box here, isn't it? Why not give it to me? You'll find it better to have me your friend than your enemy. Well,
devil,
but still your friend.
Take it.
Thank you, Your Highness. The names. Baradar. Gaston's signature wobbles nervously, and no wonder. Your Majesty, I will send my guard to escort you unofficially to Spain.
We have our carriage. We shall go back to Paris.
I would spare the king the surprise of your sudden return. His heart is weak, and the surprise of my return will, I believe, be as much as he can bear. You see, the noble lords have already told him that I am dead. They'll be gathering soon in solemn council, hovering like vultures round his throne, smirking behind his back as they wait for him to sign his own death warrant. And that mustn't be for Louis or for France. And so, I know you'll excuse me. Good night, Your Majesties, and a pleasant trip to Spain.
The king will be here at any moment, gentlemen.
Has he been informed of Richelieu's death?
Baradar saw to that. It was for the good of the country. Didn't you know? Richelieu was plotting the king's death. We knew, didn't we, Gaston?
Oh, yes, we knew. Well, gentlemen, the stars tell us of great changes this month, eh?
No need for stars to tell us that, Your Highness.
The king's throne. It looks very comfortable. I wonder what it would feel like to sit in it.
Your Highness.
Oh, there's no harm, Baradar. Coming events, you know.
His Majesty, Louis, King of France.
Your Majesty. My lords, overshadowing all events of the day is the news of our Montplessis, Cardinal Richelieu. With his death, many changes will come into effect at once.
Oh, yes, brother.
Already we have decided to revoke the edict confiscating your lands and rely on the loyalty and service of the feudal lords. We ourselves intend to rely for advice and guidance on our good friend, Count Baradar.
Your Majesty.
And upon the services of our brother, Gaston.
You may depend on me so long as you reign.
And we rely upon you, my lords, for advice in your various offices. If we seem to pass over the death of the Cardinal lightly, it is that we have evidence that he was planning something of such treasonable nature that were he alive today to answer for it, his life would be forfeited.
His Eminence, the Cardinal Duke de Richelieu.
Your Majesty, my lord.
Richelieu! How comes this report of your death?
Sire, the attempt was made. It was well conceived and well planned. But Providence elected I should be spared to be of service to you once more.
You deny this plot against my life, against the throne?
Not only do I deny it, sire, I am here to inform your Majesty of the details.
His Majesty is already informed of the details, my lord.
His Majesty is too wise to take the word of an assassin or the word of a traitor. I speak of Count Baradar and the Duke d'Orléans.
You dare accuse my friend and my brother? Where is your proof?
Where is theirs?
His whole life, Your Majesty, is all the proof you need.
Cardinal, we have suffered too much from your arrogance. I'll tolerate it no longer. I believe implicitly in the devotion and loyalty of my friends. I order the arrest of the Cardinal Duke de Richelieu.
Sir, I have here a treaty.
Gentlemen, the king's order. Arrest him.
Stand back.
Take him, I tell you.
Back! Stripped of all rank and authority, I carry still a mightier power. I face you now as a priest of God, round whom I draw the circle of sanctuary of our solemn church. Set foot upon that holy ground, and on your head, even though it were a crown, I'll call down the curse of Rome. Your Majesty, you believe me guilty. If I have conspired, as they say, against your life, what punishment, sire, would you declare fit for the instigator of such a crime?
A sentence of death.
Then read this, sir. Read it. A treaty with Spain, a treaty which would ultimately depose your Majesty and set your brother on the throne. And see, there, whose names are signed to it.
Armand. Armand. You have served me again.
Your Majesty, may I have leave to speak from beside your throne? My lords, nobles of France, from this day forward and forevermore, France is united into one great kingdom. All power is vested in one central authority, one absolute ruler, His Majesty King Louis XIII. And I am his shadow.
Armand, I am going to the chapel.
Your Majesty, I shall go with you. We'll pray together, my son. And for thee and for France, make me merciful and strong, kind and just. In thy blessed name I ask it, for the glory of God and the glory of my country.
So ends tonight's presentation of Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss, who returns in a moment for a curtain call. But before he comes back, I want to ask you a question. How do you judge a woman's age? Well, here's how one man answers that question. He's Ned Wayburn, the famous theatrical producer who has launched hundreds of stage and screen stars. He says your hands, more than your face, tell your age. Stop and think for a moment. He's right, isn't he? Don't smooth white hands look a lot younger than rough red ones?
Yes, they do, Mr. Ruick. But think of all the women who wash dishes every day. Doesn't that roughen hands terribly?
Yes. When you use strong soaps that contain harmful alkali, your hands are apt to get rough and red, all right. But there's no need for that, you know. Why not take the advice of beauty experts who recommend Lux for dishes? Because it protects your hands in the dishpan and leaves them soft and smooth. There's no harmful alkali in mild, pure Lux Flakes to irritate your skin and roughen your hands. And it costs so little to use these beauty suds for your dishes. A little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. So why not use it for all of the soap and water jobs you have around the house, to give your hands the protection they deserve? Buy the economical large-size box of Lux Flakes. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
In all his brilliant career, George Arliss has performed for radio audiences only 3 times, and each time on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. It's with pride, then, as well as gratitude, that I extend our microphone so that we may hear Mr. Arliss now as himself.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I'm sure you'll all be glad to know Mr. DeMille is once more looking himself. Since we gave our last broadcast in this theater, my wife and I have been on a visit to England. In returning to the Lux Hour, we have a pleasant feeling that we are meeting our last year's audience as old friends. The enormous number of people that may listen in is still rather awe-inspiring to me, and when Mr. DeMille whispered to me just before we began that he estimated our audience at well over 15 million people, I found the thought staggering. On many evenings I have listened to the Lux Radio Theater and have been gratified by the fact that this theater has faithfully lived up to its great responsibilities. I feel a certain satisfaction that the sponsors of the Lux Radio Theater selected Richelieu for this evening because a play of this kind has the added value of stimulating an interest in some of the most dramatic and entertaining periods of history. May I extend my affectionate regards to my old friends, my audiences of the stage and screen. Good night.
Our producer comes back in just a moment with grand news about the stars and play you'll hear a week from tonight. In Cardinal Richelieu, you heard Ivan Simpson as Joseph, Doris Lloyd as Queen Anne, Walter Kingsford as Gaston, David Torrance as Marshal Lemoyne, John Burton as Brugnon, Dennis Green as Lorraine, Eric Snowden as Oliveris, Frank Nelson as guard, Lionel Belmore as innkeeper, John Toty as coachman, and Lou Merrill as usher. Cesar Romero, a 20th Century Fox star, is seen shortly with Shirley Temple in The Little Princess. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of the same studio, where he directed music for the new film Jesse James. Heather Angel's new picture is Paramount's Bulldog Drummond's Secret Police. Join the March of Dimes and help to stamp out infantile paralysis. Just put 10 cents in an envelope and mail to the president at the White House to fight the terrible disease. Your dime and the dimes of millions of others will help crippled children walk again. Mr. DeMille.
That sage of the hinterlands, that cracker-barrel philosopher, that champion of the folks back home, stars next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. Bob Burns. We'll hear the horn-blowing pride of Van Buren in his most recent and best-loved screen portrayal, The Arkansas Traveler. Our play is the homespun story of a wandering printer, and starring with Bob, as she did in the picture, is one of Hollywood's most popular and talented character actresses, Miss Fay Bainter, and also from the original cast, the dainty and delightful Jean Parker. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Burns and Fay Bainter in The Arkansas Traveler with Jean Parker. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Tonight's presentation came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those mild, pure soap flakes, safe for anything, safe in water alone. Be with us then next Monday. Be part of the large audience that gathers each week to hear Hollywood's favorite stars in the most popular plays of stage and screen. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Burns and Fay Bainter in The Arkansas Traveler with Jean Parker and Dickie Moore.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's the story of a wandering printer, the play we bring you tonight, of the small town into which he drifts and the part he plays in its heartaches, its happiness, its romance. In it, you'll hear Bob Burns, Fay Bainter, Jean Parker, and Dickie Moore, with music under the direction of Louis Silvers. while our special guest is Hugh Park, editor of Bob Burns' own hometown newspaper, the Van Buren Press Argus. Before I introduce our producer, Mr. DeMille, let me tell you what Barbara Stanwyck, famous screen star, has to say about Lux toilet soap. She says, Lux toilet soap has an active lather that removes cosmetics thoroughly. I always use this easy care. It helps to keep skin soft and smooth, the way a woman's skin should be. Take this famous star's advice. Use gentle Lux toilet soap regularly. Lovely women everywhere do. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The two greatest authorities in the world on the subject of relativity are Albert Einstein and Bob Burns. Bob may know nothing about mathematics, but he certainly knows his relatives. From Grandpa Snazzy to Cousin Boo, those fascinating folks from the Ozarks, whose amazing adventures have made Mr. Burns America's favorite reporter. Mr. Einstein relaxes from relativity on the violin, and Bob seeks escape by bellowing through a cast-iron bugle, whose bray has caused lovelorn mules to kick up their heels from Van Buren to Vancouver. As in his current picture, Bob tonight plays the title role in The Arkansas Traveler. When the World War came along, Bob lent his services to the Marines and his bazooka on one occasion to General Pershing. Then our footsore hero was in turn a longshoreman on the docks of New Orleans, a streetcar conductor and silver-polished salesman in Virginia, a waiter on a coastwise steamer, a cowhand on an Oklahoma range, an aspiring engineer in Salt Lake City, and a businessman in Little Rock. Now proudly exhibited by the moguls of movies and microphones, Bob Burns stars next for Paramount in I'm From Missouri, and for us tonight as Traveler. Playing the same roles that they filled with such distinction on the screen are Fay Bainter, Gene Parker, and Dickie Moore. Miss Bainter turns her superb abilities to the part of Mrs. Martha Allen. Gene Parker, her refreshing charm and beauty, to the girl called Judy. And Dickie Moore plays Benny. Now on to the Ozarks, as the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Burns and Fay Bainter in The Arkansas Traveler, with Gene Parker and Dickie Moore. The outskirts of a small town, somewhere in the Middle West. In the blue light of early morning, a freight train lumbers slowly toward the tiny station. In a boxcar, his head resting on a rolled-up coat, lies a hobo, a journeyman printer, known to his fellow knights of the road as the Arkansas Traveler. Along the top of the train comes a brakeman. Reaching the traveler's car, he swings down and calls through the open door.
Hey, Traveler. Come on, Traveler. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh, yeah. What?
Come on. Wake up, Traveler. You'll be sleeping past your destination.
Oh, thanks, Freddie. You boys sure give lots of service on this road.
You want me to signal Joe to bring her to a stop?
No, just get him to slow down a bit. If any of my hobo friends ever saw me stepping off a standing freight, they'd think I'd gone soft.
How's things in Arkansas?
Oh, same as every place else. The rich is still in the gravy and the poor is still in the majority.
Yes, sir. Well, so long, Traveler.
So long, Freddie. Say, Freddie, where's the office of that Daily Record in this town?
2 blocks up the main street. But that ain't no newspaper for a good printer like you. Want to ride on a spell further?
No, thanks. Got a little business to do here. Well, I'll see you soon.
So long, Traveler. Good luck.
Morning, Sonny.
Morning.
What are you doing there, Sonny?
What do you think I'm doing? I'm setting type.
Looks to me more like you're upsetting it.
Don't disturb me, please. We gotta get out our paper.
Upside down?
It is not upside down. Listen. Citizens, on this conspicuous occasion...
Oh, sure, it reads all right now, but if you print it end up, you'll be reading it upended.
Oh, gosh.
You know, son, maybe that's why so many newspapers mean one thing and print another. Let me set that up to 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 another.
Let me set that up for you now, all right?
All right.
Fine.
What's your name?
Oh, I get called lots of things, but most of my friends call me Traveler. What's your name?
Benjamin Franklin Allen, but most folks call me Benny.
All right, Benny.
Say, you're setting that type and you're not even looking.
You don't have to look if you keep your mind on what you're doing instead of how you're doing it.
Benny, I can't seem to find... Oh, how do you do?
Howdy, ma'am.
I'm Mrs. Allen.
His name's Traveler, Mom.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Traveler. Oh, you're a printer.
Is he? Just watch him, Mom.
Oh, I just showing the young man a few shortcuts.
Do you want work?
No, ma'am. But I reckon I could conquer myself for a while. I take it you're the editor.
Yes.
And publisher, too. My pop used to be.
Mr. Allen founded the record. We've been trying to carry on.
But we've had an awful time keeping printers.
Well, I'm no fancy one, but I ain't plumb terrible neither, I guess. But I'll try to help out.
That's fine. The wages aren't much, of course, but...
I wish you wouldn't count on me staying too long, ma'am.
Why? Don't you think you'll like working here?
No, it ain't that, but I just got a nerve, Jimmy, that don't seem to want to stay put.
Oh, but I'm sure if you tried...
Well, I'll try, ma'am, but there's something inside me that a train whistle just sets into an uproar. Then I just got to get on and ride. Well, I've seen the time it got so strong if there hadn't been no other way to get on the darn thing, I believe I'd have gone so far as to buy a ticket. Why, do you know, Miss Allen, Listen.
What is it?
There it goes now. Ain't that beautiful?
Well, I'm not so sure I know what you mean.
Mom, look, there's Johnny Daniels.
Johnny Daniels where?
Out in the street. He just passed by the window. Johnny! Hey, Johnny!
Benny, don't yell like that. I'll call him.
Here he is.
Johnny.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Allen.
Johnny, how are you? Come in for a minute. My goodness, it's nice to see you again.
Oh, really, I can't stop, Mrs. Allen. I just got into town and
But you look so tired. Let me get you a glass of cold milk.
No, thanks. I've got to get on to the house.
Well, you can sit down for a minute. After all, you've been away quite a while, and... Please, Johnny, I want to speak to you.
Mrs. Allen, am I too late?
3 days too late, Johnny. Your mother died day before yesterday. Oh, I'm so sorry, Johnny.
Did she suffer much?
No. I guess she was tired. She just closed her eyes and went to sleep.
Well, I'd better get along.
Aren't you going to see your father?
I didn't come back to see him. Goodbye, Mrs. Allen.
There's no use your hurrying away. Judy'll be here in a minute. She'll be glad to see you.
Well, tell her I said hello. Thanks, Mrs. Allen.
Johnny, wait. You're too tired to drive off so soon.
Oh, I wasn't driving. I came on the train.
On the train? But there wasn't any train this morning, only freight. Oh.
Goodbye, Mrs. Allen.
Mom, what did he mean? Was he riding a freight train? Was that it?
Be quiet, Benny.
Lots of very nice folks ride freight trains, Benny.
Johnny Daniels' father is the mayor of this town.
Mayor? Well, now, if my father had ever been mayor of some town, I reckon I'd be awful proud of him. Somehow it strikes me Johnny ain't built that way.
Johnny and his father had an argument 3 years ago. This is the first we've seen of him since. I wish he wouldn't run off that way.
It does seem a shame now, don't it?
Oh, here's my daughter. Judy, this is Mr. Traveler. He's our new printer. Oh, how do you do?
Oh, pretty well, Miss Judy.
Judy, Johnny Daniels was just here.
I know. I met him outside the market.
Oh, did he say where he was going?
No, he didn't.
I thought maybe you'd ask him.
Me? Why?
Well, I mean, I don't think he ought to be running off again like that.
I don't think anyone could have stopped him.
Well, maybe not. Oh, Mr. Traveler, this article is... Mr. Traveler? Where'd he go? Mr. Traveler? He's gone. That's funny. I didn't hear any train whistle. Did you, Judy?
Hello, operator. Hello. I want to speak to the town jail, please. Hello, is this the constable? Well, I'll tell you, Constable, there's a young fella named Johnny Daniels on his way out of town right now. And I got a feeling he ought to stay here. Yes, and I think you better go get him now. Why? Well, because he stole my watch, that's why. Thank you, Constable. I'll be down to see you a little later. Hello there, son. Constable fix you up nice and comfortable.
What are you doing here?
Thought you might get lonesome in a great big jail all by yourself.
Never mind the funny stuff. What's the idea of getting me locked up in here? You know I never saw your watch.
I wish you'd calm down. I'd like to have a talk with you.
And what about?
What were you running away from?
How'd you like to mind your own business?
Well, I'd like it fine, except it always gives me pains in my head. Now, for instance, I once saw a billy goat choking himself on a rope. Well, now, you know how billy goats are about accepting help. But I says, Bill, if you'll just slack off on that rope, you can butt down what you're tied to. Of course, I did have to get a new seat in my britches, but it's pretty near worth it to see how grateful a goat can be.
Now, listen, I don't want to hear any more of it.
It was Johnny Daniels. Sure, Mr. Collins. Then why did you lock him up?
I guess you got company, Johnny.
Open that door. Yes, Mr. Collins.
Hello, Johnny. I heard you were in trouble, and I hurried right over.
Oh, that's nice of you, Mr. Collins.
It's been a long time since we've seen you, Johnny.
That's right. I see you're still running things in this town.
Well, at least enough to take care of this little situation. Now, what are the charges, Constable?
Well, now, this feller here says Johnny stole his watch.
Well, who is this man?
I don't know. I mean...
But you took his word, huh? How do you know he ever had a watch?
Oh, gosh, Mr. Collins, I gotta believe somebody or I never would get to make any arrests.
Well, you let the boy out.
Oh, sure, Mr. Collins.
Come on, Johnny. Put on your coat and I'll drive you home.
Thanks, but I'm not going home.
Well, you want to get out of here, don't you?
Not if I have to thank you for it, Mr. Collins. I don't want any favors that I'll have to pay back someday.
Why, I'm not only thinking of you, I'm thinking of your father and how he'll feel about your being in jail.
It's about time one of us was here. Me or him or you.
I don't have to take that from you, Johnny. I'm only trying to help you.
I don't want any help from anybody.
All right. Have it your own way.
Mr. Collins, I'm sorry about locking him up that way, but...
Well, you're sure in a spot, boy. You don't want to stay in jail to spite me, and you won't get out to spite him. Must have been a he-horse fight to make a fella like you carry a grudge for 3 years.
What do you know about it?
Oh, I've been sort of nosing around. Say, you remember that fella Goliath in the Bible?
Yeah, and Jack the Giant Killer, too.
Come to think of it, it's just about the same thing. Say, did you ever wonder why they never gave them fellas last names, like Goliath Collins, for instance?
'Cause they were like dogs, I guess.
Talking about dogs, you know, I often think what a lot of trouble a dog with a tin can on his tail could save himself if he'd just turn around and yank it off instead of running away from it. Well, so long for a while. I got to go back to Miss Allen and get the morning edition ready.
Wait a minute. You, need any help?
What? Why, you got charges against you. How you going to get out?
Well, you could use your influence.
Thought you didn't want no favors from nobody.
You're a nobody.
But you ain't aiming to run off, are you?
Oh, no. No, I wouldn't like to have you lose that watch again.
I wouldn't fool around with that linotype machine, Johnny. It takes an expert mechanic to fix that thing. I'll have one here this afternoon.
Don't you worry about Johnny, Mr. Traveler. He can fix anything.
Sure. Once he took my dad's watch apart in a bet and put it together blindfolded.
Yeah, well, maybe you can fix my watch sometime.
Yeah.
Say, tell Miss Allen what you telling me about that foot press.
Oh, I said it should have been hooked up with a motor in the first place.
Well, there's one upstairs on the washing machine.
Oh, the washing machine? Okay, thanks.
Wait, Johnny, Judy's using it now. Johnny.
Morning, Judy.
Why, good morning. I didn't know you were here.
No? Well, I came back last night with Traveler.
Oh. Do you want something?
Well, it can wait.
You're always so mysterious.
I don't mean to be.
1 minute you're gone, the next minute you're back, and you don't say why.
Well, I'm back this time because I changed my mind about going away.
And you went away 3 years ago because you changed your mind about staying here.
I had to go away then, Judy.
Without telling anybody?
I was afraid you wouldn't understand.
But you could have told me. After all, Johnny, we grew up together. We were always friends. Even if we did have an awful lot of fights.
Yes, we did have, didn't we?
Listen, do you remember the time I made you a Prince Charming outfit for the school masquerade? And you let me wait? And there I was all dressed up as Cinderella, and you never even showed up.
Oh, well, that was on account of that nail.
What nail?
Nail on your front gate. Caught my costume. Maybe you can be a prince without any seat in your pants, but, well, I don't see how you could be very charming. So I went home.
Well, it's nice. 10 years later to learn the reason. I was always thinking I'd never speak to you again. Say, what are you doing with that washing machine?
Disconnecting the motor. That's what I came up for. Well, thanks.
Wait a minute. Where are you going with that?
I need it downstairs.
Well, I need it here for my washing.
But we've got to get out a batch of circulars.
And I've got to get out a batch of washing.
Oh, just like a woman, worrying about washing when we need the motor to run a business.
Johnny Daniels, you haven't changed one little bit. You're just impossible as you always were.
Well, whoever said I wanted to change? Goodbye.
Goodbye. But, Mr. Dean, you've always run an ad in our paper. Hello? Hello, Mr. Dean. Yes, I'm still here. But, Mr. Dean, you can't withdraw your ad now. The cuts have already been made, and... Oh, very well.
Another cancellation, Miss Allen?
Yes, I don't understand it. That's the 7th cancellation we've had today. You'll have to knock down that setup again, Mr. Traveler.
Yes, ma'am. Seems like business in this town has turned awful sick all of a sudden.
What's doing it? They can't all have gone crazy. Come in, Matt.
Good morning, Mrs. Allen.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Collins.
Matt gave me a lift in his new car, Mother. That's how I'm back so soon.
Sit down, Matt.
Thanks.
Judy, did you see Johnny?
No, why?
All of our advertisements have been canceled.
Canceled? Why, they can't do that.
Why, I never heard of such a thing.
That's funny.
What's that?
I mean, it's funny you didn't hear about it, Mr. Collins, being sort of partners with most of them. That is, I've seen your name on most of the stores around town.
Oh, this is our new printer, Mr. Traveler.
Traveler. I've seen you someplace.
I don't know where, unless it was in jail.
Maybe it was. Martha, I'm terribly sorry about this. I'll take a couple of pages if it'll help.
Matt promised me an ad from the Citizens Committee, Mother.
That's nice of you, Matt.
Sure is. Only one paper don't make one ad don't make a newspaper.
Martha, I'd like to talk to you seriously.
What about? Oh, of course, Matt. Would you rather go upstairs?
Thanks.
Too bad you didn't meet Johnny, Miss Judy.
Say, where was he supposed to meet me?
Down the street, but maybe he couldn't see you in that big car with Matt Collins.
Just what do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Funny Matt Collins wanting to speak to your mother.
You simply can't go on bucking this thing by yourself.
I'd have been all right if this slump
If it wasn't the slump, it'd be something else. You're not a businesswoman, Martha.
But this isn't only a business to me. It's more than that, Matt.
I understand how you feel. Martha, I want to help you. If I take the record off your hands, you'll have a little money, cash, instead of a lot of worry and bills.
I'm sorry to be sentimental about it, but I just can't sell Ben's paper.
But if it fails, then what? If I take it, I'll keep it going. Isn't that a better tribute to Ben's memory?
I never thought of that. I suppose you're right.
Excuse me, Miss Allen. I know you're awfully busy.
I'll be down in a little while.
I just want to ask a question about our ad.
It'll have to... Did you say our ad?
Well, just because everybody else can't afford to take out an ad, no reason why we can't. Don't cost nothing.
Oh. Well, I'll talk it over with you later.
But I just wanted your okay on the idea of reprinting the front page of the very first issue of the record. With Mr. Allen's picture as a banner like this. Look, we've been here 20 years, and we'll still be here the next time you want to buy a paper. I'm awfully sorry to trouble you, but I sure wish you'd think about it.
Well, Martha? Martha?
What? Oh,
The longer we wait, the harder it's going to be. Let's settle the whole thing now.
it is settled, Matt. I'm going to hang on to the record.
But how?
I don't know. But we'll keep going. Somehow.
In just a few moments, the curtain will rise on the second act of The Arkansas Traveler, starring Bob Burns and Fay Bainter, with Gene Parker and Dickie Moore. Meanwhile, during our short intermission, let's look in on Mr. Billings, manager of your corner grocery store. Mr. Billings is talking to his assistant.
All right, hurry up, Joe, and finish that window, then help me unload this crate of canned stuff.
Gosh, Mr. Billings, here comes Mrs. Smith. Let me wait on her, will you?
If you did your work as quick as you notice pretty customers, you might be of more use to me. I'll wait on Mrs. Smith. You finish that window, young man.
Good morning, Mr. Billings.
Good morning, Mrs. Smith. You're shopping bright and early today?
Yes, I'm having my husband's boss to dinner for the first time. I do want it to be a success.
Well, can't help but be if you're giving the party. Say, here's a wonderful new canned turtle soup, and my wife says the steamed date pudding with hard sauce is just grand.
Thanks. I'll try that soup. And here's the rest of my list. And that reminds me, Joe. Give me some of that Lux soap you're putting in the window. 6 cakes. No, make it a dozen. My husband has found out that it makes a grand bath soap. He acts as if he discovered it himself. You know how men are, Mr. Billings. But it was I who told him about it. I use it for my complexion and for the bath, too. I find that there's nothing better. Oh, are these my packages? I've got to hurry.
Let me take them out to the car for you, Mrs. Smith. No trouble at all. Be right back, Mr. Billings.
Mr. Billings sells lots of Lux toilet soap to charming young women like Mrs. Smith. Charming young women who care for their clear complexions the gentle Lux toilet soap way. They know it's foolish to risk the dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores that mean unattractive cosmetic skin. They use cosmetics, but remove them thoroughly with Lux toilet soap's active lather. Then pores don't become choked with stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt. Skin is left smooth, soft, appealing. 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Why don't you try it for face, hands, and bath? Mr. DeMille.
We continue with the Arkansas Traveler, starring Bob Burns and Fay Bainter, with Gene Parker and Dickie Moore. Several days have passed, and the name Martha Allen still stands on the masthead of the Daily Record. The traveler, who in his own quiet way is responsible for her decision, is trying desperately to make the newspaper pay. Now in the tiny office, he reads a galley proof of the next day's leading advertisement.
Look here, Johnny, this is the Citizens Committee ad. Very nice and poetical, too. Now, just listen to this. What changes a town to a city? Improvements, a dam, a lake, fertile farmlands. Citizens, beneficent nature has given us the natural resources to turn our town into a city. Picture a lake where now there's nothing but an arid canyon. Picture estates and home sites dotting its wooded shores. All this will be made possible by the erection of Bear Trap Dam. That's Matt Collins' ad. Reads so smooth, I declare you could almost believe it is true.
Not if you know the facts.
Well, ain't some of it true, Johnny?
Well, none of it's true. Not a single word. He talks about fertile lands and what the dam will do for the farmers. Well, it won't do a thing. Matt Collins wants to build a power plant, that's all. And he could build a power plant if he had one little thing, a dam. So if the government puts up half and the taxpayers put up the other half and they build a dam way he wants it... Say, what are you doing at that line of type machine? You haven't heard a word I said.
You want to see how your argument looks in print? Read that.
Who will benefit? The Record wants to know. Hey, you mean you're going to print what I just said?
Sure, why not? As long as Martha Allen owns this sheet, the citizens are going to know the truth.
Look, Ed, the Record wants to know. Who will benefit?
Bear Trap Dam is a trap for the taxpayers.
What is wanted, irrigation or electricity? Johnny Daniels must have wrote that. Good for Johnny.
Wonder if it's true.
True or not, he'll sure get a hiding from his old man.
Hello, John.
Oh. Hello, Father. I didn't expect you'd come down here to see me. Well, maybe I did after you read that article on Bear Trap Dam.
Now, Johnny. I didn't come down here with any chip on my shoulder. I've been thinking things over and, well, John, I feel we both were a little hasty a few years ago.
I'd rather not go back over all that.
I'm willing to make allowances for the fact that you were very young.
But not too young to discover that my father was taking crooked orders from a crooked man.
I don't think you understand politics, John.
I understand that kind.
Oh, why not? Let's go home. We can talk things over privately there.
No, thanks. I'd rather stay here. I'm beginning to like newspaper work. And I'm going to fight. Against Matt Collins and against you.
I guess there's still no use in trying to talk sense to you, John. But you won't get far around here with that attitude. Good night.
Hey, Johnny, supper's ready.
Okay, Benny. I'll be right there.
Come on, Judy. Hurry up. Men want their supper when they've been working hard all day. Ain't that right, Traveler?
Of course, women don't do any work.
Well, there's some do. And some who just ride around in big automobiles and talk.
Now, Benny, Judy was getting ideas for the paper.
From Matt Collins? Fine ideas he's got about our paper. What's he want to buy it for, anyway?
Only because he wants to help us. Matt doesn't need the Record half as much as we need him.
Ah, pussy willows.
Matt Collins is really interested in this dam, ain't he? And you see, Benny, Mr. Collins would like to have a newspaper so he could educate the townspeople about it.
Listen, If Matt Collins wanted a newspaper for any reason, he's got money enough to start one of his own.
Now, that's what worries me. You see, I've been figuring...
You spend your time figuring out your own business instead of butting into other people's affairs.
Judy, please.
I don't care, Mother. It's about time someone told him off. Ever since he's been here, he's been poking around in our affairs. Nobody asked you for your opinion, Mr. Traveler. You came here to work for us as a printer. That's all you're supposed to do. If you don't like it, why don't you get out? There are plenty of freight trains running out of here every day.
Judy! Hey, Mr. Traveler, I'm very sorry.
Gee, she didn't mean it, Traveler.
Well, will anyone have dessert?
No, thanks. I guess I just had mine.
Judy? Judy, are you still awake? Judy!
Come in.
Judy, I want to speak to you. If you were mad about that editorial tonight, don't blame the Traveler.
Well, why did he put it in the paper? Just so he'd take a dig at Matt Collins?
No, because it's the truth. Your father would have printed it. Judy, you like Matt Collins, don't you?
Well, yes, I do.
Are you in love with him?
I don't see why I couldn't be. He's a real man. There isn't anything he wouldn't give me. At least I could travel, see things, and be someone, and do something with my life.
Instead of throwing it away like I did, staying here in a small town?
Well, you didn't have to stay in a small town. You knew Father had ability. Should have made him get out of here and helped him to do big things. Maybe today we wouldn't be sitting around worrying how we're going to get by.
I guess you're right, Judy. When I married your father, I had ambitions, too. I didn't want to stay here, cooped up in a little town. I knew your father had great ability, and I dreamed of seeing things, living in a big city and having people look at me and say, that's Ben Allen's wife. But your father saw things differently. He felt that his destiny lay here, among the people he knew and loved. He felt that if his voice was strong enough and true enough, it could be heard anywhere. Yes, I had a problem, too. But I stayed here and helped your father do what he wanted to do. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps you're right. Good night, Judy.
Good night. Mr. Traveler.
Oh, hello. You're up kind of early, ain't you, Miss Judy?
What are you doing?
Oh, just gathering my belongings. I ain't aiming to steal anything.
Don't say that, please. I feel small enough now. You see, I'm sorry for what I said, and I came down to apologize.
Oh, you don't have to apologize to me, Miss Judy, but I guess you was right about my butting in. I'm afraid my nose is a heap longer than my reason.
Well, I thought it was buttoned in too, and I was angry. But now that I've had a chance to think it over, I think it's pretty swell. I mean, you're trying to help it.
And I think it's pretty swell you having backbone enough to admit you was wrong.
Then we're friends?
Friends. You know, Miss Judy, instead of you and me fighting, we ought to... What's the matter, Miss Judy?
I was just watching you sitting there, rocking back and forth in that chair. You see, my father used to rock like that.
I knew your father, Miss Judy.
You knew him?
Long time ago, before he even met your mother. He was my friend. And I owed him an awful lot. And when I heard what happened here, I thought maybe I could help. I didn't have any money, but... Well, anyway, Miss Judy, what I'm trying to tell you is that I don't want you to ever believe that I was just butting in.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, some people are kind of proud, like you and your mother, for instance. I don't think she'd accept help if she thought it was an obligation. So let's just you and me keep it our secret. Honest, Injun.
Honest, Injun.
Well, now then, that we got the past all straightened out, and since we ain't going to fight no more, I kind of think we ought to let Johnny Daniels in on our truce, too.
Well, you'll have to ask him about that.
Yeah, I know. You and Johnny don't get along so well together. Well, I admit he is awful hard to live with. He just keeps quarreling all night long.
With you?
No. It seems like it's more with himself. Why, he don't no more than get to sleep, and he starts calling himself bad names. I declare I wish you could have heard him last night, muttering and mumbling. It's all my fault. The people I'm craziest about I treat the worst. First, I thought he was talking about me till he started mumbling something about you, Miss Judy. Of course, I was kind of touched that he'd think so much about you, but I'm going to tell you, night talkers is a whole lot harder to sleep against than just plain snorers.
He was talking about me?
Yep, he sure was. You better think it over, Miss Judy.
Gee, Traveler, where'd you find this thing?
Oh, in your daddy's desk.
What is it, Johnny?
Well, that's easy enough. It's a complete blueprint plan for a radio station.
A radio station? Gee, what's that thing there?
Well, that's the beam tetrode crystal oscillator. Keeps the station in its channel.
Well, what are those little bottles?
Oh, they're the rectifiers.
That sure is a lot of high-sounding equipment. I always thought radio was simple, like turning on a spigot. One little twist and out pours an announcer. Say, did you ever build one of those radio stations, Johnny?
Yeah, a couple.
Benny, it's bedtime, son.
Ah, gee, Mom.
Why, Mr. Traveler. Where did you find that blueprint?
In Mr. Allen's desk. I hope you don't mind.
No. But it certainly brings back memories. That radio station was one of Ben's fondest dreams. He always said, a newspaper is the eyes of the world and the radio its voice. He was trying to have the station financed when he was taken sick.
I'll answer it, Mother.
Evening, Miss Judy.
Why, Constable, come in.
Evening, Constable. You ain't come about my watch again.
No, I got to speak to Mrs. Allen. You know, Martha, I'd rather slide down a razor blade than have to tell you this, but, well, tomorrow I got to take out your presses.
Take out the presses?
Yeah, it seems like you owe the bank for some print paper and a lot of other things, and, well, I just thought you ought to know they've clamped down on you.
They've clamped down? You mean Matt Collins?
Listen, every time anything goes wrong, you blame Matt Collins. It isn't Matt. It's the bank.
And Matt Collins is the bank, and the city hall, and the whole darn town.
And our friend.
That's what you think.
Now, wait a minute. Arguing ain't going to do any good. Maybe a lot of this is my fault. I think I ought to get up and see Matt Collins.
I think that's the most sensible thing I've heard around here in weeks.
Well, you better leave your hat and coat here when you go to see him, or you'll sure come back without him. Good night, Mrs. Allen.
Well, I'm mighty sorry I had to upset you so, Martha. But, well, good night.
Good night.
You know, Miss Allen, I don't want you to think I was snooping in Mr. Allen's desk.
I know you weren't, Traveler.
No, ma'am, I wasn't snooping. I was just downright ferreting.
What? I don't understand.
Well, I've been thinking about one time I set 17 gopher traps. I gathered up 16 of them, and I forgot all about the other one till got to smelling something kind of strong around the place. Then I followed my nose.
What in the world are you talking about?
That blueprint. I stuck it up on the wall there, just hoping it might jog your memory, and it did.
But what has the blueprint to do with all this?
Maybe nothing, maybe plenty. Personally, I think it's plenty. Now, how far did Mr. Allen get with his radio scheme?
He had everything about ready to start.
You mean equipment and all?
No, he didn't get that far. He was trying to get Matt Collins to lend him the money when...
And Mr. Collins ain't never mentioned that radio station since then, has he?
No, and so many things have happened, I forgot all about it.
Which was just what Mr. Collins wanted you to do. If he didn't, he'd have reminded you about it a long time ago.
But listen, don't you think you're laying bricks without mortar?
No, Miss Judy. You know, you gave the nail a pretty good lick when you asked why Matt Collins wanted the record when he could start a paper of his own if he'd a mind to.
But he wouldn't have the newspaper wire service. We had the franchise for that.
And you got a franchise for a radio station, too. Here's the government license.
Oh, but that's expired, hasn't it?
It ain't expired yet, Mrs. Allen, and that's our gopher trap. Now, the record could have helped a heap in this coming election, but the record with a radio station, why, that's the eyes and ears Mr. Allen always talked about.
But the election is only a week from Friday.
And if you suspend publication, the radio franchise goes back to the government. That's when Mr. Collins puts in his little application. Now, when you wouldn't sell him the record, he started pushing it into its grave inch by inch. And the last shove he gave it was when he got all the merchants to take their ads out of the anniversary number.
Oh, it all makes sense, but it's hard to believe. People don't do such things.
Well, I'd hate to be the one to spoil your faith in human nature, but just like you say, it all makes sense.
What on earth are we going to do? We can't build a radio station in a week. We haven't any equipment.
Yep, it sure looks bad, Miss Judy.
Traveler, you were going up to see Matt Collins tomorrow. Suppose you put it right up to him, the way you gave it to us. What would happen?
Well, ma'am, I don't know, but when a man's caught coming out of a chicken house all covered with feathers and a hen under his coat, he usually pleads guilty.
You're a pretty shrewd fella, Mr. Traveler. I'll admit I wanted that franchise. But knowing my plans doesn't make your position any better, does it?
No, it don't. Well, Mr. Collins, I guess I'll say goodbye. I reckon it won't be troubling you no longer.
You mean you're leaving the record?
That's right, Mr. Collins. Even a rat's got sense enough to leave a sinking ship. And these days, a fellow like me's got to look out for himself.
You're planning to leave town?
Well, not exactly, but I've been thinking I might leave if I could go in business for myself.
Not around here?
Well, no. You see, when I was coming through, I stopped off in the town where they got a cotton gin, and knowing a little about it, I thought I'd like to go in the cotton gin business.
Where is this place?
Oh, about 200 miles down the road, but what I had in mind, Mr. Collins, was if I could get a motor and a small generator or something like that, and, well, I know you got a lot of machinery laying around you ain't using, and I thought maybe you could stake me.
Yes, and what do I get out of all this?
Well, first, you get rid of me. I got what I guess you'd call a nuisance value.
I'll admit things might have been smoother for some people if you hadn't stopped off here.
And they'll be a heap smoother if I move along.
All right, Traveler. We've made a deal. I'll see that you get that motor and generator. You know, sometimes I envy you your long trips.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. And, Mr. Collins, I wish you'd sort of say goodbye to the Allens for me. I just haven't got the gumption to do it myself.
Sure, I'll be glad to. I'll take care of everything. Goodbye and good luck.
So long, Mr. Collins, and good luck to you, too.
We've heard the second act of The Arkansas Traveler. Bob Burns, Fay Bainter, Gene Parker, and Dickie Moore bring us Act 3 after our brief intermission. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Before Mr. DeMille introduces our guest of the evening, may I say just one word about our product. Every day, more and more women are discovering that it pays to follow Hollywood's tip, pays to use Lux toilet soap regularly. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap because it has active lather. If you haven't tried Lux toilet soap, won't you do so tomorrow? Mr. DeMille.
Since colonial times, the voice of America has been the rhythmic clatter of her printing presses. And nowhere has that voice rung clearer in the cause of truth and justice than in our small towns. So we thought it particularly fitting that tonight's guest should come from Van Buren, Arkansas, the hometown that gave us Bob Burns. Bob has brought Van Buren into national limelight with his humor, but Van Buren has a serious side, too. And best qualified to represent it is Mr. Hugh Park, editor and publisher of the Van Buren Press Argus, who speaks to us now from Arkansas. Hugh Park.
First off, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to tell you something about Van Buren. We're a pretty old town, more than 100 years old, I guess, and we took our name from the 8th President of the United States, who also happened to come from a small town. There are 5,182 people in Van Buren. Some of us have got a bit of money, and some of us could stand a bit more. Most of us, though, managed to get by all right. Up the road toward our suburb, Logtown, is the office of the Press Argus where I work and my friend Slow. Now, when you think of all the newspapers there are in the country, the Van Buren Press Argus doesn't amount to a hill of beans. But we try to do what every newspaper, big or small, should do. Print news truthfully, give both sides of a question, and serve the people of our community with what they have a right to expect from a newspaper. A paper that's run solely to make money is fit for only one thing, to start a fire in the stove. If there's something being stirred up in Van Buren that folks don't know about, it's up to me to tell them. Not just me, but country editors like me in towns like Van Buren throughout the land. And that's not all either. We want to know how we stand on national problems, And once we've made up our minds, we want to do our best to see that our side wins. And so the country paper is a clearinghouse to inform, to clarify, and to take a stand. A lot of people think that a nation consists of a lot of big cities surrounded by little towns where folks can stop to get gas. But I don't think so. 25 out of 32 presidents have gone into the White House from a hometown no bigger than Van Buren. And country folks have produced men like Mark Twain and Thomas Edison, like Rockefeller and Pershing. And I guess we've contributed more jokes about ourselves than all the big cities put together. We don't mind being joked about. I think it's mighty fine when a small town can make a man laugh, because some of those big cities can make a man cry pretty quick. Yes, I'm a newspaper man, but I also know what an important force radio is in our country. You can't imagine, Mr. DeMille, what it means to us who live in small towns to have the Lux Radio Theater brought to us in such a fine way. You talk a lot about the big movie stars using Lux soap. Well, I want you to know that throughout all America you'll find plenty of fine-looking young women, nice enough for any camera, using Lux soap, too. I know because we've got plenty of them right in Van Buren. And now, before I start selling my hometown too hard, I guess I better stop talking and listen some more to Van Buren's most famous citizen, Bob Burns. Thank
you, Mr. Park. And incidentally, we'll take all the citizens like Bob Burns you can send us. Back now in Hollywood, we raise the curtain for Act 3 of The Arkansas Traveler, starring Bob Burns and Fay Bainter with Gene Parker and Dickie Moore. Almost a week has passed since the traveler disappeared so mysteriously. The Allens, hurt and shocked by his apparent desertion, have been forced to give up the newspaper. But now the traveler has returned. Little Benny, on his way home from fishing, spies him coming down the road. The boy tries to avoid the meeting, but the traveler's long legs soon overtake him.
Hey, Benny! Benny, wait! Oh, hello, Benny. I'm sure glad to see you. I've been gone most a week now, and I was getting awful lonesome. How are things at home? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Oh, you know, Benny, it's no use being mad at me because I didn't say goodbye. Ain't no use saying goodbye when you know you're coming right back quick, is there? Of course, I don't have to tell you all this. I know you understand because you're my friend. Oh, come on, Benny. You can't go on not talking this way. I'd sure like to feel you ain't mad at me. Hey, Benny, where you going? Hey, Benny! Hello, Johnny. Gosh, it's good to be back. Say, has the cat got your tongue, too? How's the folks?
You ought to know. Hasn't Matt Collins told you?
Say, what are you talking about? I haven't seen Matt Collins in almost a week.
What did he send you back for this time?
Now, look, Johnny, you got this thing all wrong. I saw Matt Collins because
your job was finished and he wanted to pay you off.
Now, wait a minute, Johnny. There's not much time to explain, but...
Now, what is there to explain? How you found out all about us from Matt Collins and then walked in here pretending to be our friend while you were doing what he wanted you to do?
Now, hold on a minute, Johnny.
You heard what I said. Now, get out of here before I throw you out.
Now, look, Johnny, when this is all over, I just want you to remember one thing. I wasn't mad. I was just in a hurry. I'm sorry, Johnny. So you see, Johnny, I just had to do it.
Oh, you shouldn't have hit me with your fist. You should have used a brick.
Oh, I think all of us deserve...
We deserve a good kick in the pants.
We didn't understand, Mr. Traveler.
Now let me get this straight. You say you have a generator?
And wires and a motor and almost everything. Enough to build a radio station, and right quick, too, before that franchise expires.
Well, what are we going to do for help? We can't build it alone. We've got to have men, lots of men.
I'll help. Well, where are we going to get them? You know, Matt Collins controls every mechanic and laborer in this town.
I've been thinking of that, too.
Yeah, but what are we going to do about it?
Hello. Give me the telegraph office, will you, sister? Down at the railroad station, yeah.
Well, what's that for?
I think I can scare up a friend or two to kind of help out. Oh, hello, Joe. This is the Traveler, Joe. Say, I want you to send a message for me, will you? Send it to all the engineers and brakemen on the line. Just say, tell all the hobos you meet the Traveler needs help. Come tonight on number 9.
Traveler needs
needs help.
Tell all the boys.
Traveler needs help. We're on our way, boys.
Gonna build a station.
A railroad station?
No, a radio station. Tell all the boys.
Get 'em all.
Get 'em all.
Every hobo on the line. The traveler needs us, boys. Come on.
All right, men, put a guy rope on that tower and bring her up easy. Going up, Traveler. We'll get that station built yet.
I reckon you will, Johnny, at the rate you're going now.
Hey, watch that beam over there.
There he is, Matt.
Hello, Mr. Traveler.
Oh, hello, Mr. Collins. Hello there, Mr. Mayor. I suppose you boys are looking for me.
Not exactly, but if you can't explain a few things, the constable will be looking for you.
Well, maybe we ought to talk things over, Mr. Collins.
Yes, maybe. You obtained a generator and other equipment for me under false pretenses.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Collins. I don't think there's any law against a man changing his mind. I did think I might go into the cotton gin business till all this come along.
I don't see why we should waste any time, Matt. As mayor of this city, I'll issue an order instructing the constable to arrest all these men as vagrants and undesirables. You can't run in a filthy lot of tramps and moochers on this town.
Now, wait a minute. Just because a fella can't get a job, no reason call him all the names you're using. There's a lot of people these days, Mr. Mayor, who just aching to work. And they travel far and wide to find it. You can't condemn a man because luck and circumstances are against him. Most of those boys out there are pretty good fellas, Mr. Mayor. But I'd hate to think of them chasing after you if they knew what you'd call them. So if you'd like to stand up right now and make a speech, well, go ahead. But if you don't, then suppose you just get back and give the boys a little elbow room. We got to have this station ready bright and early in the morning. No speech? Well, so long, Mr. Collins. I hate to rush you, Johnny, but we ain't got much time. How's it coming?
Oh, I don't know. It should work. Now, here, wait a minute. This ought to do it. You'd better go downstairs and listen in on the receiving set.
I'll go, too.
All right, and set the dial at 930 kilocycles and let me know the minute something comes through.
Maybe if you turn this thing, Johnny.
Oh, no, Judy. This has nothing to do with it now. Let me see.
I don't hear a thing. That dial set at 9:30.
Right on the mark.
What's that?
Well, if that's Johnny, something sure happened to his voice between upstairs and here.
Just dandy. Oh, I turned out to be a first-class, unadulterated flop.
Listen, it's working. Don't worry about it, Johnny. Even if the radio doesn't work, it won't make any difference to me.
It's working. They're broadcasting right now.
I knew we'd do it.
I'm going upstairs and tell them it's working.
Now, wait a minute, Bennett. What's going on now is just as important as a radio station. Let them work out their future.
Nothing can make any difference to me, John.
I hope after we get married you won't throw this up to me every time we have a little argument.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll probably tell me what a dud I am, not getting the radio station to work.
Why, Johnny Daniels, I don't think you're a bit fast. You don't give me credit for any sense at all.
Oh, I give you credit for falling in love with me.
I'm commencing to wonder if I made a mistake.
Well, of course, there's still time to correct it.
And that's just what I intend to do. I love you, Johnny Daniels, even if it is a mistake.
And I love you, and it isn't.
Oh, John.
Well, I guess it's settled now. We can tell them now, I guess.
Johnny, it's working.
Oh, what?
It's working, and should your faces be red? Woo!
You mean to tell me that all the people who are listening in heard everything we said?
Why, sure. I don't care, do you?
No! I could shout it from the housetops.
Well, you shouted it over the air, and in my opinion, it's the swellest way I know of to start off a radio station. Now, Johnny, you get in there again and just kind of tell these folks how you feel about things. Of course, I wouldn't go calling no names or nothing, but you just might slip in a mention of a polecat without calling him Matt Collins.
And that's what the Bear Trap Dam Bond issue is about, ladies and gentlemen. A vote for my father is a vote for Matt Collins' scheme to develop his personal property with your money, manufacture electricity, and then sell it back to you. In other words, to get you coming or going. But you don't have to be told how to think and vote. Just think right and vote right.
Oh, Johnny, that was swell.
We're still on the air. Folks, after Johnny's speech, there ain't much left to say except he forgot a very important point. Now, Homer Daniels is the only one running for mayor. If you don't vote for him, you'll be without a mayor, and if you do vote for him, you'll still be without one. Of course, that won't be so good. Personally, I think you ought to have somebody you've known a long time. Somebody you can trust and who'll be for you instead of for Matt Collins. So what's the matter with electing Johnny?
Oh, no, listen.
He's honest, and he loves this town, and as you heard over the radio, he's going to get married and settle down, and I suppose raise thing like you folks do. And so how about scratching out the name of Homer and writing in the name Johnny? Just put a cross in the usual place, and you'll be getting yourself a Daniels, but a whole lot better one than you ever had before.
Johnny Daniels.
That's my vote.
Fine boy.
Elect Johnny Daniels.
Daniels for mayor.
But don't forget, Johnny.
Well, it's over. He's elected, Traveler. The new mayor.
You must be all wore out, Miss Allen. Why don't you lie down and rest?
I'm not tired. I just want to relax for a moment.
Then I guess you'd rather be alone.
Please don't go. I've got a lot of things to say to you, Traveler.
Well, if you want to thank me, Miss Allen, you don't have to do that. I know how you feel.
I'm afraid you don't. I don't believe you realize what you've done for us. You'll never know what you've done for me.
Oh, well, now, Miss Allen,
Sometimes I wonder what might have happened if you hadn't come along. I was foolish enough to believe I could carry on alone. But running a newspaper is a man-sized job. And trying to make a home for the children is just about all I can do.
Well, you won't have to worry about Judy, Miss Allen. Johnny's a fine boy.
Yes, I know that, Traveler. But Benny's at the age when he needs a man's guidance, and you can give him that. He adores you. You've been like a father to him, and to Judy. It's been more like a family with you here, and... Well, I'd like you to stay on, Traveler.
Well, Miss Allen, that's awful nice of you to say all those things, but...
But what?
Well, can I give you the answer in the morning?
Yes, Traveler, if you're here in the morning.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Miss Allen. Good night, ma'am.
Goodbye, Traveler.
Mom! Hey, Mom! Johnny's making another speech. Hey, where's the Traveler?
He's gone, Benny.
Gone? You mean gone for good?
Yes, for good.
Oh, gee. No. Traveler! 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 Wait! Wait for me! Gosh, Traveler. You can't leave this way. What are we going to do without you? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Oh, I don't want you to go, Traveler. Please come back. All right. If you won't stay, then I'm going with you.
Look, Benny, you don't want to be like me. I'm just a rolling stone. There's no fun not being able to stay put. Always wanting to be on the move, first one place, then another.
Well, if it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me.
Oh, no, it ain't, Benny. You belong here. Little fellas like you, when they grow up, is what makes small towns big. Well, you might even get to be mayor someday, just like Johnny.
I don't want to be mayor.
Well, then you might get to be president. Abe Lincoln did it. Well, go on now. Johnny, remember what I told you now. Take care of your mom and be a good boy.
Hey, stop there. Stay right where you are.
Why? What's the matter, Constable?
You come along with me, Traveler. You're going right back to town. And if you ever try to leave again, I'll put you right in the jug.
What? What's the big idea?
You're staying with us a long time, Mr. Traveler. You see, Johnny Daniels says you stole his watch.
It's time now for the Arkansas Traveler to travel once again. This time back to our microphone. And with him, Fay Bainter, Gene Parker, and...
Bob, if you just put half the effort into chopping kidney that you put into blowing that backwoods bagpipe, you'd really have something at the end of the day.
Instead of just a lot of broken down echoes.
Well, now, Fay, you and Gene may be right, but I don't know. I think everybody should have some kind of relaxation. Of course, this happens to be mine, playing this bazooka. You know, some folks like to collect matchboxes or mount butterflies. And there's one actress I know who gets her relaxation from farming. She's right here in Hollywood, but her farm's 3,000 miles away in New York State. Now, if that ain't silly.
All right, Bob, all right. So I'm guilty. I'll admit there's not much sense farming by remote control. But it's rather a comforting thought, my good man, to know the farm's there waiting for me should I ever have the chance to get away and relax.
Well, when it comes to relaxation, This hard-working actress, in case anyone's interested, is practical. Believe it or not, I get a lot of comfort just from bathing. I don't mean the swimming pools of the Pacific Ocean. I mean the good old-fashioned bathtub. Incidentally, Mr. DeMille, you'll be glad to know that I like Lux soap just as much for bathing as I do for my complexion.
Well, Jean, you are certainly practical. And I must admit, I agree with you.
Your double tribute, ladies, is doubly appreciated.
Well, now, speaking of relaxation, the man who taught me to relax was my Uncle Gus Rooks. Honestly, I guess my Uncle Gus Rooks was the greatest fisherman Van Buren ever had. Well, not long ago when he was out here, he caught a fish weighing 640 pounds. He'd have won the first prize at Catalina if he'd just known the rules. But, you see, they got a rule over there. You can't use a line of over a 27-pound breaking strength, you know.
Well, what kind of line did your Uncle Gus use?
Oh, just ordinary wrapping twine.
But you can break wrapping twine with a 2-pound pull, Bob.
Well, I know, but they disqualified Uncle Gus because he caught the fish on a bent pin.
I don't believe the pin was bent, Bob. Like the story, I think it was just a little distorted.
Well, maybe you're right, Mr. DeMille, but before I go, I sure want to thank you, Mr. DeMille, for putting Editor Hugh Park on the show tonight. I think he's about the most wide-awake and progressive editor I ever saw. Why, he gave me my first job down there. I used to be office boy for him. I remember one time a man come there looking for a job, and I went to the door, and the man said he hadn't had anything to eat in 6 days. And I went and told Hugh Park. I says, the man out there says he hasn't had anything to eat in 6 days. Hugh Park says, well, bring him in here right away. If we can find out how he does it, we can run this paper another week.
Oh, all right, Mr. DeMille. Good night and thank you. Thank you.
Hey, wait for me, girl.
Good night, Miss Bader. James. So long, traveler.
Don't miss the exciting news about next week's program that Mr. DeMille reveals in just a moment. The part of Johnny Daniels was played by James Eagles. Bob Burns appeared through courtesy of the Kraft Phoenix Cheese Company. Fay Bainter stars soon in the Columbia film Old Lady Leonard and Her Machine Guns, and in the Warner picture Yes, My Darling Daughter. Gene Parker's new Columbia film is Romance of the Redwoods. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the picture Jesse James. Now, your producer.
Few plays in the history of the American theater have contributed so much to entertainment on both stage and screen as the melodramatic classic that awaits you. The amazing story of Edmond Dantes, who, arrested on the day of his engagement, escapes from prison years later and dedicates his life to righting the wrongs that were done him. Filling the powerful role of Dantes, you'll hear one of the screen's most versatile and popular performers, Robert Montgomery. Co-starred that splendid artist, Miss Josephine Hutchinson, and with them, Louis Stone, Lloyd Nolan, Paul Lucas, and Joseph Schildkraut. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson in The Count of Monte Cristo with Louis Stone, Lloyd Nolan, Paul Lucas, and Joseph Schildkraut. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Also heard in the Arkansas Traveler were Frank Nelson as Matt, Eddie Waller as Constable, Earl Ross as Trainman, and Harry Humphrey as Homer Daniels. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson in The Count of Monte Cristo.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Robert Montgomery, Josephine Hutchinson, Louis Stone, Lloyd Nolan, Sidney Blackmer, and Paul Lucas. Our special guest, Mr. Alton Cook, radio editor of the New York World Telegram. The Lux Radio Theater Orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those mild, pure flakes that leave your hands so soft and lovely. Try Lux for your dishes, and you'll see what I mean. It protects your hands in the dishpan and helps them stay smooth and white, lovely to look at. And it's so inexpensive doing dishes this way. A little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. As fantastic and unpredictable as the Count of Monte Cristo himself was the genius who created him, Alexandre Dumas. A writer of amazing energy and monumental achievements, he often displayed a childish vanity and delighted to be known as a man of the world, a Beau Brummel. To protect his pride, he once fought a duel, attacking his opponent furiously, while with his free hand he struggled to hold up his trousers, which persisted in slipping down. For a pet, he selected a vulture, parading him on the streets like a peacock, until the vicious bird turned on him and took a piece out of his leg. Dumas made fortune after fortune, threw each one blissfully away, and died penniless. His novel, The Count of Monte Cristo, appeared only a few months after The Three Musketeers. It was like writing an Anthony Adverse and following it up with Gone with the Wind. In play form, Monte Cristo ran here and abroad for 39 years. Twice a motion picture, The Count of Monte Cristo comes to you with a star-spangled cast, headed by Robert Montgomery. His ability to assume a wide range of character types makes him one of the screen's most applauded actors, and especially equipped for the title role tonight. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio, his latest picture is Fast and Loose. As Mercedes, we welcome back a superb artist in Josephine Hutchinson. Louis Stone, beloved veteran of countless films, is Abbé Faria. And our trio of conspirators is composed of those three experts, Lloyd Nolan as Danglars, Sidney Blackmer as Mondego, and Paul Lucas in the role of de Villefort. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson in The Count of Monte Cristo, with Lloyd Nolan, Sidney Blackmer, and Paul Lucas. The year is 1815. Napoleon, overwhelmingly defeated at Leipzig, has been exiled to the island of Elba. But still the figure of the little Corsican looms like a giant specter over all Europe. And Louis XVIII, perching perilously on the throne of France, trembles at each new report of plots to restore the emperor. Through all the countryside has gone the king's command, death or imprisonment to all who support the cause of Bonaparte. But still the plots go on. Just before sundown, on a day early in the year, Napoleon, in his quarters at Elba, is finishing an audience with a tall young man, uniformed as an officer of the French Merchant Marine.
And you will deliver this letter to Monsieur Nautier in Marseille. He will make himself known to you by the one word, Elba.
I understand, Your Majesty. But how will this man know me?
He will be seeking the captain of the French ship, Pharaon.
But I'm not captain, sire. Not officially. Captain Leclerc died at sea 2 days ago. As first mate, naturally, I assumed command.
Oh, no matter. Nautier will find whoever was acting captain when the Pharaon stopped at Elba. One more thing, monsieur. Dantes, you said the name was?
Edmond Dantes, sir.
Why are you here?
It was Captain Leclerc's last order, sire. He commanded me to stop at Elba, and in his name perform whatever service Your Majesty might require.
Then it's your dead captain that you serve in this case, and not Napoleon. Is that it, Dantes?
Your Majesty, I'm a sailor. My study has been the sea, not politics.
The diplomacy of a Talleyrand. Well, your loyalty is not important. Your honesty is. I want that letter delivered.
It will be, Your Majesty. You may depend on it.
Reefing the top gallant bell.
Helmsman, put about to ride before the gale.
Aye, sir. Will we ever see Marseille again, Monsieur Dantes?
Oh, don't be a fool, man. The Pharaon loves a storm. I'll be in my cabin if you need me.
Aye.
Danglars.
Dantes, I've been waiting to see you.
Yes? Well, you'll usually find me on the bridge during a gale.
I thought it might be better to see you here. I don't like out riding before the wind like this, Dantes. It's too dangerous. Now, if Leclerc had named me captain when he died...
But he didn't. I'm in command, and I'll give the orders I think best. Good night, Danglars.
Good night. Oh, by the way, here's a letter I found just now on the floor.
Oh. Thank you. Are you sure you found it, Monsieur Danglars?
I'm quite sure. But if you're turning the Pharaon into a mail ship, Captain Dantes, you should at least be careful with the cargo from Elba.
Fernand, what news? Is there any word from the Pharaon?
None, Mercedes. I saw Monsieur Morel, the owner. He's given up hope. It's useless, Mercedes, believe me.
But it can't be. Ships have been late before.
As late as this? Why deceive yourself? The Pharaon was heavily laden. Not in a dozen years has there been such a storm. She was...
Oh, please, Fernand. Don't you suppose I haven't thought of all that? Every day, every night.
Mercedes, I know it's not the time to speak, but through all these months, whenever I have spoken of my love for you, you've refused to listen. It was Edmond Dantes who stood between us. But now, Mercedes, if the Pharaon doesn't come back, tell me at least that I may hope.
I don't know, Fernand. I can't think of that now.
Mercedes, give me your word. Promise me that if Dantes does not come back, you'll be my wife.
Perhaps, Fernand. Perhaps in time Listen. A ship in the harbor. It's the Pharaon and Edmund. It must be. It must be.
Welcome, Edmond. Welcome. My thanks to you for bringing the Pharaon safely home.
Thank you, Monsieur Morel. I only wish Captain Leclerc...
He died at sea, Edmond. A sailor can't ask more.
No, sir.
And you, Danglars, welcome. Is the cargo in good condition?
Yes, Monsieur Morel, as well as might be expected after a trip like that.
Well, you're here, and the cargo is safe. That's all that matters.
Perhaps. But we'd have missed that storm altogether if we hadn't stopped at Elba.
You stopped at Elba? At whose command?
At Dante's.
At Captain Leclerc's. The order was his, sir.
Then you were right to stop.
Edmund!
Mercedes!
Edmund, my darling. It's you, alive and well and strong.
You doubt it.
Edmund, stop! Let me down. Edmund! Forgive him, Monsieur Morel. The man's a little mad.
Well, he's not the only one. Dante, every day for the last 6 months, this girl has pestered me for news when you'd be home.
Monsieur Morel.
Well, he's here now. His time is yours. Go ahead, Captain Dante.
Captain?
Captain. From now on, you remain in command of the Pharaon.
Monsieur Morel.
Now, don't talk to me. Talk to him.
This orchard, Edmund. Remember?
Remember?
I think I came here every day while you were gone. I used to lie under the trees and look up at the sky, wondering where you were and what you were thinking of at the moment. And then later the leaves dried and began to fall. I was sad at that, and happy, too, because I knew somehow that before the leaves came back, we'd be here together, you and I.
Oh, Mercedes, if you knew the things that were on my lips to say. But now that I'm with you, I can't find words.
I know.
The nights I've lain aloft in the rigging and discussed your beauty with the stars, or times of storm when I've stood in the prow and shouted your name into the gale, daring it to carry my voice to you. It was a kind of torture to be away from you.
I felt that, too.
And are you afraid of it, Mercedes?
Afraid?
There will be other voyages of the Pharaon, and other storms, and times we don't arrive when we're expected. Perhaps even... Well, I hadn't meant to say it this way, but...
Oh, Edmund, of course I'll be afraid. Every time you sail, my heart will turn to stone till you sail back again. That doesn't matter, because I'll never doubt. Because I'll always know that you will come back.
Mercedes.
To Monsieur Fernand Mondego. You are invited to be present tomorrow night at the betrothal feast of Edmond Dantes and Mercedes Rosas, to be held at the Café La Reserve with Monsieur Morel as patron.
That's enough, Danglars.
Oh, very well, but if you won't read your own invitation, somebody ought to read it for you. You know, You amuse me, Mondego. Now, it's bad enough to be a rejected suitor. It's even worse to look like one. Another drink?
No.
I was just wondering, who's the king's representative in Marseille now?
A man named de Villefort. Why?
You know him?
I've met him.
Ambitious?
I suppose so.
And loyal to the king?
Of course.
And I wonder what Monsieur de Villefort would do if two good citizens, say you and I, for example, were to come to him with information concerning a certain young captain, recently arrived in Marseille, who stopped en route at Elba.
Elba? What are you talking about? You mean Dante's?
Well, that's better, Mondego. Much better. Why, you look positively alive again. Is it the wine, Mercedes, or is it you? I've never danced better in my life.
I'm hoping that you'll improve when you get rid of your sea legs.
Oh, you hear that? Treachery. And from my own betrothed.
Captain Dantes.
Yes?
A gentleman wishes to speak with you outside.
Well, invite him in.
He said it was private. He asked for the captain of the Pharaon.
Oh. Excuse me, Mercedes. I'll be right back. Good evening, my friend.
Good evening. You, are the captain of the Pharaon?
I am. Well, what is it?
Elba.
Oh. Yes, I've been expecting you. I have the letter with me. Here.
Thank you. Good night, monsieur.
Good night.
You, back so soon, Edmond?
Monsieur Morel, you remember the letter I mentioned to you from Elba?
Oh, delivered?
Delivered.
I'm glad. You were right to obey Leclerc's orders. But it's good that the letter is out of your hands.
Is Edmond Dantes here? Captain Edmond Dantes.
I am Edmond Dantes.
In the name of the King's magistrate, you are under arrest.
Edmond.
It's all right, Mercedes. What is the charge, officer?
Suspicion of bearing treasonable information from the usurper, Bonaparte.
That charge is absurd.
Monsieur de Villefort will decide that.
Edmond, I'm afraid.
Nonsense. Here. Treasure that kiss. In half an hour, there'll be another to match it. I'm ready, officer.
Edmond!
You arrested both of them?
Yes, Monsieur de Villefort. We have the old man who received the note and the young officer who gave it to him.
Good. I'll see the old one first.
Yes, monsieur. The prisoner, monsieur.
Good evening, Monsieur de Villefort.
You?
Monsieur de Villefort, is something wrong?
No. Get up. I will examine the prisoner alone.
Yes, monsieur.
Meddling again. I thought you were in Paris.
No. I'm in Marseille, held prisoner by my own son. Amusing, isn't it?
Do you realize that if the king learned that my father is an active agent for Bonaparte...
That you'd be in danger? That you'd lose your office and possibly even more? Of course I realize it, my son. And that is why the king will not learn, if you can prevent it.
I'll see that you are escorted safely back to Paris. But you must be careful, do you understand? And above all, don't use the name de Villefort.
A fair enough bargain for your protection. Thank you, my son.
You rang, monsieur?
Escort the prisoner to Sergeant Craneux. I'll give him full instructions later.
Very good, monsieur.
And send in the other prisoner.
Good night, my most noble magistrate.
Send in the other prisoner.
Edmond Dantes, captain of the Pharaon?
Yes.
Dantes, you are accused of carrying a message from Elba, plotting treason against your king. What have you to say?
Only that in carrying that message, monsieur, I was carrying out the orders of my superior, Captain Leclerc. I knew nothing about the contents of the letter.
Really? And the man to whom you delivered the letter, what was his name?
I don't know.
Could you describe him?
Perfectly. He was about your height.
Never mind. You say your captain ordered you to stop at Elba. Where is that captain?
Dead.
How convenient.
But any member of the crew could vouch for what I say.
They could? Monsieur Danglars, perhaps?
Why, yes. Yes, I'm sure that Danglars knew that I...
Come in, Danglars.
Danglars. Mondego.
Danglars, Monsieur Dantes has just told me that in stopping at Elba, he was obeying the orders of Captain Leclerc. Do you confirm that statement?
I do not. The order to stop at Elba was given by Dantes himself. Leclerc's last command had been to make directly for Marseille.
Danglars, you're mistaken.
I have no reason to lie.
Nor have I.
Monsieur Mondego, have you any reason to believe that Dantes is unjustly accused?
Well, Mondego, tell him.
The accusation is just. Dantes has long been a Bonapartist. His fiancée, Mercedes de Rosas, confessed it to me.
That's a lie. He's lying. They're both lying. Oh, I see it now. They informed on me from the first. Listen to me, Monsieur de Villefort, and understand. Danglars lied because he wants to be captain in my place. Mondego because of Mercedes de Rosas. You can't take their word.
I've heard enough. Guard.
Monsieur?
You will escort this prisoner to the Chateau d'If.
The Chateau d'If, but that's for condemned prisoners. I have a right to
You've
trial.
had your trial.
Come along.
Wait. Monsieur de Villefort, why you do this I do not know. But someday I shall. Mondego, Danglars, your reasons I understand, and I'll remember.
Take him away.
And you'll see me again, I warn you. Though I may rot in the Chateau d'If, you have my word I'll find a way to meet you. All of you.
The curtain falls on the first act of The Count of Monte Cristo with Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson. And in a few moments, we'll go on with Act Two. But first, during our brief intermission, we bring you another scene from the lives of that lovable family, the Brownings. It's late afternoon, and Mother is reading in the living room. The front door bursts open, and in comes 16-year-old Dot, home from a shopping trip.
Mother! Oh, Mother, where are you?
In here, Dot, in the living room.
Oh, Mother, I've just bought Midge's birthday present. It's simply darling.
Oh, do let me see it, dear.
Look, it's a blue organdy sweater. Isn't it the coziest thing you ever saw?
Oh, Dot, why, it's just adorable. But, dear, that isn't organdy. It's Angora. And I do hope Midge will take care of it.
Oh, Mother, I'll die if she ever dares to rub it with cake soap. Oh, if she'll only remember to use Lux.
Well, now, let's see. Perhaps we could give her a little reminder.
Oh, yes, maybe we could put it in a little jingle, the way we did with Mary Lou's present.
Why, that's the very thing. Something like this. Oh, Midgie, Lux this fluffy bit, so it will keep its cozy fit.
Oh, Mother, that's darling. Oh, Midgie Lux this fluffy bit, so it will keep its cozy fit. We'll say it every time she wears the sweater.
And then she can't forget.
It's careless washing that makes sweaters shrink. Wool fibers are tender. They can't stand rubbing or the harmful alkali in strong soaps. Lux Flakes have no harmful alkali to hurt the sensitive wool fibers or fade colors. They keep your nice woolens, your sweaters, scarves, and socks new-looking longer. This same thing is true of your silks and rayons. Lux is so mild and pure, it won't harm fibers or colors that are safe in water alone. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Count of Monte Cristo, starring Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson, with Louis Stone, Lloyd Nolan, Sidney Blackmer, and Paul Lucas. 8 years have passed. 8 years of living death for Edmond Dantes, lying forgotten in a dungeon of the Chateau d'If. Time has made great changes in the man. Fury and hope are gone, and there remains but bitterness and an abyss of despair as all enfolding as the black silence in which he lives. There's one further step to madness, and on the brink of that stands the shadow of the man called Dantes. The dungeon rats are his only companions. He speaks to them, anxious for the sound of his own voice.
Listen. Listen, my friends. You hear? The guard is coming. Our dinner. A veritable banquet, my friends. Just put it on the floor, my good man. I'm not hungry, but my friends, the rats, will eat with me. Won't you, Mondego? And Danglars? And look at de Villefort. He's getting fat. Guard. What year is it? Tell me. In God's name, tell me. Speak to me. One word. Just one word. Guard, listen. You hear that? That water. Drip. Drip.
There, where it falls under the stone. It goes forever like that. It will drive me mad. God, you're human yourself. Can you imagine what it means? The darkness in that water beating against your brain. Stop it! Stop it!
You'll take things as they are, 27.
Don't call me that. My name is Dantes. Edmund Dantes.
Ah, you're mad. Edmund Dantes is dead. It's on the records.
Dead? Dead?
Killed while trying to escape.
Killed? Then who am I?
Number 27. That's who you are. Another animal to feed.
God, come back. That's not true. Whatever that record says, I am Dantes. Forget the water, forget everything, but tell them I'm alive. De Villefort lied. I am Dantes. I am Dantes. I am Dantes. Dead. 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 Name of heaven. God. God, is that you? God! God! Who is that? Where are you? Behind this wall? Beneath the floor? Here? Are you a prisoner? Answer me. There's someone there. Alive, there's someone there. I'll help. I'll help you dig. Through. It's open. Come out. My hand. Take my hand. Well, why don't you speak? You can speak, can't you?
Yes. Yes, I can speak. Another cell. 6 years I burrow through a wall of rock, hoping to reach safety, and my tunnel ends in a cell.
I'm sorry, comrade, for your sake, but glad for my own. To see another human being, to feel the warmth of his hand, to talk.
I know. But I shall find freedom. For now I'll have your youth to help me. Who are you, my son?
I am Edmund Dantes.
And I am the Abbé Faria. The mad priest, they call me here.
Mad? You?
Oh, it is convenient. Even a prison guard must feel pity for a mad old man. How long have you been here?
I don't know. They brought me here in February 1815.
8 years? This is the 7th of June, 1823.
8 years? Then I'm still young. You know the date. How?
When you see my cell, you'll understand.
We'll go there now.
Now, wait. And if the guard should pass, your bed there empty.
But yours now.
Oh, I'm sleeping on it, or so it appears. A dummy, my son, made of blankets and straw. And there must be one here for you. I'll show you. Meanwhile, tell me why you're here. Are you innocent? Remember, I am a man of God.
I am innocent, Father. Believe me.
Tell me.
I was first mate of the ship Pharaon. My captain, Captain Leclerc, was dying. He called me. And they brought me here. Since then, save for the guard, I've seen no living soul except yourself.
And that is all.
But for one thing. I learned from the guard that to the world outside, Edmund Dantes is dead.
Naturally, my son.
Naturally?
You think this man de Villefort would have risked investigation. It was so simple for him to certify he was dead. But it is better so. That certificate may serve you well when you're free.
Free? Abbé Faria, there is hope of escape.
I'm sure of it. One of 2 routes from my cell is certain to lead to the outer wall. This one was wrong. The other cannot be.
Freedom. To know at last my revenge. To stand before de Villefort, Danglars, Mondego.
Stop, Dante, stop. You fool. You miserable animal. Groveling here in darkness, nursing your revenge. If you could see yourself chained, not just in body, but in mind and soul.
What do you mean?
Come to my cell. I'll show you.
It's unbelievable, Father. A candle, matches, the digging tools, the drawings on the walls.
And all of it, Dantes, because my mind is not in chains. The candles, made from beef fat in my food. The matches, broom twigs dipped in sulfur that I wheedle from the guard. A skin ailment. The mad priest, remember. They can humor me. So with the bits of chalk and carbon for these drawings on the wall.
But what are they?
You don't know, but you shall. Formula. The basis of all the sciences. There, quotations from the great literature of the world. Inscribed in different forms upon these walls, you'll find the sum total of man's knowledge.
It's not possible, Father. Not in this darkness alone.
You've seen but a part of what I've done and what I can do. What we can do.
We?
Yes, our tools are crude. Our task long, but that is fortunate, my son. For it will take long to make you worthy of your freedom. All that I know I shall teach you. And when your freedom comes, you shall go forth into the world with the mind, the body, and the soul of a Superman. You will serve Edmond Dantes, not as another horseman of the apocalypse, but as an avenging angel doing the work of God.
And if your lunar observations are correct, 2 months from tonight will be the highest tide of the year. The water will seep through the crevice and unloosen the rocks. Our tunnel will be through.
11 years of digging. It has not been in vain, my son, but we must not grow too anxious, and we must continue with our studies. You will be glad on your day of freedom.
On our day, Father.
No, Edmond. Not on mine.
Father.
Haven't you wondered that for 4 days now you have worked without my help?
But what of it? A temporary stiffness in your arm?
Not temporary. My arm is paralyzed.
Paralyzed?
A stroke. It happened 4 nights ago. I told you nothing, hoping the effects would pass, but they won't. You must escape alone, my son.
And leave you? I'll carry you. On my shoulders.
How far could you swim with such a weight? You see, you must go by yourself.
I won't. I swear by the mind, by the soul that you have given me, I'll never leave you here alone.
My son, you're worthy of all my trust. Come, Dantes, back to my cell. There's something I must tell you. Millions, Edmond. Unnumbered millions. The whole of the Spada fortune. Mine.
The Spada fortune? I've heard of that, but it's been lost for centuries.
Yes, except to me. I know where it's to be found. I was the secretary to the last of the Spada family. At his death, I became his heir. And after his death, among the manuscripts of the Spada library, I found a scroll. The key to the lost treasure.
And where is it?
On the island of Monte Cristo.
Monte Cristo? I know it well. There's nothing there, nothing but rocks.
There is a fortune there, Edmond. A fortune which but to find is to own the world. And you shall find it.
I?
There will be another attack, my son. And soon an attack that I shall not survive. Then you must go, alone. And for your loyalty, not of my love for you, you are to be my heir.
Father, how can I thank you?
Edmond, listen. The key to the treasure, you must learn it well. I have destroyed the scroll, but engraved its contents on my brain. So it must be on yours. Now listen, and listen carefully. so that you will not forget. A jutting rock at the island's eastern point. Walk 20 paces north, then west. A rock appearing solid that will move. A hollow wall in a far corner to be broken through. A dark chamber in the grotto. A chest upon the floor. And the world is yours. Now listen again and again 100 times. The time shall come and you must not forget. A jutting rock at the island's eastern point.
A jutting rock at the island's eastern point.
Edmund. Oh, Father. Edmund. Quick.
Father Thaddeus.
Ah, here at last. I had to keep alive.
Let me help you.
No, it is over. Last night the stroke I knew would come. And now, my son, listen. Your way of escape. I see it now.
It doesn't matter now, Father.
Hear me, Edmund. The cemetery of the Chateau d'If is the sea, Edmund. And so, when I die, you must scream as though it were myself. They'll come and find me dead and shroud me in a sack. Then, at sundown, they will return to throw my body from the prison wall. But you must take my place inside that sack. Do you hear? You in the sack. It will be you that they throw from the wall into the sea. Freedom, Edmund.
Father, I won't.
Do as I say, my son. Take my place inside the sack. And remember, I've given you all knowledge, fortune. You must be an angel of justice. Oh, Edmund, this means freedom for us both. It is so beautiful.
Father. Father. My only friend.
Found the one sure way of leaving the Chateau d'If.
Did you tie him in the sack yet?
This morning. Here's the cell. You take his head, and I'll take his feet.
He's heavy for an old man, isn't he?
Didn't seem this heavy this morning. Oh, well, perhaps he'll sink all the quicker. Move along now to the top of the seawall. Nice night for a swim, ain't it? Come on, swing him out. Ready?
Yes. May God have mercy on his soul.
Now, 1, 2, 3.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Just heard Act 2 of The Count of Monte Cristo with Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson. Before Mr. DeMille introduces our invited guest, let me remind you that more than 1,000 department stores throughout the country advise their customers to use Lux Flakes. Give your dresses, blouses, sweaters, underthings, and stockings regular Lux care, and you'll be amazed how long they keep that fresh-from-the-bandbox look that makes them so smart. Just remember this. Lux is safe for anything that's safe in water alone. And here's another hint. A little goes so far. Lux is thrifty, especially when you buy the large-size box. And now, Mr. DeMille.
For the enjoyment radio brings us, we're indebted not only to the sponsors who provide us with our talent, but to the hundreds of radio editors whose criticism and suggestions have aided immeasurably in advancing this medium of entertainment. Among them, tonight's guest, Mr. Alton Cook, is a dominant figure. Conducting a daily column in the New York World Telegram, Mr. Cook each year tabulates a continent-wide poll to determine the outstanding programs of the past 12 months. He reports tonight on this poll of radio editors in the United States and Canada. Speaking from New York City, Mr. Alton Cook.
A little less than 5 years ago, a cast of good actors with Miriam Hopkins and John Bowles as their stars gathered in a radio studio and sent a play called Seventh Heaven through loudspeakers all over this continent. From this window at my elbow in New York, I can't lean out to ask, do you remember that day, Mr. DeMille? I'm sure you remember it as well as I do. That was the start of your radio theater. Before that year was out, the New York World Telegram gathered the votes of radio editors in the United States and Canada. The weekly programs of your new radio theater were voted the best dramas of 1934. The casts of that first year began like a who's who of Broadway and Hollywood. The plays, a survey of the most heartwarming and mirth-stirring writing of our time, gathered from stage and screen. The pace you have set has been a hard one to keep, I'm sure. But each year, we radio editors have assured you that your pace has not slackened. The 1939 World Telegram poll of radio editors has just ended. The verdict is the same. Your radio theater has been far ahead through all the 5 years since that day it began. Along with all the other radio editors of the United States and Canada, our congratulations to you and to your sponsor.
Along with the honor of this award, Mr. Cook, we recognize our responsibilities for the future. Now here in Hollywood, we're ready to bring you Act 3 of The Count of Monte Cristo with Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson and our all-star cast. Months have passed since Edmond Dantes was thrown from the walls of the Chateau d'If. Picked up by a passing sloop, he at last found his way to the island of Monte Cristo, to the dark chamber in the grotto. And there, as the abbé had told him, lay the glittering Spada fortune.
Gold, diamonds, pearls, rubies, unnumbered millions. The world is mine.
Now, years later, all Europe whispers strange tales of a strange man, a fabulously wealthy nobleman, the Count of Monte Cristo. To his palatial villa in Rome, the Count of Monte Cristo has summoned Jacopo, his private agent.
Your name is a kind of magic in these days, Excellency. Everywhere they speak of you. Who is he? Where did he come from? Why, if you would care to hear...
I wouldn't.
Forgive me, Your Excellency.
Jacopo, I selected you for this task not alone because you are the best agent in all Europe, but also because you're supposed to know when not to talk.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Now, I have returned to Rome to learn what progress you have made. Your investigations are complete?
Complete, Your Excellency. 3 books. Hundreds of entries in each. This is the record of the man de Villefort, this of Danglars, and this Mondego. Every movement each has made since February 1815.
You've done well, Jacopo.
It was not always easy. These 3 are, shall I say, clever men. De Villefort now holds the position of King's attorney. Much evidence of dishonesty in office.
De Villefort, King's attorney. The others?
Danglars, now known as the Baron Danglars, is one of the 4 leading bankers of France. Conspiracy with de Villefort to defeat public interest.
With de Villefort? Then the 2 are friends.
All 3 are friends. De Villefort, Danglars, Mondego. Ever since Marseille, they've worked together.
And before. Go on. What of Mondego?
Ferdinand de Mondego, now Count de Mondego. In 1815, soldier in provincial army of France. 2 years later, in 1817, married...
Married to Mercedes de Rosas of Marseille.
You've read this, Excellency.
No, my friend. But I've done some investigating of my own. Go on.
Through questionable activity, Mondego rose quickly in the army. Served as aide to Ali Pasha of Albania against the Turks. Has 1 child, a son, 19, Albert de Mondego. Lieutenant...
Wait. A son?
Yes, Excellency, and here in Rome.
Fortunate. We must find a way to be of service to this son of Mondego's. Arrange it, Jacopo.
At once, Your Excellency.
Perhaps if he is grateful enough, he may invite us to Paris. To his home.
Perhaps.
Yes. Yes, the time has come for the Count of Monte Cristo to open the gates of Paris. And Albert de Mondego shall be the key. Oh, one thing more, Jacopo. You recall I also asked you to trace a certain young French sailor. His name was Edmond Dantes. Have you done so?
I have. The report is also there. And here is the record of his death in the Chateau d'If, signed by de Villefort.
Give it to me. The time will come when I shall need absolute proof as to the death or life of Edmond Dantes.
Good evening, Baron.
Good evening. Is the Count Mondego at home?
Why, yes, monsieur. He's right here.
Oh, Danglars, come in, come in.
Well, Fernand, why this sudden call here? You know that de Villefort expects us within an hour.
De Villefort is stopping here later. Anyway, there may be more important things to be considered, my dear Danglars.
What do you mean?
We have helped each other on business matters before, haven't we? And we always managed to agree on terms?
Yes. Get to the point.
Suppose through me your banking house gained a client, Danglars. The richest client in all Europe. The Count of Monte Cristo.
What?
He's here now. In there with my son Albert. Just arrived in Paris and anxious to be introduced. Well, do we understand each other, Danglars?
Perfectly.
Ah, here he is. Father, may I present the Count of Monte Cristo?
Charmed, monsieur. Albert has told me of your kindness to him, how you saved him from the hands of bandits.
Any kindness I have shown your son, monsieur, is more than repaid by this introduction to his father.
And now, Count, may I present the Baron Danglars?
A great honor.
Your Excellency, the honor is mine. You're in Paris on business, I presume.
Yes, but my business is a pleasure.
Will you be here long?
Only until my business is completed. By the way, Baron, I should like to have your house handle my banking while I'm in Paris.
Oh, why, delighted, my dear Count.
Excellent. And I wonder if you would contact my British brokers for me. Tell them I said to buy 50,000 shares of Anglo-Spanish.
50? Very good. Very good.
Monsieur de Villefort, the King's attorney.
Ah, Monsieur de Villefort, in good time. I'd like to have you meet the man who saved my life in Rome, the Count of Monte Cristo.
I am honored.
A pleasure, sir. I have followed your brilliant career at the bar with a great deal of interest.
One does what one can, my dear Count.
Exactly. But don't let me detain you, gentlemen. The great nation of France awaits your services.
We shall meet soon again, I trust.
Indeed, I shall plan for it, Count Mondego.
Oh, Monte Cristo, you did say 50,000 Anglo-Spanish, didn't you?
50,000. Good day, gentlemen.
And now the most important introduction of all, my mother. Oh, she's in the garden. Somehow I didn't want her to meet you with the others.
I see.
Oh, here she is and waiting for us. Mother, I bring him to you at last. The Count of Monte Cristo.
My dear Count, how can I ever thank you for saving my son's life?
It was nothing. I am more than repaid by the honor of meeting you, Madame de Mondego. Two things are rare among the women of our day. Great beauty and fidelity. Here I find both.
You hear, Mother? I told you you'd never meet anyone like him.
And now, if you'll excuse me. Oh, I almost forgot. I am planning on a ball to open my new estates near Fontainebleau, and I should like my guest of honor to be the father of my first Parisian friend. Your father, Albert. Do you think he'd mind?
Mind? He'd be delighted.
I thought it would be particularly apropos to combine it with an Albanian pageant and a series of tableaux showing the court of Ali Pasha, where your father gained such fame and honor.
But that would be wonderful.
And you, Madame? The plan has your approval?
I could only say that in paying any honor to my husband, Your Excellency is more than generous.
Be assured, Madame, the honor I shall pay him is less than he deserves.
Your Excellency.
Yes?
The Princess Haydée of Albania, monsieur, in the library. She wishes to see you at once.
Very well. Excuse me, Albert. Princess.
I am here, my lord.
You are prepared?
I am.
You are sure you understand? The third tableau, the one which shows Mondego supposedly defending your father from the Turks?
It is then I speak.
Then? You are not afraid?
No, my lord. I shall be telling the truth. My father was murdered by the Count de Mondego. My mother and I were sold into slavery at his command. I shall tell them, everyone, that the Count de Mondego is not the hero they think him to be, that he betrayed my country and betrayed France.
Exactly. Now come with me. But why a visit at this hour, Mondego? I regret the affair, of course. The girl was obviously demented. But I apologize to my guests and...
And what of this? The morning paper, Albanian princess exposes the Count de Mondego.
Astounding.
The evidence. You gave it to them. You knew.
And if I did, Mondego, what then?
I'll kill you.
Put down that gun. You won't shoot me, for you're afraid. Not even knowing who I am, you fear me. But when you know...
Stop. Stay away from me.
Put down that gun.
Who are you?
Go back, Mondego. Go back to when you thought life was cheap. Go back to when you could kill a man with lies. Go back, Mondego, to Marseille, the Chateau d'If.
Dantes! Edmond Dantes!
Dantes. You may go now, my friend, and take your gun with you. Perhaps you do have courage of a sort. Goodbye, Count Mondego.
Excellency, you're all right?
Yes, Jacopo. And your book of evidence on the Count de Mondego, you can destroy it. The last chapter has been written. And now, Danglars.
We're ruined. Ruined, do you understand? Both of us.
Just a moment, Danglars. Calm yourself. Why are we ruined?
Anglo-Spanish. You sent the order to London. I acted on it here. Converted everything I own into Anglo-Spanish. And it's failed. Collapsed. We're ruined.
Why? I knew it would collapse.
You knew. But you've been buying. Your message to Thompson in French in London.
The message was in code. Though it said to buy, it really meant to sell. You see, Thompson in French is owned by a man named Edmond Dantes.
By who?
Monte Cristo.
But you said...
Edmond Dantes. Monte Cristo. They are the same, Danglars.
No. No.
The same. Look at me. Look at my eyes. Look, Danglars. Dantes.
No. No. No!
Well, Doctor?
Baron Danglars is insane. The mind snapped completely. Often in cases of sudden mental shock like this.
I understand. Jacopo.
Excellency.
The second volume. Closed.
Very good, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency.
Yes?
The Countess de Mondego.
Here?
In the drawing room.
Have the Baron taken to it.
Madame.
Your Excellency.
I regret that you've come at such an unfortunate time. The Baron Danglars has just been taken ill.
Fernand, and now Danglars. Your Excellency, I've come here about my son.
Albert?
He feels that you're responsible for his father's death. Tomorrow he's sending his seconds to you. A duel. But you can't kill him. You can't kill my boy.
Madame, this duel was not of my planning.
But you made it inevitable. What other course is left for him? Please, please, I beg of you. Haven't you had your vengeance, Edmond?
You knew.
The first
When?
day Albert brought you to me. Edmond, I can't blame you for your bitterness, but try to understand. I did wait. And then one day we went to the Chateau d'If, and they showed me there the record you had died.
And then?
Then nothing mattered. I married Fernand. Our life was a nightmare, Edmond, except for Albert. He's all I have. He's all I've ever had, save you. The you that was 1,000 years ago. Please save him for me, Edmond.
I shall. You need have no fear. There will be no duel.
Edmond Dantes, alias the Count of Monte Cristo?
Yes?
You are under arrest by order of the King's Attorney, Monsieur de Villefort.
De Villefort? Volume 3.
And so, gentlemen of the jury, citizens of France, one last word before you assemble to take a ballot. Look at this man, this creature pretending to be an honest sailor, who was all the time in reality a spy, who, while imprisoned in the Chateau d'If, undermined the structure of its tunnels, and when he discovered that the old priest, who was his companion, held the secret to a treasure, undoubtedly murdered that priest to get the treasure for himself. Know him for what he is, gentlemen, this Edmond Dantes, a traitor, a spy, and without doubt a murderer. Gentlemen, as honest Frenchmen, I know that you will find the defendant guilty and mete to him the punishment his treachery deserves.
Well, Edmond Dantes, you still have nothing to say? If you're silent, it means your death.
But that's impossible, monsieur.
What?
As long as my friend de Villefort is finally through, perhaps it's time I did speak. I have one witness who will testify that this trial is and must be a mockery, a farce.
Who is this witness?
The king's attorney, Monsieur de Villefort. Monsieur de Villefort, I'll ask you to examine this paper and this signature. Is it yours?
It is.
And you, gentlemen of the jury, examine the document. It is the death certificate of Edmond Dantes, signed by the king's attorney himself. He's been prosecuting a man he knew was dead. But I was not, gentlemen of the jury. I am Edmond Dantes. Yes, and Monsieur de Villefort knew I was alive. Why, then, did he affirm me dead? For the same reason that he sent me to the Chateau d'If without a trial. He was afraid. Afraid that if I were given a trial, a man named Noirtier would be exposed as a Bonapartist. And Noirtier was the father of de Villefort himself. That was why I died, according to this paper. That was why I went to jail for a crime I did not commit, as did thousands of others in recent years. Here is the record, gentlemen, the record of corruption that is the career of Raymond de Villefort. Read it, my friends, and then judge which of us is traitor to France and to his king.
All hands aloft. Stand ready to cast off.
And I promised to take the princess home. I'm not sure that I know how to say goodbye, Mercedes.
You needn't, Edmond. You're free again. You can stay.
I don't know. I may see France again someday. I can't be sure. Edmond Dantes has been dead so long, it will take time for me to know if he can live again.
He can, Edmond.
Perhaps. Goodbye.
Mother, will he ever come back?
Yes, Albert. He'll come back. He said he would a long, long time ago.
So ends tonight's presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo with Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson. Our stars will be back with their curtain calls in just a moment. But first, I'd like you to listen with me to something I think will sound familiar to you.
Gosh, my money just disappears into thin air. Now, where did it go this time? Well, stockings, for one thing. I bought 2 pairs last week. Gee, if I could only cut down on those awful runs.
Well, now, listen to what Miss Ethel Henshaw of New York City says. Maybe she can help you. She says,
there was a time when I had to scrimp and scrape on lunches to buy stockings. You see, sometimes I'd be careless about the kind of soap I used for my stockings, and the runs I got were simply awful. Then I changed to Lux Flakes, and now my stockings stay nice and springy and don't have runs nearly so often.
now, that's the way to cut down on runs. There's no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing with gentle Lux Flakes. So Lux your stockings every night to help them wear longer, and your dresses and underthings, too. Remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Mr. DeMille.
There's a question that arises every time the Count of Monte Cristo is produced. Was there ever in real life such a man as Edmond Dantes? Perhaps our stars can answer that for us now. Mr. Montgomery and Miss Hutchinson.
I think it's quite apparent that he did live, Mr. DeMille, because the Chateau d'If still stands. And I know that the attendants will show any visitor the exact cell that Dantes occupied.
I hate to argue with a lady, Josephine, but Dantes was pure fiction. One of the few characters that Dumas wrote about without some basis in fact. I don't know whether the attendants point out his cell just to impress gullible Americans, or if the story was written so convincingly it has made people believe it was true.
Well, not being certain, let's skip it. But don't tell me there's no such place as Monte Cristo.
There is such an island, yes. It lies in the Mediterranean near Elba. Can you confirm that, Mr. DeMille?
Oh, I don't know what the island's like today, Bob. But when Dumas saw Monte Cristo, it was inhabited only by wild goats. He rowed a boat around the island, but never set foot on it. Yet he couldn't forget its name, nor its air of mystery. Out of that brief visit came the idea for the book.
Leaving Dumas to sleep in well-earned peace. What about you, Bob, and this talk I hear of a play in New York?
Well, that's all it is at the moment, Josephine. Just talk. But it would be great to see what a drafty Broadway stage feels like again after all these years in Hollywood's air-conditioned studios.
What a chilblains compared with the chance to do A Night Must Fall behind footlights.
Oh, give me a play like that and I'll risk pneumonia gladly. Meanwhile, it's very satisfying, Mr. DeMille, to appear in your Lux Radio Theater. It's very close to that Broadway stage I've been talking about.
My thanks,
Many thanks.
too, Mr. DeMille, as a grateful performer and an admiring fan. Good night.
Your performances would have delighted Dumas himself. Good night.
Mr. DeMille, in just a moment, tells of our plans for your entertainment next Monday. Lloyd Nolan, a Paramount star, appears next in St. Louis Blues. Louis Stone is from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio. His new film is The Hardys Ride High. Louis Silvers appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Tailspin. Paul Lucas is seen next in the Hal Roach picture Captain Fury, and Sidney Blackmer in MGM's Fast and Loose. Now, our producer.
Next Monday's star is more than a great actor. He's a gentleman whom Hollywood likes and admires, as much as the millions who saw him on the stage and currently applaud him on the screen. Mr. Lionel Barrymore. As for the play, it's one that David Belasco and I worked out together, The Return of Peter Grimm. Mr. Barrymore will be heard in the title role, which he played so effectively on the screen, and co-starred Edward Arnold, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Peter Holden. This week marks the 29th anniversary of the Boy Scouts of America. In the past 29 years, nearly 8.5 million boys and men have pledged themselves to keep alive the high ideals of American reverence, tolerance, and loyalty. Today, as never before in our history, we stand in need of the splendid spirit typified by this great organization. So we salute the Boy Scouts of America. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lionel Barrymore in The Return of Peter Grimm, and co-starred Edward Arnold, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Peter Holden. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Cast of tonight's play included Walter Byron as Jacopo, Barry True as Albert de Mondego, Victor Rodman as Monsieur Morel. Your announcer has been Melville Ruiz. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Kay Francis in One Way Passage with William Gargan and Marjorie Rambeau.
Lux presents Hollywood. This is a drama of two lives, of Joan Ames and Dan Hardesty, who meet when it is too late, but whose love is greater than destiny. On our stage are William Powell, Kay Francis, William Gargan, and Marjorie Rambeau. Miss Norma Shearer, whom we had expected here tonight, is unable to appear due to illness. Between the acts, you'll hear Commander Carl A. Alleyne of the steamship President Coolidge. Our music is under the direction of Louis Silvers. Nothing makes a woman happier than to know she is lovely and loved. That's why it's so important to a woman to keep her skin beautifully soft and attractive. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap because it has active lather that does a thorough job of removing dust, dirt, stale cosmetics. Women everywhere who prize the natural soft beauty of a lovely complexion use Lux toilet soap, too. Before they renew makeup, always before they go to bed. Make the Hollywood star's beauty care your beauty care. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. William Powell broke into movies when a mutual friend introduced him to John Barrymore with the remark, "I think Bill would be great for your picture." Mr. Barrymore answered, "I wouldn't be at all surprised." So Bill got a job in Sherlock Holmes. And now, as the screen's most civilized detective, is about to do a new Thin Man story for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. In his pre-picture days, Mr. Powell was an usher, a clerk in a telephone company, and advancing to the stage, once sang as well as acted. His singing career, however, lasted only one night. On the screen and off, Mr. Powell is a master of the soft answer, the well-turned phrase, and is Hollywood's prime dispenser of unruffled calm and worldliness. Tonight he resumes one of his most popular screen roles, Dan Hardesty in One Way Passage. With Mr. Powell on the screen in One Way Passage was Kay Francis, who repeats for us tonight her characterization of Joan Ames. Circumstances have kept her from our microphone all too long. But tonight, for the first time, she's here in answer to your numerous requests. Born Catherine Gibbs in Oklahoma City on Friday the 13th, she acquired her inclination for the stage from her mother, a former actress. Miss Francis, an expert tennis player, has an enthusiasm for travel that has carried her across the Atlantic about 20 times. And we're especially fortunate to have that superb actress, Miss Marjorie Rambeau, in the part of Betty, and William Gargan as Steve Burke. We raise the curtain now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Kay Francis in One Way Passage. Singapore, a gay and cosmopolitan city at the southern tip of the Malay Peninsula. In an expensive suite at the American Hotel, a young girl has just finished dressing for the evening. She stands a moment looking at her reflection in the mirror. Then, with a sudden movement, as though she just made up her mind about something, she flings a fur cape about her shoulders and turns quickly toward the door. As she reaches it, the door opens, and a man enters quietly.
Oh, hello.
Good evening, Joan. Going out?
It looks as if I am. I hardly ever wear these clothes to bed, you know.
Sit down a moment, Joan.
Now, Doctor, please don't lecture me. There's not a thing you can do about it, really. And I don't want to see that awful stethoscope again.
I just want to take your pulse. Please.
All right.
You might have told me you were going out, and where?
I don't know where. Just out.
Will you be late?
Perhaps. I've met a few people I used to know back in San Francisco. They want to show me the town. Our boat sailed at midnight, so you can expect to see me about 11:30.
It wouldn't do any good, I suppose, to ask you not to go.
But I've told them that I would.
Still, I must ask you, Joan.
Oh, Doctor, for heaven's sake, don't start again. I'm so sick of hearing about it all the time. My life is my own concern.
And mine. I followed you halfway around the world to prove it.
And you've been paid for it? Paid well.
Yes. However, that's not the only reason I came.
Oh, that was a nasty thing I said. Please forgive me.
Of course. Joan, look at me. Your father asked me to come on this trip, hoping that I'd be able to do something for you. Well, I haven't. I've tried, but it's been no good. And it's time that you knew the truth. You're a very sick girl, Joan. Your heart's in very bad shape, even worse than when we left home. I'm sorry I have to tell you this, but it's best that you know.
Do you think it's news to me, Dr. Bolton?
What?
I've known it for weeks. Perhaps even before you did.
But you've done nothing to help yourself. I don't understand that.
Well, what would you suggest, Doctor?
The things I have suggested time and again. Rest. Complete and absolute rest. No more dancing, no more cigarettes, no more parties, no more cocktails.
You mean I'm to be kept to my bed?
Yes, Joan.
Then what?
There's a beautiful spot just outside of San Francisco, a sanitarium.
I see.
Oh, but not a depressing place.
Oh, I know. I'm quite sure it's charming. And if I go on living as I have been...
You're cutting your months to weeks and your weeks to days.
And my days to hours. Is that it?
It is.
What you actually mean, and you're too kind to say, is this. If I do as you say, lie in bed, deny myself everything, even the mildest diversions, I may live to enjoy that charming institution.
You state it very cruelly.
Well, it isn't much compensation for such self-denial.
You must decide that, my dear.
I have decided. And that's why I'm going out tonight and tomorrow.
Joan!
Oh, Doctor, look at me. Not as one of your patients, but as a person, a woman. Do you know how old I am?
I brought you into the world, my dear.
I'm 24. 24, Doctor, and I haven't even started to live. Now you offer me a few months more. A few months of living without knowing why. It's a ghastly thought, isn't it? Doctor, there must be something, some plan, some reason, some scheme behind this life of ours. Well, I want to know what it is. Perhaps I never will. There's so little time left to me. But I'd rather die living than live dying, hanging on to an empty life on a hospital bed. You understand, don't you? Or am I being morbid?
I think you're being very brave, Joe.
Not really, but thank you. Good night, Doctor.
Good evening, Miss Jones.
Hello, Mike.
The usual, Miss Jones?
The usual.
Paradise cocktails, all ready and waiting. Did you lose your party, Miss Jones?
Yes. They were making a bit too much noise.
Well, you come to a good spot. I don't care how much racket they make in the main room, but the bar is sacred. Here you are.
Thanks. I'll have it at this table.
I'll see you later, Joe.
Look out, miss.
Oh!
Say, why don't you look where you're...
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And I'm so glad. Well, I spilled your drink.
Most of it. It was such a nice drink, too.
What was it?
A paradise cocktail.
Paradise. I couldn't imagine a more appropriate moment to drink the last few drops, may I?
It's all yours.
Here's hoping you get everything you want.
I've got it. Do you always break the glass after drinking?
Only when words fail me.
Mike?
Yes, Mum.
Give me a glass.
Right away.
That makes us even.
My name's Dan.
Mine's Joan.
Hello, Joan.
Hello, Dan.
How's your dress?
Splendid. I always look well in what I drink.
Well, what'll it be, Dan?
Two of the same.
Paradise cocktails.
Right.
What is that? Nectar and ambrosia?
Might be. You can't trust these foreign bars, you know.
American girl?
100%. If you ever in San Francisco, make my home your home. Ames is the name.
My mother warned me against well-dressed strangers.
And my mother warned me against men who burst through swinging doors. Do you always burst in on people that way?
No, but I think I'll make a habit of it.
Hey, Joan, better get going. Your boat sails in half an hour.
Right there.
You mean that you're leaving Singapore?
On the Maloa.
And the Maloa's bound for... of course, San Francisco.
That's where I cut my first tooth. Where I learned to parse Latin verbs. And where...
That's where the fog wraps the hills in, warm and snug. Muffles the sound of the mission bells. It's where the gulls circle over the Golden Gate.
It's home. For you, too, isn't it?
Not anymore.
What do you say, Joan? You don't want to miss the boat, you know.
You don't want to miss the boat, do you, Joan?
I don't know. I've missed them before.
Hurry up, will you?
Paradise for two.
Let's drink to that.
Yes. Paradise for two. Bye, Dan.
Goodbye, Joan.
Another drink, Dan.
All right, Hardesty, stay right where you are.
Well. Hello, Steve.
Keep your hands in the air, Dan.
Hey, what's the matter here?
It's all right, Mike. You can put the rod away, Steve.
After I put you away, hold out your hand. I've got a bracelet for it.
Wait a second. I'll roll up my sleeve for you.
It's been a long chase, Dan, but a guy can't do what you've done and get away with it.
Yes, so it seems.
Come on, slip 'em on, Dan.
Sure.
Why, you...
Look out, Dan. He's got a rod and he'll use it.
I hate to do this, Dan, but you asked for it. Now, Danny boy, will you come along peaceful like?
Stephen, I guess you win.
I always win. You should have known better than to try anything like that on me. Don't try another break, dude. I'll blow you in two. I'd just as lief deliver you in a basket.
Not a chance.
Just make one false move. Go on. Just one.
I'm tame. Now what?
The boat. And then San Quentin.
Can I get my clothes?
They're on the boat. I put them there just before I came to collect you.
Consider it.
Yeah. I don't think you'll find I've overlooked anything.
Baby, you sure stuck to my tail.
Sure. You never heard of Steve Burke dogging it, did you?
You're a wonder. I thought I ditched you sure back in Paris.
Oh, no. When I left Frisco, the chief says to me, Steve, don't come back alone, and he knew I wouldn't.
Fine work, Sergeant. Mike, fix the man a drink.
Never mind that. We're in a hurry. The boat sails in 20 minutes.
20? What boat are we going on?
The Maloa. Ready?
The Maloa? Bye-bye, Mike. See you around. Hey, how long do we stay chained together, Steve? Or are these cuffs permanent?
You'll get used to them. I ain't taking any chances with you. They broke 5 of my pals when you escaped.
Well, that wasn't right. They did all they could. They were shooting at me for 3 blocks. Unlucky, that's all. They missed me.
Lucky for you, I wasn't among them.
Thanks.
You know, the one thing I don't understand is how a nice guy like you can get yourself in such a jam. You ain't a mug. You're a right guy. And you could have been one of the best...
Don't stand too near that rail, please.
Huh? What's the matter, sailor?
Oh, you haven't put the pins in yet, sir. You lean on that rail and you're liable to go clean over.
Okay. What are you looking at, Dan?
Huh? Oh, I was just looking down. Be a long drop, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of gives you the shivers.
Yeah. Get back a little. We're still chained together and I can't swim.
You can't? Well... Look down, Steve.
Hey, look out. Get away from that rail.
Steve.
Oh! Man overboard! Man overboard! Man overboard!
There they are. Down there. Get a life preserver.
Help! Help! Come back. I can't swim.
Well, you can't, can you? On the level. All right. Keep your chin up, Steve.
Right. I haven't, sir. Here, give me a hand here. You all right?
Me? Sure.
You all right, sir?
Yeah.
MacDonald.
Okay.
Yes, sir. See that these 2 gentlemen get to their staterooms.
Yes, sir. This way, sir. What number is it?
You see how inconvenient those handcuffs were, Steve? You wouldn't have fallen in the water with me if we hadn't been hitched.
How am I going to know you get dizzy spells? Hey! The handcuffs! Where are they?
You know, if something happened to me, you'd be in for it, Steve.
The handcuffs! Where are the handcuffs?
I don't know.
You don't know. My key! That's gone, too.
Listen, Steve. I couldn't let you drown, could I? I took the key out of your pocket while we were underwater so I could rescue you. You'd have drowned if I hadn't got my hands free.
The bracelets! What did you do with them?
I let them sink. Was them or you?
Look, Dan. You didn't drag me off that deck on purpose, did you?
Oh, Steve. Would I do a thing like that?
I don't know. But I got another pair of cuffs in my bag, see?
You're not sore at me, are you?
Well, you could have let me sink after you got free. I guess maybe I owe you a little favor.
It doesn't amount to a thing. Only your life. But you can do me a little favor, if you like.
If it's in reason.
You know, Steve, handcuffs don't look so good on a well-dressed man. That's what I hate for anybody on the ship to know. Understand? Besides, once this ship is at sea, there's not a chance in the world for me to get away. Sort of tough on both of us to be ironed. What do you say?
Well, all right then. But if you make one false step, just one, I'll knock you off cold.
And he's been asking for you, Miss Ames. He says you're on this boat and he wants to find you.
Thank you, steward. His name was Dan Hardesty.
Yes, miss. I didn't know, of course. The doctor said you weren't to be disturbed. And
But I am. Very much disturbed.
What's that, miss?
That'll be all, steward.
Yes.
Who's that, John?
The steward. A very bright and interesting steward.
Well, you seem quite pleased about something.
I am pleased. Pleased with myself and with life. Doctor, the picture you painted back in Singapore was drab and ugly. But I've just seen a picture of happiness. Glorious happiness. Even though it lasts for only a few days. The length of this voyage, it'll be worth it.
Are you sure, Joan?
So very, very sure. Come in.
Oh, bonsoir, chérie. Are you ready?
In a moment. Oh, Countess Beryl, may I introduce Dr. Bolton?
How do you do?
Comment allez-vous?
The Countess is going to introduce me to some of the very gayest people. Good night, Doctor.
Good night, my dear. Good night, John.
And it's called a paradise cocktail, bartender.
Yes, miss.
Make that 2, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, hello, Dan.
Hello, Joan.
I hear you've been looking for me.
High and low. How's every little thing?
Just fine. Your folks?
Oh, great.
That's good. You're looking well, Dan.
Never felt better.
Putting on weight?
Oh, just a little, here and there.
So this is Dan Hardesty, an old friend of mine. I met him last night.
This is Joan Ames. I've known her all my life.
Very nice cocktail.
This doesn't happen, does it? It's never happened before.
Never. It's all our own. Original creation by fate.
Yesterday, I'd never even seen you.
Before yesterday, I didn't exist.
I didn't either. I feel as if I'd been away for years and years. And now I'm going home.
Home?
Like those gulls out there, flying free ahead of the ship.
No, not like that. They've got the wrong idea, Joan. They're in too great a hurry to see what's behind the next cloud. That's not safe, flying into tomorrow. It's today that counts, Joan. Today and what we are now.
I see. Then here's to us, from Singapore to Frisco.
To the steamship Maloa and our one-way passage.
All right. Luck, Dan.
Health, Joan.
Oh, here you are, my cherie.
Oh, Countess, may I present Mr. Dan Hardesty?
Dan Hardesty?
What? Hardesty. Dan, this is the Countess Beryl.
Delighted. Charmed.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, monsieur. Thank you. Oh, Monsieur Skipworth, come here, please. This is Mademoiselle Ames and Monsieur Dan Hardesty.
Oh, how do you do? Would you care to dance, Miss Ames?
Why, of course. Excuse me, will you, Dan?
Yes.
Take care of him, Countess.
Oh, certainly, my dear.
Take care of me, Countess. Countess Beryl House. Also known in some circles as Barrel House Betty.
Dan, for Pete's sake, shut up.
I thought I recognized Mrs. Skipworth, too. Isn't that Ace-High Skippy from Chicago?
Well, what of it?
How long have you been working this racket, Betty?
Well, I've taken to bridge. They don't mind losing to a countess.
Ah, you aren't thinking of taking Miss Ames, are you?
Certainly not. She's much too charming, and besides, she doesn't play.
See that you don't teach her.
Dan, you're not going to give us away, are you?
Don't worry, Countess. Your honor is safe with me.
Hiya, Dan.
Oh, Countess, may I present Mr. Stephen Burke, my traveling companion. The Countess Beryl House.
Oh, a countess. Well, how do you do, Your Highness?
Oh, no. Not Highness to my friend, Monsieur Burke. Just Countess.
Well, that certainly is nice of you, Countess. I don't suppose you'd like to dance.
Ah, oui, but of course.
Oh, swell.
Let's get away from here, Skippy. Did you see that mug I was dancing with?
Sure. I know him. He's the toughest copper out of Frisco. Name's Burke.
Do you think it's a pinch?
Nothing else. They've been looking for Hardesty for a long time.
A tough rap?
Yeah, the toughest. Murder.
Murder?
Yeah. If you call it that for corking the dirtiest squealing heel that ever lived. That guy had it coming. And he was out to get Dan. It was self-defense, too, but Dan couldn't prove it.
Any chance of beating the rap?
No, not 1 in a million. It's all over. He's already been sentenced.
Well, then how?
Well, he broke while they were taking him to San Quentin.
So it's the rope, huh?
Yeah, the rope.
Great guy, too. He came to the front for me once in Chicago. I wish I could pay him off some way. Look, there he is, over by the rail, with her again. Look at him. He's got everything. Strength and courage, youth, everything that makes life fit to live. And he's just
Aren't they gorgeous?
Stars? Yeah. Funny I never saw them before.
They seem bigger to me tonight, too. They seem so close and everything else so far away. All the little, petty, mean things of life. The struggle, the sordidness. That's gone tonight. And there are just the stars and the sea.
And us.
Everything's so beautiful. There's no trouble in the whole world tonight, is there? No hopelessness, no tragedy. I'm happy, Dan. Really happy.
Before our stars return in Act Two, I'd like you to listen in with me at the house of a charming young bride here in Hollywood. She's been giving her first party.
Betty, dear, it was a lovely party. But it's good to be alone again.
Oh, darling, it was fun, wasn't it?
Oh, you poor kid. I bet you're tired. Why wouldn't you be? The boys danced you off your feet. And I know why, too. Because you're so sweet.
What a clever little woman Betty is. Of course, a man wants to dance with and wants to be near a woman who is dainty and sweet. It's so easy, too, to protect this most appealing of all charms the way lovely screen stars do. Such famous beauties as Joan Blondell, Loretta Young, and Dorothy Lamour use Lux toilet soap, their complexion soap, as a bath soap, too. Its active lather carries away dust, dirt, and perspiration. Leaves skin fresh, smooth, really sweet. Try Lux toilet soap for your daily beauty bath. You'll love the delicate, clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of One Way Passage, starring William Powell and Kay Francis, with William Gargan and Marjorie Rambeau. The steamship Maloa proceeds slowly eastward. A one-way passage for Dan Hardesty, condemned to death at San Quentin. A one-way passage for Joan Ames, every beat of her heart bringing her closer to the end. Dan and Joan know nothing of each other's destiny, content with their stolen holiday on the brink of eternity. It's early evening. Storm clouds are gathering on the horizon as Steve Burke and Dan pace the deck slowly.
I do 40 turns around the deck a day. Keeps in shape.
What's the percentage of keeping me in shape?
Well, exercise is better for you than staying up all night, mooning around on deck like last night.
No, you're wrong, Steve. There was nothing better for me than last night.
I don't know how to figure you out. You're making it a lot tougher for yourself. I suppose you know that. You know what's waiting for you in San Quentin, Dan.
Sure.
Oh, here you are.
Hello, Joan.
I was waiting over there. I never could get port and starboard right.
This is Mr. Burke. Miss Joan Ames.
How do you do?
Glad to meet you, Miss Ames.
Mr. Burke's an old friend of mine. We're traveling together.
How nice.
Yeah, we're together all the time.
Practically inseparable.
Well, will you loan me Dan for the evening? I'll send him back to you in good condition.
Oh, well, I don't know, Miss Ames. You see, Dan and I,
he means he gets very lonely. Isn't that it, Steve?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, Monsieur. Oh, Monsieur Burke.
Oh, hello, Countess.
Oh, I thought I would find you here. Didn't you promise to take me to dinner?
Yeah, sure, but,
well, Monsieur Burke.
Okay. Delighted. Don't get lost, Dan.
Don't worry.
Come along, Monsieur Burke. Goodbye, Jean. Bonsoir, Monsieur.
Goodbye, Countess.
The Countess has taken quite a fancy to Mr. Burke.
They make an interesting couple.
I guess so. Well, shall we go on with the walk, or shall we stand and admire the coming storm?
May not be so bad. Look, it's clear out that way. Just one little patch. There with the sun setting.
Going down. Down. The day knows how to go out, doesn't it? In a blaze of glory. Stop me if I'm going poetic on you, but life is wonderful, Dan.
And its best moment is when we find it out.
Now the sun's gone, and there'll be no stars tonight.
Does it matter? They were only stars. They're not real, like you.
Poor Dan. I wonder if I'm as real as you think I am.
Tonight you are. Tomorrow you may be only a dream. But you'd make a lovely dream, Joan.
Thank you. It's been fun, hasn't it, these last few days?
Most I've ever had in my life.
Mine, too. And it'll be wonderful tomorrow in Honolulu.
Yes. Yes, won't it?
Well, you don't sound very enthusiastic.
Well, I just thought of something that might keep me on board.
Oh, no.
But don't worry, I'll get out of it.
Just think. A whole afternoon and evening together. That's the longest we've ever had, Dan.
Sure, but... Well, we've got a couple of hours tonight. Why worry about tomorrow?
Why bother about anything? Oh.
Ooh. That was close. Want to go in?
No. Let's stand here and watch it. It's magnificent, isn't it? Splendid and savage.
Frightened?
Why should I be?
I don't know. Everybody has pet fears.
I got over mine.
What was it?
It might sound sort of silly.
No, tell me.
I used to be afraid of dying.
What, you? So much of life ahead of you?
Oh, but I'm not anymore. I found that it's nothing to be afraid of.
You're pretty sure?
When you get the courage to look death in the face, you see beyond the cold and the blackness. And it's beautiful. Something too shining to look at. A release and gentle.
There's the rain. That's gentle, too, isn't it? Maybe you were right about death being beautiful. I hope you are.
I know I am.
Bonjour, Monsieur Buck.
Oh, hello, Countess. All set to go ashore?
If you can wait just a few minutes, please. I am looking for Dan Odyssey. Jean's waiting on the dock for him.
Oh, yeah?
Have you seen him?
Yeah, I've seen him.
Well, will you please to ask him to hurry, please? Jean's getting anxious.
Countess, I wish there was something I could do. I wish for the first time in my life that I wasn't a cop.
Oh, you? A policeman?
Sergeant Burke, I'm dragging Dan Hardesty back to San Quentin.
But San Quentin, isn't that a prison?
Yeah, but Dan won't be in it long. He'll be swinging for murder.
Murder? Monsieur Burke.
Yeah, that's what makes it so tough. You never beat this rap. And your friends fell for him.
Oh, Monsieur Burke, Steve. At least you let them have this one day to remember. You let them have to their shore in Honolulu.
Dan Hardesty ain't going ashore.
But Steve.
Oh, now, listen, baby. Countess, Honolulu's the last stop before Frisco. If Dan broke, well, they'd kind of break me, you know. I can't take any chances.
But how will you keep him aboard?
I already got him locked up in the brig.
Oh, the brig? Oh, yes. You mean the ship jail?
Yeah. And the key to the brig is right here in my pocket.
Oh, well, there's nothing to be done, is there?
Nope. You ready, Countess?
Oh, certainly.
Hey.
My ankle.
Hey, take it easy. What happened?
Oh, I twisted my ankle. Oh, old Miss Steve.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Countess.
Oh, Steve, you are very strong. Do you know that?
Well, I ain't exactly no Apollo. How's the ankle, honey?
Oh, it will be all right. Just let me go back to my room for a moment. I will meet you on the dock.
Okay.
Come in, Mr. Burke. Well, what's the matter out there? You got the wrong key?
Shut up.
Who is it?
It's me, the Countess.
Betty.
Shut up. I got the key in this sardine can if I can ever make it work.
The key? Where'd you get it?
Out of Burke's pocket.
How'd you do it?
Never mind now. Let me do the talking. I've got to get back to Steve and slip this key back in his pocket.
What's the plan?
Now, you lay low in here till the crowd goes ashore. Then beat it. I'll tell Joan to meet you at Dick's joint.
Not that dive.
Yeah, that dive. No one else from the ship will be there. Now, I've got it figured out how you can make a break for it.
A break? How do you mean?
Oh, Dick'll play ball with you. He runs a tramp steamer out of Honolulu to Mexico. Get him to book your passage on it.
Betty, you're a real pal.
Forget it, will you? Now I got to get back to that Flatfoot. He's not such a bad guy when you get to know him. Well, so long, Dan. Lots of luck.
Thanks, Betty. I'll need it. The tramp leaves a few minutes before the Maloa sails. Is that right, Dick?
Yeah, that's right. The crew's aboard.
They can be trusted?
They're all my men.
Good. There's your money.
I'll tell the captain.
What's his name?
Mallory. He'll be expecting you.
Guess you know what this means to me, Dick.
Ah, skip it. Any pal of Betty's a pal of mine.
Beg pardon. Missy Ames would like to see this gentleman.
Oh, that must be the skirt you're expecting.
Oh, Joan! Joan! Over here.
Good luck, lad.
Thanks.
Hello, Dan. Betty told me to meet you here.
Joan, I had no business asking you to come to this dive. Am I forgiven?
Of course. If you'll go with me to a certain cove I know, across the Polly and down the hill. It's quiet there. The sand is whiter and the sea is bluer. I'd like to see it again with you.
Any place you say. Here. See what I ordered for you. Paradise cocktail.
Well, here's hoping you have everything you want, Dan.
I've got it. I win. That one broke over the rocks. Pay me.
What did you bet?
I don't know. Oh, who cares?
Oh, Dan. This is such a lovely place. I'd be content to stay here forever.
Would you? I wonder.
I know it.
Joan, would you be content to spend the rest of your life with me? In some far-off, out-of-the-way place?
Of course, Dan. Anywhere. But you're so serious.
I could send for you.
Send for me?
You see, dear, there's certain things that may take me halfway around the world. Mexico.
Then don't send for me, Dan. I'll go with you there. Now, that's settled.
Joan, darling, I've
if
got
it's
to
serious,
tell you.
I don't want to hear it. Not today.
But, Joan, I've got so much to say to you. And so little time to say it to you.
We don't need words, do we?
But there's something I want you to know about me.
I know all there is to know about you.
You don't, Joan.
I know how your eyes crinkle when you look down at me. Like this. And how your hair waves off your forehead so that I want to touch it. And that your shoulders are broad enough to shut out the whole world.
That proves how little you know.
I know I love you. For as long as forever is.
Joan.
Well, I suppose we should be going back.
I suppose so.
Look, the sun. It's going down. Can't you stop it?
Afraid I haven't much influence.
Our day is ending.
Well, what's this? Tears?
I can't help being a little sad. It's been such a happy day. Dan, this isn't our dock. The Malo is down further. Aren't you lost?
No. No, I'm not lost, Joan. You've got to go to the ship alone from here.
But what about you?
Joan, let me hold you close. I've been trying to tell you something all day. I'm not going back on the ship.
Not going back?
I can't.
You mean you're leaving me? Now? For good?
Oh, Joan, darling. Please, let me tell you.
Oh,
let me...
Dad!
Joan. Joan. Joan, what's the matter? Joan.
Dan Hoddesty, I'm Captain Mallory.
Captain, have you got a doctor on board?
No, I haven't. What's the matter? Oh, girl fainted?
Yes, I got to get a doctor.
Not around here, mister. Nearest one I know would be on the Maloa.
Maloa? All right. Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't go back there. It's suicide. Why, you'll get after me. Hey, wait. Come back. Hey!
Let me get through here, will you? Let me through, please, will you?
Oh, dear, what's happened?
Let me through, will you, please?
All right,
please stand
Dan.
back.
Back on the brake for you.
Steve, listen. Tell Jones' doctor.
How did you get out?
Never mind. I'll get a doctor. She's sick, you hear? Want me to get her to her room.
Dan.
Come in, Steve.
How is she?
No word yet. Doctor's still with her.
I'm sorry, Dan, and it's okay about, well, you can stay here as long as you want.
Thanks. You've been swell, Steve.
See you later.
Well, Doctor?
Nothing's happened. I just wanted to have a little talk with you.
Yes?
I want you to help me, Mr. Hardesty.
Anything.
Joan's condition is desperate. You're the only one that can prescribe for her.
Tell me what to do.
She must have absolute rest and quiet if she's to reach the mainland alive. She survived this attack, but it isn't humanly possible that she could survive another. The slightest excitement might kill her. A shock surely would. May I depend on you?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
But wait. Doctor, I've got to tell you this. There is a shock coming. And through me. I'm under arrest, Doctor. When this ship pulls in, I'll be met by the police. Taken to San Quentin.
What's that?
Yes. I'm to be hanged. Murder.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've just concluded the second act of One Way Passage. Kay Francis and William Powell will be heard in Act 3 very shortly. And now Mr. DeMille is getting ready to interview his special guest of the evening. But first, let me say just a word to every girl and woman listening in. Some time ago, someone asked several of the Hollywood screen stars this question. What do you think it is that a woman wants most out of life? What is most important to her? Maybe you think the answer was a successful career, or fame, or wealth. No. Claudette Colbert said, what does a woman want most? Love, of course. And Loretta Young said love. And Andrea Leeds said love. Then these famous beauties all agreed that soft, smooth skin is important in winning love and in holding it. They said this, all women want love, don't they? Then why do they risk spoiling romance? Cosmetic skin is so unattractive. Screen stars use cosmetics, of course, but they use Lux toilet soap because it has active lather. It removes dust and dirt, stale cosmetics thoroughly. Guards against the pore choking that causes cosmetic skin, dullness, little blemishes, and large pores. Are you giving your complexion the gentle, thorough care it needs? Are you using Lux toilet soap regularly? And now Mr. DeMille will interview our guest of the evening.
We left the Joan and Dan of our play somewhere in the Pacific on a luxurious liner bound for San Francisco. Tonight's guest in a few days will be retracing their identical course when he sails on a 7-week cruise for Hawaii and the Orient. He is Carl A. Arlene, who during his 52 years at sea has risen from cabin boy on the sailing vessel to commander of the largest American ship on the Pacific, the steamship President Coolidge of the American President Line. Commander Arlene has covered millions of miles at sea and was captain of the first American relief ship to reach Belgium during the World War. As commander of the President Coolidge, he's responsible for the safety and comfort of 1,000 passengers, people of every type and every station.
Yes, and of all the drama of life can and does happen on shipboard, happiness, sorrow, adventure.
And romance?
Just coming to that, my happiest memories are those of hundreds of men and women who happened to meet each other aboard of my ships, who found the right person, the person they never seemed to be able to find on land.
In partnership with Cupid, are you?
I should say not. The captain has got too much to do butting into people's lives. It's the sea, water, sun, moon, stars, and that salt wind, somehow, they get you, Mr. DeMille.
Well, shipboard romance is the real thing, Commander. Or just seagoing hallucinations?
Both. It's been my luck to meet any number of passengers the second time, people who met, married, and are coming back as husband and wife. Then there's another sort of romance. I remember a girl who met a young fellow aboard, the wrong kind. She thought she was in love with him and sent a wireless to her family. They were going to be married when the ship reached the man's destination, Singapore. The family sent several messages pleading with me to try and stop it. It's none of my business, but the captain has to be a lot of things besides the man who runs the ship. When the boat reached Singapore, the man went ashore and returned in a few hours to get the girl. But in the meantime, we had succeeded in exposing him and the girl. I'm happy to say joined us in really telling him off.
What's been your experience with criminals, men like Dan, who take your boat for any purpose but pleasure?
I wish they were all as well behaved as Dan. Just a couple of months ago, the Filipino authorities turned a criminal over to me who had broken parole and fled the country. Whenever it's necessary, the captain of a ship assumes the authority of a United States Deputy Marshal in complete charge of the prisoner. This fellow gave me a fit. He escaped when we tied up at Hong Kong, tried it again in Japan, and he claimed he was an alien hoping to be deported. But at last he called it quits and is now doing time. Then, too, we have to keep our eyes open for narcotic smugglers.
That must keep you pretty busy. And you have your crew to handle also.
Yes, but fortunately American sailors are men we can well be proud of. Their only bugaboo are the seagoing superstition that haunt old sailors. They still hate like the dickens to leave port on Friday. The black cat is poison. And one thing worse, the cross-eyed sailor. And, of course, they hate to find the old man on the wrong side of the deck. The old man is the captain, and the wrong side of the deck is wherever he happens to be when he's not expected there. Well, Mr. DeMille, you've entertained many of my passengers and me on countless evenings at sea. We picked up this program as far away from home as Japan, so it's been a real pleasure to have actually taken part. Thank you.
Thank you. Smooth sailing, Commander. Smooth sailing, please. William Powell and Kay Francis in One-Way Passage with William Gargan and Marjorie Rambo. A few days have passed. The steamship Malloa glides evenly through the blue Pacific, only 1 day from San Francisco. On the upper deck, Dan and Joan are seated side by side. They aren't talking very much, but Joan is smiling, a calm, quiet smile born of a deep understanding.
Thinking about something?
Thinking about you. How lovely you are.
That's worth a penny. You know, I feel up to a game of shuffleboard, if you'd like it.
What do you say we just sit, think?
Oh, Dr. Hardesty. You're getting more like Bolton every day.
Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, giddy up.
Hey, look out, son.
Oh.
Oh, I could see that flop coming. Now, come on, up you go. Oh, you're not going to cry, are you? Of course you're not. Big man like you.
Give him to me, Dan. Let me hold him. Now, tell me all about it.
I hurt my knee.
Well, now that's not too bad, is it? Let me see. Is that it? That black and blue spot?
No, it's here.
Oh. Well, what's this one?
That's from yesterday.
I see. Well, now, what do you want to do? Shall we see the doctor and let him put a bandage on it, or do you just want to sit here with me until it gets better?
Sit here with you.
That's a big boy.
Well, you seem to have a way with kids.
It's just a matter of liking them, I guess. When I was 8, they used to call me Mother Joan. I had a doll hospital for all the kids in the neighborhood. Then I'll never forget the time that I shocked the family at a Christmas dinner. I suddenly announced that I was going to have 17 children. What's the matter, Dan?
Oh, nothing. I'm just trying to picture you as a kid.
Dan, I've been wanting to ask you, did Dr. Bolton say anything to you about me?
What do you mean?
About my fainting the other day. You see, he He won't tell me anything, and I thought he might have mentioned something that I ought to know.
Well, he didn't say anything to me.
Oh, I am glad.
Have your hand baggage ready, please. Customs inspection on the dock.
Oh, Stuart, what time do we dock, please?
About an hour, madam.
Thanks.
Have your hand baggage ready.
1 hour more.
Yeah. I always kind of hate to see the end of a trip like this. Kind of sad, like lonesome.
It will be more lonesome for Dan and June.
That's what I was thinking. You know, I guess I'm all through being a copper, Countess.
True? Why, Steve?
Oh, I don't know. But after what's happened, I guess I wouldn't enjoy being the law anymore. I was kind of wondering if, I was going to ask you, you see, the ranch is more than half paid for, and...
A ranch?
Yeah, I got a chicken ranch in Petaluma.
Ha! A chicken ranch. That sounds like fun.
Well, it might be if you had the right kind of company. I was thinking of you.
Me?
Would it be fun for you, too?
Oh, Steve, I would like it so much. But you know nothing of me. Perhaps someday I can tell you. Until then, thank you, Steve.
Wait. If you're going to tell me all about your past, well, mine ain't been no better violets either. What do you say we forget about it and start from scratch? What do you say, Betty?
Betty? You lug. You mean you knew?
Sure. You don't think I'm falling for no royalty, do you?
Oh, Steve.
Look, Dan. There it is. The Golden Gate. It really is golden, isn't it?
It really is.
I remember an old song. Keep those golden gates wide open. Keep those golden gates ajar.
Yes, I remember that one, too. I was born in San Francisco. You know, when I was a youngster, I always thought they were singing about this gate. I thought it was the only one.
I hope you were wrong.
Yeah, so do I.
Well, we were going to have a last toast.
Go on.
You look sad, Dan. What is it?
I was only thinking how grand this trip's been. Now it has to end.
But we'll be together.
I wish we could.
But we've planned on it.
Joan, I've got to go to Mexico. That business I should have attended to in Honolulu.
You mean I won't see you in San Francisco at all?
As soon as the boat docks, I've got to leave you.
But you're only going to Mexico. That's all.
Yes.
Then we'll meet there. I'll meet you in Agua Caliente.
All right. Agua Caliente.
New Year's Eve?
New Year's Eve.
All set, Dan?
Yeah, I am if you are.
Okay. We better slip these bracelets on.
You have to do that, Steve?
I got to deliver you according to Hoyle. This ain't no petty larceny rap.
All right. Try to keep her from seeing it, will you?
I'll do my best, Dan.
Thanks, Steve. You're a swell guy.
Dan? Dan, are you in there? Dan, may I see you for a moment? Oh, Dan.
Excuse me, ma'am, but are you looking for Mr. Hardesty?
Yes. Do you know where he is?
No, ma'am. But I know where he's going to be. Right up on deck in front of me very eyes his friend, his pal, you might say. Takes out a pair of handcuffs. Snap, snap, and he's the prisoner.
What are you saying? Not Mr. Hardesty?
The very same, ma'am, and a finer gentleman you wouldn't wish to see. A name a red-handed murderer. He's on his way now, ma'am. San Quentin, they say. And the hangman's noose.
No! Oh, dear God, no.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Can I get you something?
No. Just tell me quickly. Which way did he go?
Toward the gangplank, ma'am. But you'll never find him in that crowd. You'll never find him.
Percy, have you seen Mr. Hardesty?
I'm sorry, Miss Ames. I haven't seen him since this morning.
Oh, Doctor. Dr. Bolton.
Oh, Joan, what's happened?
Dan, where is he? I've got to see him.
Joan, you mustn't excite yourself.
Oh, there he is. There he is down there. Dan! Dan, wait! Wait for me, Dan!
Joan.
Dan.
Joan, darling.
Oh, they said you'd gone. Oh, Dan.
Joan, dear.
It's all right. I'm all right now. I just wanted to see you once more. I love you, Dan.
I love you, Joan.
Goodbye, darling.
No, not goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen. Until New Year's.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Agua caliente. New Year's. Auf Wiedersehen, Dan.
I'll be there.
I'll be waiting, Dan. Auf Wiedersehen.
Joan, are you all right?
I saw him. I said goodbye. But now he's gone. He's gone.
Joan, is there anything I can do, Doctor?
No. It's too late. There's nothing anyone can do.
Happy New Year, Steve.
Happy New Year, Betty. Funny to be spending it down here in Agua Caliente.
If things had been different, maybe Dan and Joan would have been here with us. They wanted to so much.
2 cocktails. For the senorita, for the senor.
Thanks. Here's to Dan.
Here's to Joan.
Senor, please, to watch the glasses.
I didn't break any glasses.
Why, neither did I.
Pardon, senorita. It was over here. You see, those 2 glasses, they were standing on the bar. Now they are broke. There they are. I cannot...
Oh, Steve. Oh, I feel so strange.
They always used to break their glasses like that. Joan and Dan.
How much they loved each other.
Yeah. They taught us what love means.
They still love Steve. I know it. Away off somewhere where people who love each other always meet again. Oh, Steve, they knew what love is. Those 2.
That ends our play. Making a postscript from K. Francis and William Powell, both appropriate and welcome.
Well, Mr. DeMille, while I'm a newcomer to the Lux Radio Theater, I've had a long and happy acquaintance with what it stands for. It means so much to a girl to have a fine, healthy complexion, whether her life is a public one or not. Lux soap is an excellent help to anyone who's particular about her skin. I'm only one of the many here in Hollywood who use it constantly. As for this theater, Mr. DeMille, I'm glad to find you featuring so many good love stories. I think that's the type of play people like most. I guess everyone has his troubles in actual life, so it's probably a great satisfaction to hear plays in which everything turns out all right. To me, tonight's play had a very happy ending. Death was not the end for them. It was just the beginning.
What are your reflections on the subject, Bill, as our most consistent ghost?
Did you say ghost, Cecil?
Well, when you were here a couple of months ago in Miling, you died and came back for a curtain call, and tonight you're doing the same thing.
Yeah. Well, Cecil, I'll always have a life to lay down for plays as stalwart as these. I agree with Kay that One-Way Passage is anything but a morbid story. You know, I was lucky enough to be fairly well acquainted with the man who helped write One-Way Passage for the screen, the late Wilson Meisner. Great writer. The mind sharp as his pencil. I was told that just before he passed on, a minister reached his bedside. Meisner was in a coma, but he regained consciousness long enough to look up at the minister, and he whispered,
I just saw your boss.
Eyes a smile at life, and he smiled at death. Just as Joan and Dan do in our play. There's nothing sad about that. It's really quite a privilege to go out that way. Thank you very much, Cecil, for the chance of meeting your audience once again.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
There'll always be a return passage here for both of you. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for The Little Princess. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, the story of a courageous woman in search of her destiny. You can hear it over most of these stations in the United States every afternoon, Monday through Friday, at 2:15 Eastern Time, 1:15 Central Time, 3:15 Mountain Time, and 2:15 Pacific Time. This new daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Mr. DeMille. Edna Ferber's exalted position among contemporary writers is due largely to her amazing understanding of everyday people, especially women. Of her many novels, none rings truer, has greater charm, or more beautiful simplicity than So Big, a dramatic story of a woman and her son. Many of you recall it as one of Barbara Stanwyck's finest pictures, and I'm delighted to say that this great actress will again star in So Big a week from tonight for the Lux Radio Theater. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck in So Big with an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melba Roy. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck in So Big with Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight we journey through a lifetime, the life of a brave and simple woman, her loves, her struggles, her ultimate victory, told under the title So Big. You'll hear Barbara Stanwyck, Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger. Our special guest is Mrs. Sarah Delano Roosevelt, the mother of our president. The music of the Lux Radio Theater is conducted by Louis Silvers. But first, just a word about the splendid product behind this theater. Our lovely screen stars have found that their complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a wonderful beauty bath, too. Just a few minutes in a warm tub and a generous lathering with Lux Toilet Soap leaves you refreshed and sure of daintiness. Fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap has active lather, you know, that removes thoroughly every trace of dust, dirt, and perspiration. Try it for your daily beauty bath. You'll love the delicate, clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the exciting things about writing is that writers never know how the public's going to receive their work. For example, Edna Ferber thought so little of her first novel, Dawn O'Hara, that she threw it away. It was published only after her mother dug it out of a wastebasket. Of So Big, Miss Ferber said, "I thought I'd written a complete non-seller. I didn't think anyone would ever read it." She was wrong. Hundreds of thousands were fascinated by the book. And tonight, millions more will meet her characters as Barbara Stanwyck, Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger bring So Big to the air. Barbara Stanwyck was about to play a small part in one of Willard Mack's productions when he decided that he didn't like her real name, Ruby Stevens. So he and David Belasco created a new one, taking it from old theater programs pasted on the green room wall at the Belasco Theater. On these programs were the names Barbara Frietchie and Jane Stanwyck. They served to change more than Ruby Stevens' name.
They changed her luck. Barbara's, whose home was once an orphan asylum, and who at 13 was wrapping bundles in a Brooklyn department store, was on the high road to brilliant success. For the past several months, she's been working with me in Union Pacific, in which she plays the role of a little Irish postmistress, and proves again that she's one of the really great women of the screen. Barbara starred in the picture So Big and plays the part of Selina again tonight. And we're happy to welcome Preston Foster, a newcomer to our microphone. Preston's boyhood ambition was to become 6 feet tall and sing in opera. He achieved both. He's 6 feet 2 and sang for a time with the La Scala Opera Company in Philadelphia. Preston's new Paramount picture is Geronimo. And tonight, we hear him in the role of Dirk de Jong. Fay Ray, one of the loveliest of the screen's lovely ladies, is no stranger to our stage. The last time she was here, we almost prevailed upon her to recite some of her own poetry. Perhaps we'll have better luck tonight. Fay is heard as Dallas O'Mara. Otto Kruger, one of Hollywood's famous importations from Broadway, plays Purvis de Jong. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck in So Big, with Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger. It is Chicago, 1908. Here in the sprawling, rapidly growing city, Simeon Peake has brought up his motherless daughter, Selina. But Simeon has been shot in a gambling house brawl. Alone in the world, Selina occupies a dreary room in a cheap boarding house, bravely trying to face the blank future, when a schoolgirl friend, Julie Hempel, her only friend, comes at last to see her.
Selina, I'm so terribly sorry about your father. I came as soon as I could.
I know, Julie.
And I think it's horrible what the newspapers are saying. Horrible.
No, Julie, it's only the truth. My father was shot and killed in a gambling house.
But Selina.
I never knew he was a gambler, Julie. When he sent me to school and gave me so much, he always told me he was in the market. And he was good to me. I don't care what he was good to me.
But Selina, what are you going to do? Did he leave you anything?
$70 in a ring. Well, it's not a very big diamond, but I'll never part with it because it was his.
But Selina, you've got to live.
I can work.
Oh, you can't. What kind of work could you do?
I can teach. I've already got a position.
Where?
In High Prairie. I'm to live with a farmer and his wife.
Farmer?
Class Poole, his name is, and, well, I think it should be fun teaching in a country school.
Oh, Selina, I think you're being very brave.
I'm trying to remember what my father said, that life is just one big show, and the trick is to act in and look on at the same time. And no matter what happens to you, good or bad, it's all velvet.
I hope it will be for you, Selina.
Thank you, Julie. I hope so, too.
Most there now. You can see the house up ahead there.
Oh, Mr. Poole, how beautiful it is here.
Beautiful? What is beautiful?
This, the fields, the cabbages.
Cabbages is beautiful? Cabbages? Cabbage?
But they are. They are beautiful. They're like jade and burgundy.
Cabbages. Cabbages.
I believe you said you had 3 children, Mr. Poole. Will they all be my pupils?
No, not all, teacher.
Why not? Which ones won't?
Gertrude goes to school. Josina goes to school. Rolf works by the farm.
How old is Rolf?
Rolf is 12.
Only 12? And no longer in school?
Rolf, he works by the farm.
Doesn't he like school?
Sure.
Well, then why doesn't he go, for pity's sake?
Rolf, he works by the farm. Well, this is my house.
Oh, it's a very comfortable-looking house.
Oh, it's not very fine. Farmers is poor. Marcia, here's his teacher. You go in. Supper's ready soon. Cabbages is beautiful. Cabbage.
Like it here with us, teacher?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Poole.
Sure. Gertie and Josina, they make good pupils for you. More to eat, class?
No, too tired. The West Field tomorrow. Well, time to bed down the horses. Oh, teacher, You still think cabbages is beautiful?
Cabbages. That's good. He told me what you said. Ralph, stop the reading and go do the chores. They're needing wood.
All right.
All the time he is reading like anything. Hurry, Ralph. You hear? And bring in the water. Getting late.
What are you reading, Rolf?
A book. The last teacher gave it to me.
May I see it? Why, it's a dictionary. You're reading the dictionary.
It's got more than 100,000 words, all different.
Rolf, your father tells me you're not coming to school.
Yeah, Pa needs me by the field.
Oh, I suppose so, but it's too bad. Are you going to be a farmer too, Rolf?
Well, Pa wants me to be, but I don't like farms.
What do you like to do?
I like to make pictures.
Pictures?
Yes, draw things.
Oh, how nice. Could I see one of your pictures sometime, Rolf?
I don't show them to anybody, because they might laugh.
I wouldn't. I love pictures. Someday you might be a great artist, Rolf.
Yeah, but farm work takes all the time. I don't get much chance.
Rolf, I have a book called Ivanhoe. Would you like to read it?
Well, I don't get much time.
Rolf, do you work all the time? Don't you have any fun at all?
Sure. I'm going to the church sociable next Wednesday night. Are you going?
I haven't heard about it yet.
Well, the women bring the supper in baskets, and Adam Ohms raffles them off. And you eat with whoever buys your box.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Well, I guess I'd better get the chores done.
Good night, Rolf.
Teacher.
Yes?
Cabbages. Fields of cabbages. What you said. They are beautiful.
What am I feet? What am I feet? Remember, the lucky gent gets the fair owner of this basket as his supper partner.
Goodness, I had no idea there'd be so many people, Rolf.
Better give your supper box to Adam Ohms. All the others are up there on his table.
Oh, and look at the size of them. Baskets full. And mine's just a shoebox. Oh, Ralph.
Oh, don't you care? It looks pretty the way you fixed it.
Oh, excuse me, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Ralph, who was that?
Well, his name is Purvis Dion.
Oh, I saw him in church the other day. Is he a farmer, too?
Oh, everybody's farmers here. I guess he'll buy the widow Parlenberg's lunch basket. She makes eyes at him all the time. She's stuck on him.
What about Purvis DeYoung? Is he stuck on her, too?
Well, I don't know. But all the girls make eyes at him because they say he's good-looking. I bet you make eyes at him, too.
Oh, Ralph, don't be silly. Well, I better take my lunchbox up if I can ever get through this crowd. Excuse me, please. Couldn't I get through? Oh, would you please let me through?
Here, what
Oh, I'm sorry, but I want to get my lunchbox up there.
That? Is that a lunchbox?
Yes, for the raffle. I'm the school teacher, Selena Peake.
Yeah, I saw you in church Sunday. I'm Purvis DeYoung.
Oh, did you see me? I didn't think you...
Wait here. I take your lunchbox up. Look what we have here, folks. The Vito Parlenberg's basket. Well, what am I bid? What am I bid? What? Speak up, young man of High Prairie. What am I bid?
75 cents.
Johannes, on board with 75 cents. Who'll make it? I put your box on the table.
Thank you.
Did I hear you bid Jet Purvis DeYoung? No, and he ain't going to.
You're not going to bid. Why, I thought you...
80 cents. Did I hear you say $1, Purvis DeYoung? Don't miss a chance like this. Are you going to let roast duck go for a mere 80 cents? Going, sold. The glory of our golden for 80 cents.
Oh, you've lost it, Mr. DeYoung.
Yeah? How goes it, school teaching?
Oh, it goes pretty well for the first few days.
You're little to be a school teacher anyway, ain't you?
Well, I didn't know teachers were judged by their size.
Now, here's a dainty little tidbit, folks. If the Vito's basket was too much for you, maybe this box will do.
Oh, dear, it's mine.
If you like little ribbons and you ain't feeling especially hungry, it may be all right. But the lady herself goes with it, gents. Miss Selena Peake, that's who. Miss Selena Peake. Well, what am I bid with this lovely little toothful, gents?
5 cents. $1.
Purvis the Young bids $1. Purvis seems to be making up.
$1.50. Why, that's Ralph.
$1.60.
$3. Oh, no, Ralph shouldn't do that. He's only got $4, and he's been saving it for a set of paint.
$5.
Oh, please.
Purvis the Young bids $5.
And 10 cents. $6.50.
Oh, let him have it, Mr. DeYoung. The cupcakes fell a little.
$10,
$10.
gents. 10 ones, 10 fives. Gone to Purvis the Young.
Come on, teacher. Let's get out of here.
What made you do it? All that money when you might have been eating roast duck.
I don't know. You look so little. They were making fun of you.
That's a very foolish reason for throwing away $10.
So, you're a school teacher, huh?
I thought we went all over there.
I can't hardly write at all. Only to sign my name in like that.
Oh. Can you read?
Oh, only to spell out words. I don't get time for reading. But figuring, I wish I knew. Arithmetic, I can figure some, but... Oh, those fellas in the market are too sharp for me. They do numbers in their head like that so quick.
Would you like me to teach you?
Huh? How do you mean, teach me?
Evenings.
Well, what would you take for pay?
Pay? I don't want any pay.
Oh. I tell you what. My farm is near the school. I could start for you the fire mornings this winter, and taw the pump and bring in water. And I could come maybe 3 times a week, evenings, to Poole's place.
3 evenings a week? Well, I'd love to do it. I'd love to.
All right, teacher. Thanks.
You did all those examples without one mistake.
Yeah? It's easy when you know it once.
Your English is getting better, too. But you shouldn't say know it once.
Oh, yeah. Once know it.
That's right. Oh, it's you, Rolf. Aren't you going to study with us tonight, Rolf?
I've got things to do.
Oh. All right, Purvis, we'll go on now. Now, let's see. The square root of 576. The remainder must contain twice the product of the 10 by the unit. Oh, Rolf, please. I don't know what's the matter with Rolf. It seems that every time we're having a lesson, he...
I know. I think maybe he doesn't like it that I come here to study.
Oh, that's silly. Why shouldn't he like it?
I don't know. Maybe, he won't be mad much longer. 2 more weeks is the last lesson.
2 weeks? Let's get on, shall we?
I'll be sorry. Will you be?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
I've liked the lessons here. In my house, always it's so quiet. Too quiet. Selina.
Well, now let's see. Twice the 10 times the units. Add 4 units to the 40 and multiply the result by 4.
Selina.
Yes?
Selina, I don't know how to tell you.
Oh, don't look so frightened, Purvis. What is it?
I want you to marry me, Selina.
Purvis. Do you think I'd make a good farmer's wife?
A good one for me.
I don't know very much about farms. I've always lived in the city.
You will learn, little Lena. I will be teacher this time. You will keep the house for me while I work the land. Oh, my house, it's sort of run down, but I would fix it.
Oh, we could paint it white, Purvis, with green shutters. And I'd put pretty curtains at the windows and plant hollyhocks all around it.
Selina, you mean you will marry me?
Oh, I want to, Purvis. Very much.
Oh, little Lena. Little Lena. There's not a farmer in High Prairie will have such a pretty wife.
Stanwyck, Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger have completed the first act of So Big. They will continue with Act 2 shortly. But first, in this brief intermission, we would like you to meet Betty Gray, a young lady who is going to have a starring role in a June wedding. Right now, Betty is talking to her future sister-in-law, Marion.
Honestly, Marion, I'm so happy I could burst. And so much in love with Tom.
Tom says the same thing about you every 5 minutes. I ought to be used to it. It's been going on ever since he and you ate your ice cream together at the 6th grade party.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? Wait, I'll get my diary. I'll give you a real summary. Look, this is 11 years ago. September 18th, 1928. I bet the 6th grade is hard, but I don't care. Tom said he'd help me with my arithmetic. He teases me, but I like him.
You had one setback, Betty, in high school. Remember Nancy Allen?
Ooh, do I? She's writing this diary. Here, listen. May 15th, 1935. I hate Tom. He hangs around that Nancy Allen all the time. I wish I had curly hair like hers. Oh, and Marion, the next day I wrote, I feel better today because I talked to Tom's lovely big sister, Marion.
Why, you little flatterer.
And she says, with your nice complexion, you don't have to worry about not having curly hair. Oh, dear diary, I certainly hope she's right.
I certainly was right. You had beautiful skin then, and you still have it.
Congratulations, Betty, on your engagement and June wedding. And congratulations on your lovely complexion. A really beautiful complexion is a priceless possession that every girl should cherish. Lux Toilet Soap, the soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use, helps you keep the priceless loveliness of your complexion, the loveliness that means romance. And remember this, it's foolish to rob yourself of complexion beauty by allowing your pores to become choked with dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. That's when cosmetic skin develops, with its dullness, enlarged pores, and little blemishes. Use rouge and powder all you like, but be sure to remove them thoroughly with Lux Toilet Soap's active lather. Use this fine, gentle care before you put on fresh makeup during the day, always before you go to bed at night. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with the second act of So Big, starring Barbara Stanwyck with Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger. Three years have passed since Selina married Purvis de Young. For her, each day of those 3 years has begun in the darkness before dawn and plodded relentlessly through broiling suns and icy blasts with life, love, everything subservient to the cruel, unending demands of the farm. Selina's dreams of beautifying the place have been forgotten under the crushing burden of daily living. When she can, she helps Purvis in the fields, her young son Dirk playing at her side.
Look, darling. Look how big our carrots are and how golden. Aren't they pretty?
Pretty. Want some?
There we are. A nice fat one.
Oh,
oh, how big is my baby? How big is my man? Oh, stretch your arms wide, as wide as you can. Now, how big are you?
So big.
Oh, what a big little man.
Lena.
Yes, Purvis?
Lena, I've told you I don't like you should work in the fields.
Oh, but Purvis, why not? You and one hired man can't do it all.
The women of our family never worked in the fields, not even in Holland.
But the vegetables will rot in the ground.
Let them rot.
Oh, can't things ever change, Purvis?
Daddy,
Look, he pulled a radish all by himself. Already he's a farmer.
No.
What?
Nothing.
Well, tomorrow we must start pulling the beets. They are ready.
You look so tired, Purvis. Why don't you rest? You haven't stopped a minute since 4 this morning.
Vegetables must be picked when they are ready.
I suppose so. Purvis, I've been thinking about that West 16 section. Can't we drain it and plant there?
Oh, that's clay land. Grain, and you have yet got clay.
I know. You've got to use tile drainage and humus. Then with potash and phosphoric acid.
Well. The school teacher is a farmer now, eh? Tell me, little Linda, from where did you learn all about this truck farming?
Out of a book I sent to Chicago for it.
A book? A book? A truck farmer out of a boat?
Why not? The man who wrote it knows all the new ways to farm. Oh, you're running the farm just the way your father ran it.
Yeah. What was good enough for my father is good enough for me.
It isn't. We're not getting anywhere, Purvis. And Dirk is growing up. He's going to need things. He'll be going to school. Oh, there'll be so much.
No, fine talk. A farmer must take what God sends, Lena. And all your books can't change that.
All right. If you won't listen, you won't. Who is it? Oh, Ralph. Come in, Ralph. How are you?
Oh, all right.
Why, you have your best suit on. What is it?
I'm going away.
Away? Why?
I'm going away. There's nothing for me to stay for here. Everything I do, they say it's dumb. They laugh.
I know. Where are you going?
I don't know. Chicago, maybe. I brought you this picture you always liked. The one I made at the Haymarket.
Oh, thank you, Ralph. I'll always keep it. Oh, but, Ralph, you'll need some money. I have a little saved. Let me get it for you. You must write to me, Ralph, and let me know how you're doing. You know, I'll want to hear it. Oh, and you must work so hard at your drawings. You have a great talent. Here, Ralph, it isn't very much, but... Ralph, where are you? Ralph! Oh, he's gone. He's free. Yes, so big.
Isn't it time Pop was home from market, Mom?
Oh, it's way past time, and it's such a bad night. I do hope he didn't sleep out in the wagon last night. I told him not to.
There's a light, Mom, in the barn.
Is that you, Purvis?
It's me.
Purvis, dear, you're so late. What happened?
I had to go by New Harlem. The bridge was washed out already.
Gee, is it that bad, Pop?
Oh, you're soaked. Get your wet things off. You're shivering. Dirk, put more wood in the stove.
Yes, Mother?
Did you manage to sell out, Purvis?
Oh, less than half the load. So sick I am of this crazy.
Oh, I know. Now you wrap up in that blanket and sit here by the fire while I get you some dinner.
Oh, I don't know if I can eat.
Oh, but you must. It will do you good. What was the matter at the market?
No, I don't know. When I have carrots, everybody by the market has them. When I have radishes, they have them too. They rot in the wagons. You remember once you say, farm work is grand.
It isn't, but I think it could be.
Farm work is slave work. Oh, last night we load the wagon with carrots. From 4 this morning I drive. I don't make enough. I should buy tomato plants for summer.
Oh, Purvis. Why won't you put in asparagus?
Oh, asparagus. And wait 3 years for a crop?
Planting is good for 10 years once it's started. I've been reading up on it.
Reading up. School book farming, that's no good.
It is, Purvis, if you'd only give it a chance. I've tried and tried to show you some new ways.
I don't want new ways. The old ways is the best.
How can you say that?
They are. The old ways is the best.
Purvis, you're sick.
I feel bad, Lena.
You did sleep in the wagon last night in all the rain.
Yeah. I wanted to save the money.
I begged you not to. Dirk, run and get the doctor.
All right.
Now go to bed, Purvis. Come. I'll help you. Lean on my arm, darling. Lean on me.
Try to get some rest, Mrs. DeYoung.
I'm all right, Doctor. Really, I am.
It's been hard on you.
I still can't believe it.
Pneumonia comes fast, and it needs a strong heart.
And he was so tired. He worked so hard. Oh, sometimes I hate the earth. It takes and takes until you have no more strength to give. What do you get for it? What does...
Mom.
Dirk, come here.
What is it, Mom? What's the matter?
I just want you by me. We're alone so big. You're the only man I have now. Get up, Hen. Get up, Maud.
Are we going to market, Mother? Just you and me?
Well, I can't let my little man go alone.
Soon I'll be big enough.
Oh, perhaps we'll see.
Oh, look, Mom. It's the Reverend Decker. He's waving at us.
Oh. Good afternoon, Reverend Decker.
What's this I hear, Mrs. DeYoung? That you are going to Haymarket with the garden stuff? A woman alone?
No. Dirk is going with me.
Mrs. DeYoung, the Haymarket is no place for a decent woman. There is card playing, drinking, all sorts of wickedness.
Really? But what can I do? Dirk and I must live.
Better to stay home. Let the men folks go.
But, Reverend Decker, my men folks are going.
Get up, Maud. Get up.
Dirk, wake up. This is Haymarket. Look at all the people.
Don't want to see
Oh,
the
wake
people.
up, darling. Wake up. Oh, it's like an army, isn't it? An unarmed army bringing food to feed the great city. Oh, now, if we can only find a place on the curb for the wagon.
There's a good place, Mom. Right ahead.
Oh, if I can just beat that other wagon to it. Get up.
We're going to get there first.
Hey, you can't go in there. That's my place, you... Oh. Say, you can't go in there, missus.
Oh, yes, I can.
Yes, we can.
Where's your man?
Here, right beside me.
Well, I'll be... Now, women ain't got no business here in Haymarket anyway. Better you stay at home in your kitchen where you belong.
Don't you talk to me like that, you great stupid. What good does it do to stay in my kitchen if I'm going to starve there and the boy with me? I'm here to sell vegetables I helped raise, and I'm going to sell them. Now get out of my way or I'll report you to the policeman over there.
Oh, all right. What a woman, what a woman.
He was mad, wasn't he, Mom?
I'll have as much right to this spot as he has. Oh, now, Dirk, we're going to sell.
Mom, why don't they buy your vegetables?
I don't know, darling. They just stare at me and go on.
How are you making out, Mrs. DeYoung?
Oh, not very good.
Well, no place for a woman here. Morning.
Oh, they won't buy. Everything will wilt. Come on, Dirk.
Where are we going, Mom?
We'll go to Prairie Avenue, where the rich people live. Do you remember those big stone houses we saw driving in? Well, maybe somebody there will buy from us.
Mom, I'm awful tired.
This is the last house so big, the very last one. After this, we'll go home. Hand me my basket, darling.
Now then, where's your license?
License?
You heard me. Where's your peddler's license? You got one?
Why, no.
Well, where do you think you are peddling without a license? You know, I've got a good mind to run you in. Now, go on. Get out of here.
What's the trouble, officer?
Huh? Oh, a woman peddling without a license, Mrs. Arnold. You know, you got to watch them like a hawk. Get along with you now. Come on.
Take your hands off me. How dare you touch
Why,
me? How
you-
dare you? You take your hands...
Well-
Wait.
Selena.
What?
Selena.
Why, Julie. Oh, Julie Hamilton.
Oh, Selena. Oh, my dear. My dear.
Oh, there. It's all right, Julie. It's all right. Oh, don't cry. What is there to cry for?
Oh, Selena.
It's all right. Oh, Julie, it's good of you to take so much interest.
Nonsense, Selena. Father always has good ideas. He might have one for you.
You want to sell this farm, Selena?
No, Mr. Hempel.
Good. A few years from now, this land will be worth money. Well, what do you want to do?
I want to stay here and make my farm pay. By next spring, my asparagus is going to bring in money. And I want Dirk to have things. I never want my son to go to Haymarket. Never.
Yes, but what about you, Selena?
Me? My life doesn't count except as something for Dirk to use. I want him to have all the worthwhile things in life all mixed up. Rooms and candlelight, leisure, travel, books, music, people. Work that he loves. Work that's worthwhile. That's what I want for Dirk. And the farm can give it to us.
Well, how much money do you need to start the improvements?
Oh, Mr. Hempel, I didn't mean...
Don't be silly, Selina. Father can well afford it.
Well, I do need it. But I'm borrowing the money, not taking it. I want to give you an IOU, Mr. Hempel. A promise to pay you back. That's business, isn't it?
Sure, that's business.
Well, that's the only way I'll take it. I hope you won't have to hold it very long, Mr. Hempel.
You just forget about it, Selina. You deserve a few things for yourself.
I'm doing it for Dirk. Only for Dirk. So he can go to good school, so he can do big things in the world. That's what matters. Giving something that will live after you. Building something, creating. Oh, I want his life to be rich and full. And I'll work, I'll do anything. So I can give him all these things myself. And I want to do it all myself. For him.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Lux Radio Theater presentation of So Big, starring Barbara Stanwyck with Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger. In a few moments, the curtain rises on Act 3. Now it's intermission time. Time to hear from the evening's special guest. But just a brief word first about the product bringing you this program. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Such popular stars as Joan Blondell, Madeleine Carroll, Claudette Colbert, Irene Dunn, almost every lovely star you can think of uses this gentle, mild white soap to help protect the priceless beauty of her complexion. Screen stars win the hearts of millions. You want to win, to hold, the heart of one. The same gentle care that screen stars use for their million-dollar complexions will help you keep the smooth, lovely skin that wins romance and holds it. Now, Mr. DeMille.
The story of So Big is one of mother love. A mother love so deep and true that no obstacle is too great to overcome in the struggle for her child's existence. There are mothers everywhere, like the Selina of our play. Mothers who, by their silent courage and patient understanding, make life worth living for their sons and daughters. As a tribute to mothers everywhere, and deeply conscious of the honor which is ours, we bring you our guest of the evening, the first mother of our land, whose son achieved the goal of millions of American boys and is now in the White House. Speaking to you from New York City, Mrs. Sarah Delano Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, very much indeed. It's a pleasure to be here and a privilege for all of us to hear Miss Barbara Stanwyck's lovely portrayal of a fine woman in American literature. As Mr. DeMille has so truly said, Miss Edna Ferber's story is a tribute to the mothers who make life richer and nobler for their sons and daughters by their courage and patient understanding. It is also a tribute to the mothers who make great sacrifices, sacrifices that no mother ever regrets, without losing their own identities, without giving up their own interests in life and living. Selina in this evening's play is, I think, a type of mother, a mother who, if I may use the expression, grows up with her children. Many mothers have given all for their children, and in giving it sometimes sacrificed the very thing that has endeared them most to their families. In all lands, in all times, mothers have lived for their children. Our American mothers have been able to go beyond this ideal. They do not stop living in the full sense of that word when their children enter into life as independent individuals. For from their children they derive inspiration to make their own lives more beautiful and more interesting. Selina gave to her son the ideal of beauty, as many another mother has passed on to her children that which she herself most cherished. But Selina also lived up to that ideal in her own life, so remaining young and vibrant and alive through the years and the tribulations of the years. She taught him to find happiness in the place where happiness must first be sought, in the home. In a world troubled by conflicting theories of life, when sometimes we wonder what course civilization will take, it is good to encounter the common sense and humanity of a woman like Selina. And I like to think that she is a prototype of many mothers, a wise and tolerant guide, one who makes the world better not only by influencing the lives of her children, but also by living her own life fully and joyously. All of us may take new heart and courage from Selina. She is not only the symbol of American mothers, but a wonderful example of mothers in this day and generation.
Thank you, Mrs. Roosevelt. Well, we have mothers like you that hope for the world. Back now in Hollywood, Barbara Stanwyck, Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger bring us Act 3 of So Big. More years have passed, and Selina's son Dirk is now a man. Selina has made good her promise to Mr. Hempel to pay back the money he gave her, and with her farm running profitably, has been able to give Dirk a college education and many of the fine things of life she always wanted him to have. Now he seems well on his way to a career as an architect. It's late afternoon, and Selina is working in her room when Dirk arrives at the farm.
At it again, are you? Going through that old chest? What a sentimental generation yours must have been, Mother.
So it was. Your father gave me this arbutus.
Pressed flowers. They went out with the tandem bicycle, didn't they?
I suppose they did. And here's a picture Ralph Poole did when he was a boy of the Haymarket. And now he's one of the most famous sculptors in Europe. Oh, and here's your college diploma.
Slave and sweat 4 years for that. And go into an architect's office at $35 a week.
Architecture is the most thrilling thing in the world, Dirk.
Is it? I've spent the past week drawing washrooms for a glue factory.
Oh, but 10 years from now, who knows?
10 years. I don't want to wait that long for success.
What do you mean by success, Dirk?
To be rich. Make a lot of money while I'm young enough to enjoy it.
Oh, no, Dirk, that's not success. Ralph, the thing Ralph does, that's success.
Oh, well, if you have money enough, you can buy the things he makes and have them. That's almost as good, isn't it?
Oh, Dirk, you don't understand, do you?
Listen, Mother, I've got to do things my own way, and I'm giving up architecture.
Dirk.
Paula Storm says that...
Is that the young woman you've been seeing so much of?
Well, I've seen her off and on. Anyway, her husband is in the bond business, and I'm going in with him.
Bonds? Oh, Dirk, there's no fun in that.
Well, it's good enough for me. 5 years in the bond business with the right connections, and I'll clean up.
You're sure that's what you want, Dirk?
Yes, Mother. Look, I'm sorry I can't have dinner with you tonight, but I've got an important appointment in town.
I understand, dear. Run along.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye. Goodbye. So big.
Selina, I'm so glad you came to see me.
I got tired of the farm, and when I feel that way, I come to Chicago and just browse around.
You look wonderful. I don't know how you do it. Your eyes are as bright as a baby's.
It's from seeing so many things, Julie. You know, you've got to have a vulgar curiosity about people and things to get the full flavor of life. That's the trouble with Dirk. He keeps revolving in the same circle of friends over and over and over.
He's doing very well, I hear.
He's making money.
And very popular. Invited everywhere.
I suppose so.
Don't be unhappy about him, Selena. If that's what he
Oh,
wants...
but it isn't good enough for him, Julie. Yesterday, that society editor in the Tribune called him a playboy. That isn't what I worked in the sun and cold for, pulling vegetables, planting.
Selena.
Oh, I'm not reproaching him. I didn't mind the work, but I don't want my son to be known as a playboy. Not my son.
He ought to be a little more careful. He's seeing too much of Paula Storm.
Paula Storm?
People are talking.
Oh, that's the woman who got him to give up architecture.
I asked her the other day if she was going to divorce Storm and marry Dirk. She said no, she hadn't enough money of her own, and Dirk wasn't making enough. Dirk's salary is thousands, but she's used to millions.
Oh, Julie, he's on the wrong road all the way, isn't he? A dead-end street. I can't stop him. He won't listen. I can't do anything. All these years, I've always found a way, and now I can't do anything.
Well, the deal's as good as closed, Dirk. I played golf with Jackson yesterday and sold him solid.
Good work. The whole 100,000?
All of it.
My hat's off.
Mr. O'Mara's here, Mr. DeYoung.
Oh, yeah, send her in.
Well, I'll run along.
You don't have to. Just an artist to do an advertising picture for me. Probably some crazy female of 40 with a bundle of drawings under her arm.
And I know I'm going. I'll see you at the club.
I'll be around Saturday. Going to try polo.
Good boy.
Mr. DeYoung, Miss O'Mara.
You're Miss Well, please sit down.
Thanks.
Now, Miss O'Mara, this drawing we want is for a national advertising campaign to get women more interested in bonds, appealing directly to them.
I see.
Now, my idea was something like this.
Well, aren't you hiring me to get an idea for the drawing and to draw it? Suppose I think about it for a day or two and work one out. I think you'll like mine better.
Oh, I see. How much would you expect to get for a drawing?
$1,500.
Well, that's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, but that happens to be my price. Anyway, it's been nice meeting you, Mr. DeYoung.
Now, wait a minute. Of course, if that's your regular price, I suppose we could pay it.
Could you?
Still, $1,500 is a lot of money.
I think so, too. I remember when I used to get 25 cents for sketching hats.
And now you've arrived. You're successful.
Arrived? Heavens, no. I've just started.
Who gets more money for a drawing than you do?
Nobody, I suppose.
Well, then,
in another minute, I'll be telling you the story of my life. Goodbye, Mr. DeYoung.
When you get something definite worked out, may I see it?
Sure. Drop around to my studio in about a week.
I'll be there. Thank you. Mother, sit down. Well, this is an honor. At last you visit my office.
I hadn't seen you for so long. I thought I'd see where you work.
Well, how do you like it?
Oh, it's very fine, isn't it? How are you, Dirk?
A bit all in at the moment. The boys at the university club are trying to make a polo player out of me.
I know. You ache all over. A nice kind of ache. I used to feel like that when I'd worked in the fields all day.
Oh, Mother.
Oh, you didn't like my saying that. I'm sorry. I didn't say it to annoy you, dear.
I know you didn't.
Oh, Dirk, I saw in the paper that Ralph Poole is in America. He's coming to Chicago.
Yes, Paula. Mrs. Storm's giving a big reception for him. He's doing all right, I guess.
Yes, he is. Dirk, just what is it you sell behind this big mahogany desk of yours?
Bonds, Mother. You know that perfectly well.
Dirk DeYoung, bond salesman.
The way you say it, it sounds like some low criminal pursuit. I make more in a month than I made in a year as an architect.
And what are you going to do with all this money, Dirk? Why don't you marry?
Well, there's no one I want to marry.
No one who's free, you mean?
I mean no one.
I see. Well, I must go, dear. Goodbye, so big.
You haven't called me that in ages.
Oh, Dirk, are you ever going back to architecture, to your profession?
No, Mother.
Then I'm a failure.
Oh, that's nonsense, Mother. I'm happy, and after all, it's my life.
I know. But, Dirk, you can't desert her like that.
Desert whom?
Beauty, self-expression, whatever you want to call it. You wait, she'll turn on you someday. Someday you'll want her, and she won't be there.
Well, you wait too, Mother. Someday your wayward son will be a real success. Wait till the millions roll in, then we'll see.
Yes, Dirk. We'll see.
Like it?
Oh, it's grand, Alice. Well, now that the picture's finished, I won't have any excuse for hanging around your studio. But maybe you'll still have dinner with me, go places.
Of course, Dirk. Why not?
Dallas, you know I'm in love with you. I could give you a lot of things you haven't got.
Sorry, Dirk, but you'll have to send them by express. I'm going back to Paris in a few weeks.
Paris? What for?
To study. I want to do portraits. In oils.
Dallas, is it because I'm a successful businessman that you don't like me?
But I do like you.
You know what I mean. Must a man be an artist to interest you?
Oh, good heavens, no. No, someday I'll probably marry a horny-handed son of toil. And if I do, it'll be the horny hands that'll win me. I like them with scars on them. You know, there's something about a man who has fought for it. A look in his eye, the feel of his hand.
Well, I haven't got that.
There isn't a mark on you, Dirk. You quit being an architect because it was an uphill, disheartening job at the time. Oh, I'm not criticizing, but if you'd loved it enough to struggle, to fight for it, why, that fight would show in your face. But you're all smooth. I like 'em bumpy. Now, that sounds funny, I know.
Oh, never mind. I know what you mean.
Oh, that must be Rolf.
Rolf Poole? But he's supposed to be at Paula Storm's reception this afternoon, right now. I am myself. But I'd much rather see you.
Well, so would Rolf.
Hello.
Oh, Rolf, it's so good to see you again.
Same Dallas. You haven't changed a bit, even to the smudge on your face.
Well, I've been working. Rolf, this is Dirk de Jong. Mr. Poole, Dirk.
How do you do, sir?
Dirk de Jong. Why, say, don't you know me? I'm Ralph Poole.
I've heard a great deal about you.
Oh, but I mean I knew you when you were just a kid. You're Selina's Dirk, aren't you? My Selina.
That's right. Where did you and Dallas get to know each other?
In Paris. Rolf and I took the town apart and put it together again.
We certainly did. Do you remember the time we crowed the sun up under the Arc de Triomphe?
What idiots we were. What grand idiots.
I thought you were to be at Paula Storm's reception this afternoon, Ralph.
I couldn't go it. Hate that sort of thing. I'm taking Dallas out to meet your mother.
Yes, Rolf told me all about her in Paris. She must be wonderful. I've asked you to let me meet her, but you never did.
Oh, I meant to, but I just never seem to get around to it.
Come with us, Dirk, will you?
Sure I won't be intruding?
Nonsense. It'd be grand. Come on.
The White House with green shutters. That was always Selina's dream.
It smells clean and earthy. Somehow it makes me feel as if I were in a church.
Look, here she comes. Just as I've imagined she'd be. Still slim and straight, plodding across the field in that old gray sweater and that battered felt hat. Isn't she magnificent?
Mother, I've brought company.
Dirk, I'm so glad you came.
She recognizes me, only she can't quite believe it. Yes, Selina, it's really me.
Ralph Poole. Oh, Ralph, you did come to see me.
I came to America mostly to see you, Selina. And why wouldn't I? Everything I know about beauty, you taught me.
I only helped you find it. But, oh, I'm so proud of you, Ralph.
Selina, this is an old friend of mine, Dallas O'Mara.
I've been waiting a long time to meet you, Mrs. de Jong.
I'm so glad you came. Dirk has told me so much about you. Rolf, let me look at you. The little boy I used to know, a famous sculptor. Oh, you've done all the big men in Europe, haven't you?
Well, there are a few left.
To think of it. You've seen the world and you've got it in your hand. Little Ralph Poole. And you did it alone, in spite of everything. What are you smiling at?
I just remembered. Cabbages are beautiful.
Oh, well, I still think so. Oh, Ralph, I must show you something. Your picture of Haymarket.
Do you still have it?
Do you want to go too, Dallas?
No. Let her have Rolf. Oh, Dirk. She's what I mean when I say I want to do portraits. Character portraits of great people. Like your mother.
Like Mother.
Yes. Her fine, splendid face all lit up with the light that comes from inside. The jawline, like that of the women who came over in the Mayflower or crossed the continent in a covered wagon. Her eyes. And that battered, gorgeous old hat she wears. And her hands. She's beautiful.
Yes. She really is, isn't she? And I see what you mean about me.
Do you, Dirk?
I suddenly feel very empty.
It's not too late.
Dallas.
Shall we go inside now? I want to say goodbye.
I knew somehow that you would reach the high places.
What a fine life you've had, too, Selina. A full life and a rich one. And successful.
I? Why, Ralph, I've been here all these years just where you left me when you were a boy. I think the very dress I'm wearing might be the same I wore then. I've been nothing, done nothing, seen nothing. When I think of all the places I was going to see and all the things I was going to do.
You've been everywhere in the world. You've seen all the places of great beauty and light. You remember you told me your father had once said, when you were a little girl, that there were only two kinds of people who really mattered in the world. One kind was wheat, and the other kind was emeralds. You're wheat, Selina.
And you're emeralds.
Goodbye, Selina.
Goodbye, Ralph.
I'll see you soon again.
Mother?
Yes, Dirk?
Mother, I've made a decision, and I want you to know. I'm going back to architecture.
Oh, Dirk.
There's something you have, Mother, and Ralph, and Dallas, too. I never realized till this afternoon just how much I'm missing.
Oh, so big. I'm so glad.
But I'll need your help, Mother. It's going to be a long, long road.
But a good one, Dirk. Full of beauty and living. And in the end, you'll find that you possess all things. For you will have carried them with you all the way.
After hearing Edna Faber's story and the performances of our cast tonight, I think another appropriate title for the play might be So Great. My compliments, Mr. Foster, Miss Ray, and Mr. Kruger. And I can pay you no greater tribute, Barbara, than to say that you reached and held our hearts as surely and so big as, well, as you do in Union Pacific. And having pulled the pin on our play, shall we hit the stovepipe?
What? What is this all about?
Oh, you'll have to humor Mr. DeMille, Preston. We've been so immersed in that picture of his, Union Pacific, that he can't help giving out now and then in railroad lingo.
You recognized it, but can you translate it, Barbara?
Certainly. It simply means that the play is over, but let's go ahead without stopping.
Correct. Now I suppose I owe you another nickel.
Well, now it's my turn to ask questions. What's going on?
Oh, let Mr. DeMille explain.
You see, Fay, since Barbara's been working for me in Union Pacific, I've spoiled her by giving her one of the new Jefferson nickels every time she plays a scene flawlessly. And it's cost me a fortune.
And it's destined to be my downfall. I'm applying all your beautiful nickels, Mr. DeMille, to the purchase of a pair of skis.
Skis? Well, I know you ride a horse, Barbara, and since Union Pacific, you obviously can ride a railroad.
Yes, I've heard that you once rode an elephant for Ziegfeld, but how good are you on the mahogany runners?
Well, Otto, I'll let you know after I get back from a trip to Sun Valley. Skiing will be practically tobogganing for me.
What are you planning next, Fay? An epic poem?
Who? Me?
Well, you are a poet, aren't you?
Oh, let's hear some.
Well, don't let them gang up on you, Fay.
Just a line or two.
All right, here it goes. Of the sea, of the soul, of the stars I love to sing. But I've got no poem for you tonight, which is probably a mighty good thing by Fay Ray.
You're an ornament to literature, Fay.
But Fay would be ornamental if she never wrote a line.
Oh, now, thank you, Preston. And I want to thank you, Mr. DeMille, for asking me back to the Lux Radio Theater again. This theater has become more than a radio program, Mr. DeMille. It's become a definite part of Hollywood.
And so has the product that's responsible for our being here tonight, Lux Soap. About every actress I know uses it, Mr. DeMille, and that speaks volumes in praise of it. Screen stars just have to keep their skin smooth, and I'm very grateful to Lux Soap, Mr. DeMille, to its makers, and to you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
As we say on the railroad, see you along the line. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. He directed music for their new film, The Little Princess. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, the story of a courageous woman in search of her destiny. You can hear it over most of these stations in the United States every afternoon, Monday through Friday, at 2:15 Eastern Time, 1:15 Central Time, 3:15 Mountain Time, and 2:15 Pacific Time. This new daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Mr. DeMille.
In the screen's entire history, only a handful of pictures can match the tremendous popularity of our play for next Monday night. That great romantic comedy, It Happened One Night. It won more Academy Awards than any film before or since for production, direction, and for the performances of both its leading lady and its leading man. And these two superb stars will repeat their classic roles for us a week from tonight. Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert. And with them, Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable in It Happened One Night with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert in It Happened One Night with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Clark Gable, Claudette Colbert, Walter Connolly, and Roscoe Carnes. Our play, It Happened One Night. Told to the tune of a roaring bus motor, it's the fast-moving story of a runaway society girl and the reporter who helped her run. Our guest is a real-life cross-country bus driver, Mr. Harold Burnham. The music of the Lux Radio Theater is under the direction of Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the world's largest-selling package soap for fine fabrics. Lux is safe. Safe for everything safe in water alone. And it's thrifty. About a penny's worth of Lux, unless the water's hard, does under things 3 times, or stockings 4 times, or both a sweater and a dress. In hard water, a little extra Lux gives you wonderful rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. Keep the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes in the bathroom, laundry, and kitchen, too. Give your things the care they deserve, and help your hands stay nice-looking. You'll do that, won't you? And now, our host and producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It happened one night that a husky son was born to Mr. and Mrs. William Gable of Cadiz, Ohio. When the boy grew older, it happened one night that a friend who was an actor invited him backstage to witness a performance of the local stock company. The young man was allowed to peer through a peephole in the curtain. saw a vast bank of upturned, expectant faces, and discovered that it thrilled him, lured him as irresistibly as fate itself. Then came a swift and amazing series of ups and downs, until at last it happened one night in Hollywood that Clark Gable tossed a coin to decide whether he should continue to fight for a chance in the movies or head for home. The coin fell heads up, and he remained to become one of the most popular stars the screen has ever known. Clark is now working in the David O. Selznick film, Gone with the Wind, and appears tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. It happened one noon that a pretty young girl was crossing the Paramount lot on her way to lunch when a producer stopped her and asked her how she'd like to play the part of the wickedest woman in the world. Without a second's hesitation, she answered, "I'd love it." I was the producer, Claudette Colbert was the girl, and the picture was the Sign of the Cross, in which Miss Colbert appeared as Papier, the queen who invented the milk bath for beauty. Soon afterward, Frank Capra borrowed Claudette for the leading role in what became one of the great romantic comedies of the screen. And that, roughly, is how it happens tonight that we're presenting It Happened One Night. Clark Gable plays Peter Warren, and Claudette Colbert plays Ellie Andrews. Claudette will be seen shortly in the Paramount film Midnight, and is currently working in It's a Wonderful World, a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production. Two other excellent artists also play the same parts they filled so ably on the screen. Walter Connolly as Mr. Andrews, and Roscoe Carnes as Shapley. And now, in the Lux Radio Theater, the cross-country motor bus stands waiting. The oil is checked, the tank is full, and we're ready to start. With Clark Gable, Claudette Colbert, Walter Connolly, and Roscoe Carnes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it happened one night. A bus terminal in Miami, Florida. Passengers are milling about the ticket office, crowding around the newsstand, fighting for places at the lunch counter. In a telephone booth at the far end of the station, Peter Warren, a news reporter, has just put through a long-distance call to his paper.
Hello. This is the New York Globe?
Yes, sir?
This is Peter Warren talking. I want to speak to Harry Gordon right away.
Who?
Gordon, the managing editor.
Oh, one moment, please.
Fire me, huh? I'll show him the big baboon.
Hello?
Hello, Gordon?
Yep.
This is Peter Warren.
Well, what of it?
Say, what's all this about my being fired?
You got my wire, didn't you?
Sure, but...
Well, it goes. You're through.
What for?
You know what for. Go on home and sleep it off.
What? Listen here, monkey face. I'm the best news hound your filthy scandal sheet ever had.
Don't make me laugh. What were you doing last night?
None of your... I sent you my copy.
Sure, all about the bathing beauties on Miami Beach. It was lovely. Did you know that Ellie Andrews disappeared last night from her father's yacht?
What?
Ellie Andrews, she disappeared. Did you know that?
No.
Well, that's why you're fired.
Hey, wait. Hello. No.
What's waiting for Palm Beach, Savannah, Jacksonville? Yes, I know the bus leaves.
Hey-o, get your newspaper. Read all about it. Wealthy heiress runs away. Hey-o, read all about it.
Hey, boy.
Yes, sir. You want a paper?
What's the headline?
Oh, that's about a society girl. Her name's Ellie Andrews, and she just run away from her old man's yacht.
Ellie Andrews, the banker's daughter, huh?
Yeah. You want a paper, mister?
What'd she run away for?
Oh, I don't know. You see, she wants to marry some aviator guy, and her old man don't want to, so she runs away. Well, then the old man... Hey, look, why don't you buy a paper? You can read the whole thing for 3 cents.
Who, me? I never read newspapers.
Well, for crying out...
Here's a dime. Buy yourself an automobile.
Oh, okay, thanks, mister.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do I get the bus in New York?
Right outside the terminal.
Thanks.
Hey, get your paper here.
Boy, bring the paper over here, will you? Hey, driver, does this bus go to New York?
There's a sign on the front. Can't you read?
Sorry, but I never got past the 4th grade. Where do I sit?
That don't worry me any.
Okay. If you'll be good enough to move this pile of newspapers, I'll take this seat here.
Move 'em yourself.
Fine.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you think you're doing?
Huh?
The papers. What's the idea of throwing them out?
Oh, the papers. You know, it's a long story, my friend. I never did like the idea of sitting on newspapers. I did it once, and all the headlines came off on my white trousers.
You...
No, on the level. It actually happened. Nobody bought a newspaper that day. They just followed me around, read the news off the seat of my pants.
Ah, fresh guy, huh? What you need's a good sock in the nose.
Listen, partner. You may not like my nose, but I do. I always wear it out in the open, where if anybody wants to take a sock at it, they can do it.
Oh, yeah?
Now, that's a brilliant answer. Why didn't I think of it? Our conversation could have been over long ago.
Oh, yeah?
If you keep that up, we're not going to get anywhere.
Oh, yeah?
You got me.
Pardon me. I want to get by.
Yeah, come on through. This is liable to last all night.
Oh, don't mind me. Thank you.
Hey, wait. You can't sit there. That's my seat.
I beg your pardon?
Listen, I'm putting up a stiff battle for that seat, so if it's just the same to you, scram.
Driver, are these seats reserved?
First come, first served.
Thank
Hey,
you.
wait a minute, driver. These seats accommodate 2 people, don't they?
Well, maybe they do, and maybe they don't.
Thanks. Move over, sister.
Ow.
This is a maybe they do.
Well.
There. You comfortable?
Oh, yes, very.
That's good. There's nothing like being comfortable when you have 2,000 miles to... Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
I'm afraid not.
That's funny, but I think I have. You ever had your picture in a newspaper?
Never.
Not even on the society page? Oh, well, my mistake. But I could have almost sworn I've seen you before.
Really? Perhaps it was at the livestock show in Chattanooga. I often go there with my old maid aunt from the country. We're simply mad about the merry-go-round. Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. You have a good sleep?
Oh, fine, thank you. Well, everybody's gone. Where are we?
Jacksonville. We just got in.
Oh, it was foolish of me to fall asleep on your shoulder like that. Why didn't you push me away?
I hated to wake you up. You look kind of pretty asleep. How about some breakfast?
Oh, no, thank you. I never eat on a bus.
You mean you've never traveled on a bus?
I beg your pardon?
Sit down. I want to talk to you.
Oh, do you?
You'll never get away with it, Miss Andrews.
What are you talking about?
I said you'd never get away with it. Your father will stop you before you get halfway to New York.
You must have me confused with someone else.
Quit kidding. It's all over the front page. You know, I've always been curious to know what kind of a girl would want to marry a front-page aviator like King Wesley. Take my advice and grab the next bus back to Miami. That guy's a phony.
I didn't ask for your advice.
Oh, that's right. You didn't. Well, I guess I'll step out and send a telegram.
No, wait. Well, you're not going to notify my father, are you?
What for?
You could probably get some money out of him.
I never thought of that.
Now, listen, if you'll promise not to do it, I'll pay you. I'll pay you as much as he will. You won't gain anything by giving me away as long as I'm willing to make it worth your while. And I will. Just as soon as I can get to New York, I'll pay you.
Cut it.
What?
I said cut it. You know, I had you pegged right from the start. You're the spoiled brat of a rich father. The only way you can get anything is to buy it. Now you're in a jam, and all you think of is your money. It never fails, does it?
But
You ever hear of the word humility? No, you wouldn't. I guess it never occurred to you to just say, "Please, mister, I'm in trouble. Will you help me?" No, that'd bring you down off your high horse for a minute. Well, let me tell you something. Maybe it'll take a load off your mind. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not interested in your money or your problems. You, King Wesley, your father, you're all a lot of hooey to me. So long, Miss Andrews.
Hiya, sister. All alone? I'll keep you company.
I'm sorry, you can't sit here. This seat's taken.
My name's Shapley. Might as well get acquainted. It's going to be a long trip. Gets lonesome later on, especially for somebody like you. You look like you've got class. Yes, sir, with a capital K. And believe me, I'm the guy that knows class when I see it. Believe you me. Ask any of the boys, they'll tell you. Shapley sure knows how to pick 'em. Yes, sir. Shapley's the name, and Shapley's the way I like 'em. Say, what's the matter, sister? You ain't saying much.
It seems to me you're doing excellently without my assistance.
That's pretty good. It seems to me you're doing excellently without my assistance. Well, shut my big, nasty mouth. Looks like you're one up on me. Now, say, look, you know, there's nothing I like better in this entire world, nothing, than to meet a mama that should snap 'em back at you. Yes, sir, you're just my type. Believe me, you, sister. I could go for you in a big way. Fun on the side, Shapley, they call me, and the accent's on the fun. Believe you me.
Believe you me, you bore me to distraction.
Ha, looks like you're two up on me now.
Hey, you.
Huh?
There's a seat over there for you.
What's the idea?
I'd like to sit next to my wife, if you don't mind.
Your wife?
Yeah. Come on.
Oh, yeah, sure. Excuse me. I was just trying to make things comfortable. I didn't know what to say. You see, I didn't say...
If you'll promise not to snap my head off, I'd like to thank you.
Forget it. I didn't do it for you. His voice was getting on my nerves. Hey, your clothes are soaking wet. Did you get caught in that shower back at the last stop?
Yes. It was a cool shower, too.
Here, take my coat and put it around you.
Oh, no.
Sure, go ahead. You're as helpless as a baby.
Thank you.
How'd you happen to get caught in it anyhow?
Well, those things do happen, don't they? I just ran into the terminal to buy a box of candy.
Candy? Are you crazy?
What do you mean?
Let me see your purse.
Oh, please, now give me my purse.
Just as I thought. $1.60. How do you expect to get to New York if you waste your money on candy?
That's none of your business.
You're on a budget from now on. Here's your purse. I'll keep the money.
Now, just a minute.
Shut up. From now on, I'm the boss.
Hey, what's going on? What's the matter? What are we stopping here for?
Hey, driver, what's the matter?
There's a sign there says that Bridget Dawson's been washed out. We might as well put up here for the night.
But where are we?
Dyke's Auto Camp. They got cabins here.
No chance of getting through, huh?
Not tonight.
That's enough for me. Come on, Brad.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, we're stopping here for the night. Come on, let's go.
Here's your cabin, Mr. Warren.
This one here?
Yes, sir.
Come on, kid. This is it.
Oh, I'm dripping.
Well, good night. I hope you and your husband rest comfortably, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Well, go on in. What are you going to do? Stay out here in the rain all night?
Mm-hmm. Darn clever, these Armenians.
Yeah, it's a gift.
I just had the unpleasant sensation of hearing you referred to as my husband.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you about that. I registered as Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, you did? You know, compared to you, my friend Shapley's an amateur. Just whatever gave you the idea I'd stand for this?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Let's get this straightened out right now. If you're nursing any silly notion that I'm interested in you, forget it. You're just a headline to me.
A headline? You're not a newspaper man, are you?
Chalk one up for your side. Now, listen. You want to get to your fiancé, King Wesley, in New York, don't you? All right. I'm here to help you. What I want is your story. Exclusive. A day-to-day account, all about your mad flight to happiness. I need that story. Just between you and me, I've got to have it.
Isn't that just too cute? There's a brain behind that face of yours, isn't there? You've got everything nicely figured out for yourself, even including this.
This? Oh, you mean the Mr. and Mrs. business. Well, that's a matter of simple mathematics. These cabins cost $2 a night, and I'm sorry to inform you, wifey dear, that the family purse won't stand for our having separate establishments. Understand?
Yes, I guess so.
Smart girl. And now we come to the problem of retiring for the night. Which of these beds do you prefer? That one? Take it.
Thanks. Now that the popularity contest is over, what happens next?
Simple. Give me that clothesline over there. Thank you. Now, we tie up one end of it here on the wall, like this. Pretty knot, don't you think?
About average.
The other end goes over this nail, and we tie it on the opposite wall. So, that makes a clothesline extending from wall A to wall B and passing exactly between beds X and Y. Then we take the blanket, G, and place it over the clothesline, AB, so that you in bed X will not be troubled with the disturbing sight of me in bed Y. Do you follow me?
I suppose that makes everything all right.
I hope it does. I like privacy when I retire, hence the walls of Jericho. Maybe not as thick as the ones that Joshua blew down with his trumpet, but it's a lot safer. You see, I have no trumpet.
Well, now that is a relief.
And to show you my heart's in the right place, I'll give you my best pair of pajamas. Here.
Thanks.
Now, do you mind joining the Israelites on the other side of our wall?
I think it might be better. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's the stuff, Brad. Yeah, and don't be worried. The walls of Jericho will protect you.
Would you mind putting out that light?
No, not at all. Turning in?
Mm-hmm.
Say, would you mind taking those things of yours off the walls of Jericho?
Well, I'm sorry. How's that?
Better. It's nice, isn't it? Lying here and listening to the rain.
By the way, what's your name?
What's that?
Who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm the whippoorwill that cries in the night. I'm the soft morning breeze that caresses your lovely face. I'm the...
You've got a name, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a name. Peter Warren.
Peter Warren. I don't like it.
Well, don't let it bother you. You're giving it back to me in the morning.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Warren.
The pleasure's all mine, Mrs. Warren.
Good night.
Good night.
In a moment, you'll hear Act Two of It Happened One Night, starring Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert. During our brief intermission, we bring you our favorite family, the Brownings. It's late at night, and the girls have come in from a date. They're getting ready for bed.
Gee, it was fun tonight, wasn't it, Miss?
I'll say.
You know, Dot, I always sort of envy you when I see you with a crowd of people. Why, what do you mean, Midgie?
Oh, it's just that you always look so pretty and fresh, and people sort of flock toward you like you're a magnet or something. They never do that with me.
Oh, now, Midge, you just imagine it. Well, I'm too sleepy to think about it now. Oh, are you about ready for bed?
Not quite.
I've got to lux my undies first.
Oh, at this hour? Goodness.
Why don't you skip it? Not on your life. Aren't you going to do yours?
No, I'm too tired.
But, Midge, you must. Oh, what difference does it make? It's so much nicer putting on fresh things in the morning. Well, just this once won't matter. But, Midge, dear, you're always saying that. See here, honey. You say you want heaps of friends and parties and fun.
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, believe me, daintiness has a lot to do with that. Here, give me your undies now. I'll lux them with mine.
Oh, you angel. I'll do yours with mine both tomorrow night. Honest, I will.
It takes only a few minutes to lux your things after every wearing. A quick dip in Lux Suds removes every trace of perspiration and leaves things fresh and lovely looking. There is no harmful alkali, absolutely nothing in Lux to fade colors or hurt fabrics. You can use it safely for anything safe in water alone. So get the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes and Lux underthings and stockings after every wearing. Your dresses, sweaters, and blouses often. This dainty habit means so much to your happiness. Helps you stay sweet and lovable. A woman everyone admires. And now, here's Mr. DeMille.
It happened one night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable, with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. It's early the following morning. In the tourist cabin, Peter is setting the table for breakfast as Ellie returns from the showers.
Hello.
Morning, wifey. About time you got back.
Oh, I met some very interesting women at the showers. We got to chatting about this and that. You know how time flies.
Come on. Sit down. Breakfast's all ready.
Oh, how nice. Scrambled eggs.
Egg. 1 egg, 1 donut, black coffee. That's your ration until lunch. Any complaints?
Nope, no complaints.
That's nice, for a change. Donut?
Thanks. You think this whole business is silly, don't you? I mean, running away and everything.
Oh, no. It's too good a story.
Yes, you do. You think I'm a fool and a spoiled brat. Well, perhaps I am, although I don't see how I can be. People who are spoiled are accustomed to having their own way. I never have. I've always been told what to do and how to do it and where and with whom. Nurses, governesses, chaperones, even bodyguards. Oh, it's been a lot of fun.
One consolation, you can never be lonesome.
It had its moments. It got to be a sort of a game to try and outwit father's detectives. I did once. Actually went shopping without a bodyguard. It was swell. I felt absolutely immoral, but it didn't last long. They caught up with me in a department store. I was so mad, I ran out the back way and jumped into the first car I saw. Guess who was in it?
Santa Claus.
King Westley was in it.
No, is that how you met him?
Mm-hmm. We rode around all afternoon. Father was frantic. By 6 o'clock, he was having all the rivers dragged.
I can see it. Say, where did you learn to dunk? In finishing school?
Oh, now don't you start telling me I shouldn't dunk.
Of course you shouldn't. You don't know how to do it. Hey, dunking's an art. Don't let it soak so long. A dip and plop into your mouth. If you let it soak so long, it'll get soft and fall off. It's all a matter of timing. I ought to write a book on it.
Thanks, Professor.
Just goes to show you. 20 millions and you don't know how to dunk.
I'd change places with a plumber's daughter any day. What's the matter?
Shut up. Somebody's outside.
Now, just a minute now. Well, how do I know who you are? You can't go around bothering my tenants. Besides, how do I know you're a detective?
Oh, show me your credentials, man.
Detectives.
Oh, that's Father at work. Peter, what'll I do? Maybe I can jump out of the window. They wouldn't see me.
Come here. Get yourself all mussed up. Here. Push your hair down over your eyes.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I got a letter from Aunt Bella last week. She says if we don't stop over at Wilkes-Barre, she'll never forgive us.
What are you talking about?
What's the difference? Say something.
Oh.
I guess I'll write to Aunt Bella today.
Yes, I would if I was you. Letters are always cheering to invalids.
Yeah. She says she's got hay fever again.
You don't say.
Excuse me.
Oh, look, a man, darling.
I want to see you, miss. What's your name?
Are you addressing me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Hey, wait a minute. That's my wife you're talking to. What do you want, anyway?
We're looking for somebody.
Yeah, well, look your head off. Only don't come busting in here. This ain't a public park. I got a notion to take a sock
Now,
at you.
take it easy, son. Take it easy.
They're detectives, Mr. Warren.
I don't care if they're the whole police department. They can't come busting in here and shooting questions of my wife.
Now, don't get so excited, Peter. They just answered civil questions.
Oh, is that so? Say, how many times do I have to tell you to stop butting in when I'm having an argument?
Oh, you don't have to lose your temper.
You don't have to lose your temper. That's what you said the other time, too. Every time I try to protect you.
Now, keep quiet.
I won't keep quiet.
Now, listen, you two.
You're just like your old man. Once a plumber's daughter, always a plumber's daughter. There ain't an ounce of brains in your whole family.
Oh, Peter Warren, you've got far enough. I won't stand here and be insulted like this.
Oh, shut up.
Now, you see what you've done? Disturbed my guest.
Yeah, what do you mean by it anyway?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Warren, but you see, we got to check up on everyone. We're looking for a girl by the name of Ellen Andrews, daughter of the Wall Street King.
Yeah, well, it's too bad you're not looking for the daughter of a plumber. Quit bawling! Quit bawling!
I'm sorry, folks. My mistake.
Well, there now. Didn't I tell you they was a perfectly nice married couple?
Are they gone?
Yeah, they're gone.
Peter.
Hmm?
Peter, wake up.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm trying to get some sleep?
Shapley's back with us. Did you know that?
Sure. What about it?
Look at him. He's got one of those newspapers with my picture in it. Oh, Peter, I'm afraid.
What are you afraid of? Have you still got me with you? Where did Shapley get that paper?
We stopped a few miles back while you were sleeping. He must have got it there.
Well, it's too late to do anything now.
He's looking at me again. Oh, Peter, do you think he recognizes me?
We'll find out soon enough.
But what will we do?
Wait till the next stop. I'll get him into a conversation outside, and if he suspects anything, well, we'll see. Hello, Mrs. Shapley.
Hello. Nice to get out and stretch your legs, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is. I see you got a paper there.
That's right. Maybe you'd like to take a look at it.
Yeah. Don't mind if I do.
Hold it here in the headlights, and you can read it while you're waiting. Traveling like this, you sort of lose track of what's going on in the world. Now, take that story there, for instance, about that Ellie Andrews. If I was to see that dame, you know what I'd do?
No. What?
I'd go 50-50 with you.
Why?
Well, because I don't believe in hogging at all, see? A bird that figures that way always ends up behind the 8-ball, is what I always say.
What's in your mind?
5 G's or I crab the works.
5 G's, huh?
You heard me.
Yeah. You know, it's a lucky thing my running into you. You're just the man I need.
You made no mistake, believe you me.
You pack a gat?
Huh?
A gat, a rod. You got any fireworks on you?
Well, no,
Well, it's all right anyway. I got a couple of machine guns in my suitcase. I'll let you have one of them. May have a little trouble up north. May have to shoot it out with the cops.
Huh?
If you come through all right, these 5 G's are as good as in the bag.
Yeah, but...
Of course, I'll have to talk with the killer, see that he takes care of you.
Is that the killer?
Yeah, the big boy. The boss of the outfit.
Say, you're not kidnapping her, are you?
What else, stupid? Say, you don't think we're after that penny any reward, do you? $10,000 chicken.
Yeah, well, pardon me, mister. I guess I don't want that money after all.
Hey, listen, you're in on this thing, and you're staying in, get me? You know too much.
Yeah, but I won't say anything. Listen,
How do I know that?
Well,
I got a notion to plug you right now.
No. You can trust me, mister. I won't talk. I never say anything. I know my wife and kids never say anything.
What's your name?
But my name, it's Oscar Shapley.
Where do you live?
Orange, New Jersey.
Got a couple of kids, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they're just babies, a little golden-haired
You
girl.
ever hear of Bugs Dooley?
Bugs Dooley?
Yes. He was a nice guy, just like you. But he made a mistake one day. Got a little too talkative. You know what happened to his kids?
No.
Well, I can't tell you. But when Bugs heard about it, he blew his brains out.
Oh, gee, that is terrible.
Yeah. Now beat it.
Thanks, mister. Can I go back now?
To the bus? Say, what do you think I am, crazy? You're walking, see?
Oh, yes, sir.
Come on, scram.
Sure. Anything you say, mister, you ain't going to shoot me in the back, are you?
You don't beat it.
I'll go.
Come on, get going.
All right, folks, all aboard.
Hey, wait a minute, driver.
Come on, get in.
Never mind, we're getting off here. Me and the young lady.
What's that?
Come on, Brad.
What's the matter?
Come on. Don't ask so many questions. Here, give me your hand.
Got your suitcase?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, now that we're stranded in the middle of a country road in the dead of night, maybe you'd let me in on the big secret. What's the idea?
The idea? We're going to take a little walk, Brad. Mr. Shapley may shoot off his mouth after all.
Where are we going to walk to?
The next town, wherever that is. Come on. Pick 'em up and lay 'em down. We've got a long way to go.
Oh, how long does this cross-country hike keep up? My feet are killing me.
Stop here if you want.
Here? Where are we?
Virginia.
Oh, yes, I know, but where?
Well, I can't say for sure right now. But from the looks of that hayrick, I guess we're on somebody's farm.
Where's the farmhouse?
What difference does that make?
You don't mean... No, you don't mean we're going to sleep out here in the open, do you?
I don't know about you, but I'm going to give a fairly good imitation of it.
Oh. Peter.
What?
I'm awfully hungry.
Oh, that's just your imagination.
No, it isn't. I'm hungry and scared.
You can't be hungry and scared both at the same time.
Well, I am.
If you're scared, it scares the hunger out of you.
Not if you're more hungry than scared.
All right. You win. Now, let's forget about it.
I can't. I'm hungry.
Holy smokes. Why did I ever get mixed up with you? If I had any sense, I'd be in New York by this time.
What about your big story?
Taking a dame back to her fiancé. I turned out to be a prize sucker, all right. Here, your bed's all ready. Come on.
You mean I'm supposed to sleep on that hay?
Well, that's the idea.
Oh, it's all crackly.
Oh, shut up and go to sleep. I'm sick and tired of listening to a lot of complaints.
Oh, you're becoming awfully disagreeable lately. You just snap my head off every time I open my mouth. If being with me is so distasteful to you, you can leave. You can leave any time you see fit. Nobody's holding you here. I can get along. I can get along very nicely without you. Oh, Peter, are you listening? I said I can get along very nice. Oh, Peter! Peter! Peter, where are you? Peter! Oh,
What's the matter? Hey, what are you yelling about?
Oh, Pete. Oh, I was so worried.
What got into you? I was only gone a minute. I went to try to find you something to eat.
I know, but...
Well, here's a watermelon. I've swiped it in the next field.
I don't want it now.
I thought you said you were hungry.
I was.
But what?
I was so scared it scared the hunger right out of me.
Holy jumping catfish. You'd drive a guy crazy.
I guess...
Shut up.
I was only going to say, I guess you're right.
You're darn tootin' I'm right. Now, go to sleep and forget about everything.
Yes, Peter. Peter?
What?
What are you thinking about?
By a strange coincidence, I was thinking of you.
Really?
Yeah. I was wondering what makes dames like you so dizzy. Oh, what a morning. Look at the sun. Look at those fields.
Yes, look at my shoes. By the way, what did you say we were supposed to be doing?
Hitchhiking.
Oh. Well, you've given me a very good example of the hiking. Where does the hitching come in?
A little early yet. No cars out.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'm going to sit right down here and wait until they come.
Suit yourself.
I intend to. Oh, now, Peter, suppose nobody stops for us.
Oh, they'll stop all right. It's all a matter of knowing how to hail them.
You're an expert, I suppose.
I'm going to write a book about it. Call it The Hitchhiker's Hail.
There's no end to your accomplishments, is there?
Oh, you think it's simple, huh?
No.
Well, it is. It's all in the old thumb, see? Now, here, some people do it like this. Kind of a half wave and half point with a thumb, drooping across the palm. It's all wrong, too indefinite. You never get any place.
Oh, the poor thing.
Yeah, but this old thumb never fails. Now take number one, for instance. Elbow close to the side, thumb rigid, and parallel to the right shoulder. Then a short, jerky movement, just the hand and wrist, like this. Shows independence. You don't care whether they stop or not. You got money in your pocket, see?
Clever.
Yeah, but number two, that's a little wider movement from the elbow. The thumb describing a graceful arc from shoulder to waistline. A smile goes with it, like this. That means you got a brand new story about...
You figured that all out by yourself.
That's nothing. Number three, that's a pip. Yeah, that's a pitiful one. You know, when you're broke and hungry and everything looks black.
Oh, that's so.
Yeah. Shoulders sagging, mouth down, chin drooping. It's a long, sweeping movement of the whole arm, like this. You gotta follow through, though.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah. But it's no good if you haven't got a long face to go with it.
Oh, here comes the car.
Yeah, okay. Now watch me. I'm gonna use number one. Keep your eye on that thumb, baby, and watch what happens.
I've still got my eye on the thumb.
Well, something must have gone wrong. I'll try number two this time. Hey, you!
Oh, maybe he doesn't appreciate genius.
Well, let's try this, baby. Maybe number two won't work in the South. Hey! I'll try number three on the next one.
When you get to 100, wake me up, will you?
I don't think I'll write that book after all.
Oh, now, think of all the fun you had. Do you mind if I try the next one?
You? Oh, don't make me laugh.
Oh, you're such a smart aleck. Nobody knows anything but you. Look, I'll stop this car, and I won't use my thumb.
What are you going to do?
It's a system all my own. Left hand gracefully on left hip. Head back and incline gently in the direction of travel. Eyes twinkling. It's the twinkle that does it. Step aside, please. Oh,
Hello, sister. You're going my way?
Yes, thank you very much.
Well, hop right in. My name is Baker.
Oh, it's so sweet of you, Mr. Baker. would you mind if this gentleman rode with us, too?
Oh, him?
Yeah, me.
Well, I don't like his looks any too much, sister.
Oh, that's all right. He's my uncle. He can't help looking like that. He used to be a newspaper man.
Oh, well, all right. Get in the back.
Thanks.
As I was saying, it's a system all my own.
Oh, yeah?
I think I'll write a book, too. Let's see, called The Feminine Touch, or Go Thither with a Come Hither.
Oh, shut up.
So you want a cabin for a week, huh?
That's right.
That'll be $8.75, pay in advance.
Now, listen, mister, I don't want to talk business right now. We're tired. I'll settle up with you in the morning.
Well, all right. Good night.
Good night. Come on, Brett.
What'll you tell him in the morning?
I'll think of that then. Here. Let's have that blanket.
Here it is.
If I build the walls of Jericho once more, I can qualify as an engineer.
Oh, I'm glad I can lie down for a change.
Yeah, me too. Well, we're on our last lap. Tomorrow morning, if all goes well, you'll be in the arms of your fiancé. The dope.
Mm-hmm. You'll have a great story, won't you?
Yeah. Swell.
Thanks.
Well, you certainly outsmarted your father. I guess you ought to be happy.
Am I going to see you in New York?
Nope.
Why not?
I don't make it a policy to run around with married women.
Won't I ever see you again?
What do you want to see me for? I've served my purpose. I brought you back to King Wesley, didn't I? That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Peter, have you ever been in love?
Me?
Yes. Have you ever thought about it at all? It seems to me you could make some girl wonderfully happy.
Sure. I've thought about it. Yeah, who hasn't? If I could ever meet the right sort of a girl... Yeah, but where are you going to find her? Somebody that's real. Somebody that's alive. They don't come that way anymore. You know, I saw an island in the Pacific once. Never been able to forget it. That's where I'd like to take her. She'd have to be the sort of a girl who'd jump in the surf with me and love it as much as I did. You know, nights when you and the moon and the water all become one. And you feel you're a part of something big and marvelous. Those are the only places to live. Where the stars are so close over your head that you feel you can reach right up and stir them around. Sure. I've been thinking of it. Boy, if I could only find the girl who was hungry for those things.
Peter, take me with you, Peter. Take me to your island. I want to do all those things you talked about.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not. I love you. Nothing else matters. We can run away. Everything will take care of itself. Please, Peter. I can't let you out of my life now. I couldn't live without you.
Ellie, you'd better go over there. Go to sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ellie, wait a minute.
Good night, Mr. Warren.
Ellie, did you really mean that about the island? Would you really go?
Certainly not. You think I'm crazy?
Yeah, I guess I did. Just for a minute.
Peter? Peter? Peter, where are you? Peter! Peter!
Morning, Miss Warren.
Oh, good morning. Did you see Mr. Did you see my husband?
Husband? Why, he's gone.
Gone?
Yes, ma'am. Left about an hour ago.
Did he say where?
Not a word. I heard him calling long distance. He spoke to Mr. Gordon at the New York Globe office. Said he had a great story and was going right into New York to see him.
I see. Where's the telephone, please?
I don't think your husband will be there yet, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, stop calling me Mrs. Warren. I'm not Mrs. Warren. I never will be Mrs. Warren. My name is Andrews. Ellie Andrews.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Now, where's that phone?
Over there, ma'am. Right over there.
Thank you.
Oh, what? Think it was my fault. Something. My name ain't Miss Andrews. My name is Andrews. Andrews. Ellie Andrews. Ellie. More. Come here quick. More.
I wanted to call New York, please. Yes, person to person. Mr. King Wesley. Wesley. W-E-S-T-L-E-Y.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain falls on Act Two of It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable, with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. Mr. DeMille introduces our guest for the evening in a moment. But first, a word about our product. You want to cut down on stocking runs, don't you? Then Lux your stockings after every wearing. With these gentle flakes, there's no cake soap rubbing, no harmful alkali to damage the delicate silk threads. Lux saves elasticity and cuts down on runs, helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. And remember this, one large-sized box of Lux Flakes, unless the water's hard, will do your stockings for nearly 3 months. And in hard water, a little extra Lux makes wonderful, rich suds. Yes, a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our bus-driving guest.
Since a cross-country bus carries so much of the action of tonight's play, we're bringing you a typical pilot of these streamlined stagecoaches. He's Harold Burnham of the Pacific Greyhound Lines. After driving buses for 13 years and over 1.5 million miles without an accident, he's learned that he's required to do more than just get 'em there on time. He must be a diplomat, information bureau, nursemaid, counselor and guardian, and at times even a motion picture actor.
Yes, they used one of our buses in the picture. It happened one night, and they happened to pick me to drive in a few of the scenes. But I guess I'd sooner be a bus driver than an actor. You meet so many interesting people.
As interesting and romantic as the Ellie Andrews and Peter Warren of our play?
I should say so. There's something about a bus that encourages romance. It even affects the hackhands themselves.
Hackhands?
Well, that's our name for a driver. I'm one of the very few hackhands who didn't first meet his wife as a passenger. And there's a romantic angle about my favorite passenger. 5 years ago, on my regular run to Fresno from Los Angeles, a young couple met on my bus, and just a year later, they were back again, this time as husband and wife. They've been coming back every year on May the 15th to take the trip over again. Sentimental, but nice. I feel sort of responsible.
From a hackhand's viewpoint, Mr. Burnham, what constitutes an ideal bus trip?
A solid load with plenty of chinners. By chinners, I mean talkers. That is, we like a bus full of people who like to talk. That makes the trip go quicker and the passengers enjoy themselves more.
Well, while you're in a translating mood, will you explain what those headlight signals are that you often exchange on the highway with other buses and trucks?
Well, if we want to warn a bus or a truck coming the other way that it's about to run into a bad piece of road, we flash them 3 times with a spotlight. If there's a cop ahead who doesn't like us, we give 2 flashes. But I'm glad to say that most cops and hackhands get along swell, and the same goes for reefers. Reefers are big trucks. It's the road hog and fruit haulers, or small trucks, that keep our nerves on edge and our feet on the corks. Corks being our name for brakes.
What turned you into a bus driver, Mr. Burnham, and what's keeping you at it?
Well, it's pretty exciting, Mr. DeMille. I really mean that, because I quit the Army Air Corps to take my present job. There's something about it that gets you. You're out in the open all the time and more or less on your own and always on the move. And I guess I like people. Little kids traveling alone, strangers who need help, and even the lady who once come aboard with the stork and was presented with a fine baby boy right on the bus. Yes, sir, you've got to be prepared for any emergency. But I guess I better put the corks on myself and let the people hear some more from 2 swell people, Mr. Gable and Miss Colbert. Thanks a lot.
Right on, Mr. Burnham, and good luck to you. Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert, and It Happened One Night, with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. The thread of an accidental meeting which bound the lives of Ellie and Peter has become a tangled knot. Ellie is convinced that Peter walked out on her and has given him no chance to explain. It's a week later. The morning of Ellie's marriage to King Wesley. The bride-to-be sits alone in her room, staring mournfully at her reflection in the glass. Her father knocks at the door.
Ellie. Ellie.
Yes, Dad.
May I come in?
Come in. Hello, Dad.
I knocked several times.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been daydreaming.
Yes. Well, everything's set for the wedding. Great stunt King is going to pull, creating quite a furor.
Stunt?
Yes, landing on the lawn in an autogyro.
Oh, yes, I heard.
Yes, personally, I think it's silly, too. You look lovely, child. Are you pleased with the gown? Ellie.
Oh, the gown. Yes, it's nice, isn't it?
What's the matter, child? What's wrong?
Nothing.
You haven't changed your mind about King Wesley, have you?
No.
Because if you have, it isn't too late. You know how I feel about him. If you gave me such a scare when I couldn't find you, you know the old pump isn't what it used to be.
I'm sorry, Father. I wouldn't hurt you for the world.
What's the matter, child? Aren't you happy?
Oh, Dad.
Ah, I thought so. I knew there was something on your mind. Oh, there now. What's the matter? You haven't fallen in love with someone else, have you? Have you? I haven't seen you cry since you were a baby. This must be serious. Where did you meet him?
On the road.
Now, don't tell me you've fallen in love with the bus driver.
No.
Who is he?
I don't know very much about him, except that I love him.
Well, if it's as serious as all that, we'll move heaven and earth.
No, it's no use. He despises me.
Oh, come now.
Yes, he does. He despises everything about me. He thinks I'm spoiled and selfish and pampered and thoroughly insincere.
Ridiculous.
He doesn't think much of you either.
Oh, no?
No, he blames you for everything that's wrong with me. He says you raised me stupidly. Oh, he's marvelous.
Well, I'd like to have a talk with him.
Oh, no, Dad, it wouldn't do any good. I practically threw myself at him.
Well, under the circumstances, don't you think we ought to call this wedding off?
No, I'll go through with it. What difference does it make? I'll never see Peter again.
Is that his name?
Yes, Peter.
Peter Warren?
Yes. Do you know him?
No, not exactly.
Oh, Father, you haven't heard from him, have you?
Well, this letter came this morning addressed to me.
From Peter?
Yes, here you are.
Dear sir, as your daughter has probably forgotten to tell you, there's a little financial matter connected with her safe return to your indulgent arms that I would appreciate your settling with me at your earliest convenience. Yours truly, Peter Warren. Oh, well, I guess that was his only interest in me, wasn't it? The reward, $10,000.
I'm sorry you read it.
Are you going to see him?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I sent word to him to come out here this afternoon. I suppose he'll show up soon.
Oh, of course he will. Well, pay him off. He's entitled to it. He did an excellent job. He kept me thoroughly entertained. It's worth every penny he gets.
Sit down, Mr. Warren.
Thanks.
I was surprised to get your note. My daughter hadn't told me anything about you, about your helping her.
That's typical of your daughter. Takes all those things for granted.
I've discussed the matter with her since hearing from you, and she thinks that you're entitled to anything you can get.
Oh, she does, huh? Now, isn't that sweet of her? Well, I've got it all itemized.
May I see the statement, please? Thank you. Cash outlay, $8.60. Top coat, $15. Suitcase, $7.50. Hat, $4. 3 shirts, $4.50. Total, $39.60. All the above items had to be hocked to provide food and shelter.
And I sold some shorts and socks, too, but I'm throwing them in.
Yes. I know, but...
What's the matter? Isn't it cheap enough? A trip like that would cost you $1,000, maybe more.
Now, let me get this straight. You want $39.60 in addition to the $10,000.
What $10,000?
Why, the reward.
Who said anything about a reward? All I want is $39.60. Now, if you give me a check for it, I'll get out of this joint. Gives me the jitters.
You're a peculiar chap.
And we'll go into that some other time.
The average man would go after the reward. All you seem to be...
Listen, did anyone ever make a sucker out of you? This is a matter of principle, something you probably wouldn't understand. But when anybody takes me for a buggy ride, I don't like the idea of having to pay for the privilege.
Were you taken for a buggy ride?
With all the trimming.
My daughter seems to think she was on that ride, too. She thinks you walked out on her.
Listen, your daughter can think anything she wants. I went to New York to raise a little dough for your daughter so that she could go out on that tropical island. And when I get back...
What tropical island?
None of your bit. Well, when I come back here to where she skipped, and that's great, isn't it?
Now, wait a minute.
What about my dough? Do I get it or don't I?
Certainly.
Thank you.
But I'd like to ask you one question. Do you love my daughter?
Any guy that had fallen in love with your daughter ought to have his head examined.
That's an evasion. Do you love her?
A normal human being couldn't live under the same roof with her without going nutty. She's my idea of nothing.
I asked you a simple question. Do you love her?
Yes. But don't hold that against me. I'm a little screwy myself.
Well, look who's here.
Hello. I was hoping I wouldn't have to bump into you.
Really? I hope you got your money.
You bet I did.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Same to you.
Ellie, dear.
Stay around and watch the fun. King's going to drop down out of the skies any minute now in his favorite gyro. You'll enjoy it immensely.
I would, but I've got a weak stomach. Goodbye, Miss Andrews.
Pleasant fellow, isn't he?
Ellie, dear, you shouldn't have talked to him like that. He's really a fine boy. We had quite a conversation.
I'm not interested.
Now, see here, Ellie.
I tell you, I'm not interested. I don't want to hear another word about him.
What on earth is that?
King, I guess, landing on the lawn in his gyro.
There seems to be creating quite a lot of excitement among the guests. Well, Ellie?
Come on, Dad. Let's go down and get it over with.
King is waiting at the altar. All right. Take my arm. Let's go. You know, Ellie, you're a sucker to go through with this. That guy Warren is okay.
Please, Dad.
He is. He didn't want the reward. All he asked for was $39.60 that he spent on you.
What?
Sure. He loves you, Ellie.
Oh, how do you know?
He told me so.
Oh, Dad. Oh. Well, it's too late now.
Is it? You don't want to be married to a mug like Wesley? I can buy him off for a pot of gold. And you can make an old man happy. Pete Warren is a swell guy.
Oh, please don't.
If you change your mind, your car's waiting at the back gate. What do you say, Ellie? You've still got a few seconds.
Dad.
Is it Pete? Or is it this dumb cluck of an aviator?
It's Pete. Hooray. Oh, Daddy, kiss me quick.
Goodbye, Ellie.
Goodbye.
Run, Ellie, run. Go on, Ellie, go on. We'll never catch you. Go on.
Peter.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do with the marriage certificate? I can't find it anyplace.
Don't worry, Brad. It's safe and sound in my inside pocket.
Oh, I was getting scared again.
Afraid I was going to back out?
Oh, it's too late now, Mr. Warren. Oh, Peter, I'm so happy. Where are we going for our honeymoon?
I got the place all picked out. A tourist cabin near Philadelphia.
A tourist cabin? Oh, Peter, that's great.
Yeah. See that big bundle of stuff I bought in the last town?
Uh-huh, what's in it?
Oh, lots of things. A rope.
A rope?
Yeah. And a green blanket.
The walls of Jericho.
Right.
Is there anything else?
Hand me that little package.
Oh, this one?
That's it.
What's in it?
You'll see. There.
A trumpet. A toy trumpet.
Yeah. I never took a lesson, but I guess I can manage it. Listen to this.
Oh, Peter, it's beautiful.
Falls on Act 3 of It Happened One Night, starring Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable. In a moment, you'll hear from our stars personally. But first, let's indulge in a little fancy. Suppose your hands could talk. What would they say? Let's imagine Jane's hands are talking to each other. while she's playing cards with her friends at the bridge table.
Isn't it fun?
We fooled those women again, haven't we, though? They think Jane has a maid.
It's a great joke, isn't it? Why, we've been washing dishes for years.
And no one would guess it. Lux Flakes help us to stay lovely looking.
Yes, I'm sure that is the way your hands would talk if you used Lux for your dishes. Lux Flakes are kind to your hands. There's no harmful alkali to dry out the natural oils in your skin. No, indeed. Lux helps your hands stay soft and pretty, the kind of hands every woman wants. Just try Lux Flakes for your dishes. You'll like them. They're fast, they're gentle, and they're thrifty. Yes, unless the water is hard, the large-sized box of Lux will do dishes about 60 times. In hard water, a little more Lux gives you wonderful, rich suds. Yes, a little Lux goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Buy the generous large-sized box, won't you? And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The happy journey from Miami to New York is ended, but our stars make a return trip to the microphone. We present Ellie Andrews as Claudette Colbert and Pete Warren as Clark Gable.
Oh, as Claudette Andrews or Ellie Colbert or whoever I'm supposed to be, I'd like to say that it's been great to do another play in the Lux Radio Theater.
As Pete Gable, I'd like to say I can't imagine a better place to take a busman's holiday.
Assuming my most difficult characterization, that of Cecil B. DeMille, I'd like to compliment you both on a great performance.
Thank you, C.B. And I'm glad to learn from your introduction to the play that you're a fatalist.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, you know, C.B., one of those people who think that everything happens for the best if it doesn't happen for the worst.
But I never said I belonged to such a cult.
Well, Claudette probably assumes from the way you talked about everything happening one night that you're a believer in uncontrollable destiny.
Well, it's really nothing to be ashamed of, you know. You simply believe that everything happens for a purpose. And if you don't believe that way, you've nothing left but suppositions. Now, for example, suppose Columbus had sailed east instead of west, or Paul Revere's horse had tripped over a cobblestone.
Or suppose Claudette Colbert hadn't taken seriously a playwright's remark that she ought to be an actress. Or suppose she hadn't starred on Broadway in The Barker. Would she be in Hollywood now?
Or suppose that coin Clark tossed to see whether or not he'd remain in Hollywood had fallen tails. Where would he be now?
I'll give up. Where would he be now?
You mean seriously?
Sure, why not?
Well, let's see. I'd have gone back east, not all the way east. Maybe I'd have stopped off in Texas again. I'd probably have gotten my old job back in the oil fields, and, well, I'd probably be fairly happy.
That's right. Pollyanna Gable, his friends would be calling him. Well, it's time to go, Clark. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, C.B.
Good night, Fatalist.
Mr. DeMille will be back shortly with news of next Monday night's play and cast. Our cast in It Happened One Night included John Gibson as bus driver, Chester Clute as Mr. Dyke, Eddie Waller as Mr. Dobbs, Lou Merrill as Harry Gordon, Walter Tetley as a newsboy, Marion A. as telephone operator, and Frank Nelson as a detective. Walter Connolly appeared through courtesy of Columbia Pictures and Harry Cohn. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film Alexander Graham Bell. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Hollywood recently observed its most important event in many months, the presentation of the Academy Awards, the highest tribute that the screen can give its personalities. For the second consecutive year, top acting honors among men went to the star whom you'll hear on this stage next Monday night, Spencer Tracy. And with him, we present one of the screen's loveliest ladies, Loretta Young. They'll bring Lux listeners the sharply realistic and romantic play for which they're so well remembered on the screen, A Man's Castle. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young in A Man's Castle. And ladies and gentlemen, before I say good night, I want you to make a special mark on your calendar so you'll be sure to remember tomorrow night. Because it happens that tomorrow night, our good friend Dick Powell is going to make his bow as master of ceremonies of the big, lively Tuesday night party over the Columbia Network. Dick is a talented singer, a fine actor, and a real trooper whose versatility will add new pleasure to what I'm sure is now one of your favorite programs. Your old friends, Martha Ray and Park Your Carcass, will be on hand, too, as well as a very special guest star, that past master of comedy, W.C. Fields. So don't forget to listen tomorrow night, and you'll hear a big program of sparkling comedy and music. And Dick Powell deserves a warm welcome. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young in A Man's Castle.
Lux presents Hollywood. A Man's Castle, a drama of two people who have nothing but themselves, yet find love and beauty and hope in a world that's all but passed them by. Starred, as they were in the original cast, are Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young, with Arthur Hole. Tonight's special guest is Father Edward J. Flanagan, founder and director of the home made world famous by Spencer Tracy's recent picture, Boys Town. Louis Silvers conducts our music. If you were a screen star with $1 million complexion, what soap would you use? As fine as money you could buy, of course. So we think it's a pretty wonderful compliment to Lux Toilet Soap that 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use it. Lux Toilet Soap has active lather that removes thoroughly the dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics that might otherwise remain to choke the pores. It's when pores are choked in this way that unattractive cosmetic skin develops, with its dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarged pores. Use cosmetics all you like, but be sure to use Lux Toilet Soap regularly. Before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed at night. You'll find Lux Toilet Soap does a thorough job. Begin using it tonight. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Before they were big enough to see over a windowsill, both Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young were established actors. Loretta made her first movie at the age of 4, and Spencer Tracy, overlooking his 2 Academy Awards, still contends that his best performances were delivered as a boy, when he gave remarkably successful impressions of getting out of bed for school. He'd respond to his mother's call with a great clatter and dropping of shoes on the floor, then promptly bounce back to bed. Spence hails from Milwaukee, where he had 3 special friends. One was called Mousy, another was Ratty, and the third was, and still is, Pat O'Brien. Years later, he and Pat shared a boarding house room in New York, where Spence learned dramatics and how to live on pretzels and rice. His previous education had been acquired during enlistments in Ripon College and the United States Navy. First to employ him on Broadway was the Theater Guild. They decided he was worth $15 a week to act in RUR. He played a robot. Spence today has millions of fans, but none is more enthusiastic about him than he is about his favorite actors, George M. Cohan and the late Will Rogers. He lives in San Fernando Valley and has a tremendous liking for boats, horses, and black tea. His farm is also the address of his 2 sharpest critics, his young son and daughter, who admit he's all right in pictures, but much prefer Johnny Weissmuller as Tarzan. Mr. Tracy, who appears through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, is temporarily on the 20th Century Fox lot, making Stanley and Livingston. At the same studio, Loretta Young just completed the story of Alexander Graham Bell, another fine performance, we're told, by the girl who reached the heights of stardom through the unbeatable combination of natural talent and hard work. Loretta's the most famous of Hollywood's own 4 daughters, for the screen also claims her 3 delightful sisters, Sally Blaine, Polly Ann, and Gianna Young, with a personality as enchanting as her beauty. Miss Young, as well as Mr. Tracy, starred on the screen in A Man's Castle, and both are here resuming their celebrated roles, Loretta as Trina and Spencer as Bill. Also from the film comes Arthur Hole, playing Bragg. Now it's time for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young in A Man's Castle. It's a midsummer evening in New York. On a bench in Central Park sits a young man, a sartorial sensation in evening clothes, complete with tails, Inverness cape, opera hat, and cane. With grand nonchalance, this modern Beau Brummel is feeding the pigeons from a bag of popcorn which he holds in his lap. He flicks an occasional glance at the other end of the bench toward the girl who sits there, shabbily dressed but defiantly neat. The girl is acting very strangely. As she watches the pigeons eating, there's a desperate, almost hysterical look in her eyes. The man in evening clothes studies her for a moment and then speaks quietly.
What's the matter? Come on, spill it. I've been watching you ever since you sat down here. You look like you were rehearsing something. What is it?
Please. Please, I'm sorry.
Come back here. What's the rush?
Let me go or
You're what?
I'll get down on my hands and knees for some of that popcorn.
Hey, what is this? I thought I knew all the panhandling routines. Or are you the little girl reporter working on a sob story?
Oh, please.
Wait a minute. Are you really hungry?
I ain't eaten in 2 days.
2 days? Why not?
I haven't any money.
Neither have the pigeons, but they eat. And regular.
Yeah, it must be great to be a pigeon. There's always somebody throwing you crumbs.
If you had the brains of a pigeon, you wouldn't be hungry. Come on, let's eat.
Eat? Do you mean it?
I said it, didn't I? Come on.
But, where are you taking me?
Well, Ritz roof is open.
The Ritz roof? Well, I didn't ask for anything like that. I can't go in there in these clothes anyway.
Shut up. Clothes got nothing to do with eating. Let's go. Want anything else?
Oh, no, thanks. This is plenty.
Yeah. For a pint size like you certainly can put it away. You're hungry, all right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but if you think I fell for that line of hooey, you're crazy. Nobody ever has to starve in a town like this.
Why not?
Because you don't. There's food all over the joint.
Yeah, but you got to get near it to eat it. Were you ever out of work for a whole year?
I've been out of work all my life. The unemployment problem never bothered me any.
Oh, it's all right for you. You're rich. You wear your tails and your top hat and you eat steaks a foot thick. Foot thick. You got what it takes.
Sure, I got what it takes, all right. Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir?
Call the manager.
Anything wrong, sir?
No, everything's swell. I just want to see him a minute.
Yes, sir.
You know, you should never ought to skip meals.
Oh, that was the best food ever I ate. I feel better now.
You look better, too.
Yeah.
If you filled out a little, you'd get by in a crowd at that.
Well, you can't help the way you're made.
Why can't you?
Evening, sir.
Hello. You the manager?
Yes, sir. Did you want to see me?
Yeah, sit down.
What? Yes, sir. Well, sir?
You know, mister, there's supposed to be 12 million people in this country without work. Did you know that?
Yes,
Yeah, and a lot of them are starving, so they tell me. Now, you take this young lady, for instance. Up to an hour ago, she hadn't eaten for 2 days, so I brought her in here and fixed her up. She feels swell now. Says it's the best food she ever ate.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
The only trouble is she ain't got a cent, and neither have I.
What?
What's that?
Yeah, so the feed's on you, brother.
Now, look here.
Now, you know, there's a lot of ways of handling a case like this. You could call a cop and have the pair of us thrown in the can.
Now, just a minute.
That way we'd be sent to the island where we'd be fed by the state for 30 days at least. The more bums the state has to feed, the more taxes you people have to pay.
Is this your idea of a
Now,
joke?
wait a minute. This is one of the joints that throws out enough leftover grub in a week to feed 1,000 people. So you can afford one on the house once in a while.
Now, look here.
Am I right or wrong? Now, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll put it up to your own customers here. I'll ask them whether it's right for you to let somebody die of hunger right outside your own dump. If they say I'm wrong, I'll admit it.
But look, you...
Ladies and gentlemen.
No, shut up. Go on. Get out of here. Get out.
Okay. The case is dismissed. Come on there, who's it? There's nothing like a good walk after dinner.
You shouldn't have done that. We might have been arrested.
Don't be a dope. Where do you live? I might as well take you home.
Oh, that'd be all right if I had a home.
What's the matter with you? Haven't you got anything?
No,
Where do you figure on spending the night?
I don't know.
Have you got a grip?
No.
Well, get one somewhere. Then go to a hotel and register. Stay there till they hand you a bill and then tell them you're broke.
And then what happens?
Then they throw you out and you go to another hotel.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Well, I'd be afraid. Do you live in hotels that way?
No, I got no use for hotels.
Oh. What do you do for a living?
I live.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, you must do something. Those clothes now.
Oh, them?
Uh-huh.
Here. Look at the front of my shirt. What do you see?
Why, the front of your shirt.
Yeah. Now watch.
Oh.
Now what do you see?
It lights up. Your old chest lights up.
Yeah, sure. You see what it says, or can't you read either?
Cavalier Barbershop, 16 chairs. Say, you're an advertiser.
Yeah, sure. $2 a night for this. All you got to do is walk up and down, flash the light on and off.
Is this your regular job?
No, I don't believe in regular jobs. I'm only doing this for a friend of mine. I sub for him on his night off.
Oh.
I suppose I'll have to get a place for to sleep tonight. What's your name?
Trina.
Trina?
Uh-huh.
I knew a cat once called Trina.
What's yours?
Bill.
Bill. Oh, that's nice.
Well, here we are, Hoosits. The river on one side, the railroad tracks on the other.
Is this where you live?
Yeah. Bagville on the Hudson. Built right smack on the city dump. How do you like it?
Oh, it's swell. Gee, I've been in the city a whole year and never even knew there was such a place.
That's one of the best things about it, the privacy. It's the only way to live. No rent, no taxes, running water, a whole river of it. The whole dump is lousy with southern exposure. That's what I like best, them train whistles. To remind you of other places. You hear them all night. Don't you love the sound of it?
It's scary, kind of.
Nah. Gangway, get out of my way. Here I come. That's what it says. Come on.
Which one of these shacks do you live in?
I don't. Mostly I sleep in the open. When it rains, I take my choice. They're all my pals here, and I can bunk with any one of them.
Oh, they must be swell people.
The best. It's funny, when people got nothing, they act like human beings. We get along fine here. It's like one big happy family.
Get away from me, I tell you. Don't bother me, or I'll smack you in the teeth.
What's that?
It's a guy named Bragg. He don't get along so well with his girlfriend.
Now go on.
Oh, no, you don't. You stay right where you are.
Did you hear what I said? Let go and I'll brain you.
You can't two-time me. I'll kill you first.
Bragg!
What do you want?
Why don't you let Flossie alone?
Why don't you mind your own business?
Let her alone, or I'll come over there and help her clean up the place with you.
Ah, shut up.
What?
Nothing.
That's better. I was going to ask Flossie to put you up for the night, but maybe that's not so hot.
Well, I could sleep in the open, I guess.
No, that takes training. I got it. Bare left. Here we are.
Seeing the multitudes, he went up into the mountain with his disciples.
Hello, Ira. What's the good word?
Say, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. That's the good word.
That looks like that Gideon Bible I swiped out of a hotel last week.
Oh, Bibles can't be stolen. The good word is free. I only wish I could get you to read it, William.
I did. I skimmed through it one night. There's some very good reading in it. There's one place especially, the Songs of Solomon. It's great stuff. Who's it's meet Ira? Ira here used to be a minister, but now he's a night watchman.
Oh, not used to, Bill. I am a minister. If I choose to live down here, I have a reason.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, this is Who's It's.
How do you do?
Oh, nicely, thank you.
Yeah, nicely. Only she ain't got a place to sleep. I thought maybe after you checked out, she could camp here for the night.
Welcome.
When do you go to work?
11:30.
Okay, she'll check in about 12.
Oh, I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Nuts. Come on.
Where are we going now?
What do you care? You want to see where I sleep?
Yeah, where?
You see that barge over there? Right over there?
Uh-huh.
The reason I like to sleep on that barge is because there's no roof on it.
Oh. Gee, it must be wonderful with the water rocking it. Like a cradle, sort of, huh? Look at them ships out there with those sails. They look so kind of peaceful and contented like.
They've been laying there for years, rotting away with barnacles. That's what you get when you're anchored.
Well, still and all, it's restful.
Restful. Yeah, so's a graveyard.
Bill.
What?
You're a funny guy.
Yeah. Why?
Oh, I don't know. Well, what do you do when you're not walking around with your chest lit up?
Oh, I do a lot of things. Or maybe nothing at all. Sometimes I walk the stilts.
Stilts?
Yeah, up on Broadway.
Oh, I know what you mean. Way up in the air on those long wooden legs with a sign on your back.
That's right.
Is it fun?
I wouldn't do it if it wasn't. I like being up there looking over the heads of the crowds. Hey, you're a pretty nosy dame, ain't you?
I don't mean to be.
Forget it.
Bill, I want to thank you. You've been swell to me.
I got your free feed, if that's what you mean. I guess you need somebody to look after you.
Maybe. And, well, maybe you need somebody to look after you, too, Bill.
Me?
Oh, I don't mean like that, but, well, who cooks for you and cleans your shirts and things like that?
Nobody. I do it myself.
But wouldn't it be better if you had somebody?
Now, listen, Hosets, don't be getting any funny ideas.
Oh, I'm not.
I don't like to be tied down, see? I live alone because that's the way I like to live. I sleep in the open because that's how I like to sleep. And I say what I want and I do what I want, and that's the way I'm going to do things always, see?
Oh, but I wouldn't tie you down, Bill. Why, how could I?
Yeah, sure. How could you? I'm like the wind, and you can't grab air, can you? Or can you?
Who liveth and reigneth within, and the Holy Spirit, ever one God, world without end. Amen. Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. Of course, this isn't a church, but I am a minister, and the words are the same. In the eyes of God, you're now man and wife.
Man and wife. Bill, did you hear?
Yeah, I heard.
Those whom God hath joined.
Handcuffed, you mean?
Bill, you said you wanted to.
Yeah, sure, I got weak. But I told you what it means, right next to nothing.
I know, Bill. It's just the idea. I know.
Oh, Trina. Oh, hello, Flossie. Where'd you get all that energy from? Every time I see you, you're working.
Oh, I was out of work for a whole year. Making up for lost time, I guess. This kind of work's not real work. It's fun.
You're the only woman I ever knew who had 7 wash days a week.
Well, Bill's particular, he is. Anything that goes next to his skin's got to be clean. You know, Flossie, I guess he's the cleanest man in the whole world. One of these days, maybe Bill will buy me a washing machine. That ain't so important just yet. The main thing, Flossie, is a stove. Bill's going to get me a real stove.
For a joint like this?
Huh?
What's the matter with the one you got?
Oh, I can only make stew on it. I could cook Bill some wonderful things if I had a real stove. And he's going to get me one, too, as soon as he gets the money.
You ever heard of a bindlestiff getting money?
What's a bindlestiff?
A hobo. Can't stay put, except maybe in jail.
Something. Bill can make all the money he wants if he wants to. He's got personality, Bill has. He's different.
If he was different, would he keep you here in a dump like this?
Well, what's the matter with you, Flossie? How can you say a thing like this? This ain't a dump. Not to me, it ain't. It's sort of a... Oh, I can't find the word for it. You know them things they got in the middle of the streets where people can stand till the traffic's safe? What do you call them?
Safety zones?
Safety zone. That's it. That's how I feel about this place. Like a sort of a clearing in the forest. Quiet and safe and peaceful. Oh, that's the only thing I don't like. Them train whistles.
I guess I know why you don't like them. Getting scared, ain't you? Always wondering if that man of yours will be on one of them trains someday.
No. Uh-uh. Bill's good to me. He gives me everything I want.
Yeah, except maybe a stove.
There, you see, Bill? Look at that one over there in the back of the window. Queen of the kitchen. Stove to be proud of.
Come on, get out of here. I ain't no window shopper.
Oh, it's beautiful, ain't it? And cheap, too, only $5.
Huh?
Well, that is $5 down and only $2 a month for only 12 months and no interest.
Yeah, no interest is right as far as I'm concerned. I don't go for anything on an installment plan.
In only a year, that stove would be ours.
A year? You think I'm going to hang around this town a year?
Oh, it's such a beautiful all-around kind of a stove.
Forget it. Go on home.
Ain't you coming, too?
Not yet. What's for supper tonight?
Stew.
Stew. Go on home.
Bill. Bill, come down close to me. I want to whisper something.
What?
Just that. Goodbye, Bill.
Kissing me in the street. I ain't that cute. Queen of the kitchen. $5 down. Queen of the... Hey, Bragg. Bragg.
Oh, Bill. What's doing?
Nothing. I've been looking for you. How about that $2 you owe me?
What are you hounding me for? I've been working my head off trying to get dough to pay you off. Why, I'm working right now.
You don't look it. What kind of work?
Serving a summons. You get $2 a throw, but this one's so tough there's a bonus goes with it. $10 for this one.
Well, why don't you serve it and get the money?
Why don't I? What do you suppose I've been trying to do for 3 days? It's for a dame and a show. You can't get to her.
What do you mean you can't get to her?
She's got a bodyguard. I'm the third guy that's tried this week.
$10, huh? Hey, suppose I serve your summons for you. I could use $5. Will you split?
I'm telling you, you can't do it. She's got a bunch of gorillas with her day and night.
Will you split?
Sure, but you can't get to her.
I'll take care of that. I got a touch of gorilla in me myself.
Is that you, Bill?
Who else would it be?
I'm just fixing dinner. It'll be ready in a minute, I think.
Yeah. What's this book?
That? Oh, that's the Bible. Ira gave it to me. He wants me to read it.
Yeah? Hey, there's one thing in here you don't want to miss.
Gee, I wish I had some kind of a stove, Bill.
Listen. The Song of Songs, which is Solomon's. Get this. Thy cheeks are comely with rows of jewels.
It's hard to cook with this kind of a fire.
Behold, thou art fair, my love. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet.
You can't get an even heat.
Thy neck is a tower of ivory. How fair and how pleasant thou art, O love. Thy neck is a tower of ivory. You know you're a heck of a looking woman for a guy like me.
Yeah. I don't know if this is going to be a very good stew.
Look at you. Skinny, no hips.
Yeah, I bet I put those potatoes in too soon.
A man like me ought to have a woman who's a woman. You're just bones.
Yes, sir, that's just what I did. I put those potatoes in too
That's
soon.
all you are, bones. Do you know that?
Well, I'm young, kind of.
That don't make no difference.
Maybe it does. Maybe I'll sort of fill out after, huh?
No, you'll never look like a woman. You ain't got it in you ever look like a woman.
Oh, what difference does it make as long as you're good to me?
I ain't good to you. Don't get that idea in your head. That's the way to spoil them, being good to them. You got to step around if you're going to be with me or get your teeth knocked out. I think I ought to knock them out anyway. Come here.
Bill, what's the matter? What's happened to your face? You're all cut.
Never mind my face. Here. Look at this.
What is it?
It's a receipt, that's what it is. 5 good hard-earned bucks for the queen of the kitchen.
Bill, you bought the stove. My stove.
Shut up. You got your stove. I feel like... I ought to...
What, Bill?
Come here. Little old hoosits.
Oh, Bill. That's the first time you've ever kissed me like that. Bill, I love you. I love you so much.
Cut it out now. You women get some phony ideas, all right. Come on, now get to work. And if that stew's burned, I'll pour it down your back.
Down comes the curtain on the first act of A Man's Castle, starring Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young. In a few minutes, they will return for the second act of the play. Now, during our short intermission...
Say, Bill, who's the girl in blue? Where? Well, by George, I didn't know she was here. Excuse me, old man. Well, of all... Say, Ned, who's that girl Bill's running after? See the one in blue? There. Oh, sure I see. Who wouldn't? The one in blue's best-looking girl in the room. You want to meet her? You bet I want to meet her. Come on, let's get going.
Who's the girl in blue? Well, whoever she is, she's popular. The kind of girl men want to meet. She's the kind of girl who's making the most of her looks. You can be sure she hasn't let unattractive cosmetic skin develop. The little blemishes and enlarged pores that grow from chip pores. Popular girls everywhere use Lux toilet soap to be sure of thorough cleansing. The active lather of this gentle white soap carries away from the pores every trace of stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt. It's foolish to run risks when it's so easy to give your skin this care the screen stars use. 9 out of 10 of them use Lux toilet soap. It's the care your skin needs. So be wise. Use it regularly. Before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with A Man's Castle, starring Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young. A warm September afternoon, a few weeks later, in the busy Times Square district, the passers-by gaze upward at a strange sight. A giant 15 feet tall who strolls calmly above them, his long wooden legs swinging easily, his trouser cuffs flapping in the breeze. Bill on stilts chooses his steps carefully. Away from the admiring crowd, they take him, down a side street to a row of tenements. There he pauses, and leaning on the windowsill of a room on the second floor, calls loudly.
Hey, Mug. Mug, where are you?
Hello, Stilts. Gee.
How are you, kid? How's the bum leg?
Oh, it's all right. I can get around a little. Gee, Stilts, I thought you died or something. Where you been?
Where are the Yanks playing this week?
Chicago.
All right. You wanted Lou Gehrig to autograph a baseball for you, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I had to put it up to him, didn't I?
Did he? Did he?
He sure did. Look, here's the ball. To my pal Joey, signed Lou Gehrig.
Gee, Stilts. Gee.
I had to go all the way to Chicago to see Lou.
Gee, Stilts. Thanks. Did you hop a freight?
Rode the rods all the way. Yeah, I ain't got the cinders out of my hair yet.
Thanks. And Lou Gehrig wrote this himself?
In person.
That Stilts, Joey?
Look, Ma. Look. The baseball Stilts promised me. With Lou Gehrig's autograph. He signed it himself. Stilts went all the way to Chicago to get it. I gotta show the kids.
Hello, Stilts.
Hiya.
We missed you. Have you really been west?
Yeah, west of 8th Avenue. That was just a stall for the kid.
What about the ball and the signature?
That's forgery. I wrote it myself, but he won't know the difference, so it's okay. Hey, look, I'm glad you're home. I wanted to see you. Here's a few bucks.
Stilts, how can I go on taking money from you when I don't even know who you are?
What difference does it make? I got no use for money. You need it. Just a case of supply and demand.
Why won't you tell me your name?
I never asked you yours, did I?
No.
I got no use for names.
But I want to know, so I can thank you.
Cut it. Now, if you pull any of that, I'll stay away from here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to stay away a while anyway. I begin to feel like a native around here. I'm blowing town.
For good?
Good or bad, I don't know. Who knows?
Where are you going?
That depends on which freight I hop.
Well, you don't like me to thank you, but I...
Forget it. Only get this, I've been slipping you chicken feed, but I might get hot in the crap game one of these days and clean up, and when I do, I'll send you a heavy chunk of dough some fine morning. And you pack up and get out of here. Take that kid to the country. Maybe he can't hop freights, but anyway, you can see him go by, and that's better than nothing, isn't it? Well, so long.
So long, Stilts. God bless you.
Come in.
Hiya, Trina.
Oh, hello.
Where's Bill?
Out somewhere?
Where?
I don't know. What?
If I had a wife like you in my shack, I'd be home all the time. The trouble with Bill, he don't appreciate you. That's some man you got yourself, kid.
He suits me.
Yeah, but you suit him. You wouldn't think so from the way he's always playing you down, crabbing about how skinny you are.
Well, I am skinny.
No, you're not. Slim, but not skinny. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah?
Sure. You're a good-looking kid. I've been watching you for a long time, ever since you come here.
Well, you better not let Bill hear you say that. He's got a temper, Bill has. He's liable to break you in half, right smack in half.
Oh, no, he wouldn't. Bill's too busy.
Busy with what?
All I know is there's a blonde in a show on Broadway that's been on his trail lately.
A blonde in a show.
Yeah, he made a killing that time he served a summons on that dame. He beat up 2 of her gorillas, and she's kind of took a fancy to him. Some dames are like that. I guess he goes for her, too.
How do you know?
'Cause he told me.
You're a liar. Bill's no cheat. If he wanted anybody else, he'd tell me first.
Well, if he ever does, you'll know where I'm at.
You? Ugh. If I'd never even known Bill, and you were the last person in the world you couldn't get near me, so how do you like that?
Swell. Gives me something to work for. Different men work different ways. Me, I got one principle. Take your time. You're worth it, Trina. You're swell.
Get out of here, brag, and stay out.
Sure. There's no hurry. No hurry at all.
Well, maybe we ought to get down to facts. What's the party for, Miss LaRue?
To get acquainted. You showed up those two little Fauntleroys that were supposed to keep process servers away from me. I gave them the air. I'm in the market for a new bodyguard.
You don't need no bodyguard. You look like you can take care of yourself, all right.
I always have.
Yeah, well, I gotta beat it.
What for? Stick around. I need a couple of laughs. Anyway, it's raining. There's no matinee today. And, you don't have to be afraid of me.
Me? I ain't afraid of nobody.
That's the brave little boy. Listen, I figure maybe I'm not going to be around when that suit against me comes up. I got a chance to go to London.
London? Yeah. You might as well stay home. Italy. That's the place. Ever been to Italy?
No, have you?
No, but I'm going someday. There's a place, Italy. All they ever do over there is ride around on boats and play the guitars. I met a little Italian girl once. Oh, well.
I suppose you know all about women.
I know one thing about them, all of them.
What?
They're all female.
That a compliment or a pan?
It's a fact.
Well, don't go. Say, how long does it take you to get acquainted?
Me? I'm easy to meet and hard to forget.
What?
What's the joke?
Nothing. You're all right. I like you better all the time. You grow on me.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sit down. You know, maybe you're right about not going to London. Maybe Italy would be better. What are you laughing at?
You women get some phony ideas, all right. Some very phony ideas. Hi, Ira.
Evening, William.
What's going on down at the dock? There's a crowd down there.
Oh, nothing very important. Bragg's making a speech to some of the tenants.
Beefing again, huh?
Why should certain guys have all the money there is?
Well, I got a beef for him, too.
Why? They're on the inside, that's all. They tell you to go out and get a job. What job? There ain't no such animal. Look at me. I'm skilled labor, one of the best toy packers in the business.
What's a toy packer?
Shipping, Bill, packing toys to ship. I'm one of the best men in the business. Used to work for Stark and Lee, where Ira works. They let me out without any notice, not a day.
For getting drunk?
Me? Say, I never got drunk on the job in my life. They claimed some stuff was missing. Just the same old alibi to let me out and save a couple of dollars expenses.
Listen, Bragg, we know you. If they let you out, it was your own fault.
All right, don't believe me. Walk out on me. You'll see someday.
Well, looks like you've lost your audience, Bragg. You should never steal around supper time.
That's it. If they had brains instead of stomachs, they wouldn't be what they are. I'm sick of them. I'm going to blow this dump as soon as I get some dough.
That'll be never.
Is that so? Listen, that toy factory I was talking about, they fired me, didn't they? They owe me something, and I'm going to collect. Get this, Bill. They got an old tin can they call a safe. Every Friday they get $10,000 for the payroll, and it stays in the safe till Saturday noon. It'd be a pushover, Bill, if you went in with me. $5,000 apiece, Bill. What do you say?
In the first place, what do I want with $5,000? Number two, if I needed the money, I'd go out and make it. And number three, Trina tells me you've been hanging around the shack while I'm away, and she don't like it. I told her I'd speak to you about it. There's only one language you can understand, Bragg, and this is it. Good night, Bragg.
What's the matter, Bill? It's only 9 o'clock.
Did I ask you?
No.
Well, shut up, then. I'll let you have a couple in the ribs.
Bill, stop it.
Did I hurt you?
No, not when you don't mean it.
Suppose I slugged your heart.
You wouldn't.
Don't be so sure.
Bill,
What?
do you like being with me?
I ain't so nuts about it. You're pretty skinny.
Yeah, but you're not tired of me yet, are you?
I don't know. Maybe. Hey, listen. What's the idea of keeping that skylight closed? When I rented this dump, I put that in special. What do you keep it shut for?
Well, I thought maybe it might rain or something.
Suppose it does. Rain's good for you. It makes you grow. Yeah, that's the way to live. You can breathe now.
Bill, why do you always keep looking up at the sky for?
Because when you're dead, you get a hunk of earth. When you're alive, you want to hold on to your hunk of blue. That's all I got in the world. That's all anybody's got. A hunk of blue.
Bill, I've been thinking. There couldn't be a heaven much better than this, could there? I mean, when it's quiet all around and we're close, like now.
You know, I never noticed it, kid, but your eyes are sky color, sort of. You got a hunk of blue in each glim. Yeah, but that don't stop me from clouting you on the chin any minute. Come here. You're all right. You're a swell kid. I like you plenty.
Do you, Bill?
Yeah, but don't get figuring on that too much. Because how much I like a woman ain't nothing to bet money on. Don't let yourself get in too deep, see?
Bill, you mean that you're...
No, not yet.
Oh.
But I'm apt to hand it to you any day. Who can tell? Suppose I wake up some morning with a taste in my mouth like wet hen feathers. I'm just as apt to take a stroll for myself as not.
But maybe that won't be right away. I mean, not tomorrow or quite so soon, huh?
No, you can't tell. Nobody never knows how a guy's apt to feel some morning.
Bill, listen. You like babies, don't you?
What's the difference if I like them or not?
Well, it makes a difference, a big difference if you didn't.
Why?
Because you're going to have one.
What?
Oh, I've known it for a long time, several months. I thought I'd be afraid to tell you. But now I ain't afraid of nothing.
Say, listen.
Oh, don't say anything, Bill, please, not till I finish. I want you to know something. It's your baby and it's mine, but you've got nothing to worry about. I didn't mean to tell you at all, but... Oh, it's just too grand and wonderful to keep to myself. You can't understand that, Bill. You're a man. You needn't look like that, darling. I ain't afraid of you. I've changed a lot. Only a little while ago I was all alone. And then you came along and there was the two of us. And pretty soon there's going to be three of us. You can never leave me now, Bill. Never. Never. Even if you go away, I've got you now. No matter where you go or what you do, I've got you, Bill. I've got you.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Bill.
Is this on the level?
Yes, Bill.
Let me out of here.
Are you leaving me, Bill?
What if I was? You'd have no kick.
No, Bill. I just suppose I'd be lonely again like I was before I met you. But it wouldn't be the same exactly because I got something to look forward to now.
Yeah, I'll say you have.
I'll never be lonely when my son comes.
How do you know it'll be a son?
I prayed for a son.
I thought you didn't believe in that sort of
sure
stuff.
I do.
Well, you told me you didn't.
I lied. I didn't want you to get sore at me. But I guess you're angry now, aren't you?
Why should I be? It's your funeral.
Sure. It's my funeral. I'm going to stand on my own feet now. I'm going to bring my son into the world, and I'm going to take care of him and love him always.
And as far as I'm concerned...
Oh, you too, Bill, always. That goes without saying. You're a free man, Bill. As free as a bird. Remember that.
I will. Bragg, come on out. Open up.
What do you want from me?
I want to scram out of here right away tonight. Only it so happens I can't go unless I leave some money behind. Enough to take care of somebody, a couple of people for a long time. I got to have plenty of money, see?
I haven't got a dime, Bill, not a dime.
No, but you know where to get it.
Oh, you mean the toy factory?
Yeah, come on, spill it.
It's a cinch, Bill, a cinch.
How about Ira? He's the watchman down there.
Ira, that's the easiest part of it. All the guy does down there is snooze. We could walk away with the building and he wouldn't know it. All we need is a couple of drills and some gunpowder and boom.
Yeah? What's the best time?
About 1 a.m.
All right. I got something to attend to first down around Broadway, and I'll meet you. 12:30 at 39th and 8th.
I'll meet you, Bill. I'll have all the stuff ready.
Yeah, we'll be on time. And keep your mouth shut.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young have just concluded the second act of A Man's Castle with Arthur Hole. They'll be heard in Act 3 after our short intermission. Now, just before Mr. DeMille brings on our special guest, a word to all our women listeners. Lovely women everywhere use Lux toilet soap, because they know beautiful skin makes any woman charming. You want to keep your complexion lovely to look at and thrilling to touch? Then don't risk unattractive cosmetic skin, dullness, little blemishes, enlarged pores. So many women actually spoil their looks because they carelessly let the pores become choked with dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Use cosmetics all you like, but use Lux toilet soap regularly, as 9 out of 10 screen stars do. It has active lather that removes stale rouge and powder thoroughly. That's why Lux toilet soap really works. Your host, Mr. DeMille.
And now, during our intermission, before we go on with Act 3 of A Man's Castle, we bring you the distinguished guest of the evening. In our play, Bill, Bragg, Trina, and the others are people at loose ends, irresponsible people, to whom the world has denied a fair chance. Our guest, on the other hand, is a man who gives a fair chance to boys who otherwise wouldn't have it. Gives them the most important things in life: food, shelter, and ideals. Once again, we extend our stage far eastward and bring you the guide and founder of Omaha's famous Boys Town, Father Edward J. Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I agree with you that the people in your play have hardly had a fair chance. Still, I don't believe that Bill, so perfectly portrayed by my friend Spencer Tracy, would ever have been so tempted if he had been given the right start. As you know, I've always maintained that there is no such thing as a bad boy. A boy may be misunderstood, neglected, or misguided, but not really bad. To prove this, our records show that not one of the hundreds of boys who have been citizens of Boys Town during the last 20 years has become criminally involved since he left our community. We believe that a boy, if properly guided during the early years of his life, if given responsibility, self-confidence, and a sense of what's right and wrong, will not find it difficult to cast aside temptation and become a good, honest citizen. As training for just this, our boys govern themselves as much as possible, electing their own mayor, who governs them with a committee of 6. These serve also as a court of justice, and lawbreakers are haled before it. The worst punishment meted out is to have the culprit stand with his back to the screen during the Saturday night movies. I have tried to persuade the boys that this is too severe, but they voted to keep the rule as it stands. Our resident citizens now number over 200, boys of every race, creed, and color. The only 2 qualifications for citizenship in Boys Town are that a boy be homeless and that there's room for him. No boy ever leaves Boys Town except to better himself. Our spirit extends far beyond our grounds, and there's scarcely a city in the United States that I visit, but someone comes up, says, "Hello, do you remember me? I'm Johnny Jones from Boys Town." Our boys are given an education to fit them to meet life, and they make good. It's a deep satisfaction to me to receive letters from young men who have not forgotten us, young men writing on the stationery of well-established firms, like the lawyer who worked his way through a state university and is now the youngest practicing lawyer in his state. It proves to me, as nothing else ever has, that there's something more thrilling than boy meets girl. It's boy finds himself. If you're interested in these success stories, as I am, you may be glad to know that I'll soon have a radio program based on Boys Town histories, and I hope you'll let me know if they interest you. I'm sure many of you saw the MGM picture called Boys Town with tonight's star Spencer Tracy playing the part of Father Flanagan. It's a humbling experience to see yourself played by someone else. No one was more delighted than I when Spencer won the Academy Award for being me. I still lie awake nights wishing I were really as fine as he made me. And in case you don't know it, when Spencer received that little statue, he didn't take it home and put it proudly on the mantelpiece. He wrapped it all up securely, addressed it to Father Flanagan at Boys Town, Nebraska, and took it to the post office. If I'd won the award myself, I couldn't be more proud to look at it daily as I do. The boys are pleased as punch, and the little figure is a member in good standing at Boys Town. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for the privilege of being a guest on the Lux Radio Theater. If I may, I'll tell you a secret. We listened to your program at Boys Town. I'll bet right now that the boys are hoping with me that Bill will be the right guy before the end.
That's it. You've earned the nation's gratitude, Father Flanagan, for remembering boys whom the world forgot. In Hollywood again, we resume A Man's Castle, starring Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young. It's a few hours before the robbery planned by Bill and Bragg. Over on Broadway, the last act of a musical comedy is drawing to a close. Bill waits in the wing. At the finish of her number, Faye LaRue runs from the stage into Bill's arms.
Yeah, I gotta see you a minute.
Come on over here. sure ain't hard to forget. But you shouldn't. We're closing the show next week. It looks like that trip to Italy is in the bag. How does that sound?
Great, but I can't go.
Can't go? Are you kidding?
I told you my trademark, didn't I? Subject to change without notice.
I know, but I've arranged everything.
I'm sorry, but I can't go.
What's happened?
I let myself in for something on the installment plan.
What is it?
I'm in a jam.
Oh, I guess I know what it is. It's a girl.
You're a fortune teller.
It is, isn't it?
Search me. I won't know myself for a while.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and I won't be around then to find out.
Listen, don't be a sap. If you're taking it on the run, you might as well run to Italy.
No, it's different now. I don't know why, but it is. So long, Faye. Good luck.
Easy to meet, hard to forget.
What'd I tell you, Bill? I can open this safe with a nail file.
You ain't got it open yet.
Shh, not so loud.
Hey, look at this.
What are you doing there?
Look at this gadget here.
What is it?
Ain't that a hot one? Wait till I wind it up and see what it does.
Say, what are we here for? To kick in this safe or play with toys? Come on.
Just a second. I want to see how it works.
Cut that out.
Give me that. Keep your hands up.
What's the matter with you? You want to wake up the old geezer?
If this wakes him up, what's going to happen when you blow that safe?
I still think you ought to go back and tap him on the head like I told you. I'd feel a lot better if he was gagged and tied up.
Ira wouldn't hurt a fly.
Well, just the same, you go over and open that window there.
What for? We're up 3 stories.
There's a fire escape.
Sure is a swell night out. Look, you can see the old river from here. And the camp, too. The moon sure looks slick on that water. Yeah, I think when I blow out of here, I'll hit the waves instead of the ties. Maybe on a freighter. Did you ever go downtown and get the smell of them ships that come in from China and them places? I wonder what Hoositz is doing. I'm going to take this toy home to her. She can give it to the kid.
Will you can that and lend me a hand? We got to get out of here. Bill, listen, will you?
Shut up.
What's the matter with you?
You know, I don't like this job.
What?
I don't like it.
Are you nuts?
Maybe, but I got a funny idea. I always got along before without pulling this kind of a stunt. I got along swell. I don't want to change my luck.
You mean you were walking out?
Yeah, I'll see you around.
Oh, no, you don't. Get back here.
You ain't going to try to stop me, are you?
No, but...
Then shut up. If I feel
Bill,
like...
Listen. There's someone outside.
It's Ira. Get out of the window.
Who's there?
Get out, quick.
Stand or I'll shoot. Don't move. Do you hear?
Sure. Hi, Ira.
Bill.
Yeah, Bill. Hey, for a guy that reads Bibles, you shoot pretty straight, don't you? Son of a gun, you might have killed me.
Served you right if I did. Somebody ought to teach you a lesson. Young squirt like you going around robbing places.
Yeah, it's a low-down thing to do with that, ain't it? But if you had that money as bad as I do, you wouldn't be so particular.
Who was that man with you? The one that got away?
Him? I don't remember the name. I never met the guy before tonight.
I see. All right, Bill.
What's the matter, Pop? What are you looking so sour about? Are you disappointed in me?
I'm not thinking of you. I'm thinking of your wife.
My what?
Your wife, Trina, who trusted herself into your hands, who looks up to you.
My wife. Never thought of Trina as a wife. She's just Trina.
What's that? Somebody set off the burglar alarm. There'll be cops all over the place in a few minutes. Well, what's she standing there for? Go on, beat it. Hurry before they get here. Go on.
Okay, Ira, thanks.
Did you call me, Bragg?
Yeah, come in quick. It's about that guy of yours.
Bill? What?
He got nabbed robbing the safe at the toy factory. They caught him with the goods.
Oh, no, you're joking, Bragg. Bill wouldn't do a thing like that. Bill ain't a thief.
That's just it. Stepping out of his class. That's why he got caught. And he was shot, too, trying to get away.
Shot?
Wait a minute, honey. Don't get upset. He may go up the river for a spell, but I'm still around. I'll always be around, baby, to take care of you.
Let me out of here.
There's no hurry. I'll be here. Only with Bill and the jug, you're going to need a man around. Come on, kid. You might as well shake yourself out of it. Mooning around won't get you no place. He's gone, ain't he? I tell you, he's gone.
You're a liar, Bragg. He ain't gone.
Flossie.
Bill just got home. I saw him go into the shack a minute ago.
Bill.
It was mighty decent of you, Bragg, to offer to take care of Trina. I didn't know you had it in you.
Look, Flossie, nobody asked you to butt in.
I'm getting sick of your two-timing, Bragg. Very sick.
Ah, shut up. Go on, beat it.
Stand still, Bill. Let me fix it. Here, hand me that bandage.
It's all right, I'm telling you. Just grazed me, plowed a little meat off. What's eating you? You think it was you got drilled instead of me?
Oh, I wished it was me. Bill, why did you do it? Why?
I couldn't check out leaving you high and dry, could I? That dough would have taken care of you fine, but I flopped.
Well, I'm glad you did. I wouldn't have taken that money anyway. I'd have given it back.
Yeah, how do you suppose you'd have got along? It takes money to have a kid, don't it?
Honestly. For a strong, husky man, you're awful afraid of a little thing that ain't even born yet. My goodness, if I'd known it was going to scare you that much, I never would have told you. Gosh, Bill, I'd just gone away myself, but I didn't know you were such a coward, Doug.
Coward?
Sure. Afraid of a baby. Why, it's the most natural thing in the world, you big fool. They're born all the time, and if they happen to be men kids, they just never grow up. They just keep reaching for the clouds all the time and listening to train whistles. Oh, Bill, you're such a silly. Robbing is safe to get money when you always said you never had no use for money.
It wasn't for me.
For me, I know. But I don't need it. I don't need anything, not even you, Bill. It ain't as if you ever said you loved me. You never did. And I don't blame you. Don't you suppose I know I'm just a stick in the mud of a barnacle? That's what I am. I've held you back and messed up your plans, but I didn't mean to. Honestly, I didn't. You can go, sweetheart, and stay as long as you like. Maybe someday you'll come back, huh? Oh, not for good, I don't mean. Just for a visit, sort of. You might get lonesome and curious and want to know what your son looks like, maybe. Gosh, Bill, even birds can't fly all the time. They get tired and want to come home sometimes. They got nests, ain't they?
Trina.
Oh, Bill, please, I want you to feel right. I want you to be happy. I'll do anything, Bill, if you'll be happy. I'll give up anything, but please, Bill, be happy.
Bill?
Yeah, what?
You better get out of here now. Cops are on their way.
How do you know?
I got inside information from a stool pigeon pal of mine. Your freight train's waiting. You better hop aboard.
No, I'm sticking around.
Take my word for it. If you hang around here, you're due for the stir. And I don't mean a weekend. The quicker you scram, the better.
No, I ain't gonna leave Hoosits.
Well, you dumb sap. Want to take her with you? Did you ever think of that?
No. What about it, kid? You want to come?
Wherever you go.
You know what it means.
Wherever you go, Bill.
All right, get your things. What are you thinking of?
Oh, I'll certainly miss it. It was such a beautiful stove.
You can always get another one on the installment plan. A better one, too.
But it'll never really be ours unless we stick in one place long enough to pay for it. And you don't want that. You want to be free, Bill.
Yeah. You know, I've been thinking a lot about that freedom business. I believe in it. It's great stuff. But, well, maybe it ain't always a question to keep it on the move. There's another kind of freedom, too. Up here in your head and here in your chest where your heart is.
Bill.
And right now I got a very funny feeling, Trina. You know, even birds have got a homing instinct. And I got a feeling we're going home.
Home? Where is that, Bill?
I don't know. Somewhere. Someplace that suits us. We gotta find it soon, too. You know, a freight car ain't no place to bring up a kid.
Oh, Bill.
Little Hoosits. Funny little Hoosits.
Leaving Bill and Trina on a train headed home, we sidetracked Spencer Tracy and Loretta Young for a few moments.
And before I say anything else, I want to congratulate Spence on his magnificent achievement.
Yes, the way he wins Academy Awards, he could be prosecuted for maintaining a monopoly.
Oh, yes, I know, but I was referring to something else. You know, Spence has conquered what to him are still greater heights. After 5 long years of terrific plugging, success at last is in sight. Time and time again, he's been right on the verge, and he never could do it. But now, finally...
Hey. Take it easy. Maybe some member of the EGBTS is listening in.
The what? What's that?
That is a very powerful organization, CB, which has dogged me for 5 years. EGBTS is the Everybody Goes But Tracy Society. In brief, since 1934, I've been saying that next month I'm going to Europe for a vacation. But at last, it looks as if I'm really going. In April, I'll be on my way for London and Paris.
April isn't here yet, Spence. You've made plans before, you know.
You wouldn't want to be April Fool. After all, the best laid plans of mice and leading men.
If you're trying to discourage me, you might as well give up. I'm going in spite of the fact that few things ever come up to long-planned expectations. Of course, there are exceptions, like being on this program.
And the product that it stands for. Excuse me, Ben, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go right ahead, Loretta. He's used to waiting.
Well, I was simply going to say that in all the years I've been using Lux soap, I've always found it delightful to use, and much more important is its wonderful help in keeping my complexion smooth and lovely. So, naturally, I never overlook a chance to put in a good word for such a good friend. But getting back to your philosophy...
No. Let's talk about you now. And your third telephone pick, Alexander Graham Bell. I hear it rings the... what shall I say?
Oh, never mind. I follow you, and I'll know better when I get back from the preview tomorrow night in San Francisco Fair. But where did you get the idea that I had done 2 other telephone pictures?
Well, I was thinking of private number and the call of the wild. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I didn't see either one of them. Take it.
Mr. Tracy, let's just make believe that I've hung up on you, huh? Many thanks, Mr. Mill. Goodbye.
You've turned everybody's home tonight into a man's castle.
Mr. DeMille has an important announcement for you about next Monday night's Stars and Play. You'll hear it in just a moment. Featured in tonight's play were Martha Wentworth as Flossie, Perry Ivins as Ira, Margaret Brayton as Fay LaRue, Paul Hilton as a small boy, Frank Nelson, Lou Merrill as manager of restaurant, and Sybil Harris as a mother. A Man's Castle was adapted from the motion picture of the same name, produced by Columbia Pictures Corporation. Spencer Tracy's next MGM film is Northwest Passage. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he's in charge of music for the story of Alexander Graham Bell. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, the story of a courageous woman in search of her destiny. You can hear it over most of these stations in the United States every afternoon, Monday through Friday, at 2:15 Eastern Time, 1:15 Central Time, 3:15 Mountain Time, and 2:15 Pacific Time. This new daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Mr. DeMille.
California and Alaska had their furious, fabulous gold rushes, and no less fantastic was the wild scramble for silver in Colorado. Out of this mad race for riches, a strange man emerged. Around his life, our play next Monday night is woven. His rise to power, his dreams, and around the 2 women whose devotion to him was his last and greatest possession. Arousing on the screen, our play is called Silver Dollar, and brings back an old friend to our stage, that splendid star Edward Arnold. He'll appear in the company of 2 widely requested favorites. Number 1, and from the original cast, number 2. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold and number 1 in Silver Dollar with number 2. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson in Bullets or Ballots with Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger.
Lux presents Hollywood. Bullets or Ballots? This is the question answered in tonight's play, the vivid drama of a battle against racketeers. Screened by Warner Brothers, you'll hear it starring Edward G. Robinson, Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger, while our special guest is Frank B. Gomfort, nationally known criminologist. Louis Silvers conducts our music. Just a word before hearing from our producer. A man notices when a woman is fresh and sweet, really dainty. He may not know why, but he knows it's nice to be near her. And charming Loretta Young tells you, men fall for skin that's sweet. A Lux Toilet Soap Beauty Bath is the best way I know to protect daintiness. Makes you sure. Loretta Young, like many other screen stars, uses her complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, as a bath soap, too. Its rich, active lather carries away perspiration, every trace of dust, dirt. Leaves the skin really fresh and sweet. Make a Lux Toilet Soap bath your daily beauty bath. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Racketeering is a comparatively new word in the American language, but an old bugbear in American history. Following the Revolution, American vessels in the Mediterranean were plundered and their crews thrown into slavery so frequently that the United States, to continue commerce in those waters, signed a treaty with the pirates' ruler, the Sultan of Algiers. Uncle Sam paid $800,000 for the ransom of imprisoned sailors, and for years paid an additional $23,000 annually as a guarantee for future safety, until our Navy, under Stephen Decatur, forever ended this racket of the Barbary pirates. Today's racketeers, dealing in millions of dollars, would scorn the modest sums involved in historical racketeering, and only by militant public resistance, such as that shown in tonight's play, Bullets or Ballots, can America purge herself of these internal parasites. In his screen characterizations, Edward G. Robinson has often lived outside the law, but tonight he walks a straight and narrow path as he pins a badge inside his coat and becomes, as he did in the picture, Detective Johnny Blake. An established air personality because of his own program, Big Town, this fast-talking, fist-swinging favorite is from Warner Brothers Studio and will soon appear in Confessions of a Nazi Spy. In Bullets or Ballots, you saw another brilliant performance by one of the screen's best bad men, Humphrey Bogart, who likes playing villains, and tonight resumes the part of Bugs Brenner. In our grammar division, there's the statuesque Mary Astor, who brings her loveliness and talent to the role of Lee Morgan. Otto Kruger displays his genius for the sinister and changes only his first name in playing Al Kruger. We raise the curtain now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson in Bullets or Ballots with Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger. A radio station in a large eastern city. At a table in one of the smaller studios, a man reads quietly from a typewritten page. Behind the glass enclosure, the radio engineer sends the speaker's voice out across the city, into the homes of listening millions. The man nears the end of his speech.
And so, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, there are 1,000 rackets. Rackets which are forcing prices beyond the reach of the poor, looting business, food, laundry, poultry, dry cleaning. And still the American people let the racketeer go free. Men like Al Kruger, protected against the law, return from mock trials to collect their share of the $200 million plunder taken each year from this city alone. And again I say, these rackets must be stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been ordered by the Crime Combine to discontinue these broadcasts. The gentleman who phoned added, or else. For his information, I shall continue to broadcast regularly, and my papers will continue their present policy of open attack on racketeers and directors of organized crime, who are the really dangerous enemies of society.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Mr. Ward Bryant and his March Against Crime. Mr. Bryant will be heard again at this same...
Good night, Mr. Bryant. Good night, Joe.
That was a fine speech tonight, Mr. Bryant. I heard it on the speaker down here in the hall.
How'd you like it? Get me a cab, will you, Joe?
Sure. Yes, sir. You sure have the right angle on this racketeer business. Hey, look out! Look out, Mr. Bryant! Look out! Mr. Bryant! Mr. Bryant! Help!
Getting on! Paper! Ward Bryant killed! Editor Doctor! Presiding editor, minor gang bullets get Bryant! Ward Bryant killed! Gangster collar killed!
Cigar, cigarette, cigar, cigarette, cigar.
Who is it?
It's me, Miss Lee. Hyman. Can I come in?
Come in.
Evening, Miss Lee.
How are you, Herman?
They said you was in your office.
So why are you surprised? How were the collections today, Herman?
Oh, just fine, Miss Lee. You really got something in this numbers game. It's going to catch on up here in the Bronx even better than it did in Harlem. Here's one day's collection.
Did you have to bring it all in nickels, Herman?
No, ma'am. Oh, there's 2 other bags, too. Green money.
That's very nice.
Yes, ma'am. You know, if it keeps on coming in like this, you can sell this cabaret and move right into Park Avenue.
Thanks. We'll stick to the cabaret and the Bronx. Bye, Herman. See you tomorrow.
Say, there was something else I wanted to tell you.
Never mind. It'll come.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I saw Mr. Blake when I come in.
Blake?
Yeah, that detective fella.
Where was he?
In the bar.
The bar? Is he drinking?
Yeah.
What's happened downtown? Any extras out?
Oh, yeah. That publisher was murdered. The one named...
That explains it.
Oh, let's see. The name was...
Never mind, Herman. Sit down and rest.
Oh, I got it. Brian.
Thanks. Hello, Johnny.
Oh, hello, Lee. Sit down a while.
Don't mind if I do. Guess it's all right for the boss to chin with a guy she hasn't seen in months. How have you been, Johnny?
Okay.
Why didn't you let me know you were here?
I was busy reading this about Brian.
That was real brave killing, wasn't it? Did you know him?
Yeah, a little. Swell fellow. Had a swell wife and kid. It'll be plenty tough on him.
Wife and kid, huh?
Yeah.
You're a funny person, Johnny. When you come out of your shell, you're really human.
But I don't like to see decent people pushed around.
When something big breaks down there in your old stamping ground, it gets under your skin, doesn't it?
What makes you think so?
It's the only time I ever see you take a drink.
Oh, no, say, this is just a celebration. I found out who stole Mrs. Blausmeyer's laundry.
That must have been something.
It was.
You weren't on the level.
Sure, I've been transferred up here now regular.
Well, sir, that's a fine finish for a police career, isn't it? Trying to find stolen laundry in the Bronx.
Well, it's better than being pensioned off with the fire horses. Hey, I'm not kidding myself. It's no use. I'm no use to them downtown anymore.
Oh, with things like this Bryant killing going on, it looks like they need you plenty. They ought to have your whole flying squad back in action.
Oh, no. They don't believe in kicking the rats in line anymore. Nowadays, you're supposed to kiss them and tuck them in.
Your friend McLaren doesn't think so.
Well, McLaren's only a captain. Say, he takes orders, too.
So you just go along staying loyal to McLaren and the police department.
Yeah, that's about it.
And looking for laundry.
Sure. Someday Mac will be back up on top. Then you won't have to worry about me anymore.
Johnny, who killed Bryant?
Al Kruger?
You sure of it?
It wasn't Al himself. One of his stooges. Bugs Brenner, maybe.
How do you know?
Kruger had the most to lose by a cleanup. He controls every racket in town.
Yeah, not the numbers.
The numbers? Yeah, that's small time. If it ever gets big enough, he'll grab it just like he's grabbed everything else. He's got an organization, that guy. Crime Incorporated. Protected right down the line. They can't lay a finger on him until we find out who's behind him, the higher-ups who see to it that he gets away with anything he wants, including murder.
I wish they'd let you take a crack at this job.
Why? Feeling sorry for me?
Maybe. Or maybe it's just because I hate to see a swell guy eating his heart out.
No, forget it, will you? Well, see you around.
When, Johnny? It's a long time between your visits.
I'll make it soon.
Swell.
Hey, I thought you didn't let Muggs into this place.
I don't when I know him.
Well, look who's coming in.
Who is he?
Crail. I sent him up to Sing Sing a couple of years ago.
Well. Hello, Detective Blake.
So the parole board turned you loose on the public again, eh?
Yeah. No thanks to you. Well, I hear they cut down the big shot detective down to size. Gee, it must be tough not to be able to kick the boys around anymore and make them tip their hats to you.
Yeah, but they still do.
To a Bronx flatfoot?
Yeah.
Yeah, and as long as I'm part of the force, they'll keep on tipping the hats. Remember it next time.
All right, everybody, it's all over. Bugsy, throw that guy out. Music, Harry.
Well, I guess we'll go downtown, see what's going on.
You haven't lost the gentle touch, have you, Johnny?
See you soon.
Don't hurt your knuckles.
What do you want?
I want to see Al Kruger.
Yeah?
Blake's the name. Detective Blake.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Hey, Al. Huh? Guy named Blake. Dick. Johnny Blake? Come in, Johnny. All right, Vincey, get out. Hello, Al. How are you, Johnny? Sit down.
Yeah, big night for you, huh? Working overtime?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah, your rackets must be doing all right.
Yeah, about 5,000 last week.
500,000, you mean?
Maybe. I can't count that high. Cigar?
Thanks.
I thought you were homesteading the Bronx. What are you doing in this neck of the woods?
Well, just poking around the old hangout. What do you think of Brian's death?
I was just reading about it. It's too bad. He's a fine fellow.
Yeah. They'll probably blame it on you, Al.
You're telling me. A couple of the boys are up here from headquarters a half hour ago. They were very nice about it, though.
Yeah, that's the trouble. They have to be.
You'd have taken me around the corner and rolled up a newspaper.
Yeah, I guess I would. But I didn't get much out of you the last time I gave you going over.
You came close to it.
Yeah, I wish I'd known it at the time. You'd have gotten some more. I wanted to get you on that rap.
Yeah, good old days.
Yeah. You've traveled a long way since then.
You would have gone a long way, too. You'd thrown in with me the first time I asked you.
Maybe I would.
Listen, you'd been a great help to this business, Johnny. You know more about the inside of this town than any bird that ever lived in it.
But if I'd gone in with you, Al, I'd have done it to nail you.
No, you wouldn't. You never double-cross anyone in your life. Even a crook if he told you something in confidence. You rode the pants off of all of us, but you always let us know where we stood.
And you've always known what I thought of you.
Yeah, but you're the only fella I'd take it from. Listen, I still want you to throw in with me, Johnny.
I'll stick with the department.
After all the kicking around they're giving you?
Mm-hmm.
You're a chump. All you'll ever get out of it is a petty larceny pension. I could do more for you in a year than you'll earn in a lifetime on the force.
Well, maybe I'd like to make my money the hard way.
Well, no. Probably still be asking you 10 years from now.
If you live that long.
Hey, Al, do you see the papers about... Hey, what's he doing here?
Well, if it isn't Bugs Brenner.
How's for getting out of here, Blake?
Hold your horses, Bugs. I asked Johnny here.
Now, never mind, Al. Bugs hasn't been able to forget the week he spent in the hospital after he took that swing at me. I don't think much of him either. I'll see you around. Oh, I forgot to compliment you, Bugs. Nice clean job you did on Bryant.
What are you talking about?
Nothing yet. Good night, Al.
Hey, what's he talking about?
As if you didn't know, you 10-cent thug. I told you to leave Bryant alone.
I don't know anything about him. What's the matter with him? Is he dead?
Yes, he's dead, and you did it. I pulled you off a truck, and you pay me back by taking a chance on ruining a $100 million gold mine. Well, someday you'll get wise to the fact that the strong-arm stuff went out with Prohibition. You're not running liquor anymore. You're in big business. Sit down. Alan?
Plaza 95472.
That's right.
We've just seen the extra, Mr. Kruger. Please come to see us at once tonight.
Yes, sir. Right away. Well, that ought to satisfy you.
Hey, who is that? The big fellas?
The first time they've called in 6 months, and when they call at this time of the night, it means they're going to rake me over plenty. They're liable to pull the props out from under me for this Bryant mess. Well, if they do, it'll be the last thing that'll happen to me.
Hey, Al. Who are these fellas? Who are they, Al?
If you knew, you wouldn't sleep much tonight. Now, beat it.
And the killing of one leader, Mr. Ward Bryant, cannot stop these broadcasts. The march against crime will continue, faithful to the memory of one who died in the service of the people.
Miss Lee.
Shut up, Herman. I want to
The
hear
first step has already been taken. A new police commissioner was recommended by the grand jury last week. A man with a splendid record and fine reputation for honesty and integrity. We are pleased at this time to inform our listeners that the appointment was ratified today. The new police commissioner of this city is Mr. Franklin McLaren.
Herman,
Yes, ma'am?
get Mr. Blake on the phone. Circle 0461.
Yes, ma'am. Say, that's what I've been meaning to tell you. About Mr. Blake.
Well, what?
Well, Mr. Blake got fired from the police force this morning.
Fired? Someone's kidding you.
No, it's true. You ask him. This Mr. McLaren started a big shakeup, and they fired a lot of fellas.
But he was depending on McLaren.
Well, you ask him, Miss Lee. Oh, now, where was I? Oh, yes, see?
Wait, never mind calling. I'll run over and see him.
Well.
Hello, Johnny.
Well, how are you, Lee? I never thought you'd get over this way.
Well, shall we just stand here and swing on the door?
No, come on in. Oh, what are you in an uproar about?
Herman said you were fired.
That's right. Yeah, sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Who did it?
McLaren.
And you were the one that was telling me that when McLaren got on top, everything would be just fine and dandy.
Well, I was wrong.
Sure. It's about time you got wise to yourself. Around this town, the only reason friends pat you on the back is to find an easy place to break it.
Well, you're a friend, aren't you?
I guess you're dumb enough to think so.
No, I'm not dumb, Lee. You like me pretty well. That goes both ways. Women and home life had been in my line, and I'd have fallen for you a long time ago.
Would have been sort of nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't in the cards, Lee.
Yeah. Can't beat the cards, can you?
No.
You didn't get enough salary to save much, did you, Johnny?
Oh, I'll get along.
Suppose you'll be looking for a job.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you might like to come in with me and help me run the numbers game.
What? You've got all the help you need.
Oh, I won't have. It's getting bigger all the time. Some weeks it brings in 10 to 12,000.
12,000 from that penny ante game?
Yeah.
Well, the last time you told me about it, you were only getting in a few hundred.
I know, but they're crazy about it in Harlem, and now it's going over in the Bronx. Oh, please come in and help me run it, Johnny. You could do a swell job of building it up. You'd make a lot of money for both of us.
Yeah, pretty regularly.
You'll do it?
No, not a chance. Any money I made would be just coming out of your pocket. I don't take money away from women.
So long, Johnny.
Hiya, Johnny.
Hi, Louie.
You missed a sweet bundle, Johnny.
Yeah, well, that's too bad.
Yeah, your pal McLaren liked it a lot.
McLaren? Is he here?
Yeah, right over there, see?
Oh, yeah, thanks. See you later. Hello, Mr. McLaren.
Oh, hello, John.
Congratulations on your new job.
Yeah, thanks, John. They told me you were trying to see me today. Sorry I was busy.
Oh, it's okay. I can say it now. I just wanted to thank you for the kick in the teeth.
What? Hey, come here, Blake. I got him, Commissioner.
Yeah, take your hands off
You
me.
can't suck the Commissioner and expect to get away with it. Will you prefer charges, Commissioner?
No, just throw him in the street.
Yeah.
You want another drink, Johnny?
Mr. Blake, to you.
Sure, sorry. I'll freshen this one up.
Hello, Johnny.
Oh, hello, Al.
Mind if I sit down? I just came from the fights.
Yeah, I saw you when I went in.
You don't miss much, do you?
No, it's a habit. How was the main event?
They ought to have had you in the ring. That was a sweet punch, Johnny.
Al McLaren had it coming to him.
Yeah, finally washed up, eh?
Yeah, plenty.
A lot of thanks you got from McLaren and the public.
Yeah, not even that petty larceny pension you were talking about. From now on, I'm going to see what it's like looking out for number one.
That offer is still open, Johnny. I'd like to have you in with me.
Doing what?
I like it a hunch we're in for some trouble. With McLaren and that grand jury on the tear, if there's any weak spots in the organization, I got to find them now. You'd be the first one to spot them. I want you to look over the whole setup, and the only one you answer to is me.
You've got a lot of confidence in me.
I've heard fellas you sent to prison say that if you ever made a deal, you'd see yourself dead before you'd go back on it. Yeah? How about it?
Okay, Al. It's a deal.
Good.
We have come to the end of the first act of Bullets or Ballots, starring Edward G. Robinson, Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger. The curtain will go up on Act 2 after our short intermission. But now, here's something that happened recently, which I would like to have you hear.
You better hurry, Mary. We're going to be late.
All right, just a moment.
Gosh, you've been primping for an hour now.
Don't exaggerate. I'm coming. Don't be cross, Bill.
Well, hello. I thought you'd never show up. Say,
Say, you look wonderful.
You like it?
Like what?
The hat, of course.
Gosh, the hat. Sure, I like it. But I like what's under it better. How about a little kiss? Come on, let's get going. I'm going to be so proud.
There's nothing like a smooth, soft complexion to make a new spring hat do its best. And as a matter of fact, the best-looking spring hat in the world can't do much for the woman who's been careless about her skin. The woman who's let cosmetic skin develop, dullness, little blemishes, and large pores. That's why clever women everywhere take the Screen Stars tip. They use cosmetics all they like, but they're always careful to remove them thoroughly with Lux toilet soap. This mild white soap that 9 out of 10 Screen Stars use has active lather. Let it help you keep skin smooth and soft, lovely to look at, nice to touch. Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Bullets or Ballots, starring Edward G. Robinson with Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger. Fired from the police force, Johnny Blake has gone over to the racketeers as a working part of Al Kruger's crime combined. But now an outraged citizenry demands action. Swiftly and without warning, the new police commissioner cracks down.
McLaren Dynamite's Racketeers! Police start cleanup! Loan Sharks routed! Laundry bucket smashed! McLaren raids jewelry fences!
One by one, the rackets fold, and thousands of dollars are turned back to the taxpayers. In a hotel room, Joe Vinci, the latest racketeer to feel the lash, savagely reads the headlines.
Police raid jewelry fences. 200,000 in diamonds recovered. 200 grand. Well, that fixes my business plenty.
No, you ain't getting it any harder than the others.
It's phony to me. The cops couldn't have found those hideouts without somebody tipping them off, and I'm going to find out who's doing it.
Well, you don't have to look very far. All this has happened since Blake got in.
What are you talking about,
I'm
Bugs?
talking about Blake. I'm going to ask him a few questions. Hello, Louie. This is Bugs. Let me speak to Blake.
Yeah, Bugs. He just drove over to the bank with Al.
Oh, yeah? Well, when he gets back, I want to see him right away.
Sorry. You'll have to move that car. This is a no parking zone. Forget it, copper. This car belongs to Al Kruger. Thanks. Want me to put your name or his on the ticket? You write a ticket for Al Kruger and he'll tie you that nag of yours upside down.
Hey, what goes on? What's the idea of the ticket, Donlin?
What's it to you, Mr. Blake?
What's the matter? Afraid McLaren will fire if you don't get rid of all those parking tags?
No, he's already weeded the rats out of the department.
You wouldn't like to climb down off that horse of yours for a minute, would you, Donlin?
I'd be glad to. Hey, now, wait a minute. Take it easy, Johnny. Well, I'm off. What do you want to make of it? This! Hey, now, wait. Johnny, cut it. Come on,
How's that, Donlin?
Come on, let's get
Department wants lilies, huh? Need a horse to be a cop, do you?
You face rat.
Yeah.
This goes for the whole floor.
Come on.
Johnny Blake, come on, Johnny. Come on. You had enough work for your fist today.
Well, it took two of you to do it, as usual.
Shut up. All right, Donlin? Yeah, call the wagon.
Yeah, call the wagon. Get a whole squad to take me in. Joe, tell Al if he wants me at that meeting on time, better rush the lawyer down.
All right, in here, you.
Thanks. Now, someday, McCoy, I'll run into one of you boys when you're alone.
I'll mark off the days on my calendar.
How are you, Johnny? Well, hello, Mr. McLaren. How'd you get in here ahead of me?
Well, they sent me word that you were on the way.
Did I sock Donlin too hard?
Well, you didn't do him any good. Or me either that night at the fights. You ought to learn to pull those punches of yours, Johnny.
Well, if I'd have pulled them, they'd look phony. How's your jaw?
Still in a sling. What you start the fuss for this time?
Well, I had to see you alone. This was the only way I could manage it.
Well, what happens next?
I wish I knew. Here's another report. The whole poultry racket down through names and addresses. It's a plan of a garage, their business headquarters, and so on. I'm afraid it won't do much good, though, except for raids.
Well, that's good enough for the time being. We're doing pretty well on your information, Johnny.
Yeah, so I've been reading in the papers.
Did you find out who bosses Kruger?
No, all I know is that there is somebody higher up, and he controls everything. Now, we can nail that bird. The whole works will fold up from the inside.
Does Brenner know who it is?
Well, nobody knows except Kruger.
Well, do you think you'll ever get it out of him?
Oh, not a chance.
Well, how are you working it? We've got to know.
Now, look, Brenner is Kruger's number one man. If anything happens to Kruger, and I'm going to see that it does, Brenner steps up. But I'm not going to let him, because I'm going to step into Mr. Brenner's spot.
How?
But I don't know yet.
Is that all you got to tell me?
Well, that's all now, except Keep on smashing them as fast as you get my instructions. When the break comes, I'll know what to do. Until then, you got to play the cards the way I deal them. There's only one thing, though, about it.
What's that?
There's only one thing tough. Well, what about it?
What's that?
Kruger. You know, he's just as much as a rat as the rest of them. He'd knock me off in a minute if he found out. And I'll hate to cross him.
Because you haven't given him an eating break?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't given you one either. We had another man in the force who tried to smash that mob. They threw acid in his face. His headlights don't burn anymore. I handed you a rotten job, Johnny.
Well, I asked for it. Hey, all I know is handling mugs. I'd have come back to work for you if I had to ride a horse or hand out traffic tickets.
Right.
Yeah?
Kruger's lawyer's in the office with a room for you. Come on.
Yeah, all right. Well, so long, Frank.
Take care of yourself, Johnny.
Sure, and as soon as I'm set, you'll hear from me. In the meantime, make them tip their hats.
You heard me, Al. Blake. Nobody else but Blake. I tell you, the guy's double-crossing.
He's right, Chief.
Shut up! Now listen to me.
I said shut up. That means you too, Bugs. I'm running this outfit.
Yeah, but Chief,
You
look,
gotta give us that. Good evening, gents. So, thanks for the fast legal service, Al. What's the matter? What is this, a wake?
It might be. Seen the papers?
New racket raids, net 21. Nice picture of McLaren.
Yeah. The boys think you're working for him. I'm wondering.
I'm not.
Bugs, shut up. What have you got to say, Johnny?
Oh, sure, Al. I just sold you right down the river. The cops said they were sorry they kicked me off the force. McLaren sent me a basket of flowers for hitting him on the jaw. Said if I want to come back, you give me the whole Bronx to wander around in.
I wouldn't clown, Johnny.
Oh, we're wise to you, Blake. You're through.
Oh, no, I'm just starting.
Hey, now listen, copper.
Yeah, take your hands off. I don't like guys that put their hands on me. Let's keep this a business meeting.
All right. Start talking.
Al, I went to work for you because you wanted help. I didn't come to you. You came to me. Now you think I crossed you. Why, I couldn't get a dime a dozen if I handed this whole mob over to the cops, and you know it. I can see now why you need help. Oh, and you need plenty of it.
Al, are you going to let this guy talk his way out?
Shut up!
Keep talking, Johnny.
It never fails, does it? When mugs get in the jam, they always start off by knifing each other. Yeah, I thought you were smart, Al.
What would you suggest?
Let McLaren have his fun. You can't stop him. As soon as he's made a showing, the grand jury will fold right up under him. They always do, you know that.
Yeah, sure. And meanwhile, we sit back and wind up broke.
No, spend your time building up new rackets. So that when McLaren comes up for air, he'll find a dozen more going.
Just pull him right out of the hat, huh?
No, go to work. Quit playing cops and robbers. Stop knifing each other.
I suppose you've got a good racket in mind? Well, name it.
Sure, I've got one. Numbers.
Go ahead.
Now, what's the odds against picking the right number out of from 1 to 1,000?
1,000 to 1.
That's it. We take the last 3 numbers of the racetrack payoff every day. The suckers try to guess it. And the payoff is 600 to 1. Now, that is if anybody picks the right number. Now, a lot of people would try to pick that every day. If $1 would win them 600.
Oh, what are you trying to sell us? That Penny Ante game Lee Morgan's running up in the Bronx and Harlem?
Well, they're so penny ante that she's picking up 12,000 a week out of a few neighborhood stores. Most of the bets are nickels and dimes. 7 million people in this town, and all of them looking for easy money. You just offer them 600 for one and watch this thing spread like a 4-alarm fire. And they won't be playing one number apiece. They'll be picking 4 or 5. Now, if you want to control the winning number, you can pay off on racetrack bets and manipulate the totals. All it needs is organization. Now, you get 1 million people buying numbers every day, and this one racket will clean up 300 million a year. Why, it's easy. It's a cinch.
300 million?
That's it.
Did somebody say something about Penny Ante? All right, you fellas beat it. Mr. Blake and me want to talk business.
Now, wait a minute.
I said beat it!
Okay, Mr. Kruger. Nice talking, Blake.
Now, sit down, Johnny. You know, you're a pretty smart guy.
Yeah? My mother used to say I was going to be president.
Miss Lee, I got to see you right away.
What's the matter, Herman? Where'd you get that shiner?
Oh, Miss Lee, it's important.
Come inside. Well, Herman, spill it.
Well, they took the money away from me. The numbers money, the bag and everything.
Who did?
I don't know, some men. They stopped me on the street. They told me to keep my face out of there. They said I couldn't even make collections no more.
Oh, they did they? All right, sit tight, Herman.
What are you going to do? They're mugs, Miss Lee.
I'm going to tell Johnny Blake about it. He'll run these chiselers right off the end of the 93rd Street dock. Wait here, I'll be right back.
Stunt boy?
Oh, clerk.
Yes, miss?
I was told that Mr. John Blake had moved here.
That's correct.
I'd like to see him, please. My name is Lee Morgan.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Mr. Blake isn't in his room. He left just a moment ago.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Evening. You looking for Johnny Blake?
Why, yes, I am.
My name's Brenner. Maybe I can help you.
I've got to find him right away.
Ain't you the Lee Morgan who runs the numbers game in the Bronx?
Yes?
I hear they started running you out of it tonight.
They won't get away with it.
It's a dirty trick. I don't blame you for gunning for Blake.
Gunning for him?
Yeah. He's the one that's taking it over. Blake.
You're a liar.
He's grabbing it to put himself in strong with Al Kruger. Go in and ask him. He's in the coffee shop.
Yeah? Thanks. Hello, Johnny.
Oh. Lee. Well. Sit down, Lee.
Thanks, but I may not be staying long.
No? What's on your mind?
Just one thing. Are you taking over the numbers game, Johnny? Well, are you?
Yes.
Why?
And I can't tell you.
I see. And I tried to take you in with me. Sort of worked out better to toss it to the wolves, didn't it?
Well, I thought they'd let you keep on running your end.
I guess that wasn't poetry about friends finding an easy place to break the back. So long, Johnny. Good luck to you.
20, 30, 40,000, and one makes 41,000. That's your cut, Johnny.
Thanks. Hey, that's not so bad.
You earned it. That was a great idea, taking over the number.
Sure was.
By the way, you better sink that cash in a safety deposit box. Don't put it in a regular account.
No? Oh, sure. Safe deposit.
Yeah.
I get it. Is that what you do, Al?
Yeah. Well, it's easy to get at. They can't trace it.
Well, you and the bosses must have had to take over a vault.
Yeah, I don't know where they put theirs, but they're plenty happy.
Hey, how about meeting them sometime?
Not a chance. I'm the only one that knows who they are, and I guess they want it to stay that way.
Well, I suppose you can't blame them. Well, good night, Al. Oh, say, what happened to them if you got lost?
Well, pick someone else and keep on going.
Brenner, huh?
No. It would probably be you.
Me?
Yeah. They think you're the best man I've got. But you wouldn't want it, Johnny. It's the top job, but it's the last one a guy ever holds. There's only one way out.
Yeah, that's the payoff for helping them, huh?
Yeah. But don't worry about getting it. I don't intend to get lost.
Oh, sure. Well, good night.
Good night.
Hello? Hello, McLaren?
Yeah.
This is Johnny Blake. I'm ready to go, Mac. Grab Kruger right away.
Now, wait a minute. I can't cover an arrest like that.
Well, you've got to, and put him where nobody can get at him.
What are you going to do, Johnny?
Well, I've got no time to answer questions. Wait a minute, that's not all. Crack down on Brendan Smith racket. Break it up. Smash it, do you hear?
All right, whatever you say.
Well, thanks, Mac. You'll hear from me later. This is the last move.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's intermission and guest time now, but first, a suggestion. Screen stars use Lux toilet soap to help care for million-dollar complexions. They use it as a bath soap, too, because it has active lather that leaves skin fresh and fragrant. Here's what Joan Blondell says. Use Lux toilet soap as a beauty bath. It's the best way I know to protect daintiness. You'll love it. Are you enjoying the luxury of a daily beauty bath with this white, gentle soap Screen stars use? You'll love the delicate, clinging fragrance it leaves on your skin.
you'll be sure of daintiness. Now, our producer.
The battle that Johnny Blake is fighting in our play against racketeering and terrorism is being fought throughout the country by men like tonight's guest, Mr. Frank B. Gumpert, who match the brawn and daring of gangsters with the relentless weapons of science. Mr. Gumpert is the criminologist in charge of the research laboratory of the Sheriff's Office of Los Angeles County. He's a policeman who fights not with machine guns, but with microscopes. Has a degree in law, as a master of sciences, and a doctor of philosophy. He's been technical director of several movies dealing with crime and has worked on some 8,000 cases, 80% of them murders. As a 20th century Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Gumpert, tell us just how you do it.
Well, we have to deal in chemistry, ballistics, physics, toxicology, and handwriting, Mr. DeMille. No one man can be outstanding in all fields. But a laboratory, combining experts in each field, can come pretty close to solving any crime. To me, one of the outstanding values of our laboratory is not its power to convict the guilty, but to free the innocent. Hundreds of times, evidence that might have otherwise convicted a perfectly innocent man, when examined in our laboratory, has freedom of every suspicion.
I know you're perhaps the nation's greatest expert in solving crime with the evidence of human hair. While you might have some difficulties with me, what can you learn from those whose tresses are a bit more abundant?
You do fine, Mr. DeMille, as long as you have a single hair left on your head. From that single hair, we can usually learn a man's approximate age, his environment, the places he visited recently, his type of employment, his personal habits, and frequently, his race. We can also learn a dozen things from a cigarette.
A cigarette?
Yes. Anyone who smokes a cigarette reveals secrets through the saliva that remains on the end, even though many months have elapsed since it was smoked. Saliva tells us what blood group the man who smoked the cigarette belongs to. There are 20 blood groups in which we deal, and often we can eliminate 19 out of 20 suspects by a blood grouping test.
I see it's getting harder and harder to commit murder.
Not to commit it, but to get away with it. But while we solve crimes, the public can do far more than we can do in preventing them. Don't be intimidated by the threats and boasts of racketeers. Every time you surrender, you betray not only yourself, but your neighbors and your community. At the first sign of a threat, get in touch with your local authorities.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, just to prove what an ordinary piece of evidence may reveal, I gave Mr. Gumpert a coat which I wore sometime yesterday. He examined it and is now going to tell exactly what he found out about me from that coat.
You're sure you want me to go through with it?
Yes, of course I do.
We really don't have to, Mr. DeMille.
Backing out, are you?
Okay, Mr. DeMille, you asked for it. I took your coat, and last night beat out all the dust. Here's what it told me. Yesterday morning, you took a walk with a brunette between the ages of 20 and 25. An actress, probably a star. You stopped at Hal Chester's flower stop, bought an orchid, had lunch at the Brown Derby, and ate, among other things, a shrimp cocktail. Later you...
No, that's plenty, thanks. But don't try to tell me you learned that from my coat. You probably followed me.
Sorry, you're wrong. Here's how it's done. A few black hairs on the coat told me the lady's age, and a preparation on the hair revealed that she had something to do with acting under powerful lights. I guessed she was a star instead of an extra, because the face powder also found on the coat was very expensive. You were walking, because if you had been riding, the powder would have been differently placed. It was in the morning, because that particular powder does not look well on a brunette at night. You went to Hal Chester's, because I found the pollen from a cymbidium, that is, a terrestrial orchid, and Hal Chester's about the only store carrying that kind. You went to the Derby, because I found a tiny spot of sauce used for a seafood cocktail, and it contained a trace of an herb, which I won't name, because the chef of the Derby claimed that it is part of his secret shrimp receipt.
You win, Mr. Gumpert. Who was the girl?
Well, that's for you to reveal.
It happened to be my daughter, Catherine.
I have only one suggestion to make. The next time you go to the Derby for lunch, how about asking me along? And thanks for the invitation here tonight.
It's great to take you, Mr. Gumpert. Great. And that's a date. Edward G. Robinson in Bullets or Ballots with Mary Astor, Humphrey Bogart, and Otto Kruger. Confident that the higher-ups will choose him to replace Al Kruger, Johnny Blake has ordered the gangster's arrest. The trap is ready to spring, but Bugs Brenner arrives at Kruger's apartment first. He faces the leader, a revolver in his hand.
forgot the music was going under there. You see, I was ready to finish. Do you mind taking that again, Mr. Mills? There's the door open. There's the door open. No. Could put it in. It might be.
Charlie, it's a good suggestion there. Just at the end of Mr. DeMille's introduction, have a door open there. You mark it, Ray? In his hand. Face of the leader, revolver in his hand, door open. All right, Rudy, if you don't mind.
Confident that the higher-ups will choose him to replace Al Kruger, Johnny Blake has ordered the gangster's arrest. The trap is ready to spring, but Bugs Brenner arrives at Kruger's apartment first. He faces the leader, a revolver in his hand.
Well? Hello, Bugs. What are you doing over here? The cops just smashed my milk racket. And so I'm starting to take over the numbers game.
Let's take that again. That's awfully confused. Rudy, after the shots and the groan, you come up again. Is that it? Into the drum roll. There's another, and then down. Hold it. You sustain that, will you? Sustain that drum roll. We kind of take it out and bring in Miss Astor over it, right?
At the end, yeah.
Yeah. Do you mind taking that once more? Okay.
Bank attention.
Frank. Eddie, you want to play the tips on this?
Frank.
Huh?
Now, leave the shots off this time. Go ahead. Finish that last two, right? I haven't got enough.
Well, Rudy, I'll have to clap my hands so you get the effect of the shots. He's out of shots.
He's out of shot.
Yeah. Oh, shit. What? What? Yeah. Charlie, the first shot, a groan, and then bang, bang, bang. Instead of all together, you see? All right. Once more from Mr. Mills.
Confident that the higher-ups will choose him to replace Al Kruger, Johnny Blake has ordered the gangster's arrest. The trap is ready to spring, but Bugs Brenner arrives at Kruger's apartment first. He faces the leader, a revolver in his hand.
Well? Hello, Bugs. What are you doing over here? The cops just smashed my milk racket. So I'm starting to take over the numbers game.
Al Kruger slain. Racketeer found dead in hotel room. Who is it?
Good morning, Miss Morgan.
Oh, come in. Mr. Brenner, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of news in that paper.
Yeah, who did it?
I don't know. We're trying to find out.
I thought he was your friend.
He was.
You don't seem very upset about it.
Well, ain't no use crying if the dice fall that way.
Well, what do you want?
Do you want to go back in the numbers game?
What are you trying to do, kid me?
Ah, you started the game. You ought to have a share in it.
And I suppose Mr. Blake will let me have it.
He'll have nothing to say about it. I'm running things from now on. If you want the Bronx and Harlem districts, they're yours. And if you need protection, you'll get it.
Yeah? That sounds good. Too good.
You don't trust me, huh?
I don't trust anybody.
Neither do I. You know, we ought to work fine together. How about it?
You're, going to take it away from Blake?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and take it.
Ah, that's the girl. Hey, come on over here. We'll get along swell, you and me, huh?
Yeah. In the numbers game.
Okay. I called the boys for a meeting tonight. They don't know it yet, but they got a new boss. Now, we'll find out who got Al sooner or later. We ain't got any time to waste worrying about it now. The question is, do I run this business from now on or don't I?
That's all right with us. But the bosses might have something to say about it if we ever hear from them.
I'll take care of that.
Why didn't you ask Blake in on this here meeting?
Because he isn't going to be so important from now on. He's the one that sold Al. I'm sitting back waiting for McLaren to run down. It ain't worked out that way. I'm going to put the rackets back in full swing whether there's trouble with McLaren or not.
Sorry I'm late. You holding an election, boys?
It's already been held.
Oh, and you're it, I suppose.
Yeah. You got any objections?
A few.
And what's the first one?
The job was given to me.
When?
The bosses called me in 2 hours after the news broke.
You expect us to believe that?
I told him you might have a few doubts, but I couldn't persuade him to come down here and prove it.
Who are they?
Did Kruger tell you?
No. But I think I'll keep sitting in this seat till I hear from them personally.
Oh, sit any way you want to, but don't try and stop me from carrying out orders. I'm to take charge of the week's collection and have it to him by 10 o'clock tomorrow night. I'll meet you boys at the garage at 6.
Oh, no, you won't. How do we know they called you?
Yeah, how do we know?
Because I'm telling you. Is that enough?
No.
I'll answer that.
Oh, wait.
Get away from that, Blake. Hello? Who? Yeah, he's here. Hey, who is this? Okay. It's for you, Blake.
Who is it?
They wouldn't say.
Well, excuse me, gentlemen. Hello?
Hello, is this John Blake?
That's right.
We'd like to see you, Mr. Blake. Al Kruger told us you could be trusted. When would it be convenient for you to come?
Well, name your time.
Let's say 7 this evening.
Sure, where?
At the Oceanic Bank and Trust Company.
I see.
Ask for Mr. Thorndyke, the president.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'll do that.
Fine.
And I'm sorry I have to run, boys, but I know you would excuse me. I've got an appointment with the bosses. So long.
Sit down, Mr. Blake. My name is Thorndyke.
Oh, yeah, the president, huh?
That's right, and this is Mr. Hollister.
Hi, Mr. Hollister.
What do you do?
And Mr. Caldwell.
Mr. Caldwell of the Caldwells? Oh, so you're the head.
Yes.
Well, no wonder the organization has been so well protected.
Why did you try to take Kruger's job over?
I didn't try to take it over. I took it over.
Didn't you think we might object?
Why should you? I proved that I can run it better than anyone else. Better isn't any good.
You have given us quite a bit of revenue.
Well, I've given you more than any 4 of them put together, and I'll keep on doing it. Provided you give me a few breaks. You know, I'm not in this for fun.
Satisfied, gentlemen?
The job's yours, Blake.
Thanks. You're not making any mistake.
Incidentally, Mr. Blake, you're the only one who will know who we are.
I understand that.
The first thing we want you to do is collect our receipts from the garage tonight and bring them here.
Yeah? Well, I've already arranged to collect them.
Oh.
Will it be all right if I get here at 10?
Quite all right. And now, before we get into detailed instructions, I'd suggest that we have a drink to Mr. Blake's success. How about it, Mr. Blake?
Thanks. It'll taste pretty good. Hello? Hello, McLaren?
Yeah, Johnny?
We're all set, Mac. I'm in with the big shots.
Who are they?
Well, what's the difference? You can't pick them up yet. You'll have to catch them with the dough to make it stick.
Well, go on.
Now, look, I'm meeting the boys at 6 tomorrow night at that garage I told you about. When you see me leave there with the dough, pull up fast and raise the joint. And then send it to 24 and wall. I'll pass that 10 o'clock sharp to meet the big shots in their office. When I give the word, you can make the pinch.
Nice work.
Now, remember, a few minutes after 6 at the garage. And come in shooting. That's all, Mac.
All right, man, in the garage.
Just a minute. Hold your horses.
Hey, let me in.
What's the idea of coming in the back way, Bud?
Cops are after me. Has Blake been here?
No, what's happened?
Nothing, except that he's done what I always said he was going to do. Put the whole crowd in a spot for McLaren. They got everybody except me and Joe raided the garage.
Wait a minute. Johnny was... You worked with the police?
Oh, he's been working for them the whole way. Now, I'm going to pay him off. I'll get him if it's the last thing I do.
Hello, Lee Morgan.
Is Bugs Benner there?
Who's calling?
Tell him it's Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't seen him.
He said I could reach him there.
I'm sorry, but he's not...
Wait a minute. Give me that phone.
What's the matter with
Give
you?
it to me. Hello?
Bugs, this is Joe.
Yeah, go ahead.
I found him, Bugs.
Blake? Where?
He's hiding out. 1124 East 18th.
1124 East 18th.
Yeah, it's an old private house. There's a back stairs leads right to the door of his room.
Okay. Thanks, Joe.
Bugs, what are you going to do?
I'm going to pay Mr. Blake a visit.
Wait, now, listen, Bugs.
Get out of my way.
No,
Get out of my way.
no. Hello? Hello, information? Listen, I want the number of a house at 1124 East 18th Street. Yes, hurry, please.
All right, Blake. You can stop right now.
Who's that? Who's down there?
Bugs. Your old friend, Bugs.
I hear you're making a trip out to see the big fellas, Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a hearse.
Yeah. Too bad, Bugs. You only hit me once out of 4 shots. I guess I did better with only 2. Hello, Lee.
Johnny, I tried to call you. There was no phone here.
Yeah, I know.
Has Brenner been here?
Yeah, he's in there on the floor.
Oh. Are you all right?
Oh, sure. Drive me over to Wall and 24th, will you, Lee? I've got some business.
All right, sure, Johnny. I was afraid he'd kill you. You told me you were working for the police.
Yeah, on and off.
I've been a heel, Johnny. The things I said that night at the hotel.
What you didn't know, forget it.
I tried to stay sore, but it seemed sort of funny not seeing you around. You're all through with it now, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm glad. You can go back on the force. Maybe the Broadway district.
Yeah, maybe. Well, here's where I get off. Thanks, Lee, thanks.
You sure you're all right, Johnny?
Oh, sure. You run along.
I'll wait for you.
No, you'd have to wait too long. Thanks for the lift. Your races, Lee.
I'll remember that.
Will you? Good night.
Good night, Johnny.
Hello, Blake.
How are you, gentlemen?
10 o'clock on the dot. You keep your appointments.
Yeah, I wanted to make the first job perfect. Here's the money.
I'll open it up. Did you have any difficulty with Brenner?
Oh, no. We got along fine.
Well, how does it feel to be head of the organization?
I've been waiting for a night like this for 15 years.
You deserve it.
Thanks. Will you gentlemen need me any more tonight?
No, we'll contact you next week.
Oh, that's fine.
Wait a moment. What's the matter with you?
With me? Oh, nothing. Why?
You're hurt.
Oh, no. Everything satisfactory, gentlemen?
Yes, of course, but you can't...
Well, good night, then, gentlemen. Good night.
Johnny, are you all right?
Hello, Mac. Did you nail him with the dough?
Yeah.
Well, that's that.
Who got you? Brenner?
Yeah.
Oh, where is he?
He's washed up. Check the bullet he put into me with the ones that killed Brian Kruger. They're all from his gun.
You didn't miss a bet, did you?
Well, I tried not to pull the punches this time. I guess Brenner didn't either.
Oh, that's all right. I'm taking you to the hospital.
No, it won't do any good. So long, Mac. Keep kicking him into line, Mac.
I will, Johnny.
Yeah. I'd like to think that when the mugs see a policeman, they'll keep on tipping their hats.
Life and a play end together. And now the late Johnny Blake becomes Edward G. Robinson. And Lee Morgan is once again Mary Astor.
And here's a question, Mr. DeMille, that I've been waiting a long time to toss at Mr. Robinson. Don't you ever get tired of dying, Eddie? Of being Hollywood's favorite bullseye?
Oh, I don't mind being bored by a bullet, Mary, if the results don't bore the audience. But I'll admit it's a distinct relief to be able to die occasionally on the side of the law and orders I did tonight in Bullets of Ballots. But how did you like the story?
Speaking as Lee Morgan, not so much. You just about ruined my life by dying. But speaking as Mary Astor, well, Eddie, I've learned that anything connected with the name Lux must be good.
Uh-huh.
I found that out years ago when I started using Lux soap. Anyone who's at all fussy about her looks knows that Lux soap is about the nicest, most dependable complexion care there is. I guess I'm like most actresses in Hollywood because I'm never without it. Incidentally, Mr. DeMille, the last time Eddie was on this show, didn't I hear him promise you a job on his own program, Big Town?
He certainly did. He even gave me a name. I was to play Benny the Bomber. But that's the last I've heard about it.
Well, the truth is I haven't had a spot lately for a torpedo. Besides, I don't think you'd be much of a pineapple juggler, Mr. DeMille.
Oh, then couldn't I play a detective sometime?
Oh, sorry. No experience.
Well, couldn't I take some lessons from Mr. Gumpert?
Say, I might have an opening on Big Town at that.
Oh, thanks, Eddie. Thanks.
Well, sure,
you
send
mean
that.
it?
Oh, pardon. Yeah. Sure, send that Mr. Gumpert around sometime. He sounds like a great bet. I remember Keep tipping your hat.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. Don't give up. I'm sure you'd make a perfectly lovely Benny the Bomber.
Thank you, Mary. Good night. So long, copper.
You'll hear from Mr. DeMille again in just a moment when he brings great news about next Monday's program. Our stars were assisted tonight by Wallace Clark as McLaren, Edward Marr as Joe Vinci, Lindsay McHarry as Ward Brandt, Chester Clute as Herman, Wally Mayer as Crail, Galen Galt as Doorman, Lou Merrill as Thorndyke, and so and so. Mary Astor's new film is Paramount's Midnight. Humphrey Bogart is from Warner Brothers Studio and is now appearing in Dark Victory, which stars Betty Davis and also features George Brent. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studio. He directed music there for the story of Alexander Graham Bell. Here's news for our Canadian listeners. Beginning this week, 29 Canadian stations are joining our network for the broadcast of The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap bring you this enthralling story about the love and problems of a young, attractive woman doctor every afternoon, Monday through Friday. Look in your newspapers for the time and station. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
An average young man marries into a wealthy family, only to find that neither big business nor a glittering social life can alter his affection and ambition for a racehorse named Broadway Bill. Bill's adventures on the racetrack and our hero's experiences with his wife's relatives provide the gay romantic play you'll hear next Monday night. And leading Broadway Bill to our barrier will be two Hollywood stars who are favorites at heavy odds, Robert Taylor and Francis D. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Francis D. in Broadway Bill. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer has been Melville Rourke. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 This is the Columbia
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Francis D. in Broadway Bill with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn.
Lux presents Hollywood. Broadway Bill, the story of a young man and three characters who dominate his life. Two girls and a racehorse. Broadway Bill brings to our microphone Robert Taylor, Francis D., Gail Patrick, and Raymond Walburn, with one of the greatest personalities of the American turf, Alfred G. Vanderbilt, as the evening's special guest. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. And now, before hearing from our producer, some timely news for the ladies. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the thrifty care for your silks, rayons, cottons, linens, and woolens. Just a few flakes make so many suds. A penny's worth of Lux goes a long, long way. For instance, about a penny's worth of Lux, unless the water is hard, will do your underthings 3 times, your stockings 4 times. Just a little more than a penny's worth will do a sweater and a dress. And in hard water, just a bit more Lux softens the water, gives you an abundance of suds. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And it's safe. Safe for everything, safe in water alone. So keep the generous large-size box handy, and remember, Lux is safe and it saves. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The actor who plays the title role in tonight's play has never been on Broadway, and what's more, has refused to speak a word over our microphone. It's no breach of confidence to tell you that Broadway Bill is a racehorse. And to star with him, we've chosen 2 of the screen colony's foremost lovers of horseflesh, Robert Taylor and Francis D. Right now, some 30 head of horses are grazing on the 1,000-acre ranch owned by Miss D and her famous husband, Joel McRae, who co-stars for me with Barbara Stanwyck in Union Pacific. While also out in the San Fernando Valley, Robert Taylor devotes many of his off-screen hours to raising and riding some of the finest thoroughbreds this side of Kentucky. When she's not in the saddle, Miss D's favorite means of locomotion about the ranch is an old-fashioned buggy left by a former owner. That buggy is rather typical of the style of living on the D. McCrae premises. They have no phone there, and when Paramount wants to get in touch with her, they signal frantically by shortwave radio. Miss D makes her Lux debut tonight as Alice Higgins. Robert Taylor is here through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio, where he started his screen career for $35 a week. He came to Hollywood from Pomona College and his hometown, Beatrice, Nebraska. A small-town boy who played the cello, won prizes for oratory, and wanted to be a psychiatrist. He'll appear shortly with Myrna Loy in MGM's Lucky Night and comes to our stage as Dan Brooks. Welcome is also written on the doormat in great big letters for Gail Patrick, who just completed Man of Conquest for Republic. Gail is the most vociferous rooter for our local baseball club, the Hollywood Stars. And tonight she plays Margaret. Raymond Walburn again shows his superiority in character roles in the part of Colonel Pettigrew. Our stars are at the post. The weather is clear, the track fast, and we're off as the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Francis D. in Broadway Bill with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn. The thriving little town of Higginsville, named for its founder and first citizen, Jeremiah L. Higgins, who lived in Higgins Park, if we may believe the bronze plaque on his statue, from 1790 to 1844. While he's long since been laid to rest, another J.L. in the person of his grandson carries on, still very much Higginsville's public citizen number one. From his office on Main Street, he controls the destiny of his tiny world.
And I want them at my house tonight. All of them.
Yes, J.L.
And on the dot of 8.
Yes, J.L.
Especially Mr. Dan Brooks, if he can spare the time.
Yes, J.L.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go call him.
Yes, J.L. Sorry, J.L.
Oh, Miss Peterson, I've been waiting to see you.
Not now, Mel. J.L.'s on a rampage. This is the first of the month, and there's a usual board of directors meeting. I have to call all his sons-in-law and remind them. Hand me that list, Mel.
What list?
What do you think? The J.L. Higgins Iron Company, the J.L. Higgins Furniture Company, the J.L. Higgins Department Store, Real Estate Company, Lampshade Corporation, Paper Box Company. You know, I never have understood why J.L. didn't take over Old Man Sumter's undertaking parlor while he was at it.
Give him time. Give him time. Higgins, that's not a family. It's a disease. Here's them numbers.
No, just watch the little boys jump.
This is Mr. Winslow speaking, Mrs. Peterson. Meeting? Of course I'll be there. Just tell J.L. he can count on me. Mr. Early speaking. Meeting tonight? Thank you. I'll be there right on the dot.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Peterson. I wouldn't miss it. 8 o'clock. Tell Mr. Higgins I'd be delighted.
Yes, this is Mrs. Brooks. No, Mr. Brooks isn't at home, Mrs. Peterson. Well, are you sure he isn't at his office? Oh, I see. Well, don't worry. I'll see that he gets my father's message about the meeting. Mary.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Will you try to reach Mr. Brooks, please? Tell him there's a family meeting tonight. My father wants him to be there.
Yes, ma'am. Where shall I call him, ma'am?
If I'm not mistaken, you can reach Mr. Brooks at the race.
There he goes into the stretch. Come on, Broadway Bill. Give him his head, Whitey.
How's he doing, Dan?
Oh, swell. Come on, Bill. Ride him, Whitey. Come on, boy. That's it. Oh, what time? What time?
What did he make it in?
1:40.
1:40. Gee, that's marvelous.
Bring him over here, Whitey.
How's that, Mr. Dan? If this horse is going as fast, nobody's going to see him with the naked eye.
Nice riding, Whitey. Nice going, Bill.
Hot diggity dog, look at that there rooster there, Mr. Dan. He's coming right to set right upon Broadway Bill's neck.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, Miss Alice here been training that Skeeter to do that.
Skeeter, that's the rooster's name, Dan. I christened him.
Well, mascot and everything, huh? All right, Whitey. Take Bill in and rub him down.
Yes, sir. Come on, Broadway Bill. Get up there.
Incidentally, Alice, I'm beginning to think you know more about this horse than I do. You've been hanging around the stable an awful lot lately.
Want to make something out of it?
No. I was just thinking of Emperor Higgins. You better not let him catch you, Princess.
Emperor J.L. Higgins doesn't know I'm alive. I'm just the young brat of the household.
Well, you will stay single. If you'd get married and give him another son-in-law,
You'd have to be pretty clever to do that.
Huh? Oh. That's right. Funny, but you've always seemed just as much one of J.L.'s daughters as Margaret herself. Somehow I can't get it through my head that you're just a lowly niece.
Lowly's the word. The black lamb daughter of a black sheep brother. Ever hear about my dad?
No, I don't mention him much.
No. He was the one Higgins in history who refused to hig. You know what he did? Threw over his whole share in the family enterprises to get away from this place and do the things he wanted to do.
Swell.
Oh, he never exactly found any pots of gold lying around. But he did find what's more important. I never saw my mother. She died when I was born. And I only had Dad till I was 11.
That was pretty tough.
Yeah. But Dad had a sort of creed, I guess you'd call it. He said, you've got just one life, remember that. And always make the best of it. J.L.'s helped me to do that. All the affection he was too proud to show Dad, well, he's poured it out to me. He's treated me like a daughter, all right. And I love the old tyrant. Hey, listen to me, will you? The biography of Alice Higgins in 6 easy chapters. Well, I've got to go now, Dan. How about tomorrow? Another workout for Broadway Bill?
Sure. But, Alice, if you got other things to do...
No, thanks. I love to watch that horse run. Only thing is, I'd like to see him run against something besides jackrabbits.
Yes, so would I. He ought to be racing right now. He's got everything, that horse. Stamina, breeding, everything.
Dan, the Imperial track opened last week.
Yeah, don't I know it?
Why don't you, Dan?
What?
Take Broadway Bill down there and start him racing.
You crazy? What about my job?
Oh, what about it? You've been wanting to chuck it and Higginsville, too, ever since you got here.
Listen, when I came here, I was just a racetrack mug, a bunch of horses and nothing else.
Now? You happy now, Dan?
Sure, of course I am.
Sure. Of course you are. Well, so long, Dan. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Brooks, I've been looking all over for you. Your wife wants you to come right home. Oh, and says to remind you there's a family meeting tonight.
Get out of here.
Huh?
You heard me. I said... never mind. I'm sorry, kid. Thanks. He made it in 140. What do you think of that, Margaret?
Who made what in 140?
Broadway Bill, and with Whitey up, too.
Oh, Dan, you're not dressed yet. Do you want to be late for the meeting?
Late for it? I want to duck it completely.
Don't talk nonsense. Here, fasten my dress.
Okay. But look, darling, there's a swell full moon out. Let's go and sit under it all night. For 2 nights. For a week.
Dan, Father expects us at that meeting, and we're going to be there.
All right, suppose we aren't. What difference does it make? Your father will do all the talking, and we'll just sit there with our heads on a hinge. I'll tell you what, let's just stand in front of the house and throw rocks at the windows.
That'd be cute. Oh, Dan, when are you going to grow up?
Sure, I know. I'm a big businessman now. Crown Prince of the Higgins dynasty, husband of the eldest daughter, and... See, why don't you put a zipper on this thing?
Someday you'll be calling the meetings. You wouldn't want others to throw rocks.
If they didn't, they'd be saps. There you are, all fastened.
Now, hurry and dress.
Margaret, listen to me.
Well?
Suppose I should tell you that I'm miserable here, that I'm dying a slow death. Would you go away with me?
Where to?
Someplace where I can earn my own living, doing the things I want to do.
Back to the racing business, I suppose, so that I can live in cheap boarding houses, not knowing where my next meal's coming from.
Well, isn't that better than this? Isn't it better than having your husband a parasite who only holds his job because he's married to you?
Oh, Dan. Oh, you're just tired, Dan. I'll speak to Father about a vacation for you.
Vacation. You'll never get it into your head that this isn't just a whim of mine, will you? Look, Margaret, I was around horses since I was a kid. They're in my blood.
Of course. And you were marvelous to give them up. I appreciate it. Now kiss me and finish dressing.
Did I ever tell you the story of Broadway Bill, about his mother? She was blind, you know.
Here's your tie, dear.
Well, when Bill was born, the old mare had a problem on her hands. She wanted to be near her baby, but she couldn't find him. It was pitiful. Well, then I got an idea. I put a bell around Broadway Bill's
Dan,
neck.
will you hold still? How can I tie your tie?
I'm sorry, darling. Well, after a while, an amazing thing began to happen. Broadway Bill realized that something was wrong with his mother. He'd never leave her side. Yes, sir, all the other colts had run lickety-split all over the place, but not him. He stuck by his mother, leading her with that bell of his everywhere she went. Now, what do you think of that?
It's beautiful. Now, where's your coat?
How can I help loving the guy after all that? Look, come here to the window. I want to show you something. Now, listen. Hear that? That's Bill. Isn't that swell?
You're still Huckleberry Finn, aren't you, darling? And now, if you'll hurry up, I'll let you go searching for pirates after the meeting.
Okay, Margaret. I guess you just don't get it.
You have the time, Mr. Early?
Of course, J.L. It's just 5 minutes past 8.
Thank you. And what does your watch say, Mr. Winslow?
Why, 8:05 is right, J.L. 15 seconds.
15 is right, J.L.
Don't tell me that turnip of yours has stopped, J.L. I thought the sun came up by it.
This is no occasion for humor, Alice. I was merely checking my own time to give Margaret and Mr. Brooks the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, it seems to me when all the rest of the family can manage to get here on time, Mr. Brooks might manage it, too.
Matilda?
Yes, Father, sorry.
Good evening, Father.
Hello, everybody.
You're late, Margaret. Late, Dan.
Yes, we are, J.L. I'll tell you how it was.
If you please, we will start the meeting.
Sure. Hiya, Princess.
Hi. How's it feel to be in the doghouse?
First of all, regarding the Acme Lumber Company. At 10 o'clock this morning, it became the Higgins Lumber Company. I hope you all approve.
Oh, yes.
Naturally, J.L.
Oh, a wise move, J.L.
Dan?
Of course, J.L.
For the time being, the new company has no active head. It will remain so until... Well, I'm sure you all know what I mean.
Sure we do, J.L. You mean until I provide the family with another in-law. Well, you'd better not wait.
What's that, Alice?
The man I marry won't care for the lumber business. If he does, I won't marry him.
Don't you be impudent, Alice.
Sorry, J.L., but it goes.
Now to other matters. I'm happy to say that all the Higgins enterprises are doing excellently. That is all except the Higgins Paper Box Company. There, in fact, the sales have decreased 22%. Mr. Brooks, can you offer any explanation?
Nope.
Then I trust you won't mind if I suggest a cure. Namely, more application on your part. More attention to business and less attention to that ridiculous horse.
What's your point, J.L.?
It's quite obvious. 3 years ago, you came to this town penniless, a man with questionable background, some sort of an association with the racetrack business, I believe. But I overlooked that. You and Margaret were in love, and I gave my approval to your marriage. I even placed you in charge of the Higgins Paper Box Company, the largest of the Higgins enterprises. You were the envy of my other sons-in-law, Mr. Early and Mr. Winslow. In fact, you still are.
Oh, now, J.L.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Please. For 2 years, you were successful, Mr. Brooks. This last year, you've not been. Therefore, beginning tomorrow, I shall expect you to devote yourself exclusively to business. And I shall insist that you dispose of that horse. See that it's done. Now,
Wait
regarding
a minute, Mr. Higgins.
Dan.
Well?
I have no intention of selling my horse. As a matter of fact, I'm leaving Higginsville in the morning.
Hooray! Bravo, Dan. Bravo.
Alice!
You're right, J.L. I have neglected the business. And the reason is simple. I hate it. I stuck it out for 3 years, and I've been miserable every minute of the time. For years, we've been making the Higgins special paper box for 4 cents and selling it for 5. If only once we made it for 5 cents and sold it for 4, even that'd help.
What do you mean?
I know I sound crazy to you. Maybe I am. But somehow you strike me the same way. The only thing you're interested in is gobbling up money.
Now, you be careful what you say, Dan.
Look at you, J.L. You haven't had a vacation in 40 years. You're just rotting away in your own little kingdom. Well, I'm getting out. And as for that horse of mine, Mr. J.L. Higgins, I wouldn't give him up for you or anybody else. If it weren't for Broadway Bill, I'd have been out of this town a long time ago. I was broke when I got here, and I'm leaving the same way. There's nothing out of Higginsville that I want. So, if it's all the same to you, you can accept my resignation. I'll wait for you in the car, Margaret.
You needn't bother. I'm staying right here.
Margaret, what's the matter with you? You can't let him go alone. He loves you.
Alice, this is none of your affair.
It is my affair. I won't sit by and see Margaret throw away her life.
What I choose to do is my own business. Dan, you say you don't belong in Higginsville, and you never did. Well, I do. We'll leave it at that.
But, darling, you're my wife, and I've got to go.
You're my husband, and I'm going to stay.
All right. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
You have just heard the first act of Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis D. with Gail Patrick. During our brief intermission, we bring you the Browning family. It's late afternoon, and all is quiet in the house. Only Great Aunt Cynthia, who is visiting the Brownings, is at home. She's a rather grim, determined old lady who is constantly bewildered by the ways of her up-to-date young nieces. But wait, here comes 16-year-old Dot now, home from a shopping trip.
Mother! Your mother's out, Dorothy. What is it?
Oh, hello, Aunt Cynthia. Look what I just bought.
What is it?
A new slip. Oh, isn't it a honey, Aunt Cynthia?
Looks perishable to me.
Why, Auntie, it's what we always wear.
Silk and lace. In my day, young girls wore more practical things.
But, Auntie, it's so much more fun wearing soft, silky things.
But they don't last.
Oh, but they do. You see, we Lux our things after each wearing. And it's just wonderful the way Lux Flakes keep our things new looking a long, long time. Well, look at my slip. I've had it over a year.
Over a year? Well, it looks new to me.
You can thank Lux Flakes for that. Better try it, Auntie. Think how glamorous it'll keep your things.
Really, Dorothy? Glamorous at my age? Well, I must try Lux.
It looks as if Dot has won Aunt Cynthia over to her side. She's right about Lux Flakes, you know. They do keep underthings new-looking longer. Gentle Lux has no harmful alkali. Absolutely nothing to spoil any color or fabric that's safe in water alone. It quickly removes perspiration and leaves your things fresh and lovely looking. For daintiness, Lux underthings after every wearing. Your blouses and dresses, often. And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And now we're ready for the second act of our play. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis D., with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn. With Broadway Bill and the stable boy Whitey, Dan Brooks left the royal empire of the Higgins family and went to the Imperial Racetrack. Starting on a shoestring, he is determined to make a living by racing his horse. But things haven't been going any too well. Back home in Higginsville, Alice runs into Margaret's room, waving the sports section of the newspaper.
Margaret, did you see this?
Sit down, Alice. What is it?
In the sporting section, it's about Dan.
What about him?
All the rotten luck. Dan, he had Broadway Bill in a race yesterday, just a little one. And, well, listen. Hard luck horse of the day was a newcomer to Imperial named Broadway Bill. He acted badly at the post, delaying the start of the race nearly 10 minutes, and then proceeded to throw his rider and thus lose whatever chance he may have had to crash into the winner's circle. Broadway Bill
you needn't read anymore. I heard about all that from Dan. There was a letter from him this morning.
What did he say?
Oh, how he's sorry, and he hopes I understand, and he still loves me.
No, I mean about the race.
Oh, I don't know. The horse won't run without some rooster or some such ridiculous thing.
Skeeter!
Yes, that's it.
Did you send it to him?
Don't be absurd.
But, Margaret, Broadway Bill needs him. He can't win without him. Don't you want him to win?
I want Dan to get this nonsense out of his head and come back.
I don't think he's coming back.
Oh? Well, if that's the way he feels about it, perhaps that's all right, too.
Look, Margaret, I know you've never liked me very much, and I suppose it's pretty fresh of me to give you advice. But don't do it, Margaret.
Do what?
Give him up. Oh, I know you haven't yet, but you're thinking about it. Why don't you go down there with him? Dan is worth hanging on to, Margaret. He's wonderful.
What are you so excited about?
He loves you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
If he loves me, he'll come back. It's the only way I'd be interested.
You deserve to lose him.
Alice.
You're just like all the rest of the Higgins tribe. Hard and cold and practical. I hope you do lose him.
It just ain't no use, boss. Tain't only that race the other day, but it's the way he's been working out mornings. He just won't run without that rooster. Think she'll send it, boss?
I don't know, Whitey. We'll enter Broadway Bill again this week and hope for the best.
You got the $25 entrance fee, boss?
Yeah.
Well, you better hope for that first.
Don't worry, I'll get it if I have to. Hey, look out there. Isn't that Colonel Pettigrew?
Looks sure enough like him.
Hey, Colonel. Colonel Pettigrew. Whitey, this is straight from heaven. Hey, Colonel, over here.
Well, Dan Brooks, as I live and breathe. Glad to see you, my boy. Glad to see you.
How are you, Colonel?
Exceptionally well, thank you.
Well, come on in.
Happy, come here, Dan. This is an old friend and business associate, Mr. Oscar McGuire, laughingly known as Happy.
How do you do?
All right.
Well, sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, this is like old times, Dan.
Colonel, I'm certainly glad to see you. I need a friend right now.
Well, you know me, Dan. Anything at all. Anything at all.
That's swell. Look, Colonel, I got a horse, Broadway Bill. He's right on top and raring to go. All I got to do is get him up to that starting gate. He'll do the rest.
You fine. We must get him up there at the first possible moment.
Oh, that's great, boy. Am I glad I saw you.
Nothing at all. You'll be glad a little later. Dan, confidentially, I've got a little proposition down here at the track that figures to clean up $160,000, and I'm going to let you in on it.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir. Just for old time's sake.
Yeah, that's mighty nice of you, Colonel.
Nothing at all. It's going to need a little financing, though.
I need what?
Oh, nothing substantial, mind you. A mere matter of $50 placed on a horse I have in mind, and the winnings to be placed on a series of sure things. It can't miss, my friend. It can't miss.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you trying to borrow $50 from me?
Oh, vulgarly speaking, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to borrow $25 from you.
Oh, dear. Well, it looks like a deadlock. I'm sorry, Dan.
Yeah, so am I.
However, I expect to be rolling in wealth in a few days. You look me up then. Do that, Dan.
Sure, I will.
Come along, Happy, my friend. There are greener pastures just over the hill.
Yeah, that's where the poorhouse is, ain't it?
Easy, Bill. Easy, boy. Easy.
Oh, get on now, Bill. Get on. That's the way he's been all the time, boss. Restless like. He won't be no good at all unless we get
Oh, shut up about that rooster.
Yes, sir. It's just that I kind of figured
Hey,
that...
what's that?
What?
What is it?
Boss, I ain't gonna even guess.
Skeeter!
It's Skeeter.
Hello.
Princess!
Well, here we are, me and Skeeter.
Princess, you're a message from the gods. Give him to me. Here you are, Bill. Here's your boyfriend. Get up there on his back, Skeeter.
Yeah, man, look at that. Snapping out of it already.
How about it, Bill, old boy? Happy?
Is he? Oh, Princess, I could kiss you.
Dan, in front of your horse. Nice little place you've got here.
Yeah.
Who sleeps on the cot, so you or the horse?
None of your cracks, Princess. Come on, sit down. Tell me everything. How's Margaret? When's she coming down?
Well, she's fine, but I don't think she's coming down. Matilda has the grip, and, well, you know.
Yeah, sure, I know. Well, give her a kiss for me when you get back, will you?
But I'm not going back. I'm stopping at the hotel in town.
Oh, now, hey, cut it out. You're taking the next train back to Higginsville. Hey, wait a minute. Give me your purse. 10, 20, 25. There, I'm leaving you some.
Thanks.
They got it, Dan. That's me. Wait a second. This isn't Higgins' money, is it?
No, it's my own.
That's all right, then. This 25 is going to enter Bill in a race tomorrow. He wins it, earns 500, goes into the handicap and wins 25,000. And the little princess gets her original investment back with a swell present from Dan for interest.
I can hardly wait.
Now, you better beat it back to Higginsville. Go on, now.
Sorry, but I'm staying here until the big race is over.
Are you crazy? What'll Emperor Higgins think?
Hang the Emperor.
Another revolutionary, huh? Beautiful heiress scorns empire.
Think I'll have any difficulty down here?
Well, what do you think you're going to do? Find yourself a nice rosy-cheeked peasant and get married?
Swell idea.
Great. Got anybody in mind?
Oh, you...
What about that guy back home? Come on, tell Dan. What's he like?
All right. He's perfect. He's the ideal man. He's 11 feet tall, no ears, and eats little children. You satisfied?
Hey, Princess, don't get sore. Hey, what's the matter with her? 137. That's what the time was on him just now. You know what that means?
Yes, sir, boss. It means that horse is just plain greased lightning, only without no grease to hold him back.
Whitey, it's in the bag. We've kissed our last trouble goodbye.
Just one thing worries me, boss.
What's that?
Old Pop, that feed man. He sure is fixing to get that money here.
Forget it. All we have to do is stall him off until after the race.
Oh, me, I wish that big race was... Boss, is my nose lying or does I smell eatments?
What do you think? You're right. Take care of Bill.
Hi, partner. About time you got here. Hurry and clean up or you'll be late for dinner.
Hey, what is this? I thought you went home.
Get out of my way. How can I cook if you clutter up my kitchen?
Wait a minute. Where'd you get the food?
You let me worry about that. Whitey tells me you haven't been eating.
Oh, he's crazy. We
can't win races if you don't eat.
I'm not running. What's all this? All these cans of stuff.
Well, I thought while I was buying stuff for dinner, I'd sort of lay in a supply.
Princess, you're pretty swell. Now tell me, what's the idea?
Don't bother me. I'm here and I'm going to stay here.
Okay. Which of these cans do we open tonight?
Oh, the split pea soup and the succotash.
The split pea soup and the succotash, huh? Well, give me the can opener. Oh, the split pea soup and the succotash had a fight once upon a timer. Said the split pea soup to the succotash, without corn you'd be just lima. I never took a lesson in my life. Oh, gosh darn, said the succotash, you're not so much yourself,
What makes you so happy tonight?
Happy? Well, I'll tell you. I'm happy because at last the old man with the whiskers has his armor on my shoulders. I'm happy because I entered Broadway Bill in a $500 race tomorrow with the money you forced on me. I'm happy because we're going to win it, and that means we can enter the handicap. And that means our troubles are over. Oh, gosh darn, said the succotash, you're not so much yourself, what rhymes with selfa?
You do want to win that race, don't you?
Sure, I got to. Got to have money to do things. Princess, before I get through, I'm going to have the finest string of thoroughbreds in the country.
Starting to rain.
Margaret will be proud of me then. She'll have to be. Doesn't think much of me right now. I got to show her.
Don't be silly.
That's why I got to win that big race. I got to get her out of Higginsville. Think I ever will?
Sure. Sure you will.
Say, boss, rain's coming in here where Broadway Bill's stall is.
Margaret just wants to be shown. That's all. She really isn't.
Boss, the roof's leaking.
What?
The rain. It's coming in on Bill. One real storm, boss.
Dan.
Come on. Easy, Bill. Easy, boy. It's all right. Take it easy. Hey, Whitey, those rags over there. Take them and get up there and stuff that hole in the roof just above Bill. Hurry up.
Yes, sir, boss.
Alice, close that window. Easy, Bill. Easy, boy.
Are you all right, Dan?
I don't know. He just came in from the track. If he gets a chill now, it'll be all off.
Boss, look at his legs. He got a chill sure enough. He's shaking all over right now.
Is he all right, Doctor? How about it?
He's a long way from all right. A mighty sick animal. High fever and needs a lot of care and rest.
But, Doctor, he's supposed to run in a race today.
Race? You want to kill him?
Well, how about Saturday, Doc? He's got to run Saturday. That's the big race.
Saturday, eh? Well, can't tell. Animals are funny. Sometimes they snap out of these things like that. But even so, it's a risk. Bad strain on his heart so soon after a fever like this. But whatever you do, don't run him before then. Give him all the rest you can.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks a lot.
Okay, and I'll send that medicine.
Gee, boss, that old man with the whiskers don't appear to me to be working so good. If Bill is still too sick to run on Saturday...
Oh, he won't be. Will you, Bill, old-timer? You're going to be right in there with him, aren't you?
Dan, he looks so pathetic.
I tell you, he's all right. I'm sorry, Princess. It's just that I...
Sure, I know.
Well, one thing's a cinch. Bill can't run today. That means we still got to raise the $500 for entry fee.
Yeah, but how, boss?
I don't know yet.
Where are you going?
Find the colonel and Happy. There must be some way in this town to raise $500.
Good luck.
Gosh, Miss Alice.
I know. Things sure look terrible. But moaning about it won't change them. Whitey, haven't you got any ideas?
Ideas? Yes'm, I got 2 of them right here.
You mean a crap game? You might win?
Listen, Miss Alice, the way Lady Luck has been frowning at us, I couldn't win a bad nickel.
But you could try. Wait a minute. Whitey, it's possible that you might win, say, $200 today and another $200 or so tomorrow, isn't it? I mean, if you came and told Dan he'd believe you.
Yes'm, I reckon so.
Whitey, you stay here and nurse Bill. Little Alice has a job of her own to do.
What about it, Colonel? Any luck?
Dan, it's a little unfortunate. To be frank, we had an excellent proposition, Happy and I. Got a stranger, to pay us $25 for the exclusive information that a horse named Doughboy was a cinch in the 4th race.
Yeah, well, where's the 25?
Wait a minute. Hear all, my friend. Hear all.
I am abashed to confess, Dan, my boy, that in some strange way, the rumor that the stranger spread like wildfire. In fact, it even came to my own tender ears.
You mean you bet the 25 on your own phony tip?
Alas, my head is bowed, Danny, my lad. I did.
Yeah, and Doughboy was never heard from again.
I'm sorry, Dan. Sorry. Yes, I am, yes.
Well, you tried anyway. Looks like a big job ahead of us tomorrow. Here's all I could raise, $56.
Dan!
Yeah, what is it?
It's Whitey. He's got money.
Here you are, boss.
Well, thanks, Whitey, but... Hey, there's 108... 200... There's $210 here.
Yes, sir.
Don't wake me. I'm dreaming.
But how, Whitey? Where did you...
I still got my bones, boss.
Oh, Whitey, yours...
Dan, listen.
It's Bill.
He's up. He's on his feet again.
Sure he is, and look at his eyes, clear as spring water. You're all right now, aren't you, Bill?
Think you'll be able to run, boss?
You bet he'll run.
Yeah, forgive me for adding a solemn note to this festive moment, but you've still got less than 300 simoleons for that entry fee.
Yeah,
you need 5.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Whitey, those dice of yours, do you think they can perform as well tomorrow as they did today?
I don't know, boss.
Of course they can, Whitey. You know they can.
Well, I guess so, Mr. Boss. Miss Alice says so. I reckon they can.
Well, back for your watch already, miss? Your luck must have changed.
No, I want to know how much you can give me on this ring.
Let's see. About 150.
I need 200.
I can't. I'm sorry. 160 is the limit.
Yes, but I've got to have... Wait a minute. This coat. It's mink. How much for that?
But I don't take furs, miss.
That's security, isn't it? Give me 220 on both the ring and the coat, and that's all I need. Please.
All right. As long as it's you. 220.
Oh, thanks. Whitey,
Yes, sir, Miss Alice.
this man will give you $220. I'll take it to Mr. Dan and tell him you can enter Broadway Bill in the big race.
Yes, ma'am.
Split pea soup and succotash were in love one spring and summer, till a split pea soup caught the succotash on the vest of a traveling drummer.
Hey, must you do that?
No.
That's a relief.
Ah, what an evening. Say, aren't you chilly without a coat?
No, I left it up at the hotel. Well, I'd better say goodnight, Dan.
No, don't go yet. Sit down. It's a swell night. You know, Princess, I'm a very lucky fella.
Your old man with the whiskers has certainly been on the job.
Yeah, you bet I got everything. Great horse inside there, beautiful wife. A nice soft shoulder on which to lay my weary head. Princess?
Huh?
Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
You're not really Higgins at all. I bet you had some real nice people in your family somewhere. Pirates or something.
Dan, suppose you lose the race tomorrow. What then?
No, we can't lose.
But if we do?
Back to Higginsville. Promised Margaret. Told her if Bill loses that race tomorrow, I don't know anything about horses. Might just well make paper boxes. But we won't lose, Princess. You can't if you wish hard enough. You know what I believe?
What?
That you can wish for something so hard you wish it into existence. You try that sometime.
I have tried it. Lots of times.
I should worry. I got a great horse. Even answers when I call to him. You know that? Listen. Must be asleep. Well, he'll get it this time. Hey, that's funny. He always answers when I whistle to him. Hey, Bill, what's...
Danny's gone.
Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, I've been looking for you. They took him. They done took him.
Who, Whitey? Who took him?
Mr. Jones, the feed man. He come with the sheriff. Had an attachment or something.
An attachment?
Yes, sir. Just walk in with the papers and took him. It was terrible, boss, the way they was jerking him and had his neck tied to a rope, and they was pulling him along over the cobblestone behind a car.
They'll kill him, Whitey.
I tried to stop him, boss. I chased him as far as I could.
Where'd they take him?
I don't know,
Well,
boss.
I'll find him.
Dan! Be careful, Dan.
All right, Nick, get in that stall. That's it, Joe. Jerk his head around. I said, get in there, you.
Let go of that horse. Give me that bridle. That's my horse.
What is this? I'll handle this truck horse, and I'll handle him the way I want.
Yeah?
Hey, cut it, smart guy. What do you think you are, Madison Square Garden? You're under arrest.
That's your room now, mister.
But, officer, don't you see? I can't stay in here.
Sorry, can't do a thing for you. Socking a deputy sheriff is a serious offense. You'll have to talk to the judge.
But when? What time in the morning do they hold court?
In the morning. There's no court tomorrow on account of the big race. Sorry, brother, but it looks like you're stuck till Monday.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. So ends Act Two of Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis D. During this short intermission, we introduce our guest of the evening. But first, a word about our product. Lux Flakes gives you double help in your dishpan. They're speedy and they're gentle. Lux dissolves quickly and works fast, and Lux is kind to your hands. It has no harmful alkali, absolutely nothing to dry or irritate your skin. Isn't it foolish to use harsh soaps? They're hard on your hands. Or cake soap, it's so slow. Remember, Lux helps you in two ways. It's speedy and it's gentle. It's thrifty, too. So buy the generous large-size box of Lux Flakes and keep it in your kitchen. And now, here is Mr. DeMille with our guest.
Since the cradle days of the Republic, the breeding and racing of thoroughbred horses has endowed the field of sports with America's finest ideals in ethics, fair play, and tradition. It's men like our guest, Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt, who are keeping that hallowed heritage gloriously alive today. Racing authorities say that this young man is fast becoming one of the greatest personalities on the American turf. He's president of the Maryland Jockey Club, which runs the Pimlico Race Course in Maryland, and owner of Sagamore Farms, where his string of horses include the famous Discovery, Identify, Galley Slave, and Impound. Let's join Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt in New York City.
In your play tonight, Mr. DeMille, Dan Brooks surrenders his home and career for the love of a racehorse. While I don't recommend that other men follow his example, it's very easy to understand Dan's feeling for Broadway Bill. Some people have the idea that men run horses just to collect handsome purses. Believe me, that's not the case. Of all the rewards a racehorse brings its owner, the prize money is not the greatest. The real joy and thrill come by watching a spindly little foal grow into a fine game animal, showing his worth and breeding on the racetrack. Don't think this modern mechanized age is marking the doom of fine horses, racing or otherwise. For in our country, there are still more than 11 million horses. But, of course, all these 11 million aren't bluegrass animals. And incidentally, bluegrass is quite green. It's called blue because it has a blue flower, and it's important to breeders because it contains certain chemicals. Many people think Kentucky and Maryland have a monopoly on all bluegrass, but the plain truth is that it grows all over the country. When it comes to monopoly on champions, though, it's a different story. For actually 90% of all the stake winners are raised in 3 states, Maryland, Virginia, and Kentucky. A common misconception in the public mind is that any horse of good lineage is a thoroughbred. The thoroughbred is just one particular breed of horse, which goes back 400 years to the time of Henry VIII for its origin. At that time, 3 Arabian stallions were brought to England to be bred to English mares. From then on, the race was kept pure, and every thoroughbred in the world today is related to those 3 Arabian stallions. Thoroughbred ancestry can be traced further back than that of any other living animal. The history of horseflesh shows that horses originated on this continent and then disappeared completely from it at some time in the several million years that have passed since their origin. At first, the horse was only the size of a police dog, with 3 toes on each foot and no means of defending itself in a fight, so it had to develop speed and size in order to survive. In those days, Alaska and Asia were united by land, and some of the hardier specimens of the American horse migrated to Europe that way, keeping the race going in Europe, though it disappeared in America. Explorers like the Spaniard Cortez, who 400 years ago conquered the vast Mexican Empire with 18 horses and a handful of men, were responsible for reintroducing a bigger, stronger horse into America. We have lots to learn from horses, especially in the application of that valuable asset known as horse sense. If I've absorbed any through association with horses, it prompts me now to pull in the reins and let you, Mr. DeMille, get on with your excellent play. Thank you.
Thank you for the horse sense, Mr. Vanderbilt. And now back in Hollywood, we hear Robert Taylor and Francis Dee in Act 3 of Broadway Bill with Gail Patrick and Raymond Walburn. It's the following morning, the day of the long-awaited handicap. Dan, in his cell in the Imperial City Jail, has an early morning visitor.
Hello, Princess.
Dan, I tried all night to see you. They wouldn't let me in. What can we do?
Nothing, Princess. We're sunk. I guess we didn't wish hard enough. The old man with the whiskers didn't hear us.
So now it's back to Higginsville?
Yeah, back to Higginsville. I guess Margaret will get a kick out of this, she and J.L.
Dan, don't talk like that. It isn't too late yet. Something might happen.
No, it's just not the day for miracles. Might as well scratch Broadway Bill. Get him out of the race and take it over. Get it over with. Need a 1, too. Did you see the morning paper? They got him listed as a 100-to-1 shot. Well, 100-to-1 or 1,000,000-to-1, I still say he'd have won.
He's in here.
Thanks.
We've got a visitor, Brooks. 10 minutes, mister.
That's enough. Hi, Mr. Brooks.
How are you?
My name's Eddie North. I hear you've got a horse in the handicap this afternoon.
I did have. He was scratched.
Yeah, that was too bad. It ain't too late to re-enter him.
How?
All you got to do is to pay off that feed bill. They'll release your horse and you can stick him back in the race.
Yeah, sure. The feed bill's only $150.
I know. I'll pay it if you want.
Say, what is this?
Now, here's the idea, Mr. Brooks. Broadway Bill was quoted this morning at 100-to-1. For some reason or other, the odds started to go down. Some slap-happy guy named Pettigrew started a rumor that the horse was a sure thing. And just before you scratched the race, the nag was down to 9-2.
9-2?
Yeah, that's it. So I think he ought to run.
Wait a minute. Are you going to put a bet on him?
Me? No. I'm betting on Gallant Lady.
Oh, I get it. You want my horse back in the race so the odds will go up on Gallant Lady.
That's it. Just a business proposition. Strictly on the up and up. Well, what do you say?
What do I say? Why, this floors me.
Ah, forget it. One old racing man is always glad to help another. Here you are. $150 for the feed bill, huh? And here's another $100 to pay a bail or fine or whatever you need to get out of here.
Look, I'll pay this back just as soon as I get...
Don't worry about it. I'll be paid plenty when Gallant Lady breezes in.
You better switch that bet, mister. Bill's a cinch.
Sure. Hey, by the way, how are you fixed for a jockey?
Well...
How'd you like to have Ted Williams ride your horse?
Williams? Do you think I could get him?
It's in the bag. I'll have him at your stable in an hour.
Brother, you better get out of here. I'm about to break down and cry on your shoulder.
So long, Mr. Brooks. I've got a fellow waiting for me. See you out at the track.
Yeah, so long, and thanks.
Hey, Eddie, did you see him?
Yeah. He's putting the nag back in the race.
Swell. We'll get 5-to-1 on the lady now, easy.
Maybe better.
Sure. Yeah, but say, what about that Broadway Bill nag? They say he's pretty hot.
Listen, Cluck, that horse is a plug.
Yeah?
And even if he wasn't, I've got Ted Williams riding him. And Mr. Williams takes his orders from me.
Easy, Bill. Easy. Quiet, boy. You're sure, Williams, that you know how to handle him?
Sure, Mr. Brooks, sure. Mr. North said for me to ride a good race for you, and what he says goes.
Bill isn't just an ordinary horse.
He sure ain't.
Now, remember, son, don't use the whip. He doesn't like it.
Oh, I'm glad you told me that.
He'll probably take the lead right at first. We'll let him have it. Don't hold him back. Whatever happens, don't hold him back.
I get it. It's in the bag.
There's the post call.
Listen, son, I gotta win this race. It means more to me than... Well, my whole future depends on it. So go ahead and good luck. Oh, wait a minute. So long, Bill. The old man's counting on you.
Me too, Bill.
And Skeeter, he's counting on you plenty, Bill.
All right, Williams. I'll see you later in the winner's circle.
Oh, Dan. Do you suppose Bill's all right?
All right.
It's crazy, I guess, but I'm scared. He didn't have any too good care last night, and you remember what the veterinary said.
Hey, quit it, will you?
I'm sorry. Don't pay any attention to me. I'm just excited. Well, good luck, darling.
Thanks, Princess.
And you're going to win. You've got to. For my sake.
What does that mean?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, please. It's crazy, I tell you. Come on, let's get up in the stand.
The horses are at the starting gate. As I've already told you, Contender is in the number 1 position. Gallant Lady number 2. Galspar number 3. Sun Up number 4. Broadway Bill number 5. And Broadway Bill just backed out of his stall. They're bringing him up again. Constantine is number 6. Buster Boy 7. And now they're all lined up down there. It looks like a started. And there they go. It's Galspar going to the front. Buster Boy is second. Miss Ann is third. Gallant Lady is fourth. Sun Up is fifth. And Roger B. They're going into the first turn with Galspar in front by a length and a half. Miss Ann is second by 1 length. Sun Up is third by half a length. Gallant Lady is fourth by a nose. Roger B is fifth. And Buster Boy is sixth. At the quarter, it's Galspar in front by 1 length. Miss Ann is second. Gallant Lady is third by 2 lengths. Sun Up is fourth, a length in front of Roger B. And there goes Gallant Lady. Gallant Lady is coming up fast on the inside and is now first by 1 length. Galspar is second. Miss Ann is third by 2.
What's the matter with Broadway Bill? Where is he?
He's seventh. That jockey's holding him back. Let him go. Give him his head. Let him go.
Come on, Bill. Come on, boy.
Now they're stealing the race. They're pulling him back. Give him his head. Let him go.
Come on, Bill. Get up there, boy.
Oh, you say framed him. They took the race right out from under...
No, that's not. Look, he's moving up. He's coming up. That jockey can't hold him. He'll never hold him. Come on, Bill.
Come on, Bill. Get up there, Bill. Keep moving, boy.
They're rounding the far turn. It's Gallant Lady in front by 3 lengths. Galspar is second. Miss Ann is third. Roger B is fourth. And here comes Broadway Bill, moving very fast. It's Gallant Lady in front by 3 lengths. Miss Ann is second. And Broadway Bill is third on the outside. And moving up. They're heading for home. It's Gallant Lady in front by 2 lengths. Broadway Bill is second, and Miss Ann is third. It's Gallant Lady and Broadway Bill. It's Gallant Lady by 1 length. Broadway Bill is second. It's Gallant Lady and Broadway Bill. It's Gallant Lady and Broadway Bill. They're running neck and neck. It's going to be a driving finish. Broadway Bill is pulling away, and they're coming down to the line of finish with Broadway Bill, the winner. Broadway Bill moved up fast to nose out Gallant Lady at the finish. It's Broadway Bill by a nose. Just a moment. There's something wrong up there at the turn. There's been an accident. One of the horses is down. I can't see it yet, but it looks like... Yes, it's Broadway Bill. Broadway Bill is down. Clear the track, please. Clear the track, please. Clear the track.
Will you please let me get to him? Bill, what's the matter?
Tough luck, Mr. Brooks. He was a great animal.
Dan, no.
What are you talking about? Get a vet here.
It's no use. Your horse is dead. He won your race for you, but he broke his heart doing it. Sorry, Brooks. And I know that every one of you who stand here on this field today, while we pay last honors to a great horse, were here yesterday to see his triumph. A triumph that no racing man worth the name will soon forget. I can only say on behalf of the Imperial Track that we're proud that Broadway Bill's grave is going to be right here where it is, at the track itself. I never heard of a horse getting just this kind of tribute before, but then I never heard of a horse that so thoroughly deserved it. There's nothing more I can say. The only man who can say anything is Bill's owner, Dan Brooks.
You're wrong, Mr. Collins. If there's anybody who can say anything, it's me. Thanks. Thanks to the track for doing this for Bill. Thanks to so many of you for coming out, for coming here now. As for Broadway Bill, well, what could you say about a horse who'd run his heart out to win for you? All I can say is, thanks, Bill. And so long. Who is it?
It's I, Dan. Margaret.
Margaret. Oh, Margaret, oh, darling, you did come. I knew you would. Gee, I'm sorry if I didn't see you at the track just now, but...
Track? But the race was yesterday.
But I mean for the... Then you didn't come for...
I came to take you home, Dan. Father's held your job open, and I've told everyone that you were just on a vacation.
No. Well, look, Margaret, let's talk about all this some other time. Right now...
We'll talk about it now, Dan. I know how you must feel about your horse, and I'm sorry for your sake, even though, well, we'll have to admit that things working out as they have made it easier for us.
Easier?
Well, let's be sensible, darling. The one real barrier between us was Broadway Bill. And while I'm sorry he's gone...
I see what you mean.
I'm glad, Dan. Now...
Yeah, you shouldn't be. Because seeing what you mean, I also see for the first time things I should have seen a long time ago.
Dan.
So it was just Bill that stood between us, huh? Well, you're right, he did. But it wasn't just Bill himself. It was what he stood for, Margaret. And he stood for my kind of life. And that's just the opposite of yours. We don't speak the same language, Margaret.
Dan, you either leave here and come home with me now, or I start divorce proceedings in the morning.
All right, start them. Now that I think of it, there have been just two things that ever mattered to you. Yourself and those comical family traditions of yours. Well, you can keep them.
Thank you, I will.
Dan, what happened?
Margaret's gone, Princess. Seems your cousin wants my life run her way, and I want it mine. That's all there is to it. She's starting divorce proceedings in the morning. Why don't you say something?
Can't I?
I know. You're naturally fond of Margaret, and you probably...
Oh, will you shut up?
What is this?
Oh, let me alone.
Princess!
Mr. Bowles.
Why, did you see that? What's the matter with her?
You mean you don't know?
How should I know? What are you talking about?
Listen, Mr. Bowles. Where do you think most of that $500 come from to end the bill in that raise?
Well, you won it.
I won nothing. Miss Alice done hawk all her things and give me that money to give to you.
Whitey,
Mr. Dan, about some things, you're the brightest man I ever see. But about other things, I don't know, boss.
No, neither do I.
You all going back to Higginsville, boss?
Yeah, but not for a while, and for a different reason.
Yes, J.L., you're right, J.L.
Yes, J.L. Don't yes, J.L. me. Say no once in a while, can't you? Here's a little news for all of you who are still directors of the Higgins Enterprises, particularly my beloved sons-in-law. This is the last of our meetings.
What does it mean?
And another thing. The Higgins Paper Box Company was sold this afternoon.
But, Father, just because Dan and I are divorced was no reason to sell the company.
I'm selling all the companies. The only thing I'm keeping is the bank.
Bravo, J.L.
Father, what is this all about?
I don't even know myself. But I went up to the track the other day, and I saw something that made me sit up a little. I'm wondering now if there isn't more to living than just making money. Like you, Mr. Early, and you, Mr. Morrow, and you, Mr. Winslow.
But what about us, J.L.?
What will become of us? What can we do?
Do what you want. The meeting's adjourned.
Hey!
It's Dan. Look, he's got a... J.L., it's a horse trailer.
With a horse in it. What does it say on the door there?
Broadway Bill II.
Hey, Princess, come on. I can't wait all night.
J.L.,
Go on. Don't you be an idiot like Margaret.
Oh, J.L. Goodbye, darling.
Hey, come on. Well, it's about time, Slowpoke.
Oh, darling.
Come on. Get in. We're heading for the Latonia track. Just one thing to do first.
What's that?
Make a queen out of the princess.
Oh, Dan.
Hey, why the tears?
Oh, Dan, it worked.
What?
What you said about wishing. Your old man with the whiskers has finally got his arm around my shoulder.
He has, huh? Well, you tell that old guy I'll stand for no nonsense with my wife. Is that right, young Bill? Hey. The split pea soup and the succotash were in love one spring and summer.
The curtain falls on the last act of Broadway Bill, starring Robert Taylor and Francis D. with Gail Patrick. Our stars return for their curtain calls in just a moment. But first, a word to the ladies. Do you realize that about 1/3 of your silhouette today is stockings? Certainly no time for runs. They're ugly, embarrassing, spoiling your whole costume. You know, you can do a lot to cut down on runs by the proper buying and care of stockings. Here are 3 helpful rules for stocking beauty. 1.
Buy the correct size and the right leg length.
2.
Buy the right weight for the occasion. 1 and 2 thread stockings for evening. 3 thread for daytime. 4 thread or heavier for sports.
3.
Give your stockings Lux Care. Lux saves elasticity and cuts down on runs.
Yes, with gentle Lux Flakes, there's no cake soap rubbing, no harmful alkali to weaken elasticity. Remember that. Lux helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. So keep the generous large size box in the bathroom and Lux your stockings after every wearing. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Our stars are in the home stretch, but we have a few minutes more with them before they cross the finish line. Incidentally, Mr. Taylor, in spite of your confidence tonight in Broadway Bill's speed, did you know that the chances are that in a long race you could probably beat Broadway Bill yourself?
You mean if I could run with a jockey on my back?
No, I'm perfectly serious.
You mean to say, Mr. DeMille, that if it were Taylor versus Seabiscuit, you'd put your $2 on Mr. Taylor's nose in preference to Seabiscuit?
Yes, because generally speaking, a man can outrun a horse over a long distance. As far as I know, the last time that was demonstrated was in England. 15 years ago, when George Hall, a marathon runner, raced a racehorse named Blackjack in a 6-day endurance contest. The horse was withdrawn on the 5th day, with Hall 15 miles in the lead and still going strong.
But switching from racehorses to iron horses, Mr. DeMille, I understand you're leaving us tonight for the world premiere of Union Pacific next Friday night in Omaha.
I can tell you all about that, Bob. For months I've waited patiently for Mr. DeMille to finish that picture so I might see something of my husband again. But now that it's finished, what's he going to do but take Joel East for the premiere?
Yes, and Barbara Stanwyck and about 20 other celebrities. In fact, to mark the departure, they're opening up the brand new $11 million Union Station in Los Angeles. Mr. DeMille's going to be aboard the first train to leave, a train exactly like the kind they used in the 1860s, with a wood-burning engine, red plush seats in the cars, hanging kerosene lamps.
And signs reading, "Don't shoot buffalo from the train." We'll be stopping at several cities along the way. Salt Lake City, Cheyenne, Denver, and then after Omaha, where the Union Pacific old-timers have arranged a celebration for us, I'm taking the picture further east to open it in Chicago, New York, and Washington.
Well, that sort of complicates things, doesn't it? Now, even if you could run as fast as a racehorse, I think you're going to be just slightly out of breath if you plan to make this broadcast here next Monday night.
I won't even try. Instead, I'll be heard on the program next Monday night from New York City, while one of the most capable gentlemen in motion pictures will be here pinch-hitting for me. The guest producer will be Mr. Leslie Howard.
We'll be rooting for him, Mr. DeMille, and for you, too.
And I hope you have as good a time on your trip, CB, as I did here doing Broadway Bill. Good night.
And just you see that Joel Albert McCrae takes care of himself, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
That's a promise, Francis. Good night, Gail. So long, Bob.
We know you want to hear about the stars and play in store for you a week from tonight. Well, Mr. DeMille supplies that information presently. In our cast this evening, you heard Ernest Whitman as Whitey, Lou Merrill as J.L. Higgins, Elvia Allman as Mrs. Peterson, Victor Rodman as Mr. Winslow, Eddie Kane as Mr. Early, Willis Clare as Eddie North, Hal K. Dawson as Roberts, Niall Andrus as Mel, Frank Nelson as announcer, Frederick Shields as Mr. Morrow, Myra Marsh as Matilda, Joe Duvall as veterinary, and James Eagles as Ted Williams. Broadway Bill was adapted from the Columbia Pictures photoplay of the same name. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new film, The Story of Alexander Graham Bell. Just a reminder, as you know, many localities switch to daylight saving time next Sunday. If your community is one of those changing to daylight saving time, you will hear this program at the usual hour. If your community remains on standard time, tune in 1 hour earlier. Here's our producer.
Damon Runyon wrote the original story on which our play next Monday night is based. Frank Capra directed it, and starred were May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. And these same 4 celebrities will repeat their performances for us next week in Lady for a Day. It's a story of Apple Annie, a street peddler, a story of laughter and tears, of sacrifice and romance. And in addition to the stars of our cast, Leslie Howard will be with us as guest producer. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe in Lady for a Day, with Leslie Howard as guest producer. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.